all game shows all the time. 32.6 is new to Channel 32. It's YTA, U2 America, entertainment talk shows, I Love Lucy, and a whole lot more. 32.7, Daystar, religious channel for all faiths. 32.8, Nost, nostalgic movies and series. 32.9, the Weather Channel. 32.10, the Country Music Channel, music videos from the greatest artists. 32.11, the KRMS Local Information Channel, featuring daily local talk shows, local news, local sports, city council meetings, and other local events. 11 channels, and it's all free. All you need is an antenna, which you can purchase at Walmart, Menards, or other stores for very little. Or if you need help, call the station at 348-2772. That's 348-2772. And we'll get you in touch with LO Volt Electronics or 21st Century Electronics that will hook you up for a discounted rate if you mention KRMS TV. Now, enjoy the lake's first over-the-air locally owned and operated TV station. You can also watch us on the KRMS TV Roku app or LOZ app or KRMS.TV. Channel 32, KRMS TV is free TV for you. Exciting news! The LOZ app just got bigger and better. Introducing 3 new buttons: local charities, Lake Real Estate, and the West Side. Discover local charities. Register yours for free. Explore the latest real estate listings with an interactive map featuring open houses, highlighted homes, and great information on local realtors. Plus, check out everything the West Side has to offer: dining, attractions, and more. Search LOZ app on your app store. It's totally free. Experience everything the lake has to offer in the palm of your hand.
Local news and issues. The Morning Magazine 9 to 11 on News Talk KRMS.
Let's go quickly to the phone. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit 2 areas. Can you hear me?
Yep, I got 2 minutes though.
Okay. For 40 years, I've ridden bicycles, and these people taped it. But there's passive aggression on the highways, especially in the rural areas, and especially with pickup trucks. I don't know how many of them decided not to move over at all. I had a friend apparently rode off the highway after cars passed him or trucks. We don't know what happened, and another one got hit on a stretch of highway that had a shoulder that was bigger than a regular interstate. Mm-hmm. So this stuff is happening, and there's a lot of passive aggression. Any bike rider will tell you that that's happening. Now, my son, put it on the net.
My son was hit. My son was riding his bike in college and got hit. I just don't think a lot of people pay attention, but in this case, it's murder.
Yeah, when you film it, it is. Okay, the second thing is I'm looking at the 50 metropolitan areas that are over 200,000, and if you look down at the list, none of them are these cities that you keep talking about. It's Memphis, Tennessee first, Monroe, Louisiana, Anchorage, Alaska, Pine Bluff, Arkansas, Lubbock, Texas, Florence, South Carolina. These are the crime capitals, even though
Memphis
Springfield is quite high. Huh?
Memphis is rough.
Well, I'm talking about, these cities, and they don't get to another big city till Milwaukee, which is like 45th. And Springfield was even after that. The metro area is not as criminally inclined as.
You don't think Chicago is rough? You don't think Chicago is rough?
Well, in crime statistics, it depends on how you count them.
I'm talking about the metro Chicago area.
Because for God's sakes, the Bears are moving out.
Well, let's take St. Louis. All the poor people are in one area, and probably minority people, and a lot of black people are in that area. There are a lot of black people all through the city, that's all through the metropolitan area. The whole crime rate for that whole metro area is quite low. It's below Indianapolis, below all of these old
St. Louis is the murder capital of the country.
Yeah, depending on the list you look at, I've seen St. Louis at the top of several lists like that, and it shifts all the time.
In the city? Because I'm from St. Louis.
I'm talking about the metropolitan area, 2 million people. They are not one of the high crime rates. We give them a bad rap because it all happens in one little city where all the poor people
you need to buy lunch. We'll jump in the truck and head that way because I'm from St. Louis. I grew up in the suburbs right there.
St. Louis City is bad, but the suburbs
average
it all out so that it isn't.
Nope, that one's right. We're going to take our last break. Thanks for calling.
Thank you.
This is Morning Magazine. We're going to be right back to wrap it up. I'm Tony Herman, Luke Hagedorn in studio as well. And this is Morning Magazine.
Join Hope Lutheran Chapel every Sunday morning at 8:30 for a moment of hope on News Talk KRMS, AM 1150, FM 97.5, and FM 103.3. Reverend Guillaume Williams Sr. guides us through God's Word, inspires us, and delivers hope to our listeners. Set your clock at 8:30 Sunday mornings as Hope Lutheran Chapel presents A Moment of Hope. Hope Lutheran Chapel is located 2 miles west of the Grand Glaze Bridge and 1 mile east of KK and the 5700 block on the Osage Beach Parkway, right next to KRMS Radio.
Can your employer fire you for actually taking your agreed-upon sick days? Or insist that you take a cut in pay in order to keep your job? I'm Curtis Howard. Join me every day as we learn the answers to these and other actual court cases on America's Radio Court, Point of Law. You'll be amazed, amused, and sometimes annoyed. Join me here every day and be a part of it. And see if you agree with the judge.
Point of Law is sponsored by the Law Office of Christopher Rohr on Osage Beach Parkway, next to Golden Corral.
That's going to do it for today. This 10 o'clock hour is sponsored by Central Ozarks Medical Center, COMC. Visit centralozarks.org, 877-406-COMC. Your health is their mission. You know, they got a location close to you. They have them in Laurie, Osage Beach, Camdenton, Eldon, and Richland. COMC, they opened the hub as a facility to provide assistance for recovery support meetings, educational groups, plus assistance with food and homeless resources. Benefits include social bonding, community participation, and a healthy lifestyle awareness. The hub is located in Luby's Plaza on the Bagnell Dam Strip. Open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 at the Osage Beach Senior Center.
Yeah, what's for lunch today, Tony?
Today's the day. It is the day. It is Cheeseburger in Paradise as they celebrate Jimmy Buffett, and they're going to have loaded tots, fruit, milk, and dessert. And they start serving at 11. They'll go until 12:30. They're open till 4 o'clock, and I hear they play a couple of mean games of cards over there as well. That's going to do it for today. Thanks to Luke for sitting in. Congressman tomorrow.
At your since 1951, News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Steve Kathan. Attorney General Merrick Garland under pressure from Republicans on a House committee who allege favoritism in the Hunter Biden investigation.
I am not the president's lawyer. I will add, I am not Congress's prosecutor. The Justice Department works for the American people. Our job is to follow the facts and the law, and that is what we do.
In New York, President Biden meets with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
Under your leadership, Mr. President, we can forge a historic peace between Israel and Saudi Arabia. And I think such a peace would go a long way, first, to advance the end of the Arab-Israeli conflict.
Well, CBS's Cammie McCormick tells us there are changes on the 12th anniversary of the repeal of the Defense Department's Don't Ask, Don't Tell policy.
The Pentagon has announced new initiatives to reach out to those who may have been less than honorably discharged and wrongly denied benefits. Deputy Secretary of Defense Kathleen Hicks.
DoD is announcing new initiatives to better reach affected veterans and correct their records as necessary to better reflect the honor with which they served.
Online resources will now be available at defense.gov.
The automaker Stellantis says it will temporarily lay off 68 people and could furlough 300 more because of the UAW strike. The FDA has decided not to approve a nasal spray that would have been the first needle-free treatment for allergic reactions, an alternative to the EpiPen. An advisory panel recommended approval of Neffy from ARS Pharma. Regulators say more testing needs to be done. For parents like Talia Day, who has to administer shots for her son, the news is a setback.
Having allergies is traumatic enough. Injecting them with epinephrine just adds to that trauma.
It's expected Federal Reserve policymakers will keep interest rates steady when they finish up their meeting today. CBS's Jill Schlesinger.
The Fed is trying to determine how well the economy is absorbing the 22-year high in short-term rates. There's clearly been a vast improvement in inflation.
For most drivers, gas prices have stayed about steady for the past month, but truckers have seen diesel rise steadily since July. Patrick DeHaan of GasBuddy.com says that could also mean higher costs for home heating.
I think diesel prices will continue to trend higher. As temperatures get cooler, diesel prices are going to get hotter. We could certainly see a $5 a gallon national average for diesel by the time the holiday rolls around.
And checking Wall Street right now, the Dow is up 180 points. The S&P is up 8. This is CBS News.
When you think of hiring, think of Indeed. Their end-to-end hiring system helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all in the same place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Lake News Now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News, our top local stories. A court date has now been set for the Huntington Beach, California man accused of being drunk while operating a boat which ran aground, hit a house, and overturned, ejecting himself and 7 others in Camden County. Courthouse records now indicate that 47-year-old Adam Ramirez posted a $100,000 bond 1 week ago and is scheduled to be arraigned on October 16th. A motion has also been filed requesting that Ramirez be allowed to appear virtually for the arraignment based on continuing health commissions diminishing his ability to travel from Huntington Beach despite also owning a home in Sunrise Beach in Morgan County. Ramirez is charged with 2 counts of boating while intoxicated causing serious physical injury and 5 other counts of boating while intoxicated causing physical injury. The accident happened at the 1.3-mile marker of the Osage Arm during the late night hours back on July 22nd. Several lake area fire districts plus the Lake West EMS will converge this week to take part in some of that training they hope they will not have to put to use anytime soon, but more than likely is inevitable to happen. Sunrise Beach Chief Joe LaPlante says the annual hazardous materials and mass casualty drill allows participating districts to meet required training and more importantly, be prepared for long-term cooperation in the event of larger real-life incidents. Fire districts participating in the drill include Sunrise Beach, Mid-County, Gravois, and Lake Ozark. The Morgan County R2 Board of Education for Sales is set to handle some new business. They'll be discussing the district school resource officer agreement with the sheriff's office, the special ed compliance program, a memorandum of understanding with Head Start and the district's drug testing activities policy. A closed session to deal with personnel, student discipline, and legal matters also appears on the agenda. The Morgan County R2 Board of Education meeting begins tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock in the middle school library. Find these stories and more on our website, krmsradio.com. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
The news is sponsored by Heritage Bank of the Ozarks. Visit heritagebankozarks.com.
I'm Jennifer Webster from Heritage Bank of the Ozarks in Camdenton, where you will find everything you need in a bank. Mobile and ATM deposits, person-to-person transfer, and instant issue debit cards. Plus, your dollars stay local. When you bank locally, your local dollars are invested in our local communities with local lenders and local decisions. At Heritage Bank, we are genuinely neighbors serving neighbors. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
I'm meteorologist Michael Carroll with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. For this afternoon, we'll see cloudy along with scattered showers and storms, high temperatures approaching 70. Then for tonight, still a chance for showers and storms, a low of 61. Chance for more scattered shower and storm activity on Thursday, low 80s. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 78, and the temperature at the studios, currently 65 degrees.
Live from everywhere USA, it's Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon.
Tell you the greatest thing in the world. Here we go. Coming to you live from the greatest country in the world. Broadcasting from the tippy top of the world-famous Fox News headquarters in New York City, it is Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon. A man who is not completely full of, I got to be honest, your Attorney General Merrick Garland absolutely is. He's sitting down on the Hill right now, being cross-examined by the House, thank God, because if this was in the Senate, we'd be watching half of these guys in tank tops right now. We're watching these guys in their summer bathing suit action. But we're going to get into it on a busy Wednesday episode of the show. Daniel Turner is stopping by to discuss the climate over at the UN.
I'm sick and tired of all this bullshit.
And, of course, we will have a chat with comedian Jamie Lissow, my good buddy. He's on Gutfeld all the time. He's going to come by, and we're going to have a discussion about celebrities this week in the media declaring that they are proudly woke.
Everything woke turns to
A lot of people feel that way. 888-788-9910, whether you are or aren't one of them. 888-788-9910. I'm laughing. I'll explain why in a moment, but if you're listening for the first time, you need to know this is a show with one rule. It's an audio safe space for cool people. I'm not an activist. I'm a talk show host. I am a conservative, unapologetically so. But when I get on the air every day, my party is America. Freedom! So I always say, you can be a Republican, you can be a Democrat, just don't be a... Happy Wednesday, everybody. Here we go. I'm actually, technically speaking, you might not know this as a listener, but late to get down to the studio because I was stuck in an elevator with Mickey Mouse and Minnie Mouse.
What the hell did you just say?
I'm not even making this up. There's some type of media event going on in the building here, and they have a full costumed Mickey and a full costumed Minnie walking floor to floor, and they were riding the elevators just now. Yeah, except the doors open. They were literally taking a selfie in front of me, and I almost had to punch Minnie Mouse in the back of the head. Yeah, right? Going to be a chippy day on the show. If it started out with me fighting a Disney character, I don't know where it's going to go from there. But like I said, 888-788-9910 if you want to get it. Okay, I was telling you off the top something I tell you every day on the show. I say the party at Fox News, the reason the show works is like, you guys are conservative. No. The reason the show works, the reason Fox News rates, the reason people tune in every day is because we're giving out perspective.
We're not going to sit here and listen to you badmouth the United States of America.
Okay, be straight up. Okay, that's our party. People say, you're a bunch of Republican right-wing attackmen. No, we're not. I mean, we get trashed by Republicans all the time because we have to trash Republicans all the time if they get out of line. Politicians work for us. We don't owe them our loyalty, our fealty. Okay, my job on the air is they don't give me a report card at the end of the month on how many people are voting Republican based on the things I said that month. That's not what's going on here. Okay, what we're always trying to stand up for is the country because there's not a lot of people out there doing it. Certainly nowhere in liberal media does anyone even give a rat's ass about this country anymore.
That's true. That is true.
What's going on with Merrick Garland on the Hill right now? Okay, every single person in this country should be watching this and be going, I get it. Okay, so no, yeah, Washington's entirely corrupt. There's a two-tier justice system. That's bad for me. That's bad for me if I'm a Democrat or a Republican, because if this becomes standard operating procedure, then I'm going to ultimately wind up on the wrong end of this thing at some point. It may be convenient to jail my political opponents now and slow roll investigations on behalf of my party now. But down the road, the other party could have these same abilities and deploy them on me.
This could be a problem.
I gave you that lecture on Twitter when they banned Trump, and the Democrats were like, it's good. They can do whatever they want. And then Elon Musk bought Twitter, reinstated Trump, and they were like, everybody is a prisoner of the moment. And I say it all the time. We're fighting each other so much harder than we're fighting our common enemies that the country's going to hell. We've become two fat, screaming children who don't want to share the toy with each other. And we're tugging on it so hard, we're just ripping the toy in half. That's where we find ourselves in this moment, because this is Merrick Garland testimony. And we kind of previewed it yesterday with Jim Jordan. Jim Jordan was on the show. He's the committee chairman. He's leading the hearing. Okay, here he is, just straight right out of the gates. Two key clips you need to hear. Okay, here is Jordan catching Garland in a lie, just calling him out for what was a blatant and brazen, obvious lie about how they ran out the clock on Hunter Biden. Understand, a statute of limitations, this matters, when you commit a crime, means you have a very specific window for which the authorities can actually charge you for it. What the Democrats did with the Hunter Biden investigation is took the specific business year of 2014 and 2015, where the $20 million came in from Ukraine. Okay, $20 million from foreign entities came in, and they delayed the investigation. So by the time they started it, if in fact they had decided a crime was committed, He couldn't have been charged anyway.
That's not right.
They are fine printing the country. Now, again, politicians work for us. You should not be thrilled like, oh, I'm a Democrat. Let's help out the Democratic criminals. Okay, the criminals, you understand. And what's happening at our DOJ is a brazen disrespect for the truth and a disregard for any self-respecting person who's following these narratives. Understand, and this is a Thomas Jefferson quote. I say it a lot on the show. When the government fears its people, there is liberty. When the people fear the government, there is tyranny. We are living in an America now where the government does not fear you. They do not fear lying to you. They do not fear shutting down your church or your school. They don't fear telling you can't go to a funeral if somebody's dying because COVID's in the air, even though they're letting people out of their houses to go riot and loot a Nike store because apparently COVID is so sophisticated in that Wuhan lab that when they manufactured the gene sequence, it knew if you were protesting on behalf of a left-wing cause. Obviously, that's not the truth. But you understand this is a government that straight lies to you, okay? Straight up. Here is Jordan asking Garland about Weiss's charging authority, okay? Because Weiss has testified, okay, that he did not have the authority to go wherever he wanted to and bring charges, okay? Even though Merrick Garland said under oath, that Weiss did.
You were lying your ass off.
And here's Jordan calling him on it, clip 37.
Quote, Mr. Weiss has full authority to bring cases in other jurisdictions if he feels it's necessary. That was your response, Attorney General, to Senator Grassley's question on March 1st, 2023. You just referenced it when Mr. Bishop was questioning you. Only problem is he'd already been turned down by the U.S. Attorney in the District of Columbia, Mr. Graves. So he didn't have full authority, did he?
I had an extended conversation with Senator Grassley at the time. We briefly touched on the Section 515 question and how that process went. I've never been suggested.
My point's real simple, Mr. Garland. You said he had complete authority, but he'd already been turned down. He wanted to bring an action in the District of Columbia, and the U.S. Attorney there said, no, you can't. And then you go tell the United States Senate under oath that he has complete authority.
I'm going to say again that no one had the authority to turn him down. They could refuse to partner with him. They could not.
You can use whatever language. Refuse to partner is turning down.
You're a bald-faced liar. A liar.
Do you understand the brazen disregard, okay? The language he uses there, okay? I'm going to say it again. No one had the authority to turn him down. They could refuse to partner with him, not cooperate, not work with him, but they didn't have the authority to turn him down.
Come on, don't bullshit me.
You know, they could do every word in the thesaurus for turning him down. But, you know, but legally speaking, there was no specific sentence that used the word turn him down. That's the type of disrespect they're showing the chair. That's the type of disrespect they're showing you. Okay, listen to this. This is Mike Johnson asking Merrick Garland if he talked to anyone at the FBI about the investigation. Merrick Garland, the Attorney General, in response to whether or not you've spoken to the FBI about an investigation into the president's son, flat out says he doesn't remember. I mean,
this guy's a serious ass.
Clip 38.
Have you had personal contact with anyone at FBI headquarters about the Hunter Biden investigation?
I don't recollect the answer to that question, but the FBI works for the Justice Department. It's.
I'm sorry. You don't recollect. You don't recollect whether you've talked with anybody at FBI headquarters about an investigation into the president's son?
I don't believe that I did.
I mean, come on, dude.
Garbage like you just makes me sick.
I don't recollect whether I talk. You know, I'm the Attorney General of the United States. You have a lot of conversations. Investigating the president's son, it's not the kind of thing that would stick to your brain. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
what an idiot.
Government doesn't care. You're living in a two-tier justice system. Merrick Garland, you have to understand, Merrick Garland would have been a Supreme Court justice. Barack Obama had the authority to appoint him. Republicans opposed it during an election year, and the Democrats could have forced it through. They did not. Why? Because they all assumed Hillary was going to win anyway.
Wrong.
But that's what they assumed. And Barack Obama, in his naivete, was like, we'll let this one ride. And lo and behold, Barack Obama was all the way wrong because they lost the election.
I don't see you doing any better in the booty department.
But the point is, Merrick Garland, that one burnt his nuts. Okay, and he very well has a political vendetta for the Republican Party and Donald Trump as a whole. And they have weaponized the Justice Department against him while simultaneously human shielding for the Bidens. Here's Matt Gaetz talking to him about optics. This is a fabulous clip here, clip 39.
I guess I'm just wondering, Mr. Attorney General, has anyone at the department told President Biden to knock it off with Hunter? I mean, you guys are charging Hunter Biden on some crimes, investigating him on others. You've got the president bringing Hunter Biden around to state dinners. Has anyone told him to knock it off?
Our job in the Justice Department is to pursue our cases without reference to what's happening in the outside world.
Just yes or no. Have you done that?
That is what we do.
So it's a no?
No one that I know of has spoken to the White House about the Hunter Biden case.
I'm wondering then. Okay, I got it.
I mean, man.
You are so full of shit.
And the reason Gaetz is asking that, and these are always snarky exchanges, is because, again, back to my earlier point of them not caring. Okay, Hunter Biden is being charged by the Justice Department, okay? Yet the president is out there at every turn, having him at public events, meeting with foreign entities, accompanying him on overseas trips, and yes, selling paintings for $500,000, despite the fact that he has no background as a painter. What is that, beginner's luck? Just came out of the gate and was so good that everybody in the world wanted to buy his paintings? No. They're trying to get access to the president. It was an influence peddling scheme. Here it is, clip 40.
So Hunter Biden is selling art to pay for his $15,000 a month rent in Malibu. How can you guarantee that the people buying that art aren't doing so to gain favor with the president?
The job of the Justice Department is to investigate criminal allegations. You have information.
Are you investigating this? I mean, someone who bought Hunter Biden's art ended up with a prestigious appointment to a federal position. Doesn't it look weird that he's become this immediate success in the art world as his dad is president of the United States? Isn't that odd?
I'm not going to comment about any specific...
Not going to comment, not going to investigate.
Hunter's a dirtbag. But seriously, no, I'm not going to comment. I don't remember if I talked to the FBI. I don't owe you an answer. It's crazy, man. It's in politics traditionally, the government always pretends to care about optics. They always pretend to care what you think. They always pretend to care, that you are a priority, even though we always know they go on TV and say one thing and do the other. Now they're just flat out saying, I'll do what I want. I don't owe you an answer. I don't have to look into. I can lie under oath. It's not a big deal. And that's what they're doing. And again, my frustration, I tell you this all the time, is they can get away with it because of just how much everybody hates each other. So every Democrat is on TV like, why Hunter Biden? He doesn't work for the government. Why are they wasting our time? Exactly because he doesn't work for the government. So why is he getting so much money from foreign entities to influence government policy unless he is working on behalf of someone who does?
Bingo.
Hunter Biden's business partners have testified. Yo, the Bidens were the brand. He was selling access to the vice president of the United States.
Are you the big man, Joe?
Hunter Biden's business partners said he was. Do you understand? That's where we are on this deal. And you've got Merrick Garland being like, I don't even know if we ever talked about Hunter Biden. You said his last name was? That's what they're doing right now. Straight clown stuff going on in Washington. And the reason it's happening again and again and again is we've gotten back to a place now where the government does not fear the people. They don't care. I'm not calling for an uprising. If you listen to my show, you're lazy like me. The only way they're making an uprising is if it's an app. There's nothing like that going on. I'm not that person. That's not who I am. But I'm telling you the way we're doing politics is wrong, okay, when any party thinks this is a good look for them. Okay, if you're a Democrat cheering today because, Merrick Garland's stonewalling the Republicans. He's not stonewalling the Republicans. He's stonewalling you. That's the point. He's stonewalling every single one of us. Because the government doesn't work for us anymore. They just send us orders, take our tax dollars, and farm them out overseas to whatever special interest causes are making them money. Do you and me matter? No way. Not even a little bit, okay? And that's the frustration in this moment. It's that you're like, oh, this is good. Merrick Garland's giving the Republicans the finger. No, he's giving all of us the finger.
And I'm out here in the real world, and I know what's right or wrong or bullshit.
A show that's taking orders from the big man upstairs.
We're on a mission from God.
This is Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon.
My station. We love it. It's number one.
When I listen to you, life feels normal.
Listen live on our smartphone app, Alexa, Google Play, and KRMSradio.com.
If you're young and healthy, term life insurance should be quick and painless. In fact, if you're 40 years old and in great health, $1 million of term insurance could cost less than $30 a month with no exam and could be issued the same day. But if you aren't a perfect specimen, that's where choosing the right insurance agent could save you thousands of dollars on your premium. If you're overweight or have health issues that come with getting older, you need to call Big Lou. Big Lou has the same issues as you and still knows how to get you quick and painless coverage if you have a few extra pounds, have diabetes, or stop breathing a few times per night. In fact, many 40-year-old clients can still get coverage without an exam and up to $1 million of coverage for less than $100 per month. Call Big Lou today to see how quick and painless life insurance can be at 800-379-9528. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-379-9528. That's 800-379-9528 or biglou.com.
Sponsored by Term Provider. Paid for by government.com. Have you heard? Morgan's silver dollars are back for 2023. For the 100th anniversary, the U.S. Mint released the first legal tender Morgans in 100 years. They sold out instantly. Now, Morgan's silver dollars are back in 2023, minted in 99.9% pure silver, but only 275,000 coins were minted, and they will go fast. The entire market and experts agree this is a big deal and an amazing opportunity for both coin and silver buyers. Just call 1-800-888-7630 and you are guaranteed a 2023 brand new uncirculated 99.9% pure silver Morgan dollar. But with limited quantities, you must call now. To learn more, call 1-800-888-7630. Plus, you'll receive a free bonus Patriots pack, new and improved, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-888-7630 now to secure your new 2023 Morgan silver dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-888-7630.
2 times the healthy blood pressure support? That's a number to rave about. Thanks to Superbeats Heart Chew's unique 2X ingredient that helps promote normal blood pressure nearly 2 times more effectively than diet and exercise alone. Superbeats is America's #1 selling beet brand and the only #1 cardiologist, doctor, and pharmacist recommended beet brand for heart health support. A clinical study showed that the key ingredient in Superbeats Heart Chews is nearly 2 times more effective at supporting normal blood pressure than a healthy lifestyle alone. And they're part of a brand with over 60,000 5-star ratings and reviews. So double your potential with a special offer exclusively for radio listeners. Get a free 30-day supply of Superbeats Heart Chews and 15% off your first order at getsuperbeats.com with code RADIO. That's a free 30-day supply and 15% off for radio listeners only at getsuperbeets.com, code RADIO.
The Genuine Country Music Association will host its annual Classic Country Jamboree, October the 8th at the Lodge of the Four Seasons. The event benefits the Lake of the Ozarks Soccer Association, Wonderland Camp, and State Fair Community College. Join Classic Country 104.9 for our live broadcast from noon until 2 p.m. Sponsored by John Farrell Real Estate, BG Tree Service, Top Deck, The Healing Box Project, and Vicki Lloyd Seal the Deal Team Remax Lake of the Ozarks.
Hey, airline travelers, let's say you have a problem and you need to change or cancel an existing airline reservation. What do? Well, Skywatch is a free service that can help anyone with any airline reservation fix it. Whether you want to cancel it, change your dates, or add passengers, we can help fix your airline reservations so you get exactly what you need. We've updated our computer database and now have access to every airline around the globe. So now you can make one phone call regardless of who booked your airline tickets, and we'll change it, cancel it, and fix it for you. We know the insider secrets to fixing reservations that the airlines don't want you to know about. So if you need to cancel, change, or modify an existing airline reservation, call Skywatch right now. It's a free call, so let us fix it for you. 800-930-9129. 800-930-9129. 800-930-9129. That's 800-930-9129.
Attention all authors. Page Publishing is looking for authors. Have you written a book and want to get it published? Page Publishing will get your book into bookstores and for sale online at Amazon, Apple iTunes, and other outlets. They handle all aspects of the publishing process for you. Printing, cover art, publicity, copyright, and editing. Call 800-506-3573 now for your free author submission kit. That's 800-506-3573 for your free author submission kit. Again, 800-506-3573.
It is Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon. It's Wednesday. We're in pretty good spirits, doing the damn thing. But if you're watching the testimony of Merrick Garland over right now on the TV,
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore.
It's such a scam. And I think the point I'm trying to make, we're not going to spend the whole show on this today. Come on, man. We got stuff to get to. Okay. But the Merrick Garland, because nothing actually becomes of this. It's a battle for sound bites over in Washington, D.C. Everybody's trying to get their choice cut onto TV.
This is politics as usual.
It really is now. I said this yesterday. You're going to hear this a lot going forward. We're in a really dumb spot as a country because everyone's just trying to be an influencer now. It's all about clicks. We're in a world governed by clicks. It's a race to the top of Mount Clickmore. And we're no longer prioritizing what's right or what's good or what's just. We're just going after those clicks, baby. Because if it don't make dollars, it don't make sense. So I'm kind of weirdly old school in that, you know, we're not over here trying to be provocateurs or shock jocks or anything crazy. We're just trying to give you measured takes on the world that you don't necessarily need to agree with. But understand that that doesn't make you a threat to me. It doesn't make you my enemy. It makes you my teammate. Okay, we all live in the same country. As the country goes, we go. Everyone has really lost sight of that in our politics. So basically, if you throw on MSNBC tonight, they're going to play every single clip of a Democrat saying, Jim Jordan, Donald Trump, January 6th, how dare you? Okay, and obviously on this side, we're going to be playing the clips that are substantive. Okay, Garland's caught in lies. They slow-rolled an investigation. The business partners testified that Biden was getting a kickback. And then we'll be told there was no evidence, and look at Fox, and it's all a big, giant conspiracy theory. And that's why we're in such a stupid place, is because politics has become, it was always a team sport, but it's become like beyond the Yankee-Red Sox rivalry now, okay? Beyond anything you can, Ohio State, Michigan, please. Like, our politics have entered, like, third world soccer rivalry territory where they're like ready to kill each other and the stadium's collapsing and nobody even realizes because we're so busy stampeding one another. I'm telling you, it's a bad way to be. But we'll straighten it out next. Don't go anywhere. Come on, man.
Gets me through my workday.
I always have my radio on at work.
Everyone's listening.
KRMS 1150, 97.5 and 103.3.
Now's a great time to take the next step in your career. Welcome to LakeJob.com. LakeJob.com is your one-stop shop for finding job openings in long-term rental housing in the Lake area. The best part is it's completely free. These sponsors make LakeJob possible. JDEGC, Jeremy Borgeson Electrical and General Contracting, First State Bank Mortgage Team Lassen, All Phase Heating and Cooling, Keys to the Lake, and Ellerman Roofing, a division of Kimes Corp. LakeJob.com is a service of News Talk KRMS, 93.5 Rocks, Classic Country 104.9 and 98.7 The Cove.
Get ready to save with Spectrum One. You get Spectrum Internet delivering fast and reliable speeds for $49.99 a month. Free advanced Wi-Fi for enhanced privacy and security. And a free Spectrum mobile line with unlimited talk, text, and data, plus nationwide 5G. Go to spectrum.com/save more and use the Spectrum One savings calculator to see how much you can save today. Offer subject to change. Valid for qualified residential customers only. Service not available in all areas. Restrictions apply.
If you or someone you love suffers from drug addiction, now is the time to utilize your private health insurance PPO plan. If eligible, receive up to $30,000 or more in substance abuse benefits with low or no out-of-pocket cost. We are the National Treatment Network, the premier drug and alcohol treatment referral service operating 24/7. We help connect you with facilities nationwide that accepts PPO private health insurance for substance abuse. If you have PPO substance abuse coverage and you need immediate admittance to a medical detox or residential rehab treatment center, call us now. Call our live referral helpline today. The call is free. This program is not available to Medicare or Medicaid customers.
Call 800-296-1253. 800-296-1253. 800-296-1253. That's 800-296-1253.
I am a non-attorney spokesperson representing a team of lawyers who help people that have been injured or wronged. If you've been involved in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or injured at work, you have rights, and you may be entitled to money for your suffering. Don't accept an offer you get from an insurance company until you talk to a lawyer. And we represent some of the best personal injury lawyers you can find. Tough lawyers that will fight to win your case. And they're so good they stake their reputation on it by only getting paid if you win. So if you've been in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or hurt on the job, find out today for free what kind of compensation you may be entitled to. Call the legal helpline right now.
800-507-3114. 800-507-3114. 800-507-3114. That's 800-507-3114.
Do you have a car sitting around you want to get rid of? Then here's a great idea. Donate your car and help veterans and their families. Yes, one fast call to the Veteran Car Donation Program and we'll come and remove your car for free. Fast, free towing, and 24-hour response. You can donate most cars, trucks, or SUVs in most conditions. The proceeds raised goes to help active military, veterans, and their families, and you get a tax deduction. All you need to do is make this free call. Get rid of that old car and help the vets. We make it easy. Make this free call now and book your fast and easy pickup. Call the Veteran Donation Program now. Donate your car and help veterans and their families. Operators are standing by. Here's the number.
800-540-8816. 800-540-8816. 800-540-8816. That's 800-540-8816.
Have you written a book and want to get it published? Then call Page Publishing at 800-506-3573. Immediately. That's 800-506-3573. Page Publishing is looking for authors of all types of books. And unlike most publishers, Page Publishing will take the time to review each and every book submitted to them and give you their feedback. If they like what they read, they'll get your book into bookstores and for sale online at Amazon, the Apple iTunes Store, Barnes & Noble, and other outlets. They handle everything: editing, cover design, copyright protection, printing, publicity, and distribution. So if you've written a novel, children's book, cookbook, inspirational work, poetry, or a biography and want to get it published, then you need to call Page Publishing and do it immediately. Call 800-506-3573 now for your free author submission kit. Again, for your free author submission kit, call 800-506-3573. That's 800-506-3573. Your road to fame and fortune could very well start with this simple phone call. Call Page Publishing at 800-506-3573 for your free author submission kit.
It is Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon, reachable to you, the listener, at 888-788-9910. If you want to be a part of the show. Kevin does. He's in Hampton Roads, Virginia. Kevin!
Hey, good afternoon, Jimmy.
Yeah.
This next election, I've been thinking about what you've been saying. I've been thinking about what's going on. It's an easy one.
Mm-hmm.
In the past, we've had to decide, subtle nuances between the parties, but this time, huge differences. It's about freedom, the freedom to go where you want to go, to eat what you want to eat, and to say what you want to say. Yeah. I mean, if you like cheeseburgers, if you like filet mignon, if you like ice cream, you like pizza, you best be voting Republican because they want to take that stuff away from us. They want us eating insects.
Yeah. I got to tell you, man, and it's funny because everyone telling you to eat bugs ain't eating them. You know what I'm saying? They're
Right.
it's like everybody else. They're like, don't drive a gas car. They all drive them. Don't you got to fly commercial. They all fly private. It's all ridiculous. None of them can control the weather. We're going to get into the climate in the next hour too, because the UN is asking for $100 billion to control the weather. We're essentially going to we have a weather vaccine coming. It's going to stop the weather the way it stopped COVID.
Well, at the heart of this is climate change. See, they want to take electric vehicles are going to slow down the economy to a standstill.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's going to, as you were talking the other day, it takes you 9 hours to drive to Ohio to visit your wife's family, but with an electric vehicle, it's going to take you 3 days.
Yeah.
But why are they doing all this? Because if they slow the economy down, they take away all the stuff we like and want. Lower carbon footprint.
Yep.
That's their whole freaking goal.
Oh, make no mistake about it. What the world is doing right now is they're going to try to declare a climate emergency and use that as a justification to take away your freedoms based on no data that they can share. It's the same thing they did with the vaccine. That is the playbook. That's what they're doing over at the UN right now. And Zelensky just yelled at the UN asking for climate change money. I mean, the nerve of these people, because there's no support for it. They don't put this stuff on the ballot. You know what I'm saying? It's bureaucrats making these moves. And I think your initial comment about it being a choice between, whether or not you want freedom, it's not an oversimplification, because that's what we're dealing with. One party really does support taking away your freedoms if it means implementing their agenda, which is crazy. Last question, Kevin, before I let you go. You are in Virginia. Shouldn't you be watching a delicate stream porn online right now?
Oh, gosh, you should see my stack of mail right now. And you know what? They start early voting in like 2 days. And the election's not even like a month and a half away.
Wow. I mean, yeah, I don't know that this is what we meant when we said boost the poll numbers, but away we went. Kevin, great call, man. Let's do it again, okay?
Thanks, Jimmy.
My man. There he goes. Kevin's telling you the truth, man. Like, you're really looking at it's a super simple choice. One party is actively telling you that your freedoms don't matter. Okay, you can't drive that. Wait, what stove are you cooking on? You can't cook on that. No, stop it. What kind of water heater are you using in the house? Wait, excuse me, is that a plastic straw? You can't use that. Let me explain this to you again. Okay, some of you have probably heard me say this in my stand-up act. From time to time, I will make a substantive point. Very rare, very rare. Don't show up for that, because it ain't coming your way, okay? My party, again, on stage is not the Republican Party or the Democratic Party. It is the Keg Party. But when it comes to the United States Constitution, it was not drawn up, okay, to pit government, Republicans against Democrats. It was put together to pit the people against their government, meaning we're not supposed to be fighting over who controls the government. We, as citizens, are supposed to be fighting to make sure the government doesn't control us. Okay, and to be clear, the government controls us. The footprint of the government is so massive in your lives now. The bureaucratic boot on business and regulation and education, they control everything except the southern border of the country right now. I mean, think about that. Letting everybody into the country. Even at times when they were telling you, hey, can't go to work today, COVID, bad. Got to get a test, got to get a vaccine, you want to leave the house. Are you flying? Mask and a vaccine, or don't let me see you traveling without a mask or a vaccine. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, they let 7 million people cross the border illegally. Do they have any of these vaccine or mask requirements?
The answer would be no.
Do you remember when Jen Psaki, with a straight face, said, well, we don't have a vaccine requirement for them because they don't plan on staying long. Straight clowning. Wait, what? They walked 1,000 miles for a day trip? Like, we were going to go whale watching, but, the whales called in sick. They were worried about COVID, so we walked 1,000 miles to America for the day. They let us in the face of a pandemic because they knew we weren't going to stay long. Sometimes you just walked 1,000 miles. You get the Fitbit for Christmas. You're like, I don't know, you want to pack up all our belongings and the kids and walk 1,000 miles, climb a few barbed wire fences? It's CrossFit, honey. Come on, make some sandwiches. Okay, that's not going on, but that's who's running your life now in the Democratic Party. No respect for your intelligence at all. Okay, and they're taking away your freedoms while simultaneously handing them out to other people. It's crazy. But that is what's happening, okay? To implement their agenda, what did this federal government have to do? They had to start telling states you need to ban certain types of vehicles. They had to tell auto manufacturers you have to start producing more of these, okay? Using less of those. And along the way, as you understand, everything they're doing on behalf of the climate is making the world filthier, okay? Fossil fuels power electric cars. They don't run on the sun. And that's a good thing, okay? Annie is a fabulous singer, not a great weather lady, because the sun will not always come out tomorrow, okay? They don't run on the wind, okay? Which is good because we're killing enough whales as it is with all these windmills out in the ocean, okay? Electric cars run on fossil fuels, and we're gutting the earth to get the minerals to make the batteries. And oh, by the way, we're using slave labor to do it. So everybody who lectures you about oppression and, America was founded at a time of slavery, all the people telling you that are employing slavery right now to implement their green energy agenda. Think about that.
Democrats are so full of crap.
Every single day, a Democrat gets on TV and says he can't get a fair shake because we were founded at a time of institutionalized slavery, but vote for our green energy agenda because those slaves we're deploying to make batteries are going to save us all. It's crazy. Okay, but they don't care. That's the point. They don't care about your freedoms. They will take them away from you. I'm going to play you a clip in the next break, something every Democrat supports, which is censorship. Okay, what did we uncover at the last hearings on the Hill? That the government was not only pressuring big tech companies to censor speech they didn't like, okay, they were flat out doing it for them. Here's the post we don't like, take it down. And understand, again and again and again, the posts that were getting taken down, they were true. Okay, when people said, if you get vaccinated, you're still going to get COVID, they were like, take it down, misinformation, people are going to die. But everyone who got vaccinated also got COVID. So the conspiracy theorists were right. But what did they favor? They favored censoring them anyway because it ran counter to their agenda. Okay, again, the climate agenda is making the world filthier. It's deploying fossil fuels, number one. Here in America, because we're cutting down domestic energy production, not only are we empowering despots around the world, but at the same time, we're now importing fuel from countries that burn it filthier. Do you dig? So instead of just making it clean here and using it, we're producing less of it here, which hurts our economy. And then we're buying it off of places that produce it filthier. And then we're using additional, fuel just to get it back into the country.
That's stupid. Use your common sense.
Okay, that's reality. Okay, that's where you find ourselves. The government, specifically the government on the left, doesn't care. Okay, they don't care. They took climate change, something nobody was in favor of. I don't mean people don't support it on some level. There's a lot of people donating to climate change.
Pay up, suckers.
But understand, the biggest climate bill in the history of this country was called the Inflation Reduction Act.
What a fraud.
And why did they call it the Inflation Reduction Act? Because they couldn't get the bill passed as a climate change act. Hey, I know inflation's sky high. Goods are outpacing wages. Okay, gas is so expensive you got to turn tricks behind the gas station just to afford a full tank.
I love it when you talk dirty.
Okay, but understand, climate change. Nobody was lining up. No one was prioritizing climate change. So they did it for you. They gave you a bill called inflation reduction because we all wanted to reduce inflation. And then they went out and spent all of that money on climate change.
That's just how white folks will do you.
I bring it up because the Fox News Power Rankings are out right now, and I wanted to talk about this because I find this so fascinating in terms of just how out of touch the people in Washington are, or maybe just indifferent to the needs of everyday Americans. So the Power Rankings are always top-lining the fact that certain Republicans moved up a few points this week, certain Republicans moved down. Those are usually the top-line thoughts, and they do it in the Democratic Party, too, if there's a primary going on. Okay, but the top-line thought today is they were breaking down the differences between populist candidates, traditional conservatives. They then got into how primary voters feel about issues such as foreign policy, spending, and the role of government and trust in our institutions. Now, understand, these are Republican primary voters, so they are going to have a different set of priorities than the Democrats, but I just want to talk to you about what these priorities are because they're very illustrative of the divide between the people and the politicians. 70% of potential Republican primary voters say we should pay less attention to our problems overseas and concentrate on problems here at home. 70% of Republican voters. Hey, less of the overseas stuff. We got a lot of problems here at home. That's how Republicans feel. Do you know what most Republicans in Washington are doing right now? They're sending all the money in the world to Ukraine because big war, okay, is uniparty. Doesn't matter if you're Republican or Democrat. They love big wars. A lot of money to be made, okay? They love it. And their kids ain't going over the fight. We're all in. Let's go. There's a big lobby behind that. A lot of fancy lunches to be had, maybe even a couple of preferential stock tips on whatever the hell technology Raytheon's putting out next. Let's go. And then when we ask, all right, we're sending all this money for Ukraine, can we get a definition on what would constitute victory?
The answer would be no.
No. They go, what are you, working for Putin? Who the hell are you? You want an answer, victory, definition. You know what the definition is? How about you don't work for the Kremlin, you dirtbag? That's what they do to you. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, what is Zelensky doing? Firing most of his war ministry this week because of the corruption that was found. Think about that, okay? Of course there's corruption. Anytime you're sending that amount of money, okay, that amount of money, and it's unaudited, okay, people are going to start redirecting the money. Come on, man.
Are you stupid or something?
No, they know what's going on. They're just playing stupid. Let me give you another one, okay? On the spending and the role of government, 59% of potential Republican primary voters say it's more important to keep Social Security and Medicare benefits as they are than reducing the budget deficit. Okay? Fair. Okay? And to be clear, people paid for benefits, they do deserve to get them. Okay? The Republican Party doesn't really support spending when they get into power. They support spending cuts when they're in the opposition. Okay, that's how politics work. When the two parties trade power, they trade playbooks. That's what it is. The Democrats are in power. The Republicans are like, how dare you spend all this money? Then the Republicans get into the Oval Office and they get control of the Senate and forget, the minute they get their hands on that checkbook, they're moving on now. Spend it all. It's great. Okay, but stick with me. On trusted institutions, 86% of Republicans say they do not trust Washington. 60% of Republicans lack confidence in the FBI. Okay, so give them credit. The Republicans are at least pursuing that on the Hill today in cross-examining Merrick Garland. 78% of primary voters say Trump's actions over the 2020 elections were a legitimate effort to make sure votes were tallied accurately. Now, listen, man, that's the key caveat right there, because if you think he's going to lose his hold on the party because of what he did in the aftermath of the election, wrong. And that's the problem we have in our politics right now. People trust Trump more than they trust the institutions trying to bring him down because we've seen those institutions weaponized against us. We've seen high-ranking government officials get on TV every day with a straight face and say there was definitive proof of Russian collusion. We've seen guys get on TV, 51 former intelligence officials, and tell us Hunter Biden's laptop was fake disinformation, okay? These things turned out to be monumental lies that were designed to manipulate public perception, ergo people don't trust the government. Okay? So you understand, things can go on between now and primary day, and the Iowa caucus is beginning in January. There's another debate next week. But understand that in terms of the people, when it has to choose between Trump or the government, they're going to choose Trump every time because the government's corrupt to the moon and back. Okay, the government is openly out there every day right now. This government putting you, I would like to say they're putting you second. I don't know that they're putting you second, okay? Because their number one and two priorities seem to be letting anyone who wants to cross the border, whether they're on the terror watch list, whether they're a human trafficker, whether they're bringing coyote into the country. 7 million people have gotten into this country under Joe Biden.
You have no idea how to defend a nation.
7 million people, front door of the house. And they get on TV with a straight face and like, no, it's the border's secure. Don't worry about it. It's secure. It's closed. Border's closed. Don't worry about it. Don't you hate when you go to the store and they close at 8? So they're like, the store's closed, so we can only let 7 million of you in. Because it's closed. We can only have 7 million come in. That's what they're telling you with a straight face right now. That's a government that's completely indifferent to your priorities. Okay, how much money, again, are they sending to Ukraine? Again, not a priority for America. What is the deliverable for the American people? They keep giving you this absurdity that, if we don't stop Putin in Ukraine, he's going to march right through Europe. No, he's not. He can't do that. He doesn't have the capacity to get through Ukraine. How is he taking on the rest of NATO? Okay, there's no world where we can do none at all. Okay, if they were so serious about the dire threat posed, we'd be trying to end this war. Okay, we're not trying to end this war because it pays well. And that's the racket going on in Washington right now. It's never about you or your priorities. It's about them and the pet causes. And they don't care how much of your freedoms have to be curtailed in order for them to get their way. Oh, your kid wants to go to school? Sorry. Kid doesn't want to get a vaccine we don't have long-term data on? Whoops, can't help you there. I can't do it. Oh, you want to go to church? No, that's closed. Speech rights, gun rights? No, stop it. We got to roll them back. No good. What do you want to drive? Shut up. And the one thing every one of these special interests have in common, and every one of these freedoms that you're being denied has in common, is that there's a lot of lobbyist muscle behind every one of these initiatives for the Democrats enforcing them.
Money, 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 money.
The show that's crashing the establishment party.
I don't recall seeing your name on the guest list.
Nothing to be embarrassed about. I sometimes go by my maiden name.
You're listening to Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon.
More connected than ever before.
Couldn't live without it.
Everyone's listening.
KRMS 1150, 97.5 and 103.3.
A healthy weight, more energy, and smooth, regular bowel movements. 3 things everyone strives for.
It's me, Chuck Norris. There's one really important thing we don't talk about enough: our health. Achy joints, digestive issues, weight gain, and fatigue. We're told these are normal signs of aging. So working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick.
Morning Kick is a revolutionary formula combining 10 different supplements in one. Probiotics that help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and several of the most powerful anti-aging supplements on earth. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, focused, and help manage stress.
Anybody can achieve great health regardless of their age.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com. Use code PUNCH or text PUNCH to 511-511 and claim 40% off today.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee.
Text PUNCH to 511-511. Morning Kick.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles, with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost, month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost.
Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-251-8381. That's 800-251-8381. What do you have to lose? Call 800-251-8381. That's 800.
Here's Mark Alford, U.S. Representative from Missouri's 4th District, speaking on the floor of Congress in favor of AM radio.
I love AM radio. You see, AM radio is an essential platform for listeners who rely on crucial updates on weather patterns, market shifts, agricultural news. It's also a vital platform for emergency information. Stations like KRMS, AM radio is there for a reason. It's there to operate in the public interest, and that's exactly what it does. And I want my AM radio.
The community calendar is sponsored by Mills & Sons Insurance, on your side because life happens.
The Osage Beach Senior Center offers many activities such as duplicate bridge, computer help with Kathy, wood carving, piano with Joan, Z, and much more. That's today's community calendar.
Sometimes life is wonderful, and sometimes it's not. Cherish the good, but always be prepared for life's challenges. At Private Healthcare, we provide the peace of mind you deserve. With Private Healthcare, you'll get the coverage you want and healthcare you need. If your employer doesn't supply healthcare coverage and you don't qualify for Medicare or Medicaid, you need to give us a call right now. Private Healthcare is private health insurance for ages 65 and under with medical, dental, vision, and even prescription coverage. When life comes at you unexpectedly, you need to be ready. And health insurance is your financial safety net. If you're looking for health coverage at the best price and your annual household income is $35,000 or more, give us a call at 800-912-9624. That's 800-912-9624. 800-912-9624.
Across America with Jimmy Fallon, heading up Route 95 to Hartford, Connecticut. We're actually going to get on to 91 to make this work. Vinny is in Hartford. Yo, Vinny.
How you doing? How you doing, Jimmy?
I just gave everybody directions to your house. Don't piss off the audience.
Well, I'm pretty much off 84. It's not too tough to get there from there.
All right, we'll figure this out.
But I gotta, like, you know how they're talking the climate change problems? Let's say climate change is caused a little bit by us.
Mm-hmm.
You know, depending on which way you see it.
Sure.
You know what solves problems? Innovation solves problems. You know what destroys innovation? Government destroys innovation. It's that simple.
Great point. And
if you have too much government, all it's going to do is it's just not going to let people do what they need to do to solve issues. It's that simple.
Yeah, the free market sorts this stuff out. You know, necessity is the mother of invention. And if somebody, you know, builds a better version of something, and that's why we've lowered emissions, by the way. It's because of efficiencies. It's because of our own evolution. It isn't because of government pressure. But you get it. I mean, Vinny, we got to run you for office. Could you pass the background check?
I'm pretty sure I could, Jim.
Right, as long as they don't know you called into this show, you should be fine. But seriously, keen insights, we appreciate them. We're at the bottom of the hour. But Vinny is spot on when he says government's the problem. All right, my fellow Fox Across Americans, once again, you know the deal because I bring it up every day on the show. The U.S. government keeps on bailing out failing banks that made bad investments and had poor management. Yeah, it's your tax dollars, but you know what? They never spend it on you. Nobody's bailing out you. Nobody's bailing out me if we make some bad investments, so do not make them. Buy gold from one of the top precious metals companies in the country, Universal Coin and Bullion. Their president, Dr. Mike Fulgens, the only professional in the precious metals industry recognized as America's gold expert. Like if there was a Mount Rushmore of gold, his face would be on it maybe 2 or 3 times. He's that good. He's a sound money advocate. He knows genuine gold. So call Universal Coin and Bullion now at 800-UCB-GOLD. You'll get Mike's national award-winning gold buying guide for free. That is 800-UCB-GOLD. Okay? Find out how you can invest with the gold expert, 800-UCB-GOLD. That is 800-822-4653, and tell him Jimmy sent you. Individuals also may vary because the professional will make an investment decision.
Now, from the historical audio archives of Fox News Talk.
He was a boy from Oklahoma who captured the hearts of Yankee fans the world over from 1951 to 1968 and helped win 7 World Series titles. On March 1st, 1969, Mickey Mantle announced his retirement from baseball.
To think that the Yankees are retiring my number 7 with numbers 3, 4, and 5 tops off everything that I could ever wish for. I've often wondered how a man who knew he was going to die could stand here and say that he was the luckiest man in the world. But now I think I know how Lou Gehrig felt. It's been a great honor. I'll never forget it. God bless you all, and thank you very much.
Stay tuned to hear more history as it unfolds before your ears. It's the audio archives of Fox News Talk.
Since 1951, News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Steve Kathan. With thousands of auto workers on strike, the automaker Stellantis announces 68 temporary layoffs and warns of 300 additional furloughs. This UAW member on the picket line outside a Stellantis Jeep plant in Toledo.
Making sure all the wages are fair, cost of living is fair, and the temporary part-time employees are treated at the same level as everybody else.
And in Hollywood, the Union for Writers sits down with studios to negotiate 4.5 months into that that strike. Entertainment writer Meg James of the LA Times.
Everyone is just exhausted. People have been tired of being out of work for 5 months. You know, people's tensions are high. People are worried that they're not going to be able to afford their homes, their kids' school payments. And so people really want this to be over.
Attorney General Garland on Capitol Hill defending actions in the Hunter Biden investigation amid GOP critics.
We apply the same laws to everyone. There is not one set of laws for the powerful and another for the powerless, one for the rich and another for the poor, one for Democrats and another for Republicans.
President Biden meeting today with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu.
At the start of the meeting, President Biden said the two would be tackling some of the tough issues.
Upholding democratic values that lie at the heart of our partnership, including checks and balances in our systems.
Perhaps a reference to Israel's controversial judicial overhaul, which has sparked protests over that very issue. The prime minister sought to assuage concerns.
One thing will never change, and that is Israel's commitment to democracy.
The two also said the U.S.-Israel relationship remains strong, essential, and ironclad. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
It's been 12 years since the repeal of the Don't Ask, Don't Tell policy, and CBS's Cammie McCormick says there's new outreach.
Many veterans say they have been wrongly denied benefits over the years. Deputy Secretary of Defense Kathleen Hicks.
We are announcing that DoD will, for the first time, begin proactively reviewing the military records of veterans discharged because of their sexual orientation.
Online resources will also be made available.
This new initiative will help DoD better address the injustice of the Don't Ask, Don't Tell policy.
Hicks says more than 4 out of 5 veterans who were discharged and applied for upgrades or records corrections have been successful.
Kraft Heinz is recalling more than 83,000 cases of individually wrapped Kraft Singles American processed cheese slices because part of the wrapper could stick to the slice and become a choking hazard. Checking Wall Street right now, the Dow is up 200 points. This is CBS News.
You need to hire fast and hire right? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates efficiently. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Lake News now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News, our top local stories. What was initially reported as a residential fire Monday night in the Kaiser area is quickly determined to have been a commercial structure fire. Osage Beach Fire Chief Paul Berardi says updated information while en route reported that the building was over 5,000 square feet in size with a wall actively burning. Crews arrived on the scene within 6 minutes and were able to get water flowing and the fire contained to the area of origin and knocked down quickly. Mutual aid companies also summoned were allowed to cancel before arriving. No injuries are reported and the cause of the blaze is under investigation. Don't look now, but history and tradition return again to the lake area in about a week and a half with the 37th annual Eldon Turkey Festival.
It's one of my goals, and I think our board's goals, is to make this an iconic event. I mean, we've been here for 37 years, and, we just want to make it bigger and stronger and have more people come and enjoy it.
Eldon Chamber Executive Director Matt Kostelnick says the all-day event is set for next Saturday, September 30th downtown, highlighted by some crowd-favorite activities and grub.
We have a parade that will start at 10, and turkey legs will be at the Eldon Chamber booth. We'll sell those and turkey tenders from 9 to 4.
Also part of the Turkey Fest will be a carnival. Young Eagle flights at the airport and the MU Flight for Life helicopter will be on display for all to see. Several lake area fire districts plus the Lake West EMS will converge this week to take part in some of that training they hope they will not have to put to use anytime soon, but more than likely is inevitable to happen. Sunrise Beach Chief Joe LaPlante says the annual hazardous materials and mass casualty drill allows participating districts to meet required training and, more importantly, be prepared for long-term cooperation in the event of larger real-life incidents. Fire districts participating in the drill include Sunrise Beach, Mid-County, Gravois, and Lake Ozark. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
The news is sponsored by Jennings Insurance Group. Visit JenningsInsuranceGroup.com.
Medicare health insurance plans are making some changes this year in Central Missouri. In some cases, significant changes. Jennings Insurance Group has helped thousands of your lake area neighbors understand their coverage choices over the past 13 years. If you want an experienced agent to help you, call us today. We have several trained, licensed agents ready to serve you. Jennings Insurance Group. We want you to have the best possible coverage and the knowledge to use it. Call or stop by today, 573-693-9443.
I'm meteorologist Michael Carroll with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. For this afternoon, mostly cloudy along with scattered showers and storms, high temperatures approaching 70. Then for tonight, still that chance for showers and storms, a low of 61. Chance for more scattered shower and storm activity on Thursday, low 80s. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 78, and the temperature at the studios, currently 65 degrees.
Live from everywhere USA, it's Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon.
Oh, yes, it sure is. And your radio buddy Jimmy Fallon is not over at the UN asking for $100 billion in climate money. No, that's the people over at the UN, including the president of Ukraine, who says we're not spending enough on the climate.
Get him out of here. Get him out.
We're going to talk about it with Daniel Turner, founder, executive director of Power the Future, who is an energy expert, comes by to weigh in on the climate grift from time to time. Of course, if you have factual evidence to refute anything he says or I say, call in, man. This is a talk show. We're not activists. We don't care. We just want to hear from every side. We're trying to help the country. I'm still new to this. I still care. Okay, wait, 3 or 4 years from now, I'm going to be a monster. Like 3 different pill addictions on my 3rd wife named Jenny. Like, I'm going to be a mess. I'm not going to say whatever the hell you need me to say. Let's just keep that money flowing so they can subsidize my bad lifestyle. But right now, I care. I bring on my family. I try to help out. I try to give everybody a voice.
That's stupid. Use your common sense.
And that's a thankless errand from time to time, but it is not stupid. Okay, this is... I had a long conversation with myself when Fox was crazy enough to give me a nationally syndicated talk show. And I said, like, what do you want to do with the show? Like, how do you want to impact people's lives? And I said, you know what? I want to use the show for good.
This is the biggest schmuck I've ever met.
Oh, I'm a total idiot. I should just be out here screaming for one side. Partisan shill, who cares? My party can do no wrong. Your party's the devil. And there's a lot of people making a lot of money doing that. But you know what they're also doing in the process? They're really screwing up the country.
He knows what he's talking about.
So if you want to call in and rough me up, tell me I'm wrong, I'll take the beating, admit I'm wrong if you got me. That's how I roll. 888-788-9910. 888-788-9910. So the conversation in this hour, we're going to head over to the UN. Why? Because they're in town right now. And, the UN General Assembly's happening. Okay, Biden gave his big speech yesterday in the morning.
I don't remember that ever happening.
But it did. Okay, Zelensky got up there and had a little something to say today. And basically what happens is, the General Assembly they've all gotten together beforehand, agreed on the agenda they're going to scare the taxpayers into spending money on, okay? And then when the speeches are done and the fire and brimstone is done, they pass around the collection plate to the taxpayers.
Please give us money.
And then when that's over, okay, and the local news networks go to bed, they all head back to the embassy to screw hookers.
Hubba, hubba.
I wish I was kidding. 2 things you need to know, okay? I am a former New York City cab driver. The most lucrative week in cab driving is the UN General Assembly because you are driving women of the night who are generally working during the day as well during this particular week around the city under great duress because of all the street closures. There are 2 types of cab drivers in New York City. Okay, guys that refuse to work General Assembly Week because it is the worst week of traffic in the history of motorized vehicles, and it is. And then there are the people, okay, that want to work because they know how many illicit substances are being dropped off at all the embassies around town. I'm telling you because I lived this reality for several years in a taxi, okay? But there's no bigger hustle. Forget about drugs or hookers or parking passes because all of that stuff's going on, street closures and everything in between. There is no bigger hustle going on during UN week than the climate grift.
That is correct.
And I bring this up because on September the 6th, if you follow me on Twitter, @JimmyFallon, on September the 6th, I tweeted, I said, by the way, if you guys think we're giving Zelensky a lot of money now, wait till he shows up and start pretending to to care about climate change.
I'm telling you, that boy's a genius.
I said it, September 6th. What did he do today? He showed up and complained and said he was all nervous about climate change. This is crazy. It's not enough that we've given him over $100 billion for a war and haven't gotten a definition of what would constitute victory.
I think he's got a point.
That's the point. We don't have a definition. No, just keep sending. Venmo more money. And again, it doesn't mean I'm a Putin operative. Doesn't mean I want him to roll through Europe. That's what they always say. Well, you got to send the money because if Putin goes through, Ukraine, he's going to go through the rest of Europe. No, he's not. They don't have the capacity to do that. And they reference, well, Hitler, he was rolling through. Yeah, he had a different military capacity than Putin. Putin is a gas station with nukes. Okay, they're not particularly effective in their army in terms of this ground war. Okay, yes, we've seen a gargantuan amount of bloodshed. It's criminal because the people championing it don't have kids fighting in it, but they're making all kinds of money and pushing the big war agenda along the way. But it's bad enough we're doing that with no definition of what would constitute victory. But now Zelensky has gotten in on the climate grift, okay? During a speech before the General Assembly, okay, this is yesterday, talks about Russia's invasion of the country, said they had to be pushed back so the world can turn to solving pressuring global challenges, one of which is, of course, the climate and everything in between. Now, understand why he's saying that. Because in order to get money from the globalists, he has to push the globalist agenda.
Correcto mundo.
Okay, they want to control where you go, how you drive, how you fly, what you eat. Can't have this meat, it's too much emissions. Can anyone give you a measure of how switching from cows to bugs would actually stop storms and climate change?
The answer would be no.
No, they just get out there and push it because they themselves have no intention of following it.
He's a lousy dad, but he's right.
Okay, no one could tell you how shutting down schools and forcing every kid to wear a mask and get a vaccine would stop the spread of COVID. Thankfully, by the grace of God, they weren't getting it anyway. Thank God. Okay, but no one could give you the statistic. They could just yell and scream at you to comply. That's what the climate is. It's a manufactured consensus. If you're a scientist, you want to get your piece published. We did this great segment last week about how the climate scientist admitted to lying about his findings because he knew the piece wouldn't get published if he didn't actually go out there and blame everything on climate change. Okay, but let's talk about this because it's bananas. Okay, here is Zelensky saying humanity is failing on climate policy. He's failing on climate policy. And what is he really saying?
Please give us money.
All right, so if you don't want to give me the money for the war, hey, give me the climate money. Don't worry about what we spend it on. Here it is, clip 4.
Humanity is failing on its climate policy objectives. This means that extreme weather will still impact the normal global life, and some evil state will also weaponize its outcomes. And when people in the streets of New York and other cities of the world went out on climate protest, we all have seen them. And when people in Morocco and Libya and other countries die as a result of natural disasters, and when islands and countries disappear underwater, and when tornadoes and deserts are spreading into new territories, and when all of this is happening, one unnatural disaster in Moscow decided to launch a big war and kill tens of thousands of people.
You are a sad, strange little man.
So some evil state is going to weaponize the outcomes of climate change.
You must be crazy. When are you going to stop believing in something that isn't true?
How, guys, here it is, man. How do you weaponize the outcomes of climate change? He tells you with a straight face, okay, that islands and countries are going to disappear underwater, natural disasters, tornadoes, deserts spreading into new territories. How is somebody going to weaponize that? You're telling me, okay, that somebody can control the weather. And there's no world. Guys, just you understand, we can't control the weather. No matter how much money we spend, we cannot control the weather. This is a grift. And he's flat out saying climate change. Why? Because he knows they're reticent to spend more money in Ukraine. When you're firing your war ministry because of what's going on in Ukraine and the corruption there's going to be some pushback. Do you want to know why he's preaching climate change? Byron Donalds. You ready for this Byron Donalds clip? He comes on the show all the time. Here it is, clip 11.
First thing I'll tell you is there's no money in the house right now for Ukraine. There's just not. It's not there.
You mean there's no support for money?
No. And to be blunt, we're running a $2 trillion deficit. Any money we give to Ukraine, we're borrowing from our future. That's the facts. Those are the truth. You feel how you want to feel about it. I'm here to tell you what's right and what's real. I mean, look, it's not a good time for him to be here, quite frankly. That's just the reality. And the third piece is what's happened with Ukraine is, frankly, the fault of leadership of Joe Biden. Let's be very clear of that. So don't put that on the backs of the American people now. If we had a commander-in-chief who knew how to lead as opposed to take naps, then we would be in a much better situation when it comes to Ukraine and global security, for that matter.
I mean, Byron's not even on the show this week. He could get the game ball for that. Okay, because he's telling you the truth. If you had a better leader, number one, a better leader would be doing what? Not sleeping on the beach with his shirt off for 2 weeks while we Venmo another $5 billion to Ukraine. He'd be finding a way to end the war. Do you understand? Everybody tells us this war is the root of all evil. We got to give them every dollar we have. But if it's so bad, why aren't we trying to end it? We're not trying to end it because they have no interest in ending it. This is helping them implement so much of their agenda, one of which is spending unlimited amounts of money on big war because their kids aren't fighting in it. But the other is, yes, they now have the climate agenda tacked onto this as well. Zelensky realizes you're a country right now running a $2 trillion deficit. We're $33 trillion in debt as a whole. Yes, the people of Ukraine do not deserve to be invaded by Vladimir Putin. No, that doesn't mean that we should be footing the bill for all of that with no defined standard of victory. Okay, it just doesn't. And there's no appetite politically to keep doing it within the Republican Party. So I don't doubt the House is going to stand their ground and stop sending the money over there. Okay, they don't need to send it over there. For their political benefit, they don't need to send it over there. And then you can say, well, you know, what if Putin is invading your country? Ho, 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 ho. Our country is being invaded. It's being invaded by fentanyl. That's led to a record level of fentanyl poisoning deaths. Over 75,000 Americans have died in our country this year as a result of the drugs coming across the southern border. Okay, that's more damage than any military is going to do anytime soon. Okay, by the time any military got here by the other, from the other side of the world, would have wiped out most of what was headed our way. We do have those capabilities, and heaven forbid that military uses the wrong pronouns on the way here. We'll kill everybody. Are you crazy? Oh, my God. We might nuke World War III if they use the wrong pronouns. It's not Lady Liberty, guys. It's them Liberty. If you say lady, we're nukes coming your way. It's the stupidest time there's ever been to be alive, the dumbest time there's ever been to be alive. Okay? Because, again, it's not that we're on Putin's side. It's that we don't feel like there's anyone running this government that's on our side. Zelensky knows that. He can see the slowdown is coming. A year ago, he was on the Oscars. A year ago, every prominent politician in America was flying out to Ukraine to have a 3-martini lunch with the guy. Zelensky was the new Coachella. You had to get a photo op there in order to be somebody in politics. For real. The head of the New York City Teachers Union, Randy Weingarten, that activist dirtbag, okay, flies over to Ukraine to hang out with Zelensky. What does she have to do with the education, in Ukraine have to do with what's going on in New York? Other than that, it was a photo op, and they wanted to signal their support for the guy and for the money we were sending over there. Everybody wanted to be a part of that because it was politically expedient. It's not politically expedient anymore because we're not getting a deliverable for the American people. And every single time somebody goes there and sends another Venmo or takes another photo, it only brings more attention to the indifference being shown to the invasion in our country. Human traffickers and drug coyotes have turned border exploitation into a $2 billion industry, and Americans are being killed. Okay, are you going to tell me there's any world where if this was a military strike from a foreign government that killed 75,000 Americans, we wouldn't have something to say about it? Unless, of course, it's from China, which it is. That's where the fentanyl comes from. So we're not doing anything about it. And it really does create the perception that there's an indifference to what's going on at home, and that's why nobody wants to send any more Venmos overseas.
Welcome to the Biden administration, home to the new slogan, America Last.
The show that connects you to people in high places.
It's like the most important man in the world standing here, and you got a conversation going with each other.
Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon.
Makes me forget about work for a second.
Couldn't live without it.
News Talk KRMS, now heard in high definition on 93.5 HD3.
Exergen thermometers are the smart choice when selecting a thermometer. With children back at school, keeping them healthy is important. Got a fever? Stay home. To detect fever accurately at home, you need a clinically accurate, fast, and non-invasive thermometer. The Exergen thermometer is backed by over 100 clinical studies. Accuracy matters. Be smart and safe. Measure accurately with Exergen thermometers. Available at Walgreens. Learn more at Exergen.com.
These statements and information are for educational purposes only and are not a solicitation for the purchase of any insurance or financial product. All guarantees are based on the claims-paying ability of the insurer. Paid for by Bank on Yourself.
Are you putting your retirement savings in a 401k or IRA? Then I have one word of advice. Stop. You've been lied to by the Wall Street fat cats who get paid whether you win or lose. They say risk your life savings in the stock market, but studies show people who follow that advice will outlive their savings by a staggering 10 years. They say max out your contributions to 401ks, but the man who invented the 401k now says it's a monster that should be destroyed. They say defer paying your taxes to retire in a lower tax bracket, but retirees who fell for that lie are paying higher taxes than ever. Now get a free report exposing the wealth-killing lies you've been told and discover the proven retirement plan alternative Wall Street fat cats hope you never hear about. You can get guaranteed competitive growth every year and tax-free retirement income. Get your free report now at bankonyourself.com/goal. That's bankonyourself.com/goal. bankonyourself.com/goal.
This cardboard order, is it up to date?
Camila's recyclable coffee cup factory can no longer be considered a grande.
Redesign? It's at the printer.
She needs more designers to jump the business to a triple shot.
Client wants to see several more design options. The logo's gotta be bigger.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our hiring platform instantly connects you with quality candidates, and you can schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from the Indeed dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Can your employer fire you for actually taking your agreed-upon sick days? Or insist that you take a cut in pay in order to keep your job? I'm Curtis Howard. Join me every day as we learn the answers to these and other actual court cases on America's Radio Court, Point of Law. You'll be amazed, amused, and sometimes annoyed. Join me here every day and be a part of it. And see if you agree with the judge.
Point of Law is sponsored by the Law Office of Christopher Rohr on Osage Beach Parkway, next to Golden Corral.
Finally, there's an app for your smartphone and computer built just for the Lake of the Ozarks. It's the LOZ app. Find the best in the local service industry for boats, cars, construction, realty, docks, dining, anything. It includes a map that shows where you are in the business you're looking for. The LOZ app features local news and events and your favorite radio and TV stations. You know who they are. Download the LOZ app at the App Store. Just search LOZ app and have everything Lake of the Ozarks in the palm of your hand.
This weekend, it's the Lake of the Ozarks Marine Dealers September Boat Show Clearance. September 22nd through 24th at Captain Ron's at the 34 1/2 mile marker. New clearance price 23s, pre-owned and demos. Cruisers, runabouts, performance boats, tri-tunes, ski boats, personal watercraft, docks, lifts, and all boating accessories. For more information, visit ozarkboatshow.com. $1,000 of free gas given away at the show. The September Boat Show Clearance, September 22nd through the 24th at Captain Ron's.
It is Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon. Daniel Turner joining us in the next break. He is the executive director of Power the Future. And comedian Jamie Lissow is going to come by. He's actually going to tell some jokes and not get picked on. You know, Gutfeld's always just like, so you're a divorce loser. What's that like? I'll actually let the guy talk. How about that? Free Lissow. That's the agenda in the third hour of the show. But right now, their opening act, Mark, is down in Houston, Texas, talking about the Ukraine war. Yo, Mark.
Hey, Jimmy, how's it going?
Not as good for my Yankees as it is for your Astros. I will say that.
Well, you know, fortunes of baseball, you know. Sometimes one team is in ascendance, another time another team.
Yep.
Yankees will get back one of these days.
They better. It's $22 a beer. I mean, if they're not going to win a playoff game, we should at least have topless women serving the beer at these prices. Come on, man. But
well, you know, I agree with you. I mean, you know, might as well at least have, you know, sensible refreshments.
For fair, for sure. So we're talking about victory on the baseball field, but Mikey said you have an angle on the Ukraine war. I'm very eager to hear it.
Right. You asked the question,
Yes.
what does a victory in Ukraine constitute?
Mm-hmm.
And I have an answer.
Give it to me.
The Russian army withdraws from all Ukrainian territory and stops fighting.
That would be ideal. How do we do that?
Well, for one thing, we really have to pour it on as far as providing Ukrainian army and people the weapons and material they need to achieve victory.
Mm-hmm. Now, my concern...
It's my opinion that we've been... I mean, I know people throw out this thing about $100 billion or such.
Yeah.
Modern war tends to be fairly expensive.
Yep.
But we really should have had them with F-16s 6 months, a year ago.
But but I agree. But that they do have to learn how to fly them and all of that stuff too. And
I understand that, which is why we should have started that you know, from
now,
the very moment that the Russians invaded.
Now, are you concerned on any level that would lead to World War III, just given that they're a nuclear superpower?
Well, there's always that concern when you're dealing with the Russians.
Mm-hmm.
My point is that we always have the balance of terror to fall back on. I mean, if you yield to nuclear blackmail, there'll be no end to it.
No, for sure.
You know, if the Russians start rattling the nuclear saber, we just calmly inform them that that's not going to be a good idea, because then the entire world will be destroyed.
Yeah, I know.
And I don't think even Putin wants that.
You know what I think? A lot of people who work in the intel community, and this is, you know, why I'm hesitant when it comes to that issue, is Putin, like a lot of foreign leaders, has seen the Gaddafi video, where Gaddafi's been thrown out of power. He's just in the streets now as a former dictator who is literally impaled and roughed up, you know, horrifically by the locals. And I think Putin is mindful of that type of scenario. And I don't think any leader in his position is just going to be like, okay, I'm just going to go viral on YouTube now and get beat up in a tunnel. I
understand that Putin's looking out for number one.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe as part of the deal is that Putin gets some sort of guarantee that he gets to live, maybe in exile in China or some other place.
All right, fair. I mean, listen, what I applaud here, for real, is that you do, you know, you have a defined goal. And I want to take you and ship you to Washington. And if we could do that, I think the country would be in a better spot, because we just need to know where the goal line is. But you know what? You pointed us in a direction, and I thank you for that, even if I didn't disagree. Daniel Turner joins us next.
I always have my radio on at work.
News, talk, sports, entertainment. Total Radio. News Talk KRMS.
Now's a great time to take the next step in your career. Welcome to LakeJob.com. LakeJob.com is your one-stop shop for finding job openings and long-term rental housing in the Lake area. The best part is it's completely free. These sponsors make LakeJob possible. JDEGC, Jeremy Borgeson Electrical and General Contracting, First State Bank Mortgage, Team Lassen, All-Phase Heating and Cooling, Keys to the Lake, and Ellerman Roofing, a division of Times Corp. LakeJob.com is a service of News Talk KRMS, 93.5 Rocks, Classic Country 104.9 and 98.7 The Cove.
Is your bathroom looking old and worn out? Want to update it, but you don't know where to start? Then let BCI Bath & Shower show you how to turn that old bath into an aisle of beauty and functionality. Our residential bathroom solutions provide the best value on the market, and our customer service is second to none. Our cost-effective BCI bath and shower family of products has what you need.
Remodeling our bathroom was a big decision for us.
They didn't make a mess out of our house at all. And at the end of the day, we had a beautiful new bathroom. And it was a great experience the whole way through.
We have the best monthly payment programs in the industry, with payments as low as $68 per month, or no interest, no payments for 18 months. For a limited time, be one of the first 100 callers who schedule a free in-home consultation and receive $500 off. Call 800-721-9985 for a free, no-obligation price quote. That's 800-721-9985. Factory-trained and certified installers made in the USA, and discounts for seniors and military. BCI Bath and Shower, the leader in affordable bathroom products. That's 800-721-9985.
Here's important new information from the Diabetes Solution Center for you, a family member, or a loved one suffering with diabetes. If you have lost your provider, or if you need a provider for diabetic supplies, you may qualify to receive your diabetic testing supplies now with little or no out-of-pocket cost, regardless of your age. All you need is Medicare or private insurance to be potentially eligible. Call the Diabetes Solution Center right now for details. Just takes a couple of minutes. Our friendly, knowledgeable agents will give you free, no-obligation information, handle all the insurance paperwork, and make sure your supplies are delivered directly to your door for free.
Call U.S. Medical Supply 24 hours a day. 888-303-9136. 888-303-9136. 888-303-9136. Call right now. 888-303-9136.
Greece is cheap.
But the airfare costs a fortune.
Paris?
Not much closer, and again, airfare...
What about Puerto Vallarta?
Let's face it, flying anywhere is just too expensive.
Wait, what's this? Low-cost airlines.
With one call to low-cost airlines, you'll drastically slash your travel costs. We're talking insanely low airline prices to any of your favorite destinations. Where would you like to go? London, Rome, Costa Rica, Australia?
Wow, that's cheap.
So why wait? Call now to learn how crazy cheap it is to fly anywhere in the U.S. or international. Our prices are so low, we can't publish them. The only way to get them is to call to instantly hear the most amazing best deals on airline travel. It's that easy. So call now and start packing.
800-222-0511. 800-222-0511. 800-222-0511. Again, that's 800-222-0511.
The Home Service Club sponsors this paid advertisement. Attention homeowners. Broken AC, $4,600. Water heater, $1,500. Fridge on the fritz, $1,000. You need home warranty coverage from the Home Service Club. For around $1 a day, if any of your covered appliances and systems break down, HSC will either do the repair or replace them. HSC has over 15,000 pre-screened, highly rated technicians with the fastest response time in the industry. HSC provides coverage for up to 47 different appliances and systems in your home. Call for a free, no-obligation quote from a trusted HSC service specialist about a home warranty for your entire home, all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. 800-926-1595, plus $75 off your first year. 800-926-1595. 800-926-1595. That's 800-926-1595. 800-926-1595.
Do you have an idea for an invention, but you don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp. They've been helping inventors for 35 years. InventHelp has helped over 10,000 inventors get patents. You can meet with an InventHelp representative who will keep your idea confidential and explain their invention process step by step. Take action and get the help you need from InventHelp.
Call 1-800-215-7345. That's 1-800-215-7345. Again, 1-800-215-7345.
Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon. I'm I'm just going to get right to the guest because the UN just told me the world's about to end. So I'd love to hear his comments before I get into the bunker. He's the founder and executive director of Power of the Future. Daniel Turner, getting his meal prep kits as we speak. Hey, man.
Jimmy, our house in the middle of our street, buddy. And if I could share a street with you, I'd be a happy neighbor.
Whoa, you haven't talked to my real neighbors. I'll say that. Ooh. I got to tell you, funny story. So I don't see a lot of either of my neighbors since you brought it up, but I'll tell you the story. Whoever lives behind me, I don't know the man. I don't know him by name per se, but he's not a Fox News guy. And I know this. This is a great story. So when I first moved in, I play a lot of loud music. Like Emily Compagno will come over on a Sunday and shoot beer cans. And we play a lot of loud music to drown it out in the backyard while we're getting tanked. And one day, my neighbor climbed the fence, literally to introduce himself. And he goes, hey, man, he goes, my wife wants me to yell at you about your loud music. He goes, but I got to be honest, I love your music. He's like, I've had company over where I've wished you'd turn it up because you were creating a good vibe in my backyard, which is an amazing compliment, Turner. At which point, he goes, what do you do for a living, by the way? And I go, I host a radio show, Fox News. And he goes, hey, it was nice meeting you. And he jumped off the fence. We have never spoken again. 5 years. That was 5 years ago, Turner. Never again. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say he's not DVRing Hannity tonight.
I don't think he is. And, you know, I will say that similar things have happened to me for the entire of my professional career, especially since the Trump revolution happened in 2015.
Yeah.
But I've never turned away anybody because of their political beliefs. But, boy, I feel like I get turned away because of mine.
Oh,
so I do think that is an example of one-sided political activity.
Yeah, I don't care.
The most intolerant.
Yeah, no, if you tell me your kid is a two-spirit cat, I want to hang out with you. You're hilarious. You know, I loved having Marianne Williamson on Gutfeld one night. I mean, she was absolutely bananas, crazier than any pill popper on the subway that I've ever met in the city. And I loved it. It was great. I don't want to not be your friend. You're the entertainment here. Give me a break.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. We're talking about the UN really quick. So just before you came on, I made the observation, you know, I could be right, could be wrong. Okay, you're the energy guy. But essentially, Republicans in D.C., to their credit, Byron Donalds told interviewers, there's no more Ukraine war money right now. We're $2 trillion in debt. You know, we have so many issues here at home. Now's not the time for Zelensky to be in town. Do you draw any link between that and Zelensky showing up to lecture us about climate change?
It was very odd. If your country is being invaded right now and you have the chance to speak before the United Nations, why would you take that opportunity to talk about anything but your country being invaded? There's a lot of, you know, conspiracy theories, tinfoil hat, whatever you want to call it. I just call it skepticism. There's a lot of skepticism about Ukraine, about Zelensky, about his uniform, about, you know, the numbers coming out of there, about their very bizarre transgender spokesperson who is threatening to kill everybody who doesn't support the war on social media. But so when you see all of these question marks that people have, well, this just raises another question mark, right? If my country is being attacked by Vladimir Putin, right? It's not like he's an unknown figure, right? He's the world's #1 known bad guy. Why are you talking about climate change, right? What does that have to do with what your country's going through? And quite frankly, Mr. Zelensky, I believe we talked about this on your show a while ago when I saw photos of him and Greta Thunberg. Quite frankly, Mr. Zelensky, the green agenda is funding the invasion of your country, right? Oil prices are $93 a barrel right now, or 92. And the reason why is because of this push for green energy, this punishing of the fossil fuel industry. We've driven up prices. And what does Putin do with all of his excess cash? He invades, right? That's what bad guys do with a lot of money. They build armies. And so it's fascinating that this disconnect. Sometimes, Jimmy, I swear, I look at the world, I look at the news, I listen to you, I see reality, and I just want to throw my hands up and say, what the hell is happening? Like how is the world this damn crazy?
Yeah, we're giving dictators disposable income. It's not good. It's like, yeah, I'll go raid
Well
Ukraine.
said.
It's crazy. Well, his quote, this is what Zelensky tried to do, is he tried to tie the climate agenda into the war by saying that as we see these effects of climate change, you know, an evil state will weaponize the outcomes of climate change. So we're going to start to get more tornadoes and hurricanes, and obviously some evil state's going to deploy them to their advantage, because we've all been there at the flight deck when you're like, you know what, go send a tornado to those people. You know, it's absurd, but he's trying to tie it to the war effort. And and I just took it as he sees the enthusiasm for the war money driving up, so he's trying to tie into the climate enthusiasm. Is there? I mean, that was my takeaway.
And it's just pure insanity. The reason why, and you could talk about historical reasons, cultural reasons, Putin's desire to rebuild the Soviet Empire, whatever it is. But the reason why he took Crimea particularly is geographical proximity to Mother Russia, but also it's rich in natural gas. And Putin knows that the world is not getting rid of natural gas anytime soon. And no country that has been able to make this transition to the green agenda successfully. The countries that are most advanced in it are suffering the most. There's an article today about the German economy contracting, and it is of all of the G7 nations, it is in the worst shape. And the reason why is because Germany has embraced this green agenda, which has made life completely unaffordable for German families, but also for German factories and German businesses.
That's crazy.
And German factories are, you know, they're a staple. Our whole life we've talked about German engineering, German-made, German steel, German cars. You're driving industry out of Germany. And so it again, it's this absolute disconnect as to what makes the world go round and these platonic dreams of, but this is the way the world should be. That's dangerous. I believe in having ideals. Don't get me wrong. Ideal marriage, ideal radio show, right? We all have something to aspire to. But we also can't live in that aspiration. We have to live in the real world. And I feel like we're fighting with people who live in aspirations, and the real world is kicking them in the teeth.
Yeah, it's funny. Daniel Turner's on the line, founder, executive director of Power of the Future. Germany was such a model country for the world in terms of their industry. At one point, Obama hacked Angela Merkel's emails. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
We got to figure out how they do it. We're going to hack this lady's emails.
Exactly. German, and just to give concrete numbers, so Americans pay on average, we used to pay 11 cents per kilowatt hour. We now pay 15 because of Joe Biden, right? So just take 11 as your base point. Germany in the year 2000 was paying 9 cents per kilowatt hour. So they were paying less than America. They were paying up to $7 last year. So imagine your bill going from 9 cents per kilowatt hour to $7. Well, that's how these German factories were suddenly getting electric bills for $80,000. German families were getting electric bills for $1,500 a month.
That's insane.
Now, the German parliament capped it because they had to, but that doesn't mean it doesn't cost $7. That just means the government's swallowing the difference. I mean, that is what bankrupts nations. And if anyone knows their history, when you bankrupt Germany and anger a whole bunch of young German men, it doesn't end well for the world, right? Like we've seen this a couple times in the last 100 years. Yeah. So it's fascinating to see us, Germany humiliating itself again on the world stage.
It's so bad.
Wow, that's going to be bad.
It's so bad.
And it will.
Yeah, well, this is
just going to be bad.
Well, this is the thing. It's like, for all of this pie in the sky, we've got to save the world stuff. It's like no one has explained to me how it would alter the weather, because essentially what they're offering us is a weather vaccine. You know how the vaccine was going to stop the spread of COVID? If we spend all of this money, it's going to stop the spread of natural disasters. But I don't know. If the human vaccine didn't work, I don't know that the weather vaccine is going to work.
I don't know how the world hinges on 1 degree Celsius. And they keep telling us if we spend trillions of dollars, we can stop the world's temperature from rising 1 degree Celsius. I got to tell you, if Mother Earth is on the brink of destruction because of 1 degree Celsius, knowing that in the past we have been 30 degrees warmer than we are right now. When the dinosaurs roamed the earth, the only thing Jurassic Park got wrong, well, I mean, it got a lot of things wrong, but the other thing that the Jurassic Park got really wrong is that the weather was around 45 degrees Fahrenheit hotter than it is right now. So the dinosaurs probably, if we brought them back to life, would be very cold, and they'd probably just sit around because they were free, unless we gave them big sweaters, big dinosaur sweaters, right? Can't. So the whole planet is bordering on this 1 degree Celsius, and you've got the UN General Secretary Guterres screaming today about the end of the world, about this is it. The planet is headed to hell. We've opened the gates of hell. And I just want to ask him, Mr. Secretary General, you watched 2 million Africans get slaughtered, the Hutus and the Tutsis. They got slaughtered by machete, and all your peacekeepers did was loot and rape and steal.
Yep.
You have lost your moral authority as the United Nations to tell us about anything bad going on.
Oh, it is so crazy. It's so true. And then you get Biden who jumps in with, well, climate's a bigger threat than nuclear war. I mean, come on, man. Really? What?
Remember growing up in the city in the 80s when we were told that Russians were going to bomb us any day, and my dad saying, if the bombs come, we're only a mile from Empire State Building. If the bombs come, we'll sit on the roof and we'll be dead before we know it. Now I wish my dad was still with us so I could ask him, Dad, what do we do in New York if climate change comes? Because the roof isn't high enough. We need to.
It's so funny. It's so funny because like the climate people can link anything to climate change with a straight face. They are as crazy as we all have a vaccine friend. And again, the vaccine didn't work, but we all have a vaccine friend who's too conspiratorial. Like if a guy goes parachuting and it doesn't open and he dies, he's like, is the guy vaccinated? You're like, no, brother. Listen, it didn't stop transmission. I agree with you, but I don't know that Bill Gates vaccinated the backpacks. I don't know that went on. But everyone, and that's the climate people. It doesn't matter what happened. We're like, well, the climate, obviously. I'm like, dude, the Yankees lost 5-2. Climate change had nothing to do with it.
It is, and it's a perfect analogy to COVID because the first step of COVID and the first step of climate is constant fear-mongering.
Yes.
You have to have the people be afraid. You are going to die. We are going to die. There is a countdown clock, whether it was Dr. Fauci saying that millions of people will die this winter or whether it's Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez saying we only have 12 years left before we are dead from climate change. Fear is the absolute necessary first step in the agenda. And if people are afraid, they do irrational things like eat hamburgers in little circles and then standing up to put their mask on to go to the bathroom, or paying a higher tax thinking that somehow it's going to stop tornadoes from happening. Fear is a terrible motivating, it's Machiavellian, quite frankly, and it is a terrible motivating force that sadly our elected leaders use all the time now. It's fear.
Spot on. It's fear and manufactured consensus, because that's what the vaccine science was. It was a manufactured consensus. Hey, you want to get your paper published? You better say it didn't start in a lab, and you better say it works. And that's the climate. We did that climate scientist last week who said, remember, he was only going to get his piece published if he omitted certain data. Yeah.
Absolutely, which is tragic. And then they have the nerve then, Jimmy, which is what's the frustrating thing, is they have the nerve to say that we are unscientific. We don't believe in science. We deny science. And you say, you're all just a bunch of communist robots, quite frankly.
Yep.
We're the good guys in this battle. We are always the good guys.
No, we're not wrong, especially when you follow the science and it leads to an ATM machine. It's not exactly, that's not science. That's a PIN code. That's come on, Daniel Turner.
Exactly. And there's $1 trillion on the line. Biden administration, Chuck Schumer have bragged about how much money is in the Inflation Reduction Act, et cetera, et cetera. If there's $1 trillion on the line, someone is going to get rich. It's not going to be you. It's not going to be me. But someone, just like with COVID, someone is going to get very, very rich in this process. And if you don't think people who are at risk of losing $1 trillion at their fingertips will lie and cheat and steal and defame people, then you don't live in real world. I think the left sometimes tries to pretend they're these noble little vegans wearing Birkenstocks who just care about the earth. Big Green is dirtier, filthier, liar, cheater more than any other big out there. Big oil, big pharma. Big Green is the worst of them.
It really is. And you know what's funny about it, and we could end it on that, is that to build on your point, everybody on the left who likes to scream at us because the country was founded at a time of institutional slavery is actually deploying slave labor to make a lot of this green energy stuff happen.
Yeah, that's a great point. I was just thinking that, knowing that Prince William, His Royal Highness, is in New York right now for his Earthshot project. And I want to say your green agenda has more people enslaved right now than when your 5 times great-grandfather ended slavery in the 1700s. And so rather than Earthshot Prize, Your Royal Highness, maybe you could do something to end worldwide slavery again.
Imagine that But you know what that would do to their overhead? when you're making this kind of money. I mean, they're just, the scene in Goodfellas, F you, pay me. That is climate science. It's no different than vaccine science. Scare the hell out of these people and F you, pay me. You get it.
Absolutely.
You articulated it perfectly. Good job, Henry Hill. We'll do it again soon. Thanks, Daniel. You're the best. See ya. The great Daniel Turner. But he is spot on, okay? If you're new to climate, go back to the vaccine. The way the vaccine happened is they scared the hell out of people, scared the death out of them, and manufactured a scientific consensus by telling every doctor that if they didn't say it naturally occurred and that you had to get the vaccine, they were never going to get published, they were never going to get funded, okay? Your fear equals their money.
Welcome back to Scared at 5. I'm Don Deathley. Sue Strangler is in for Don Drownham. Take it away, Sue.
Is there a 45-foot boa constrictor living inside your household plumbing?
And does it have COVID?
It's a long story, and we'll unravel it later. But first...
do Instagram filters cause cancer?
And do the filters have COVID?
It's hard to picture, but there's no airbrushing the fact that it's possible.
We'll have the photo finish around the corner. But first, can microwave popcorn give you Ebola?
And does Ebola have COVID?
We'll have a kernel of truth in seconds, but first...
a public service announcement about the brain-killing parasite that could be in your drinking water.
And if it does kill you, could your coffin have COVID?
Find out next on Scared at 5. Your home for news so good it's terrifying.
You're hanging out with Jimmy Fallon on Fox Across America.
Around the house, at work, in the car, news, weather, traffic, and sometimes they make me laugh.
News Talk KRMS, now heard in high definition on 93.5 HD3.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-251-8381 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-251-8381. That's 800-251-8381. What do you have to lose? Call 800-251-8381. That's 800-251-8381.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. Because right now, you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For the average family, switching to MediShare saves about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. And what's more, they like it. MediShare has double the member satisfaction rate when compared to health insurance. Double. Bottom line, it works. There's more than 400,000 members who have shared over $7 billion in medical bills, so they can handle your bills too. And here's the thing. If you join before September 30th, you'll save another $150 on your first month when you join. Nice. I'll give you the number here in a second. Just tell them the promo code SHARE to receive your additional savings. And again, the deadline, September 30th. So call now and you'll save even more. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Portions of our programming are pre-recorded.
During this unprecedented time of worldwide economic challenge, it's so important that you keep a close eye on your retirement and be ready to take the steps necessary to protect your money. Having a portion of your IRA or 401k backed by physical gold and silver offers Americans the diversification needed to hedge against economic volatility and potential turmoil. Savvy retirement savers are those with the foresight to safeguard with genuine stores of value, like physical gold and silver, which in the past have soared during periods of misery for the rest of the economy. Diversify your hard-earned savings today by calling Birch Gold Group and get your free information kit to teach you how precious metals can protect your family's financial future. Birch Gold is A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau and has thousands of satisfied customers. Call them. 800-444-0152. 800-444-0152. 800-444-0152. 888-52.
Attention! This is a public notice from the Social Security Disability Helpline. If you're one of the millions of Americans who are disabled and unable to work, you may be eligible for disability benefits from Social Security. Receiving benefits is your right. If you suffer from physical or mental disability, whether you're applying for the first time or you've already been denied, we can help. We'll evaluate your situation and deal with Social Security on your behalf. Best of all, there's no fee until you receive your benefits. Remember, we only get paid if you win your case. There are many reasons and conditions that may make you eligible for disability benefits. Many of them you may not be aware of. So if you're disabled and unable to work, call now to get started with your free, no-obligation consultation.
800-466-8813. 800-466-8813. That's 800-466-8813.
Across America with Jimmy Fallon. Going to be talking with Jamie Lissow in the next hour, talking to Alex right now. Alex.
Hey, Jimmy, thanks for taking the call. And by the way, I love that terrifying news briefing. I just absolutely love it.
Scared at 5. That's funny. It's what they do.
Oh, my God. Actually, I did stop eating microwave popcorn when I found out that it is unhealthy, because it actually is. But I wanted to say about the climate change thing and Joe Biden saying that the existential threat facing the United States and the world is climate change. And, you know, according to Democrats, if it's not addressed within the next 20, 40 years or 100 years, the world is going to be destroyed by climate change. But the thing is, you know, there are other threats facing the United States, like Iran obtaining nuclear and Joe Biden helping them get there by, you know, freeing up $6 billion for them. And then we got Joe Biden portraying weakness on the world stage, which got us into this Russia-Ukraine war. And those things are getting us closer to a nuclear war. At the rate it's going, it seems like we'll be there, God forbid, within 5 years. And if we have a nuclear war, you know, within 5 years from now, it won't matter what the weather will be like in 20, 30, or 100 years from now. The world, God forbid, doesn't exist, and I hope that doesn't happen. So, Jimmy, I think the biggest threat facing the United States and the world is another Biden-like presidential term in 24, because these things have to be addressed, because those are serious threats. And if we care about the environment, I guess we want the world to exist in 20, 40 years from now.
So, I mean, man, oh boy, oh man. I listen, either way you slice it, it is ridiculous. And I appreciate you taking the time to point it out, Alex. I think they're going to put you down as a maybe, as a climate donor. And I will be there right there on the list next to you. Hey, once again, as you know, the U.S. government bailing out failing banks that made bad investments or had poor management. I talk about this all the time because it drives me crazy. Do not make the same investing mistakes. Buy gold from one of the top precious metals companies in the country. I am talking about Universal Coin and Bullion. Their president, Dr. Mike Fulgens, the only professional in the precious metals industry recognized as America's gold expert, numero uno. He's the GOAT. He's a sound money advocate. He knows genuine gold. He spent his life helping clients make the best gold investments. So my advice, call Universal Coin and Bullion now at 800-UCB-GOLD. You'll get Mike's national award-winning gold buying guide for free. That is 800-UCB-GOLD. Other folks get on the radio. They talk a real big game, but none of them were voted the 2021 Dealer of the Year by the American Numismatic Association. Nope, Mike was. So find out how you can invest with the gold expert, 800-UCB-GOLD, 800-822-4653, and tell them Jimmy sent you. Individuals also may vary. Will make an investment decision.
News Talk.
Headline Rewind.
1993.
Our democracy must be not only the envy of the world, but the engine of our own renewal. There is nothing wrong with America that cannot be cured by what is right with America.
At 12:18 this afternoon, we got a call for a report of explosion in the basement of 3 World Trade Center.
I was blown across the room. Everything went black. It felt like a tomb. Then the lights came on, safety lights, so we ran out just trying to find a way out.
It took like 2 hours to get down. People were passing out, and it was horrible.
Ladies and gentlemen, the time for peace has come.
On July 2nd, 1991, I had sexual relations with Amy Fisher
at the Freeport Motel.
News as it happened then, news as it happens now.
This is Fox News Talk.
Since 1951, News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Monica Ricks in New York. The Federal Reserve is expected to leave its key interest rate unchanged today as it works to tamp down inflation without triggering a recession. Here's CBS's Jill Schlesinger.
There's clearly been a vast improvement in inflation since the peak of July of 2022. That's when the CPI grew by 9.1% from the year earlier. But there's an issue here, and that is that it looks like inflation is re-accelerating, mostly due to energy prices.
The Fed has been cautious after nearly a dozen increases. But again, today, the Fed unchanged in its interest rate hikes. Still no deal, which means auto workers are still protesting outside the Big Three today.
We on strike! 2250! 2250!
This union member's outside Stellantis in Ohio, which just announced layoffs are coming.
A lot of people would like to see nothing over the 40 hours mandatory, have it be more optional. And then we're also trying to get some of the record profits back in our pockets from the CEOs up top who are taking it all for themselves.
Ford reached a deal with its Canadian operations today, which represents about 5,600 workers. In Hollywood, writers are back at the bargaining table with major studios to resolve a strike that's been going on since May. Meg James is with the LA Times.
Everyone is just exhausted. People have been tired of being out of work for 5 months. People's tensions are high. People are worried that they're not going to be able to afford their homes.
Actors have been on strike since July. President Biden has invited Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to the White House following their talks today at the UN.
Even where we have some differences, my commitment to Israel, is ironclad.
Netanyahu says they have similar politics despite ongoing protests in Israel to overhaul the country's judicial system. On Capitol Hill, Republicans are grilling Garland over investigations on Hunter Biden and former President Trump. McDonald's is taking more heat. CBS's Matt Piper explains.
Even though there was a documentary called Hot Coffee back in 2011,
who brings these frivolous lawsuits?
All kinds of people.
People are still allegedly getting hurt over it and suing. Mabel Childress says scalding hot coffee from a McDonald's drive-thru in San Francisco spilled onto her in June, leaving her with severe burns and emotional distress.
The lid wasn't secure. This is CBS News.
When you think of hiring, think of Indeed. Their end-to-end hiring system helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all in the same place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Lake News now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News, our top local stories. What was initially reported as a residential fire Monday night in the Kaiser area is quickly determined to have been a commercial structure fire. Osage Beach Fire Chief Paul Berardi said updated information on route reported that the building was over 5,000 square feet in size with a wall actively burning. Crews arrived on the scene within 6 minutes and were able to get water flowing and the fire contained to the area of origin and knocked down quickly. Mutual aid companies also summoned were allowed to cancel before arriving. No injuries are reported and the cause of the blaze is under investigation. Don't look now, but history and tradition return again to the lake area in about a week and a half with the 37th annual Eldon Turkey Festival.
It's one of my goals, and I think our board's goals, is to make this an iconic event. I mean, we've been here for 37 years, and, we just want to make it bigger and stronger and have more people come and enjoy it.
Eldon Chamber Executive Director Matt Kostelnick says the all-day event is set for next Saturday, September 30th downtown, highlighted by some crowd-favorite activities and grub.
We have a parade that will start at 10, and turkey legs will be at the Eldon Chamber booth. We'll sell those and turkey tenders from 9 to 4.
Also part of the Turkey Fest will be a carnival. Young Eagle flights at the airport and the MU Flight for Life helicopter will be on display for all to see. Several lake area fire districts plus the Lake West EMS will converge this week to take part in some of that training they hope they will not have to put to use anytime soon, but more than likely is inevitable to happen. Sunrise Beach Chief Joe LaPlante says the annual hazardous materials and mass casualty drill allows participating districts to meet required training and, more importantly, be prepared for long-term cooperation in the event of larger real-life incidents. Fire districts participating in the drill include Sunrise Beach, Mid-County, Gravois, and Lake Ozark. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
This news brought to you by Waterfront Brands and the Hydro Hoist Factory Store.
Since 1964, Hydro Hoist Boat Lifts has led the market with award-winning innovation in engineering by providing unrivaled protection for all watercraft. The Ultra Lift, also available in front mount and shallow water, have lifting capacities up to 32,000 pounds with custom-molded high-impact polyethylene tanks and all steel parts above the water in standard installation. The Ultra Lift series is America's #1 boat lift. Hydro Hoist of the Ozarks, located at 448 South Main Street in Laurie, offers factory direct pricing. Call 573-346-7505 or visit boatlift.com.
I'm meteorologist Michael Caro with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. For this afternoon, mostly cloudy along with scattered showers and storms, high temperatures approaching 70. Then for tonight, still a chance for showers and storms, a low of 61. Chance for more scattered shower and storm activity on Thursday, low 80s. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 78, and the temperature at the studios, currently at 67.
Live from everywhere USA, it's Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon.
Oh, you're damn right it is. And this whole big, fat, giant world is on fire. We are about to roast some radio marshmallows with a friend of ours, okay? You know, in Donnie Brasco, when somebody says, like, he's a friend of mine, he's a local knockaround guy, no big deal. But if he's a friend of ours, he's a made guy, treat him with respect. Well, joining us now is a comedian you can watch on Gutfeld tonight, and you can see him in person, December 9th at the Egyptian Theater in Boise, Idaho, a place I just was, a place I have great fondness for. Jamie Lissow in studio. The crowd is bananas. We got to try to get them under control. This is crazy. I mean, it's crazy. The chicken wire is up. No one's throwing beer, though. Great to see you.
Great to see you. Yeah, you sold out the Egyptian Theater in Boise, Idaho.
It's such a good audience. It is such a, and they're going to love you so much. It is like the most, you know, you've been on the road. You're doing Gutfeld so much. You were just on the road with them, and you were in Reading.
It was unbelievable.
Yes, it's crazy.
I walked off stage, and Greg goes, "What do you think?" And I go, "There's nowhere to go but down."
Yeah.
I'm in Harrisburg tomorrow. It's alone.
Well, I will tell you this, man. It is, as Gutfeld audiences go, Boise, Idaho is, it's amazing.
I can't wait. The only thing I don't I love Boise.
Mm-hmm.
Got a girl that my girlfriend's from Boise. And when you meet them, did you notice, like, if you go, you go, "Hey, it's good to be in Boise." And they go, "Hey, it's Boise."
Oh,
and
I
go, "I just got here. You just insult me right out of the gate. I literally just got here."
Well, the difference between you and me is me showing up to Boise with this accent makes them think witness protection. So, like, I was there an hour and, like, 3 people had asked me to kill someone for money. I'm like, no, it's comedy tonight. I left that profession behind. But Lissow is helping me in this hour have a little bit of a State of the Union in show business, because in addition to appearing at the Egyptian on December 9th, you're headed off to Vegas this weekend. And that flight to Vegas, where are you, at the Tropicana?
I'm at the Laugh Factory at the Tropicana.
Factory at the Tropicana. That flight, every time I go into Vegas and out of Vegas, I find it to be very introspective. That's why it meant a lot for me to get you on the show today, because I know that's a length of flight. And you fly back and forth from Alaska. Every one of my cross-country flights involve at some point a State of the Union. Like, I take stock in the world, things I'm going to talk about when you land. But we all go through the what does it all mean phase at 37,000 feet. So it's a good day to have you on the show, because there are other comics going through their what does it all mean phase. Okay?
You're so right about the introspect. I was sitting in, I don't think I've ever bought a first class ticket, but I sit in first class a lot because you get upgraded for free. And I was sitting there, and there was this little kid, not little, but like 10 years old, like reminded me of one of my kids. And I could see him looking at me in first class, and he goes like, "Oh, how do you sit up there?" And I just go, because he was really cute, I just go, "Hey, you can just never see your family." And then you get all these miles, and then you get to sit up here. I was trying to make him feel better about
You're filming a sequel to Up in the Air right now.
Yeah.
Where's Walter Kern when we need him?
Yeah, I'll be excited when the captain comes out. I'll still be excited. I will have never gone to that lady's house, found out she was married.
Well, my son, Lincoln Fala, famously, we were flying out to Carson. One of our shared destinations. Shout out to the Carson Nugget, Dean DeLulo. We know you're listening. Hey, girl. Me and Lincoln were flying out to Carson. You know, he doesn't fly a lot, so he didn't understand that there was some type of, like, demarcation point where, like, coach class ends and first class begins. So what happened to Lincoln was very funny, is we were flying, like, Delta Comfort Plus. I don't mean to ball out on you. Okay.
I flew. It's not a bad. I flew Comfort Minus on the way.
Yeah, I did. Oh, I always joke like I'm flying in. You know how they have like 91 classes now? They're like, yeah, we're now boarding rodeo injury. You're like, wait, what? Divorced with bad credit, working on a visa. I'm like, really? That's a thing? But Lincoln went to the back of the plane to go to the bathroom. There was a line, and without thinking, he's like, he remembered that there was a bathroom in the front.
Sure.
So, like, straight turned around and did like an Usain Bolt to the front bathroom, but had to physically grab the curtain and throw it to the side. No regard for its existence. He was just going to go take a whiz in the first-class bathroom.
I did that so many times when I was married, just trying to catch my wife. Yeah. Threw that curtain to the side.
You two get out of there.
But you can't blame your son. That's what you would think. There's two bathrooms. He's not flown before. He goes, I'm going to go to this one.
I can't go to one. It's like we've segregated planes, but we've segregated by finance.
Have you ever had where the person from Coach gets up, doesn't realize that there's a bathroom, and then they go through, they're in the bathroom, they didn't get caught, and then as they come out, they make an announcement to embarrass that person that the first-class restroom is only for people in front. It's my favorite thing. They wait till they're just slowly coming out, and they go, just a reminder that the first-class bathroom is only for first-class people.
It's a reminder of that white trash who didn't use the spray. Jamie Lissau's in the studio. Everybody's so excited about it. So we were talking about existential crises. Okay. Well, I'm going to go Louis C.K. here for a minute because I wanted to play this clip for you. I don't know if you saw this on the internet today. But Louis C.K. from time to time, he's a brilliant comic. He's a phenomenal comic.
Yeah.
Okay. As you know, in our industry, there's a lot of people that lean to the left. I feel like some people are impressionable in that they're trying to appease whatever that agenda happens to be to garner some type of acceptance or currency that would come from doing so.
The two girls he did that thing in front of said he leaned to the left.
Yeah, hey, okay. Louis C.K., only man to get Me Too'd for sexually assaulting himself. Yeah, I mean, if we're going to get technical.
Hashtag it's just me.
Yeah, not a Catholic. He does celebrate Palm Sunday. Good night, everybody. Come on, Lissau, let's talk about this. So I think part of the motivation here for Louis is that he did get into some Me Too hot water, but he has made it back to mainstream acceptability in the sense that he's selling out theaters. He actually won a Grammy.
Yeah.
It's pretty mainstream.
Is this, I don't know if I want to say this out loud, but I feel like of the Me Too's, his, to me, was the least damaging of the Me Too's as far as there being other... I mean, what he did was not
But it was
right.
consensual.
Yeah.
He asked for permission. They said yes. And then it became, but we couldn't say no because he was a big star, which I feel like that's a little bit of a gray area because it's almost infantilizing women. It's saying, like,
and now that he's older, it would definitely be a gray area if he pulled it out. You know, the girl that... The girl that happened to came to my show in Vegas last time I was there.
Is that true?
She's a friend of mine.
So that's why she quit comedy. It wasn't the CK thing. She's like, you can Me Too me to the moon and back, but if I got to sit through one more Eskimo joke, I'm kidding. Let's talk about it. So Louis talks, about opening up the border, and who cares if America has problems. You know, other countries have problems. Like, to me, before we even play the clip, what I took this as is he knows that's the popular sentiment on the left. And he used to take these positions. He famously wrote an op-ed. That's why I was surprised he got Me Too'd. He famously wrote an op-ed in the New Yorker that was saying that Trump was literally Hitler. He was one of those guys. He's like, this is how Hitler got started. He did the same thing. And which was just like, come on. Trump had a show on NBC for 15 years. So it's like, for whatever we think of him, you know, they've tried to portray him as like this fringe thing that rose up out of the cracks of society that no one knew was coming. I'm like, you know, unless you were watching him on NBC every Thursday night with 13 million other people.
Yeah, on his hit TV show.
Yeah, give me a break. So it was always a performative hysteria, in my opinion, the Trump thing. Doesn't mean I'm endorsing everything Trump's ever done.
Could I ask you a question about the context of the clip you're about to play? So... once you said, I wonder, is this... By the way, I could never be Me Too. That's what happens when you never get girls. You just don't worry about it. Once I got me neithered. Just a bunch of women. So for context, is this, and you're probably about to get to this, but I would say, like, if he does this in stand-up, I'd be curious, does he make the point and then make everyone laugh? Or what is he just talking at college? This is a podcast.
This is a podcast. Okay. And they're talking about the border. Take it away, clip 22.
My feeling is they should open it. The border, and just let them pour in, let everybody pour in, and then the answer, which is, well, then there'll be all these problems. Yes, there should be. It shouldn't be so great here, is what I'm saying, in America. It shouldn't be. It's a weird thing to sequester a certain group of people and try to keep upping their lifespan and their lifestyle. and just keep trying to increase that for this group of people, and then this pressure of people trying to come in so they can enjoy it. And then it gets worse and worse down here. I mean, I'm not Canada. It's really just from down here. There's something wrong with that. That's not a system that's working, and it forces people to do cruel things to other people.
Okay. So there's a humanitarian angle here, which is like, I'm just looking out for the little guy. But is he really looking out for the little guy in the sense that what an open border brings to this country doesn't affect him?
Exactly. He's not the average American at all.
If you've got millions of dollars, this doesn't affect you. And it's not like he's offering to house them.
Right.
And this idea that, it should suck here. No, it shouldn't.
And it wouldn't for him.
That's the point.
Yeah.
So that's where I think this is him trying to curry favor. This is where I think this happens a lot with comics, and it drives me crazy. I think too many comics, Jamie, have gotten concerned with what the world thinks of them. You know what I'm saying? Which is like, we got into an industry where we started out, and to some extent always will be, liquor pimps. We're distracting people with laughter while someone can sell them overpriced alcohol.
100%.
Okay. And most of our success comes from the fact that we are, I'm not necessarily saying we're immoral people, but we're broken in some sense of the word. We're kind of misfit toys. And I think what's happening is a lot of comics are more concerned with, the moral assessment of their character than the funny assessment. Because I think that's the only thing he should ever have to focus on. But I think when he says something like this is, again, it's a branding exercise. Hey, I'm a good person just like you. I don't support this shutting down the border thing. But what's funny is, like, people who don't know any better, okay, an open border, okay, is created like an actual, like, humanitarian crisis where people are being sexually assaulted, people are dying of fentanyl, kids are being trafficked. So, I mean, there's a bigger argument to be made if we were going to get serious, which no one wants to hear us do, that an open border is less humane than a closed one.
Yeah, and is there any part of you that thinks, and I don't know, I agree with you, is there any part of him that thinks, is any part of him stupid? Like, is it because he doesn't know? That he doesn't realize it doesn't affect him? He can say, that's whenever I see a celebrity or someone with a ton to lose or no reason to speak an opinion, when they do take a hard stance against what everyone wants them to say, that's why I'm always extra impressed.
Yeah.
Because you're like, wow, that person didn't need to do that. Their life is great. Like, that's why
when they went against the grain.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you go with the grain. That's the point. It's like, you have the numbers. So he has nothing to lose in saying this.
Right.
But he actually does have something to gain in this sense, because he has made it back to, as we said, playing clubs, selling out theaters, but he's not doing big Hollywood projects the way he was. And I think one of the paths to mainstream acceptability is, I see the world the way you guys do. It seems like a pander is what I'm trying to say.
100%. Yeah. Is it not kind of fun, though? I feel like even 5 years ago, it was so dangerous to be canceled. There were so many. You were always working underneath someone. And then something in the last 5 years.
No, it's the best thing that ever happened.
There's people that are uncancelable. Joe Rogan is uncancelable. Daily Wire is out there. There's all these platforms. But still, you're going to make way more money.
Yep.
Kind of like going towards what the masses want you to say.
Yeah, that's what's going on. Let me give you one more. Here it is, clip 23.
Folks die. And folks do labor in unsafe places so that we can keep the prices where we like them. There's so much about American life that other people pay for. That's part of it. But also, it's not good for us either. It's not a good way to live in a gated community, If you let folks pour in, like any other wave, it'll kind of slosh. And then things will be different. I don't know, like, what'll really happen? A bunch of people, like, will they just come with knives and start killing everybody? I don't think so.
I mean, some of them. There was just a guy, a murderer on the run in Pennsylvania who escaped jail. By the way, only time in history authorities asked to be on the lookout for someone dressed better than a senator.
I was just in. I was right in. I was in Reading with the gang.
Yeah.
And I think they found that guy right before the show. Yeah, I was right over there.
They gave him a choice.
What about when I was here doing Gutfeld when everyone was staying? They had immigrants staying at a much nicer hotel.
Oh, the Roosevelt.
Than I was staying at. It was like a 5-star. I remember hearing this. I was there for a couple shows, and Gutfeld puts us up at a beautiful place. Yeah, but I remember doing a couple shows, and I was putting myself up. I go, let me save some money. And their hotel was so much nicer than mine.
Yeah.
Like mine was in like this terrible neighborhood. I remember I go to the front desk, and I go, where's the bathroom? And he goes, just anywhere. Just anywhere outside.
So funny. It's like California homeless. They're better looking than you.
Right.
I'm
Right, they have abs.
Like, dude, give me $1. What do you think? Where did you get those jeans? Like, you've heard my feel. Like, I'm sad now. But I think that's what it is. I think it's a little bit of a pander. And I think what's happening, and less comics are doing this now, okay? Less comics. I think this was a bigger problem 3 years ago and 5 years ago in, like, the infancy stages of Trump. But what a lot of comics are getting away from, because it's a branding exercise. You want to be accepted in those circles. But the truth is, like, if you looked at, like, Richard Pryor, his most probably prominent special is where he deals people in on his life as a crackhead.
For sure.
It's not about being a morally upstanding person. It's about, like, the height of flaw. And I think they're getting away from flaw and trying to be like, no, I'm, a morally superior character up here. Yeah. You know the guy who talks about fondling himself and banging underage girls for millions of dollars? I'm a good guy, you see. That's what nobody gets about it.
Yeah, don't you? I think, too, that because of podcasts, we're just hearing people say too much.
Yes, I agree with that. Spot on. Like, there's a lot of people, I always say, like, Facebook, Twitter, it needs a button called Who Asked You? So you don't need to know. It's like this. My favorite thing is it's not so much with comics, because at least we are trying to unearth truths and stuff. He does a bad job here. Okay,
he does. He's a brilliant comic, but in this,
this is bad.
This is nothing. It's like he's a politician.
Gated communities. I love he says it like he has an open door policy at his place. I mean, and he did. I mean, if you wanted to watch the show, bring a poncho. But like what it comes back to again and again and again is I think like so many of these people that are in his position. They want to either be one of the beautiful people or get back into the graces of the beautiful people. But I think the people who are truly the beautiful people, we're talking about like Hollywood actors, are not famous because of their moral character. They're famous because they hit the genetic lottery.
Right.
Like Matthew McConaughey is so good looking. They'll pay him $20 million to talk to himself in a Cadillac commercial. There's not even a script.
You're right. He's the star and the
driving around.
Supporting actor.
Sometimes when you see a mountain, you're having pancakes, and they're like, Cadillac. And women leave a snail trail to the dealership to buy one because he's that good looking.
I read his book in the whole he gave lots. It was a great book, but he gave lots of advice on like success and stuff. And my mind kept going, yeah, but you're Matthew McConaughey.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, but you look like Matthew.
Might have helped you move up in the line a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Step one, look like Matthew McConaughey.
No. When we come back, me and Jamie Lissell will give Matthew McConaughey more career advice because he needs it from us.
He does.
We're back after this.
You're listening to Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon.
That's my name. Don't wear it out.
I listen on my smart speaker.
Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat.
It's always on. I'm always connected.
At your service since 1951, we're News Talk KRMS.
Paid for by government.com. Have you heard? Morgan's silver dollars are back for 2023. For the 100th anniversary, the U.S. Mint released the first legal tender Morgans in 100 years. They sold out instantly. Now, Morgan's silver dollars are back in 2023, minted in 99.9% pure silver, but only 275,000 coins were minted, and they will go fast. The entire market and experts agree this is a big deal and an amazing opportunity for both coin and silver buyers. Just call 1-800-888-7630 and you are guaranteed a 2023 brand new uncirculated 99.9% pure silver Morgan dollar. But with limited quantities, you must call now. To learn more, call 1-800-888-7630. Plus, you'll receive a free bonus Patriots pack, new and improved, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-888-7630 now to secure your new 2023 Morgan silver dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-888-7630.
Consumer Cellular's award-winning customer support is 100% based in the U.S., and you are 100% based in the U.S. That's something you have in common with Consumer Cellular's customer service. Consumer Cellular's customer service likes pizza, and you like pizza. You want a free month of service, and we want to give you one. We obviously can't wait to hear from you. Visit consumercellular.com/free month and enter code free month to get your second month free. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Promotion is subject to terms and conditions.
All right, team. Apps on the table by 7:30 sharp.
Jalen and his catering company have a lot on their plate.
Really particular.
He needs a bigger team to continue climbing up the food chain.
Throughout this event. Hey, Mitch, was that contract for 200 or 250 people?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our hiring platform instantly connects you with quality candidates, and you can schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from the Indeed dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
2 times the healthy blood pressure support? That's a number to rave about. Thanks to Superbeats Heart Chew's unique 2X ingredient that helps promote normal blood pressure nearly 2 times more effectively than diet and exercise alone. Superbeats is America's #1 selling beet brand and the only #1 cardiologist, doctor, and pharmacist recommended beet brand for heart health support. A clinical study showed that the key ingredient in Superbeats heart chews is nearly 2 times more effective at supporting normal blood pressure than a healthy lifestyle alone. And they're part of a brand with over 60,000 5-star ratings and reviews. So double your potential with a special offer exclusively for radio listeners. Get a free 30-day supply of Superbeats heart chews and 15% off your first order at getsuperbeats.com with code RADIO. That's a free 30-day supply and 15% off for radio listeners only at getsuperbeets.com, code RADIO.
Exciting news. The LOZ app just got bigger and better. Introducing 3 new buttons: local charities, Lake Real Estate, and the West Side. Discover local charities. Register yours for free. Explore the latest real estate listings with an interactive map featuring open houses, highlighted homes, and great information on local realtors. Plus, check out everything the West Side has to offer: dining, attractions, and more. Search LOZ app on your app store. It's totally free. Experience everything the lake has to offer in the palm of your hand. Join Paul Hannigan and Bob Rankin this Saturday morning for the Outdoor Show at 8 and the Sweet Spot Golf Show at 9. Both shows will feature live guests with tips from local pros, the word on local and national tournaments, and giveaways. 2 shows about what we do best at the lake: hunting, fishing, and golf. It's Paul Hannigan and Bob Rankin with the Outdoor Show and the Sweet Spot Golf Show this Saturday morning from 8 until 10 on News Talk KRMS.
This weekend, it's the Lake of the Ozarks Marine Dealers September Boat Show clearance. September 22nd through 24th at Captain Ron's at the 34 1/2 mile marker. New clearance price 23s, pre-owned and demos. Cruisers, runabouts, performance boats, tri-tunes, ski boats, personal watercraft, docks, lifts, and all boating accessories. For more information, visit ozarkboatshow.com. $1,000 of free gas given away at the show. The September Boat Show clearance, September 22nd through the 24th at Captain Ron's.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-426-0557. 800-426-0557. 800-426-0557. That's 800-426-0557.
Across America with Jimmy Fallon, and we have Jamie Lissow in studio for the full hour.
That's stupid. Use your common sense.
R. Kelly not a fan, but that's probably good. That's probably good. I mean, there is you do have to be over 18 to go to your shows.
Can I tell you a quick R. Kelly story?
Of course.
It's not a bad one. We have sons that are not that far apart in age. Mm-hmm. My son's 13. I think yours is 14. Mm-hmm. He's graduating from... Do you know now every graduation's an event? Like whether it's 8th grade or...
Yeah.
Not like every... So he goes, Dad, I'd love you to be at my graduation. I know you travel. Put this on the calendar. So I put it on the calendar. And he texts me a week before the graduation. He goes, I'm thinking about wearing this. He loves rap music. He loves R&B. Thinking about wearing this for my graduation. Would you buy it for me? And it's a T-shirt. And it says, Free R. Kelly. Right? And so I write back, buddy, you like... You should Google it, but I think he did like some bad stuff, and I don't think that's the right thing to do. And he writes back, no, I Googled it. It's not that bad. Like it's like unsubstantiated. Well, he used like kid words to say like it didn't really happen. And then I go, but I just don't think it's the right thing. Maybe you should do. And then like I'm like, what is going on? And then a couple minutes later, he writes me back and he says, oh, all's cool. He goes, we texted all our dads to see who would take the longest to tell us no. It was just a bit, and I took the longest. He said I was the nicest to say no. Like every other dad was like, you can't. And I was like, okay, buddy, maybe you heard the wrong. They were just doing a bit.
That would have. I listen, man. I get it. You're like, no, not if you're going to wear slacks. It's not going to match. Everybody else was like, that's wrong.
Yeah.
Well, at least you weren't the dad who was like, well, don't judge them until you've seen these women. At least, it wasn't totally depraved. But I admire your honesty, Jamie Lissow. 30 seconds from a commercial break. Jamie and I, when we come back, are going to deal you into some real insight on what it's like to be us. I hope you like La Quintas, dirty movies, not being able to make eye contact with the clerk when you check out, I think would be a good place to start. And we'll get into some more politics. Howard Stern, the king of all media, very much behaving like the Prince Harry of all media this week. We'll get into his gripes and grievances when we come back with Jamie Lissow on Fox Across America.
My station. We love it. It's number one.
When I listen to you, life feels normal.
Listen live on our smartphone app, Alexa, Google Play, and KRMSradio.com.
Here's Mark Alford, U.S. Representative from Missouri's 4th District, speaking on the floor of Congress in favor of AM radio.
I love AM radio. You see, AM radio is an essential platform for listeners who rely on crucial updates, on weather patterns, market shifts, agricultural news. It's also a vital platform for emergency information. Stations like KRMS, AM radio is there for a reason. It's there to operate in the public interest, and that's exactly what it does. And I want my AM radio.
Seal off drafts, dust, moisture, and more with MD Weather Stripping from Menards. Create your comfortable living space with the Midwest's largest selection of in-stock weather stripping, with over 130 products available to take home. And start saving today. Block light and reduce noise transfer between rooms with the Light and Sound Underdoor Seal for $14.99 after 11% rebate. Good through September 24th. Savings are mail-in rebate. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Save big money at Menards.
If you're struggling to keep up with conversations, avoiding restaurants because you can't understand the waiter, if you've got the TV volume way up, then you really need these. These tiny but powerful little hearing aids are the Nano CIC Rechargeable, priced at only $297 for a full pair. And no, these are not simply amplifiers. These are ultra high quality, ultra reliable hearing aids, priced thousands less than other hearing aids. They fit right in your ear, nothing shows on the back of your ear, and at only $297 for a full pair. When you order today, Nano will give you a 45-day money-back guarantee. Order right now and Nano will give you a free portable charging case and even ship them to you for free. Here's the number. Call now.
800-984-7197. 800-984-7197. 800-984-7197. That's 800-984-7197.
Christian Faith Publishing is looking for Christian authors of all types of books. And unlike most publishers, Christian Faith Publishing reviews each and every book submitted to them, and they give you their feedback. And if they like what they read, they'll get your book into bookstores and for sale online at Amazon, the Apple iTunes Store, Barnes & Noble, and other outlets. They handle everything: editing, cover design, copyright protection, printing, publicity, and distribution. So whether you've written an inspirational work, a novel, a children's book, poetry, or a biography, and want to get it published, you need to call Christian Faith Publishing and do it immediately.
Call 800-615-7736 now for your free author submission kit. That's 800-615-7736. Again, for your free author submission kit, call 800-615-7736. That's 800-615-7736. Work with a publisher who shares your core Christian values of integrity and honesty. Call Christian Faith Publishing at 800-615-7736 for your free author submission kit.
Do you have an idea for an invention, but you don't know what to do next? How do you get in front of companies or get a patent? Call InventHelp. They've been helping inventors just like you for 35 years.
And thousands of people contact them every month.
With 65 offices, you can meet with an InventHelp representative near you who will keep your idea confidential and explain their invention process step by step. InventHelp has helped over 10,000 inventors get patents. And they offer 3D animations and prototyping services.
Has your heater or air conditioner busted? Appliance broken? Computer crashed? Then you need an ARW home warranty. Home system and appliance repairs and replacements can cause stress and cost you thousands of dollars per year. With an A-plus BBB rating and a top-rated home warranty company on Consumer Affairs and Trustpilot, ARW Home provides superior service, featuring the industry's lowest service call fee. ARW Home has warranty plans that cover your kitchen and laundry appliances, heating and air conditioning systems, electrical and plumbing systems, and much more. Call 800-941-4085 to customize your plan. Plus, ARW has partnered with Azurian to protect your new and used tablets, laptops, TVs, and other home tech from accidental damage and wear and tear. All plans come with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Call 800-941-4085 for your free quote. That's 800-941-4085.
Oh, girl. It is Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon. I got to tell you, we're having a very disappointing off-air conversation, Jamie Lissow and I. It's two comics talking about how to get off drugs, which when I got into stand-up, I was picturing green rooms. You know, it was like Rodney D. It was the 80s. Mountains of cocaine.
We were not only talking about getting off drugs, we're talking about injuries from just going through your daily work that you do. We weren't talking about like, oh, I was skiing.
Yeah.
I fell off a thing. We were like, oh, I was using a mouse.
We weren't even talking about getting off like fun drugs.
No.
Not even like drugs. We were talking about, so let me ask you that. Do you drink when you do stand-up?
So I haven't drank in 7 years.
All right, good for you. Congratulations. So I'd say that's a no.
I found I did have definitely a little bit of a problem. I'm not like a recovery guy or anything, but I'm not as good when I drink at anything.
Yeah.
At life or anything. And I noticed with stand-up when I did drink, because, I did drink, Jimmy. I drank a lot back in the day. I made sure I would for sure celebrate after the show, but I remember when I started videotaping my sets with an old VHS camera, I noticed that whenever I drank, I would get off stage and be like, am I great? What do you think, guys? I'm the best. I noticed the show is for me and not them.
Oh, Jamie, what a man of the people.
Right? I felt like I was entertaining myself, but I would watch the tape and go, I did not do that good. My brain was not working. It wasn't as sharp as it could have been.
We all know, like the classic guy who's in a fight and drunk and thinks he's doing better than he is.
Yes.
He's like, "Why did you break it up, bro?" I'm like, "Dude, they were actually toe tagging your body.
Yeah, you were in the hospital.
They were helping. I didn't break it up. Actually, the EMS did. The paramedics did. It wasn't. I had nothing to do with it. But yeah, that's the point. I think it deludes you. But what I find is I don't feel like my brain is as sharp on any substance. So what Jamie and I were talking about off the air is I was on meds for my arm, had like an inflammation. But I didn't like doing even this show on like meds,
like a muscle relaxant or an anti-inflammatory.
And I just feel like your process. Like if you're doing stand up a long time, you do it a certain way. And I think that's the answer. That's the best defense I can give you of Bill Cosby. Like, listen,
you know what I think is funny?
He's been doing it this way for so long. I kid.
What I think is very funny is that sometimes at comedy clubs, when you're performing on stage, the crowd, a waitress will walk up to the stage, middle of a bit, and she'll go, hey, these people want to buy you a drink. It used to be more prevalent back in the day, I think, when I would do more bars and stuff. And they would go, hey, there's a shot coming from table, whatever. And now I go, oh, I don't really drink anymore. But I remember back in the day thinking, so if you're thinking like, I love this man's comedy, these well-written jokes, I'm going to buy him a shot. That would be like if you're watching a guitar player and you were like, hey, the back table wants to smash your finger with a hammer. Like you're making it harder for me to do the thing that you liked a minute ago.
Dude, I have Fox people, that listen to this radio show that turn every live event. It's like the movie Selena, the president of the fan club actually kills her.
Yes.
That's every one of my live events. No one offers to buy me a drink. They're Texan. They offer to buy you 400 drinks. Like they're shooting spare ribs at me out of a T-shirt gun as I leave town, and like pelting the car in the side, this barbecue sauce on the side of it. I think there's this fine line between hospitality and a hazing ritual. And, we just lap any of it up because we spent most of our careers opening for other people.
Yep.
And that's why I think we are so grateful. Like I know you're a guy after Gutfeld. You meet the show. You meet the audience on the road, right?
Oh, yeah, I love it.
Yeah, and it's like, to me, it's the coolest thing in the world. It's, first of all, it's fascinating that anybody want to meet me. Like, I almost feel like they should aim higher, because it's hard to make peace with the fact that meeting you or meeting me to some people would count as a significant life experience.
Yeah, and did you remember? I'm sure you remember. You drove a cab. Yeah. I did everything. Yeah. I worked in factories and waited tables, and I did comedy, and nobody came, or they came and they didn't know who you were, and that's that memory of that. Yeah. The gratefulness pours out of me every time I do a Gutfeld show. I did it yesterday, and I walked out. And I took pictures of people, and I remember them going like, "Thank you for this," and I'm like, "Thank you for this." Are you kidding me?
I mean, just the idea that if someone yells like my name in public now, I don't have to run. So I don't like owe them money. Yeah. It's not like a bookmaker. Now it's like I'm on the train. Somebody's like, Jimmy Fallon. I turn around. I know I'm going to meet someone pleasant.
I feel the same way where they go like, oh, I recognize you. And it used to be like, oh, you're the guy that peed down the stairs at that bar. And now it's from Gutfeld.
Jamie Lissau's getting recognized from his TV work. And it's not just from Dateline, is what you're trying to say. It's not just from Cops, folks. Thanks to the king of late night, there's also some well-meaning recognition coming your way. It's fun. It's fabulous. Nice. Jamie's going to be on the road. He's at the Egyptian Theater. It was as nice of a theater as I've ever played in Boise, Idaho. He is there December 9th.
It's my first theater.
And you have no option to hang out with me because you know what I'll be doing December 9th?
What?
So my whole audience owes you their attention. I'll be at the Dallas Cowboys game with my brother because we're taking him for his 50th birthday. So I can't even offer the audience a competing event. You have the full support. We are marshaling all of our resources, as the government would say, to the Lissau comedy event at the Egyptian Theater, December 9th. Is it a 7 p.m. show, as most of them are?
It's an 8 p.m. show.
Whoa! What is this, New Year's Eve? Come on, man.
Well, the promoter, I remember, he goes, what date do you want to do? And I go, what's Falia doing? 12/9. Yeah. They go, he's going to be at that game. Don't you love the early? I love the early show. Because our Gutfeld fans and Fox fans, they tend to be like our age now and like a little older, and as opposed to like that young bar. I was at a show a couple weekends ago, and in the front row, there was like an older man, and his phone alarm went off, and like 60 people took their pills.
Yeah. It's funny. I've seen 2 versions of my demo. Okay. Depending on the town I'm in, when we were in Tampa, okay, and you've played, what's the room we're thinking about? The Tampa Improv?
Yeah, I'm actually there first week in October. It's been a while.
Half of that crowd was strippers. It was unbelievable. Whether they knew it or not, they were strippers. they were either stripping or they were about to start stripping. They were retired strippers. They were wonderful people, nicest people in the world. When I was in Bend, Oregon, and very interesting because I think it's regional. Bend, Oregon, I was telling you this off the air. It was close enough to Portland that we sold out the theater, but my name wasn't on the marquee.
Hilarious.
Because they didn't want like Antifa bringing me like a good luck brick.
That marquee's expensive.
Yeah, to the front of the theater. So that was
good luck brick.
Yeah, a good luck brick. But that one, everyone there was my age, early 20s. And no, but everybody there was my age, and they were like, it's like playing Vermont. There are certain states that are so overwhelmingly liberal that if you show up, every conservative in the state does show up.
That's right. They find each other. They find you.
Yeah. It's like you're like at like some Sons of Liberty underground event. And it's really fascinating to be doing comedy in that, vein, because I don't consider this. I talk about this sometimes. I was telling Waters this the other night about the problem with partisan comedy. And people keep talking about this in terms of late night is, Conan famously said last week that Trump ruined late-night comedians. Okay, but it's late-night comedians that ruined late-night comedians.
That's right.
Because there were a lot of jokes you could have told that didn't have to have an agenda to them. It's like for the same reason they don't trash Biden is they don't want to make the party look bad. But as a comic, you're not there for the Republican Party or the Democratic Party. I always say, like, we're there for the keg party. Like, that's who we're there on behalf of. And I think what a lot of comedians are forgetting is just that. Is that we're not supposed to be shaping people's voting, priorities.
That's right. Can you imagine if that's your rule?
Yeah.
Not being able to talk about Biden, who's extremely old.
Yeah.
You're not Kamala.
Yeah.
Fetterman. Can you imagine that's hands off of those just gold mines of comedy?
There's a guy who walked into the Senate straight out of a Bass Pro Shop.
Yeah.
And not even the fall section, the summer clearance rack in the fall. Sweatshirt, fish print shorts.
And every day there's a new fun Biden thing that you cannot talk about on your monologue that you have to write every single day. I just heard that like Biden, every time he's in a presidential motorcade. He's like, "Are we being pulled over?"
Yeah,
every time
he sees the cops.
Yeah, he goes, "What do we do?" Tell him I'm the president.
Well, it's funny, Jamie, because I think that's what happened to them. Is that they're in this position where a lot of the good targets are off limits, and that's what hurt it as it became predictable. But what I'm trying to say is I don't want to find myself in that lane. So once in a while at a live show, like if someone meets you at a meet and greet, and they're like, "We got to save this country," I'm like, "Who's we?" I'm like, I got to make you laugh because I think the biggest contribution we can make is just to take the edge off. And that's where I think the late night guys failed. I think it's getting past the point of them only being like one-trick ponies in terms of the targets they'll shoot at, is you can't take the edge off if every bit in your act is just getting you mad at the other side.
Yeah, and you're either trying to convince someone that's not ever going to be convinced, or you're in an echo chamber. And what's the point? Why not get a laugh? What would happen if someone asked you, I think I know the answer, but like if someone said like, "Hey, I watch Fox every day, it's my favorite, but my husband or my neighbor is super liberal. I want to bring him to come to your comedy show. Will he have a good time?" What would you say to that?
Oh, I would say absolutely, totally.
Me too.
Because I'm absolutely talking to them from like just a human perspective. Like, this is ridiculous, and that's it. That's essentially what I'm saying.
Same.
And even if I'm taking a shot at a Democratic position, it's because it is patently ridiculous. Like, I'm not telling you men can't have babies because I want you to vote Republican. I'm telling you so you don't get your hopes up. if you're a man and you were hoping to have a daughter, but you and your husband hadn't, you know what I mean? That's all. That's why I'm doing it. But no one wants to have that conversation, Lissau. That's why you and me are here saving the world. So another guy who was in the comedy business for quite some time, Howard Stern. Okay. And listen, in terms of radio careers, he is a Carnival cruise ship. I am the inflatable Somali raft.
I would even say maybe Norwegian cruise ship.
Yeah, maybe whatever. But the point is, I am the captain. I am, if anything, hijacking an oil tanker on a blow-up boat compared to Howard Stern.
Legend.
Yes, so we give him that. But he was speaking to criticisms that he'd gone woke, and he said, yesterday, like he's proudly woke, so be it. I just want to play this clip because there's something within the clip that even on a Howard level, it bothers me. Because it's not, getting past the politics, because he's always had political opinions, okay? This, I know, Josh, and thank you. I just want to read this one thing, okay? It's Stern. Yes, he says he takes being woke as a compliment. Start at 20.
I hear that a lot, that I'm not good anymore because I'm woke. My whole career I've been hearing...
Well, maybe Metamucil is woke. Stop eating it.
Yeah. By the way, I kind of take that as a compliment that I'm woke. I'll tell you how I feel about it. To me, the opposite of woke is being asleep. And if woke means I can't get behind Trump, which is what I think it means, or that I support people who want to be transgender, or I'm for the vaccine, well, dude, call me woke as you want.
Robin, by the way, interrupting with a Metamucil joke that...
Just a bit outside. He tried the corner and missed.
Didn't quite make it down the middle of the plate.
Is there a luckier person in the whole world than Robin? To be friends with Howard?
Listen, like when the people who run like Fate Inc., who like kind of dictate how life goes. Like, listen, we're going to need you to spend the next 30 years going, "Oh, Howard," for $200 million. Does
she have a dark secret just of the universe that she's keeping as a secret? Did she say, like, what
do
did
you know?
She do?
But the whole proud woke thing, okay? And he takes it a step further to the vaccine, and I'll get into that too. Okay. Is I think woke has become a catch-all for anything conservatives don't like. But I think what it is, and this is what I wanted to talk to you about because we're comics, okay, is I think whether it was intentional or not, wokeism is a war on fun because it's what wokeism is, hey, we're attuned to these injustices that other people don't see. But I think in order to spot them, you have to ruin a lot of fun things. Hey, remember that football game we were enjoying? Well, it's being played on stolen land. You're like, really? We just tailgated for 2 hours. They're having a hot dog race around the field. I don't know that we needed that, but that's what a lot of it is. It's like Aunt Jemima.
Remember that comedian we were laughing at? Well, you shouldn't have laughed at those three things. You're a racist.
Yeah, it turns out you shouldn't have laughed. And I think it's like, but a lot of it, okay, because it's being, I consider it like cultural arson. They're setting fires where we didn't need one. And oftentimes, the victims in the blaze are the people they purport to care about. Like if we got into Aunt Jemima, so whoever played Aunt Jemima, that family was receiving royalties for 120 years because their great-great-great-great-great aunt was Aunt Jemima.
Yeah.
But white people showed up.
It's so much virtue signaling.
Yeah, white people showed up like, this is racist. So they took the money away from the black family in the name of like progress. But it ultimately hurts the people it means to help. So I think in a weird way it's a catch-all. But I think if we were trying to define it, it's looking for grievance where you'd normally find fun.
Oh, that's good, Jimmy. I swear, I looked at this and tried to define woke and couldn't, and I think that's really good.
Well, I think that's really a lot of what it is. And I think what frustrates me with like somebody like Howard is, you know, he's obviously a monumental career that he's had, but everything he did do would have fallen under the umbrella of anti-woke and that he was punching down. It's like, here is an actual midget. Here I'm wearing blackface. I'm doing all these things, you know? So my question to you is, do a lot of people who embrace these positions, we kind of started talking about Louis like this, and I think Gutfeld says this, like a lot of the Jimmy Fallons of the world or the Jimmy Kimmels of the world would be so far on the wrong side of the cancel crowd if they didn't toe the line for them politically, because they have things in their record like blackface that would get you whacked.
Or
by
the
mob.
Man Show.
Yeah. Oh, the Man Show. Lecture me again on female empowerment, Howard, as you were throwing slices of bologna onto the buttocks of strippers.
Yeah, because Kimmel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kimmel was, you know, he'd go to a occasional makeup shop, spend a little too much time in there. He was putting on a little more than powder and concealer, if you know what I mean. Fallon has a couple of those in his wake too. So I think that's the problem, is I think a lot of the people who were ardently pro-fun have been duped into being woke in some sense of the word, because some of their pro-fun performances haven't aged well. So it's almost like a hostage situation.
And it's also that they've already achieved this level being anti-woke that maybe they don't need to anymore.
Yeah.
You know, like the things that, that's wild.
I mean, that's the thing about Howard is like he has actual FU money, you know, and he got it by being a guy who said FU.
Yeah, I'm going to be totally honest with you. When I heard this story, because we almost covered this on Gutfeld, when I heard the story about Stern, I go, I thought he was dead, and this was after I saw the video of him talking about this.
It doesn't look good. He's like, it's one of those, they say never meet your idols, you know, that whole thing.
Yeah.
Yes, if you met him in person.
He was the only one that was voted off America's Got Talent, and he was a judge.
Gotta go, man.
It's never happened before.
Quick break, back after this.
It's the #1 show with humans and animals. Nice beaver.
Thank you. I just had it stuffed.
Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon.
Gets me through my workday.
I always have my radio on at work.
Everyone's listening. KRMS 1150, 97.5 and 103.3.
These statements and information are for educational purposes only and are not a solicitation for the purchase of any insurance or financial product. All guarantees are based on the claims-paying ability of the insurer. Paid for by Bank on Yourself.
Are you putting your retirement savings in a 401k or IRA? Then I have one word of advice. Stop. You've been lied to by the Wall Street fat cats who get paid whether you win or lose. They say risk your life savings in the stock market, but studies show people who follow that advice will outlive their savings by a staggering 10 years. They say max out your contributions to 401ks, but the man who invented the 401k now says it's a monster that should be destroyed. They say defer paying your taxes to retire in a lower tax bracket, but retirees who fell for that lie are paying higher taxes than ever. Now get a free report exposing the wealth-killing lies you've been told and discover the proven retirement plan alternative Wall Street fat cats hope you never hear about. You can get guaranteed competitive growth every year and tax-free retirement income. Get your free report now at bankonyourself.com/goal. That's bankonyourself.com/goal. bankonyourself.com/goal.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com.
The Genuine Country Music Association will host its annual Classic Country Jamboree, October the 8th at the Lodge of the Four Seasons. The event benefits the Lake of the Ozarks Soccer Association, Wonderland Camp, and State Fair Community College. Join Classic Country 104.9 for our live broadcast from noon until 2 p.m. Sponsored by John Farrell Real Estate, BG Tree Service, Top Deck, The Healing Box Project, and Vicki Lloyd Seal the Deal Team Remax Lake of the Ozarks.
The following ad contains shocking material. Listener discretion is advised. Is someone in your family playing a dangerous game of Russian roulette? Over 43,000 people die a year from drug overdose. 120 people a day. 5 people every hour. 1 person every 12 minutes. 88,000 people die every year from alcohol abuse. Over 240 people a day. 10 an hour. 1 person every 6 minutes. Somebody you know may be next. Learn how to help someone you love get away from the drugs, alcohol, and bad influences. With the FMLA, people can take a leave of absence from their job and still keep it. Call Quit Drugs 321 now at 800-338-6906. 800-338-6906. 800-338-6906. That's 800-338-6906.
Jamie Lissau's with me. We're in the bottom of the 9th on the show. You can see him live in person. He's at the Laugh Factory at the Tropicana in Vegas this weekend. Hey Girl, hot show. In December 9th. I actually brought him on because I wanted to make sure I did everything in my power to help sell out the Egyptian Theater. It's the best theater. You're going to love it. You're going to love it so much. And you've seen shows there. What did you do there?
I opened for Rob Schneider there.
Oh, you opened for Schneider?
2 years ago.
Oh, okay. So you know you've worked there. You get it.
It was amazing. And it's my first theater.
No. It is the nicest theater to headline because the motif is in the room, it's in the lobby, it's in the old school green. Like, you're going to love it so much.
Psyched.
Stand-up has a way for people like us. Remember the movie Almost Famous?
Kind of.
They're basically someone's traveling with this band. And they're like a happening cool celebrity for like 3 weeks till they're no longer traveling with the band. Mm-hmm. And then like reality sets in. There's a lot of moments in showbiz, that really have you thinking like, wow. You know what I mean? I'm like Jack Nicholson now.
Yeah.
And then the next day.
Mm-hmm. It's fleeting, but yeah, I've been there.
It's like a lot of fleeting moments. But that's one of those moments that'll make you think it's going much better than it is.
Wow, that's good to know.
No, it's good to know.
That's
but
exciting.
It is going great. It's going great. You're all over the chat. You're on Gutfeld again. Come on, you're making moves, slanging jokes with the King of Late Night. That's exciting.
It's the best.
It's the best. And
isn't it fun that you do I tell people what my favorite thing about Gutfeld is when I did the Tonight Show, I worked on my set for 9 years. 9 years to do a 5-minute set to do the Tonight Show. Gutfeld, you write the jokes that afternoon and do them for 2.5 million people. It's like walking a tire. It's super fun.
And no one checks. No one cares. You do whatever the hell you want.
That's right.
Okay, if you were to go to the Tonight Show right now, your set would go to 40 lawyers. You know what I mean? And then it goes to these other people. Then it goes to the sponsors. Now, the one thing about Gutfeld is it is the Trump of late night. Mm-hmm. Trump is clearly not scripting anything.
That's right.
There's no strategist, and it's pretty apparent when he gets out there, okay? That's Gutfeld. Okay, we've pulled the goalie. We're doing whatever the hell we want.
Yep.
And it's fabulous. So for that, you are welcome, America and the world. Jamie Lissau, we did this, and I've been credibly informed that I'm still employed at the network after this hour.
I love it.
It was touch and go on the way in, but we did it. Watch him on TV. Go see him at the Egyptian Theater. The show is over.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-353-9057. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-353-9057. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-353-9057. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-353-9057, 800-353-9057, or biglou.com.
The Genuine Country Music Association will host its annual Classic Country Jamboree, October the 8th at the Lodge of the Four Seasons. The event benefits the Lake of the Ozarks Soccer Association, Wonderland Camp, and State Fair Community College. Join Classic Country 104.9 for our live broadcast from noon until 2 p.m. Sponsored by John Farrell Real Estate, BG Tree Service, Top Deck, The Healing Box Project, and Vicki Lloyd Seal the Deal Team Remax Lake of the Ozarks.
Can your employer fire you for actually taking your agreed upon sick days? Or insist that you take a cut in pay in order to keep your job? I'm Curtis Howard. Join me every day as we learn the answers to these and other actual court cases on America's Radio Court, Point of Law. You'll be amazed, amused, and sometimes annoyed. Join me here every day and be a part of it, and see if you agree with the judge.
Point of Law is sponsored by the Law Office of Christopher Rohr on Osage Beach Parkway, next to Golden Corral.
At your service since 1951, News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Monica Ricks in New York. No change today on federal interest rates. Fed Chair Jerome Powell.
We've covered a lot of ground, and the full effects of our tightening have yet to be felt.
The move comes after nearly a dozen increases. CBS's Jason Brooks has more.
The Fed is content to leave the federal funds rate at a range of 5.25% to 5.5% for the next 2 months, as it takes time to assess the impact of high rates on inflation and the economy. Worries over high inflation persist at the central bank, and it's still forecasting the possibility of one more quarter-point rate hike before the end of the year.
Climate change is the big focus today at the United Nations. Femi Naomi Mataafa is the Prime Minister of Samoa.
Make no mistake, the storm is gaining strength. It is our responsibility as leaders to secure a resilient and prosperous future for our people.
This year alone, the U.S. set a record for natural disasters, 23 so far, and it's still September. President Biden and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu met today on the sidelines of the UN.
At the start of the meeting, President Biden said the two would be tackling some of the tough issues.
Upholding democratic values that lie at the heart of our partnership, including checks and balances in our systems.
Perhaps a reference to Israel's controversial judicial overhaul, which has sparked protests over that very issue.
That's CBS's Linda Kenyon reporting. In Washington,
our job is to pursue justice without fear or favor.
Attorney General Merrick Garland's taking some heat from House Republicans over how the DOJ's handled some high-profile cases. CBS's Catherine Herridge.
Republicans are alleging that there has been preferential treatment in the Hunter Biden criminal investigation. In the words of the Republican chairman, he said the fix is in, and during the testimony, they pointed to this failed plea agreement and the fact that a federal judge in Delaware found the terms of the agreement were defective and some without any legal precedent.
Today's the 12th anniversary of the military's repeal of Don't Ask, Don't Tell. But there are new efforts now to correct wrongful discharges. CBS's Cammie McCormick.
Many veterans say they have been wrongly denied benefits over the years. Deputy Secretary of Defense Kathleen Hicks.
We are announcing that DoD will, for the first time, begin proactively reviewing the military records of veterans discharged because of their sexual orientation.
If your kid plays Fortnite, you could get a refund. Epic Games has to pay $37 million in penalties for violating children's privacy. This is CBS News.
You need to hire fast and hire right? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates efficiently. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Lake News Now.
I'm John Roger, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. Several Lake area fire districts plus the Lake West EMS will converge this week to take part in some of that training they hope will not have to be put to use anytime soon, but more than likely is inevitable to happen. Sunrise Beach Chief Joseph LaPlante says the annual hazards, materials, and mass casualty drill allows participating districts to meet required training and, more importantly, be prepared for long-term cooperation in the event of a larger real-life incident. Fire districts participating in the drill include Sunrise Beach, Mid-County, Gravois, and Lake Ozark. A motion filed by the state seeking a mental examination of a Jefferson City man charged with first-degree murder has been shot down in Camden County. Chad Tariq Brewer, who's being held without bond, appeared in court on Tuesday when the motion requesting a mental exam was denied by Circuit Judge Matthew Philip Hamner. A motion filed earlier by Brewer to represent himself was also denied, and the public defender's office was ordered to represent him. Brewer is charged with the murder along with delivery of a controlled substance and possession of paraphernalia dating back to Memorial Day weekend 2021 when he allegedly gunned down Vonza Watson at Lazy Gators. Next up is a pretrial hearing followed by the scheduled start to a jury trial on January 8th. And a 69-year-old from Stover is seriously hurt in a one-vehicle accident early Tuesday afternoon on Missouri 52, 1/2 mile east of Calico Road in Morgan County. The Highway Patrol says an SUV driven by Danny Cook traveled off the roadway and struck a utility pole. It's unknown if Cook was wearing a seatbelt at the time. The accident caused power outages throughout portions of the area. He suffered serious injuries and was flown to University Hospital in Columbia. For breaking news anytime, follow us on social media at KRMS Radio, on X at KRMS News, on Facebook. That's your Lake News Now. I'm John Roger.
The news is sponsored by Jennings Insurance Group. Visit JenningsInsuranceGroup.com.
Medicare health insurance plans are making some changes this year in Central Missouri. In some cases, significant changes. Jennings Insurance Group has helped thousands of your Lake area neighbors understand their coverage choices over the past 13 years. If you want an experienced agent to help you, call us today. We have several trained, licensed agents ready to serve you. Jennings Insurance Group, we want you to have the best possible coverage and the knowledge to use it. Call or stop by today, 573-693-9443.
I'm meteorologist Ray Miller with your News Talk KRMS Weatherology forecast. Isolated showers and storms this afternoon with cloudy skies and a high of 70 degrees. Tonight, showers and thunderstorms with a low of 61. Scattered showers and storms Thursday, high of 81 degrees. Friday, chance of showers and storms with a high temperature around 80 degrees. Current water temperature sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 77 degrees. And at the studios, right now, it's 68.
Live from the headquarters of Ramsey Solutions, it's The Ramsey Show, where we help people build wealth, do work that they love, and create amazing relationships. I'm George Camel, co-host of Smart Money Happy Hour, joined by Ken Coleman, host of The Ken Coleman Show, and we are here to serve you today, America. You can give us a call at 888-825-5225. If you've got that burning question, don't be shy. This is the day to call. Ken and I, we haven't been called intimidating many times in our life.
Yeah, that's a great point. In fact, we couldn't intimidate an ant. Let's be honest.
I once fought an ant and I lost.
Exactly. You know, we have fun together. We enjoy being together. We're here to help you. We're not going to yell at you. We're going to encourage you. And George is one half of the wildly popular duo, Rachel Cruz being the other half of Smart Money Happy Hour. And I'd like to point out that in the Yeti here is just water.
Thank you for pointing that out.
No cocktails or mocktails on the set today.
I am unbeveraged.
I bet the advice would be better, though. I wonder.
That's fair.
I wouldn't work any longer, but the advice would be great for one show.
Well, hey, if you want some of that advice, you can try us, 888-825-5225. John is kicking us off in Seattle. John, welcome to the show.
John.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, good. So my wife and I are 33. We're on baby steps 4 through 6 right now. And step 4, we've got figured out the retirement stuff. And right now we're looking at step 5 and 6. We've got 2 kids, 1 more on the way. And so I'm focusing in on step 5 right now, which is the kids' college fund. And the main question I have is basically how much to put in there for each of the kids. Because, it seems like there's my view. So basically, my wife and I both value education. I've got an MBA and my wife's got a doctorate. And it's worked for us. Our careers made sense. We paid off our debt. And the career paths we chose made sense. We have constant discussions about, we want our kids to go into certain degrees, certain areas maybe. We're kind of discussing how much should we put away? Should we cover their undergrad? Should we set aside some stuff for graduate? Like, should we set them up for our path? I'm personally on the fence between, I think 10 to 20 years from now, the ROI on certain degrees might not make sense. Like, if my son decides he wants to do a 6-month plumber course and become an apprentice and start his own business and take some business courses on the side and, start off with no debt, I would rather have that. But at the same time, we're kind of talking about, well, if they're going to go down the education route, we want them to have some skin in the game, because my wife and I both had to pay student loans, and it kind of forced us to work while we were in
All right,
school.
John,
It was a good experience.
John, let me jump in
Yeah.
for a second. We're going to get to the money piece. How old are the kids?
So our oldest is 5, youngest is 2, and then the other one's on the way.
Okay, John, first of all, I love your heart, and I love that you're intent on this, but you need to breathe, man. They're 2 and 5. Like, just enjoy finger painting and sock puppets and whatever else is going on, okay? That's the first thing. Secondly, you asked the question, and maybe it was rhetorical, but I'm gonna take it literally. As a guy who is way further down the path than you, I'm only speaking from experience. You don't even have to call this wisdom, okay? You have no freaking idea what your kids are going to decide to do. You have no freaking idea what the world of work is going to look like at that point. And you're absolutely right about the ROI. The ROI on a college degree right now is already plummeting. And that world is changing rapidly. I talk about that almost every day on the Ken Coleman Show. As the work guy here at Ramsey, I'm focusing on the education piece that qualifies you for work. But let me also say, you said, should we steer them? Should we push them in the direction that we went? No. No. Let your kids choose their own path. It's a disaster situation for parents to put pressure on these kids to do what you did.
Where I'm coming from with that is that, like if there's if there's a pot of money put aside and they want to do, I don't know, a fine arts degree or something to that nature, that, there would be some stipulations attached to the money, maybe that, the ROI would need to be positive on it for them to do it. And we would want to have that discussion.
But those variables are not even fully in your control. So the variable I would put on it is we're going to give you this money, and you're going to graduate from your undergrad in 4 years.
Yeah.
We're not going to slouch around. We're not going to do this in 6 years. We're going to get good grades and graduate.
Or you're going to use that for your plumbing trade school, and you're going to be a freaking awesome plumber. And you're just going to pull your pants up higher than most plumbers. That's all we ask. It's a little thing.
That's big.
Just for all of us. Can we all agree on that one? Yeah. So, John, like, put the money aside. You can put it in a 529.
But don't underfund it to allow them to go into debt to teach them a life lesson. Listen, I took on student loan debt. There was no wonderful lessons I learned. My life just would have been better without student loans. I worked just as hard.
Everyone's
and
life.
that was because I had great parents who raised me well to work hard. Now, could we have done better on the financial side and paid cash for college? That would have been great. But as far as work ethic and the character that your kids are going to have, you have a direct influence on that. We don't know if they're going to go into fine arts or they're going to be pro athletes or if they're going to be YouTubers like Ken and I. We don't know. And 20 years from now, we don't know what the world of work looks like or the world of college looks like. So the best thing I can do is, what can I do today to set my kids up for tomorrow and the next day? And that means throwing money into the 529, knowing we don't know what the future holds. And the good news is, John, with the new Secure Act 2.0, you can now convert up to $35,000 of that money to a Roth IRA if they don't use it for college. So not all is lost here.
Would your recommendation be to do the 529 then, or should?
Yes.
If I don't know how much I'm ultimately gonna, should I just throw it in a brokerage account? It's the same thing.
No, it's not the same thing. There's tax advantages with the 529 that you're not going to get with the brokerage account. And so I like the actual 529. The other thing is brokerage account becomes, well, we want to get a down payment on a rental property because we heard Airbnb's hot.
That's right.
And so I like the 529 having a specific goal that is meant for this child. And again, you can always change beneficiaries. What if one of them goes to a really expensive school and one of them does the trades?
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of options you have when you have money. The options when you don't is student loan debt.
Yeah.
And to me and for me and my family, that's not an option. It's off the table.
Yeah.
Yeah. But be prepared, John. I want to prepare your heart because you and your wife represent a lot of parents out there that I'm speaking to. You need to be okay if your kid doesn't want to go get the fancy degree at the fancy college that you went to. That does not mean they're losers. And college and the value of a degree is going to be so wildly different in 15, 16, 18 years. I can't even begin to tell you all. I'm telling you right now, folks, it's going to be very decentralized and splintered from the offering that you see today. It's too much money, it's too much debt, and it's so little relevance to the American workplace right now. Right now, imagine what it's going to be like in 5 to 7 years. You're going to have a bunch of empty buildings. And you know what I say? Good riddance.
Ken, I've heard you say this before. Is a college degree the only way, and is it the best way to the work you want to do? Let's focus on the work we want to do instead of some degree we want to get.
That's
and
right.
we'll have a generation that's actually happy with their work and making good money. This is The Ramsey Show.
Over the years, the risk of becoming a victim of ID theft has skyrocketed. Today, thieves steal your info for not only financial fraud, but for tax refund and Social Security fraud, medical ID theft, criminal acts, and even home title fraud. How do they get your info? Data breaches, internet hacks, phishing scams, malware, the list goes on and on. Cleaning up the mess is a huge nightmare, so having a protection plan, in my opinion, is just a necessity. But spending hundreds of dollars a year with these hyped-up protection plans is just a waste. That's why the only plan I have ever recommended is through Zander Insurance. Zander has bundled the cyber tools you need to protect your data with top-notch ID theft recovery services if you become a victim. It's the most thorough and cost-effective protection on the market. Plus, they cover your kids for free. Call them at 800-356-4282 or visit Zander.com.
Hey folks, Deloney here. Listen, when you pre-order my new book, Building a Non-Anxious Life, I'm going to hook you up with $75 in free bonus items. It's my way of giving you a high five for taking that first step towards being well. Anxiety is not the problem, and it doesn't have the last word. If you order before October 3rd, you'll get a bunch of cool stuff, so don't miss out. Get your copy today at RamseySolutions.com/store. That's RamseySolutions.com/store.
Do you take prescriptions? If you're like a lot of people, you're probably paying cash for your medications. Copays are too high, or you aren't hitting your deductible, right? Fortunately, there's a service that's helping millions of people reduce the cost of their prescriptions. Single Care. It only takes a few seconds to check the price of your medication using singlecare.com or the Single Care app, and it's free. Go online and check for yourself. Visit singlecare.com and start saving today.
You don't have to live in Britain to get what the New York Times calls the best of British telly. Stream the UK's most brilliant series only on BritBox. Unlock acclaimed favourites including Vera and Stonehouse, starring Succession's Matthew McFadden. Plus, don't miss upcoming original dramas like Archie, the story of Hollywood's greatest leading man, Cary Grant. Lose yourself in Britain's best entertainment, only on BritBox. Start a free trial at BritBox.com.
As a roofer, I don't have time to fail. Homeowners rely on me, so I rely on Beacon. Beacon's unique network of branches work together to get me what I need when I need it. Every branch working together. And with the Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like CertainTeed Landmark Pro, right at my fingertips. And now through November, purchase CertainTeed with Beacon Pro Plus, web or app, and earn up to $750. Beacon, always building.
KRMS, FM HD3, Osage Beach. The Dave Ramsey Show is sponsored by the O'Donnell Law Center in Osage Beach. For information about wills and trusts, visit yourestateplanningplace.com.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All-American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-557-7920. 800-557-7920. That's 800-557-7920. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Welcome back to the Ramsey Show. I'm George Camel, joined by Ken Coleman this hour. Give us a call at 888-825-5225. So, Ken, many moons ago, just over 90 days ago,
great reference,
on the show, I said, hey, here's a challenge for the listeners out there, for the credit card people. Because we talked about, I did a poll saying, hey, what is the reason you won't cut up the credit card? And there's a lot of reasons, right? We got fraud protections, and I love my rewards, and it's the convenience and fear, security glands flaring up. And so I challenged everyone to say, hey, for 90 days, don't use your credit card. Put it in a block of ice, lock it in a safe, and just use your debit card, stick to cash, and see how it changes your spending. So this has now been 90 days. And so what I want to do is challenge the listeners, if you actually had committed to this. I know you did, because about at least 67 people said, I'm committing to
67. That's a great response.
At least. So I got to go back through my DMs and find it. There's some homework on my end.
Okay.
But if that was you, I need you to reach out to me at George Camel with a K on Instagram. Send me a DM if that was you. Now, if you didn't do the challenge, don't bother me, all right? But if this was you...
Just follow me at Ken Coleman. So there, how about that?
Yes, and you can talk to Ken. He's lonely over there.
Yeah, I love to get in the DMs.
There we go.
No, I don't.
But I'm curious, the results of
I
this
actually would like to know
anecdotal
that too.
study.
Can we say, if for some reason you're listening right now, call into the show?
I would love that. If you're listening and you were one of those people who said, I committed, here's what happened.
Let's put him
good and bad.
Put him to the front of the line, Christian, and let's see if we have someone who took George up on his challenge, and they're listening to us right now, and they call in, and they did not use their credit card for 90 days.
My hypothesis was you're going to spend way less, you're going to have way more margin, and you won't miss the precious rewards, and you're going to cut up that card once and for all.
Have you seen the legislation that is pending in Congress right now?
Yes.
Have you heard about this?
Well, Visa and MasterCard have been fighting to increase the transaction fees, the interchange fees they charge to businesses.
Right.
And which will end up, by the way, hurting the consumer. Because what do businesses do? You think they're just going to take it and just pay the extra 1%? No, they're going to increase prices by at least that.
They're going to pass it on. They're going to make your sweater a little bit more expensive, George.
Exactly. And so we're all complaining about inflation while getting excited about our rewards cards, which are causing all of this to happen. Because guess what? Visa and MasterCard are not gifting you that out of generosity.
That's the fees.
They need to make money in order to pass on your rewards, which in turn makes all of the things you buy more expensive,
right. But
which in turn makes you complain about inflation.
They love those rewards. So those could go away, George. Yes?
It would be a great thing.
A great day in America.
A great day in America if we had to live without our rewards, which, by the way, 30 years ago, 20 years ago, was not even a thing. So the idea that you can't live without a credit card, I go, well, how? I just watched this Burger King ad, Ken. Did you see this? It was a 1993 Burger King ad where they had just started accepting credit cards. And they were interviewing people in the restaurant they were going, oh my gosh, what do you think about this? And they're going, well, I mean, I can't imagine someone swiping their credit card for fast food.
Right.
Who's going to do that?
Yeah, it's nuts. Do you remember when the whole rewards thing actually became a thing?
I mean, it was in my lifetime because I grew up with it. Yeah. And so at least, I'm going to say 20, 25 years ago, credit card companies started becoming
I'm
aware
going
of
to get
this.
you, what color hat would you like? Trucker hat, solid color. It can't be red, and I'll explain that in just a moment.
Okay, I'll go black.
Okay, I'm going to get you a black trucker's hat that says Marfa on the front of it. MARFA.
Okay.
Make America reward free again.
Wow. I don't know if it'll stick, but I will proudly wear that hat, Ken.
It's probably not.
And now I understand why it can't be red. Thank you for that.
You see what I was doing there?
Yes.
Because you were so passionate. Like, it would be a great day in America if we had no more credit card rewards. So I thought, well, you need a Marfa hat.
You heard great in America.
Make America reward free again. I feel like it's too many letters.
If you've ever wondered what it's
Marfa.
like to be inside the brain of Ken Coleman, that was a
There it
great
is.
picture.
There it is.
It's like a 15-year-old and a 75-year-old all at once.
Yeah.
It's an old man with a young brain. I love it.
Thank
you for that, Ken.
Thank you. I feel like that's a compliment.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I'll report back, Ken, as I start to inquire with all the people that committed to the challenge. But I can't wait to see the results.
I think it's a great challenge.
All right, let's get to the phones. Gina is in Sacramento. Gina, welcome to the show.
Thank you for taking my call. I have a quick question on investing. I'm on baby steps 4 and 6, and I've always heard that you should contribute to your company retirement plan to get the match. But what about when the rate of return is really low and I'm having better returns in my Roth IRA? Should I just max that out instead?
I don't see it as an either or. And so if you look at our investing strategy, it's 5 words. Math beats Roth, beats traditional. And so what is your match with your employer?
So if I contribute 4%, they will contribute 2%, and that's the maximum.
Okay, great. So we're going to take that first because that's a 100% return. So regardless of what the fund is that you're invested in, you just doubled your money instantly, right?
But so
or at least 50%
should I
of it.
pay attention? Should I pay attention to what the annualized rate is of return or the cumulative?
The annualized is what you're looking for. And you want to look at this
So
over a
that,
long period of time. So I wouldn't be looking 1 year in.
4 years, and for the past 4 years, my annualized rate of return is 1.55%.
Okay. And what about your Roth IRA?
That is 4.8.
Okay. So what you want to look at is what am I invested in the Roth IRA? What actually makes up, is it a mutual fund inside of there? What are you invested in?
Yeah, it's just I picked a fund and then it just does its thing.
Okay. So what I would do is look in with your 403B plan and say, what am I invested in? Did I choose some rough funds? Do I need to change my allocations going forward? And that's what I would do. And usually there's going to be a financial advisor tied to your HR's 403B plan that you can reach out to with those kinds of questions. And if there isn't,
So
you
just
can always
keep
reach out
that-
to a SmartVestor Pro.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah, you got it. That's a great question. And
Yeah.
I don't want you to get hung up because a lot of people, Ken, we always spout these numbers. We say, hey, you can get 11% annual average return if you invest in the stock market. And they go, where's my 11%? I'm getting 4% this year. And I'm going, well, yeah, I never said every single year on command it's going to be an exact 11%. I mean, I'm looking here, Ken, at this chart, right? This is the S&P 500. This represents the 500 largest, most established companies. And that's really what we call the stock market. They represent the overall stock market. And in 2020, we had a return of 18.4%. Everyone would say that's amazing. 2021, 28% in 2021. And then 2022 happened and everyone freaked out because it was negative 18%.
What are we on track for right now?
And we are back up. So far, 2023, 17%. And so when you
again,
look at those numbers, and you can see this chart, there's a whole lot of blue, which means we're up, and a whole little bit of red. And so when you look at the long-term track record of the stock market, most of the time it's trending up. And yes, if you look at a given period, 6 months period, a year period, you may not see 11% or 18% or 20%. But overall, what you're looking for is a good, solid mutual fund. It has a good track record. It's invested in the right kinds of companies. We recommend splitting it into 4 different types of mutual funds. So you've got growth and income, aggressive growth, and international. And what that does, it just diversifies. It just says, hey, let's not put all of our eggs in the Silicon Valley basket of all these hot tech startups. Let's not put all of our eggs in the old big companies like the Home Depots of the world. And let's also invest in some international companies like Samsung or Nestle so that if the U.S. market takes a dip, we found there tends to be an inverse relationship where the international funds could balance that out. And so that's all you're doing. And over the course of your investing journey, which is not a year, it's 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, you're going to see great returns, and you will thank us later. So you can look into it. I wouldn't stress. I don't look at my 401k every 3 months to see, am I up, am I down? I just invest for the long haul. And once a year, once every 6 months, I'll check it just to see what's going on. But I don't stress out about it.
Yeah, I don't even think about it. I just know that what the average is saying, it's going to be great, and just hold on to it. And, there's so much fear-mongering out there and so much news about everything that's bad. You'd be surprised if you just took 3 days, just 3, and didn't pay attention to the news at all, how much better you feel, and then check back in and go, my life doesn't suck.
That's right. And remember this, it's not about timing the market, it's about time in the market. Don't jump off the roller coaster until the ride is over, my friends. This is The Ramsey Show.
Hey, if you're in over your head with student loans, if private student loan debt is taking away your financial peace and you don't see any way out, you need Y Refi. Y Refi refinances defaulted private student loans that other places won't touch and gives you a custom loan built for you based on your ability to pay. You'll have a payment you can afford with a low fixed interest rate you couldn't get anywhere else to help you stick to your budget and work the debt snowball. To learn more about this custom refinancing option and a lump sum payoff option you could qualify for after 24 months, call 844-2-RAMSEY or go to yrefi.com/Ramsey. That's 844-2-RAMSEY or the letter Y, then REFY.com/Ramsey.
YRefi is not licensed by the California Department of Financial Protection and Innovation. YRefi is not authorized by the New York State Department of Financial Services to service any New York loans. Funding may not be available in all states.
Hi, I'm Deirdre O'Donnell, estate planning attorney with O'Donnell Law Center. We make the process of planning for incompetence and end of life simple for you and the people you love. We do this through education about wills, trusts, and powers of attorney, and our process for combating the urge to put it off. If you have no plan, you've moved to Missouri, or your plan is outdated, visit yourestateplanningplace.com to learn about our free seminars and planning sessions.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
It's Bob's No Wake Zone Boating Radio Show, making radio waves. If you're not boating, you're thinking about it, riding the waves until the sun goes down. Learn it all here, all the boats and gear, and tips he shares to stay safe out there. It's time for Captain Bob. It's Bob's No Wake Zone Boating Radio Show, making radio waves.
Saturday mornings at 10:06.
Attention business owners, listen carefully to this important message. Are you tired of struggling with monthly bookkeeping or always being behind? Maybe you're fed up with paying your CPA ridiculously high hourly rates for subpar services. At Finance Pal, we know your pain. We're small business owners who understand your tax and accounting needs. At Finance Pal, we take over your books and design a program custom tailored to fit your needs. Whether it's bookkeeping, payroll, bill pay, inventory tracking, or taxes, we have you covered. We handle some or all of these services for one flat, affordable, low monthly fee. Stop worrying about your books and drowning in paperwork. Let us worry while you focus on growing your business. This setup is easy, and we give you the tools and technology to make your monthly finances streamlined and organized.
Call now at 800-509-1764 for a free business assessment. That's 800-509-1764. 800-509-1764.
Finance Pal, the only friend your business needs.
Hey, airline travelers, let's say you have a problem and you need to change or cancel an existing airline reservation. What do? Well, Skywatch is a free service that can help anyone with any airline reservation fix it. Whether you want to cancel it, change your dates, or add passengers, we can help fix your airline reservations so you get exactly what you need. We've updated our computer database and now have access to every airline around the globe. So now you can make one one phone call, regardless of who booked your airline tickets, and we'll change it, cancel it, and fix it for you. We know the insider secrets to fixing reservations that the airlines don't want you to know about. So if you need to cancel, change, or modify an existing airline reservation, call Skywatch right now. It's a free call, so let us fix it for you. 800-930-9129. 800-930-9129. 800-930-9129. That's 800-930-9129.
If you or someone you love suffers from drug addiction, now is the time to utilize your private health insurance PPO plan. If eligible, receive up to $30,000 or more in substance abuse benefits with low or no out-of-pocket cost. We are the National Treatment Network, the premier drug and alcohol treatment referral service operating 24/7. We help connect you with facilities nationwide that accepts PPO private health insurance for substance abuse. If you have PPO substance abuse coverage and you need immediate admittance to a medical detox or residential rehab treatment center, call us now. Call our live referral helpline today. The call is free. This program is not available to Medicare or Medicaid customers.
Call 800-296-1253. 800-296-1253. 800-296-1253. That's 800-296-1253.
I am a non-attorney spokesperson representing a team of lawyers who help people that have been injured or wronged. If you've been involved in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or injured at work, you have rights, and you may be entitled to money for your suffering. Don't accept an offer you get from an insurance company until you talk to a lawyer. And we represent some of the best personal injury lawyers you can find. Tough lawyers that will fight to win your case. And they're so good they stake their reputation on it by only getting paid if you win. So if you've been in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or hurt on the job, find out today for free what kind of compensation you may be entitled to. Call the legal helpline right now.
800-507-3114. 800-507-3114. 800-507-3114. That's 800-507-3114.
This is The Ramsey Show. I'm George Camel, joined by Ken Coleman this hour. 888-825-5225. We are here for you, helping you take the right next step in your life, in your work, and your money. Martha is up next in Orlando. Martha, welcome to the show.
Hi. Thank you for taking my call, first of all.
Sure.
I've got a quick situation. I'm getting ready to retire in the next couple of years. I'm debt-free, and my question is, I won't have a lot of income coming in. Once I retire, I am self-employed, like I said, not going to get much in Social Security. So therefore, I've got a couple investment properties to actually generate income right now. So I was thinking my personal home, the homestead property, if it's wise to do a reverse mortgage on that, take the money from that and buy another property, cash, obviously, and use that as income. Rent it out and use the money as income.
Where did you hear about this idea of the reverse mortgage?
Oh, I'm in real estate.
Oh, okay. So you know the ins and outs of these deals.
Yes.
Oh, boy. And it still sounds like a good idea to you.
Yes. Because,
even though
I stay in my home.
Tom Selleck is selling these, schlepping them on late night television.
Yes.
Oh, boy. Well, I have strong feelings against reverse mortgages, so I cannot in good faith tell you or anyone else who would call into the show that this is a wise decision for their financial future. It puts your home at risk. It's adding more debt to your name. It's causing you to go backwards financially, and the interest and fees can reduce that equity even further. And if you don't meet the loan obligations, you know what happens? You're in real estate. Foreclosure.
Yes. Yeah, but the reverse mortgage is until you pass away. You can stay there as long as you can.
Sure, but I'm confused why this is a money-making scheme to do the reverse mortgage to get a rental?
Because I'll get the equity that I got from my home, take half of it, okay, and put it into another home.
Is the home paid for?
It. Huh?
Is the home paid for?
Yes.
So you have no payments on the home, and we're going to create a payment. They're going to pay you by robbing your equity over time.
No, they're not going to pay me. I'm going to take all the equities on the house and put it into.
So you're talking about a home equity loan?
No. You can take the funds.
A lump sum.
A lump sum.
Okay, and that's what you would do.
That's enough. That's going to give me more than 400, close to 500,000, which I can use and purchase another home, and then generate income that way.
But that's essentially like you saying, "Hey, should I go take out a mortgage for $500,000 as a retirement plan?"
Yeah, but I'm not paying on it.
How are you? I don't understand how you don't think this debt is attached to your name.
It is attached, but I'm not making payments. I need to make income.
Well, this isn't the plan if we're talking about making income.
This is
so
a
let's
disastrous
find a better
idea.
plan. So you have rentals. What are the rental properties worth?
One is worth 400,000.
Okay. And the other one
is 80,000.
Okay. And are they paid for, or do you have mortgages on them?
No, they're paid for. Everything's paid for.
And what's your current house worth?
It's over 900,000.
Love it. And do you have anything else to your name? Any other assets? Anything in retirement?
Very little.
Okay. So on paper, I'm seeing you have $1.5 million in real estate or so?
Mm-hmm.
So wouldn't this be a better plan if you're looking at making income? Why don't we sell maybe your personal, maybe we sell everything and we figure out a new living situation so that you can free up that cash and invest that instead? Because these rental properties, what are they making?
And investing, I don't know how to invest. I've got burned in all these investments. And
well, I want you to make wise investments. There's a broad spectrum from sucks to amazing when it comes to investing. But I'm telling you, you don't have to do this rental income plan. What are they bringing in total? What's the net profit per month?
I will say they bring like $2,400.
Okay, and that's not enough for you to live off of on top of Social Security?
No.
Okay, so how much do you need to live off of?
I need at least another, I will say about $7,000.
You have $10,000 in expenses with no payments?
Yeah, I like to travel.
You know,
But you don't have enough money to
That's
travel.
not a living expense. That's like me saying, if George asking me, Ken, how much you need to live off of, and I throw a huge number out there, and I go, well,
You
I
asked
like
me
to
what
drive.
I need. I told you.
No, that's not what you
I
need.
want.
No, that's not. No, George has been very nice. I'm going to be very honest
You
with
need
you.
$7,600
No.
every single month to travel?
No. Well, first of all, no, stop. You don't need to travel.
It was
what
rhetorical,
you need
Ken.
is to pay. I know, but I'm irritated listening to all
Oh,
this.
Martha, we irritated
Everything
Ken.
is paid. Okay, I got my car.
He's getting a little verklempt.
Yeah, but you don't need $10,000. You don't need $10,000. You need to pay for your utilities. You need to pay for your food. You need to pay for your clothes, transportation, other miscellaneous expenses. You can save up, but you don't need that kind of money. And to take out a loan from your equity, a reverse mortgage to get another house to spit off a little bit of money for all of the risk and all of the upkeep and everything else, it's just nonsensical. It doesn't make any sense. I would rather you sell all your properties and scale back your living. And you're going to have a very nice nest egg.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess you're right.
Yeah, I mean, you can decide.
Less travel for me then. That means less travel, less spending money.
But less risk. Debt is risk.
How old are you, Martha?
61.
Okay.
Oh, my
How many more working years do you have?
Now it's going to give it another couple more years.
Okay. What's your income?
Huh?
What's your income? Aside from the rental properties, what do you do for a living and how much do you make?
We generate a good 200 right now.
Who's we?
My husband and I.
Okay. So he's working as well. Does he have any assets, or is this what you laid out? Is that everything between the both of you?
Does everything for us.
Okay. So what if we put this 200 to good work for the next 5 years? Because you know what 200,000 is for 5 years? That means $1 million is going to pass through your fingers over the next 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what most people do is they wake up and go, oh my gosh, we made $200,000. We're doing our taxes. I don't know where it all went. We got nothing to show for it. Or you could take advantage of all these catch-up contributions, start maxing out your retirement accounts, start socking away money, and have some retirement with dignity. That's my goal for you. But the way to do it, you've done such a great job getting these places paid off, and now you're telling me you want to go back into debt, which is not going to set you up in retirement.
That's what it is. I don't see it as a debt.
You don't see a mortgage as a debt?
No, because that's until
They've done some really great marketing then, haven't they?
It's literally in the program. It's called a reverse mortgage.
Do you know where the word mortgage comes from? It's a French word, death pledge.
Okay.
Did you know that? It's a real fun, dark fact for you, Martha. And so if you're telling me that's not debt, when the word death pledge is in it, I don't know what to tell you. You called the wrong show today. But I want you to have an amazing retirement. I want you to travel. And I also know that going into debt is going to hinder your ability to travel. And right now we're getting starry-eyed over what a rental income could do for us. And I also know during COVID, you couldn't even collect rent. It was a moratorium, and it caused a lot of people to freak out for a good reason.
True. That part is true.
And so that I don't want you in a situation like that. And what happens if the HVAC goes or the renters don't pay or you have trouble filling that spot? It's not a foolproof money-making scheme.
You're over in the Amalfi Coast. What are you going to do then?
I would set some goals over what we're going to do for the next 5 years because I don't want you working in your 70s.
Okay.
Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. And I would not be scared of the stock market. If you are, keep listening to this show. Connect with one of our SmartVestor pros. They've got a heart of a teacher, and this is a network of investing professionals across the country. They don't work for us, but they will take care of you and help guide you along this investing journey and give you some peace that your money's not going to disappear.
Are you were serious about the mortgage? It's a French word for death?
That's a real
I thought
thing,
you might have
Ken.
been messing with her.
No. You can Google this, folks.
I wonder
Death
how you say it.
Pledge.
Mortgage.
Our team just put it up there. French, mort, death.
Wow.
Gauge, pledge.
George, you blew my mind.
I'm full of fun facts. If you guys ever want to do a trivia night around mortgages, take me with you. I'll be your Huckleberry. This is The Ramsey Show.
Hey guys, being free to make your own medical decisions is a big deal these days. Christian Healthcare Ministries gives members the freedom to choose the doctors and providers they want, without the frustration of worrying about networks and with no waiting period to join. It's a membership-based, nonprofit ministry where hundreds of thousands of Christians share funds to pay for and pray for each other's medical bills. Find out more today at chministries.org/budget. That's chministries.org/budget.
I am not a fan of procrastination. If I know something is important, not just for me, but for my family, I don't hesitate. Having a will is important. If you don't have a will, get it now from Mama Bear Legal Forms. With Mama Bear Legal Forms, it only takes 20 minutes, and you and your family is taken care of. Get a will. Go to mamabearlegalforms.com. That's mamabearlegalforms.com.
This weekend, it's the Lake of the Ozarks Marine Dealers September Boat Show Clearance. September 22nd through 24th at Captain Ron's at the 34.5 mile marker. New clearance price 23s, pre-owned and demos, cruisers, runabouts, performance boats, tritoons, ski boats, personal watercraft, yachts, lifts, and all boating accessories. For more information, visit ozarkboatshow.com. $1,000 of free gas given away at the show. The September Boat Show Clearance, September 22nd through the 24th at Captain Ron's.
Join Paul Hannigan and Bob Rankin this Saturday morning for the Outdoor Show at 8 and the Sweet Spot Golf Show at 9. Both shows will feature live guests with tips from local pros, the word on local and national tournaments, and giveaways. 2 shows about what we do best of the lake, hunting, fishing, and golf. It's Paul Hannigan and Bob Rankin with the Outdoor Show and the Sweet Spot Golf Show this Saturday morning from 8 until 10 on News Talk KRMS.
Is the owner of an unguarded swimming pool responsible for injuries or harm to trespassing children? The court had to make a tough decision in the case of the unprotected pool. I'm Curtis Howard with today's Point of Law.
Point of Law is sponsored by the Law Office of Christopher Rohr on Osage Beach Parkway, next to Golden Corral.
KRMS FM HD3 Osage Beach. The Dave Ramsey Show is sponsored by the O'Donnell Law Center in Osage Beach. For information about wills and trusts, visit yourestateplanningplace.com.
Discover the power of radio. If you're a business owner looking to grow, you should know that radio sells with intimacy. When you have something important to communicate, which would you prefer? To show them a picture? To write to them? Or would you talk to them using the emotion of the human voice? Radio sells with intimacy. Discover the power of radio.
Put the power of radio to work for your business. Call KRMS and 93.5 Rocks. We can help. Call 348-2772.
Hey folks, welcome back to The Ramsey Show. I'm George Camel, joined by Ken Coleman. It's a free call at 888-825-5225. My mama always told me that sharing is caring, Ken, and so I'd really appreciate it if everyone out there, if you enjoy the show, consider sharing it with a friend, hitting the share button wherever you're listening, leave a review, and just tell people about it. Hit the subscribe button. Let the algorithms know you're into it so that we can displace all the filth that's out there, all the toxic advice that's constantly swirling around us. And I know it is because you guys send it to us going, have you guys seen this? You got to talk about this on the show. And so one of the ways we can help with that is getting to the top of your YouTube algorithms and podcast algorithms so that people know we're out here telling them the truth even when it hurts. Yeah. So we really appreciate that.
And, throw a little something extra in if you like George and I together. We've been called the Root Beer Float of the Ramsey Show. So we're very proud of that moniker.
I don't know why, but it's something it's on my wall.
Yeah. Is it really?
Picture me and you, 8x10, root beer float across the top. I say that, now some fan is going to send us an 8x10.
I know. We don't know. We were joking. We're just having fun.
It's going to be the Step Brothers movie poster, but with our faces on it instead.
Yeah.
Root beer float.
You know why we do this show, George?
Why?
For people like Chappie on line 2.
That's right. I've been waiting. This might be the first Chappie in years of hosting.
It's the first Chappie I've ever talked to in my life, and I couldn't be more excited.
Chappie's going to deliver out in San Francisco. What's up, Chappie?
How's it going?
Chappie!
Curious, is that a God-given name?
If God is my mother, then possibly. But no, my real name, unfortunately, is Christopher, but I've gone by Chappie.
I'd stick with Chappie.
3 months old. So,
that's awesome.
Nobody knows me as Christopher. I don't even answer to Christopher.
We will not call you that. You are Chappie to us, and that's all you'll ever be.
I love it. How can we help today?
Well, I want to say thank you for all the great content conversations. Really enjoyed the stuff with Alex Hermosi and Grant Stefan and whatnot.
Thank you.
My question is around student loans, as many are at my age, around 30 years old. So I've got some cash on hand, but I have currently student loans of about $17,300. And basically the question is, should I just take all the cash and, one lump sum payment, basically at the end of this month, pay it all off? Or kind of, break that down to whatever, $1,000 a month, smaller, multiple payments.
How much cash do you have?
In total, like cash on hand across cash, savings, and investments, $113,000.
Wow.
I've got 30 odd in a savings account that was for a house, but didn't buy a house. So the market was challenging to get into, and then obviously interest rates go up.
Oh,
so basically, taking that $17K that's owed. Out of the $30,000 that I have, and just paying it all off.
Dude, pay it off today.
Yes, like right now on the phone with us would be even better. Just bam, done.
Sign in, log on, click.
Yeah.
Done. What's holding you back? Why are you wanting to do it over a longer period of time?
I think it's just like the shock value of like taking $17,000 out of my account, writing that check.
You know what's even greater shock value? Taking out $17,000 in student loan debt. Yeah,
sure.
we don't even blink an eye when we let students do this, do we? Here's 80 grand.
Yeah.
We don't know. We've never
Yeah.
even seen 80 grand.
Good for you. Way to go. Your future's going to be great. You're 100 grand in debt. Woohoo!
That's a great impression, Ken. They sound just like that.
I think it does, yeah.
So, Chappie, I'm paying this thing off today, man. I'm never looking back. I don't think you're going to regret it. I understand that's a lot of money to see blown in one fell swoop, but that's exactly what you need to do is get out of debt as soon as possible, because that means those next paychecks all stay with you.
That's the issue.
You're not worried about what the next headline is around student loans. You're just going, big whoop, change the channel.
Just a fun exercise, real quick, Chappie. Let's just assume that you've paid it off right now. How do you think that's going to feel? What do you think that's going to be? What's it going to feel like emotionally?
It'll feel good. Also seeing my bank account drop.
I didn't ask you that. I didn't ask you that.
It's annoying, but
no,
it would be nice to be debt free and then be able to take that what is $300 a month. Payment.
When the truth is, Chappie, that 17 grand, it doesn't have your
name
name on it in your bank account. It looks like it does. It's got
It's
Sally
not my
Mae's
money.
name on it.
Yeah, but let's focus. How much money will you have left after paying the 17 off?
Whatever, 113 minus 17.3.
That's right. Hey, bro, that's a lot of money for a debt-free guy who's got a huge future in front of him. I'm trying to change your mindset. You're so hung up on watching 17 disappear from your bank account, but you forgot that you're watching 17 disappear from your debt balance sheet.
So $95K remaining.
$95K debt-free and $300 a month raise?
And
That's
they're
what
only
you should
30.
be thinking about. I'm going to tell you what's going to happen after you do that. Chappie's going to be happy. I had to do it.
How did I not get there first? I'm a little upset with myself.
Yeah.
I'm so proud of you, man.
We
Pay it
want to
off.
see a happy Chappie.
Be gone. This is Ken's new tagline for the rest of the hour.
We should move on to the next call because I can't stop myself.
It's like a toddler.
It just sounds too good.
I love it. Well, next up is a less exciting name, but a beautiful name. Brooke is with us in Oklahoma City. How are you, Brooke?
Brooke.
I'm good. How are you guys?
Good. How are you?
Well, I kind of have a situation, and I was hoping to get some advice or just any ideas on how, I could mess up my financial situation or fix my messed up financial situation.
Okay. What's wrong with it?
Okay, so I was living with my grandparents, and it became a very toxic environment because my grandma has bipolar, and how that can be like. And I was living there, no bills. I was going to school, and I ended up running a balance with the school I was going to. So I basically had to drop out because I had no way to pay for it and get a job. Well, I was working a job, wasn't making enough at all. Then I got an apartment, and I found a different job where it made a little bit more, but it wasn't cutting it. And every month I was living paycheck to paycheck. And so I thought, okay, well, let's get another job, try to find something more high paying. And no one is going to hire me without a degree. That's just a simple fact.
Not true.
Okay, so I see what you mean, but I thought,
Do you have a job right now?
Go back to school. I do.
Okay, what do you make?
$52K a year.
Good for you.
Without a degree?
Without a degree,
I
yes.
thought you just said no one's going to hire you without a degree. You're making $52K.
Well, yes, but it's not enough to pay my bills.
What are your bills? Do you have debt?
Yes, I've in order to live here, I've maxed out my credit cards. I've taken out different loans, and I'm working full time and going full time at school because I found a grant to get my school account right.
Okay, Brooke, let's pause. Let's just say we put this whole thing on pause and we go, let's get a financial foundation under us. Let's get ahead of these payments. Right. Let's clean up this debt. Let's stop maxing out the cards. Could you do that? Because right now you're running 1,000,000 miles an hour just speaking. I imagine that's how your life is too, and we want to help you with that.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things I'm going to recommend is And, George, I want you to give her some stuff to help her really fast. You have got to pause on school. You do not need to be going to school full time. Full stop, pause. I don't care about the grant. Stop. And you need to be working a second, maybe a third job to get your income up in the short term so that we can get control of your debt and your expenses. Let's stabilize your financial life. Then we'll worry about the professional choices.
Absolutely. And, Brooke, I'm going to do you one better. I'm going to gift you 1 year of our premium version of EveryDollar. And here's what I want you to do. Go to everydollar.com/budgeting. Everyone listening can do this. I'm doing a free training on September 26th on how to break the paycheck-to-paycheck cycle in 90 days. This was made specifically for people like you. It's at 12:30 Eastern Time, 11:30 Central Time. I'm going to walk you through how to use our tool to become debt-free, to get that emergency fund filled up, to create that margin, and you're going to be so excited to budget. So hang on the line. I'm going to gift you 1 year of that, and then join us, everydollar.com/budgeting for that webinar, and I'm going to walk you through that specifically and say, hey, I'm Brooke from the show. I'll put you right to the front of the line to get your question answered, Brooke. Thank you so much for the call. That puts this hour of The Ramsey Show in the books.
Hey, it's Ken. If you love the show and want a deeper dive on your money journey, we have a weekly newsletter that gives you trending and helpful articles and tips on following the Ramsey way. Go to RamseySolutions.com today to sign up for our newsletter. Again, that's RamseySolutions.com to sign up for our weekly newsletter.
Fall is a great time to get out of the house, and I recommend Simply Safe's new 24/7 Live Guard protection to keep an eye on things while you're away from home. Simply Safe monitoring agents can see, speak to, and deter intruders with the new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera. And right now, my listeners get 20% off any new system with Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafedirect.com. There's no safe like Simply Safe. If you're buying a home in today's market, it takes more than hope and an internet search. I've recommended Churchill Mortgage for 30 years because you can trust them to take care of you the Ramsey way. That's why Churchill is the only Ramsey-trusted mortgage company. Go to churchillmortgage.com today to learn more.
This is a paid advertisement. NMLS ID 1591, NMLSconsumeraccess.org, Equal Housing Lender, 1749 Mallory Lane, Suite 100, Brentwood, Tennessee 37027.
At your service since 1951, News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Monica Ricks in New York. A big three automakers making cuts now during union strikes. WWJ reporter Jeff Gilbert's in Detroit.
No car production means fewer of the parts that go into vehicles. 68 workers on layoff at Toledo Machining. 300 will soon be on layoff at transmission and casting plants in Kokomo, Indiana.
Meantime, Ford's made temporary layoffs. GM idled a plant in Kansas. In Hollywood, writers are still fighting for better pay as their union returns to the bargaining table with studios.
We are tired. People need money. People are really, really struggling. But everybody understands that we have to be in this fight until we actually get a fair deal, because that's what's actually going to make a future for all of us.
Writers have been on strike there since May. The Federal Reserve made no change to its key interest rate today. Fed Chair Jerome Powell.
Recent readings on consumer spending have been particularly robust. Activity in the housing sector has picked up somewhat, though it remains well below levels of a year ago, largely reflecting higher mortgage rates.
One more hike is expected by the end of the year. House Republicans are grilling Attorney General Merrick Garland today on Capitol Hill. Here's CBS's Linda Kenyon.
Republicans on the House Judiciary Committee have been critical of the Department of Justice and Attorney General Garland. And Chairman Jim Jordan certainly didn't back down as he accused the department of two systems of justice.
There's one investigation protecting President Biden. There's another one attacking President Trump.
Nothing, said Merrick Garland, could be further from the truth.
We apply the same laws to everyone.
The hearing follows indictments against Hunter Biden and former President Trump, and ahead of an impeachment inquiry next week into President Biden. Secretary of State Antony Blinken addressed the UN today about Russia.
Russia's committing war crimes and crimes against humanity in Ukraine on an almost daily basis.
Ukraine's President Zelensky denounced Russia as a terror state. The number of babies born with syphilis in one state in the South is spiking. Here's CBS's Matt Piper.
There's been the largest spike in congenital syphilis in Mississippi. Between 2016 and last year, cases rose from 10 to 110, marking a 1,000% increase. That's according to a new report from the University of Mississippi Medical Center. 71% of the infants were black, 25% were white.
If untreated, syphilis could be deadly.
Leaves and branches just pop right out at you.
A Bob Ross painting called A Walk in the Woods just sold at auction for $9.8 million. It was the first painting ever featured on his iconic PBS show. This is CBS News.
Your creation.
When you think of hiring, think of Indeed. Their end-to-end hiring system helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all in the same place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Lake News Now.
I'm John Roger, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. A court date has now been set for the Huntington Beach, California man accused of being drunk while operating a boat, which then ran aground, hit a house, and overturned, ejecting himself and 7 others in Camden County. Courthouse records now indicate that 47-year-old Adam Ramirez posted a $100,000 bond a week ago and is scheduled to be arraigned on October 16th. A motion has also been filed requesting that Ramirez be allowed to appear virtually for the arraignment based on continuing health conditions, diminishing his ability to travel from California despite also having a home in Sunrise Beach in Morgan County. The accident happened at the 1.3-mile mark of the Osage Arm during the late-night hours on July 22nd. Don't look now, but history and tradition return to the lake area in about a week and a half with the 37th annual Eldon Turkey Festival.
It's one of my goals, and I think our board's goals, is to make this a iconic event. I mean, we've been here for 37 years, and, we just want to make it bigger and stronger and have more people come and enjoy it.
Eldon Chamber Executive Director Matt Kostelnik says the all-day event is set for Saturday, September 30th in downtown, highlighted by some crowded favorite activities and good grub.
We have a parade that will start at 10, and turkey legs will be at the Eldon Chamber booth. We'll sell those and turkey tenders from 9 to 4.
Also part of the Turkey Fest will be a carnival, Young Eagles flights at the airport, and the MU Flight for Life helicopter on display. And what was initially reported as a residential fire Monday night in the Kaiser area was quickly determined to have been a commercial structure fire. Osage Beach Fire Chief Paul Berardi says updated information while en route reported the building was over 5,000 square feet in size with a wall that was actively burning. Crews arrived on the scene within 6 minutes and were able to get water flowing and the fire contained. No injuries were reported. The cause of the blaze is under investigation. That's your Lake News Now. I'm John Roger.
The news is sponsored by Heritage Bank of the Ozarks. Visit heritagebankozarks.com.
I'm Jennifer Webster from Heritage Bank of the Ozarks in Camdenton, where you will find everything you need in a bank. Mobile and ATM deposits, person-to-person transfer, and instant issue debit cards. Plus, your dollars stay local. When you bank locally, your local dollars are invested in our local communities with local lenders and local decisions. At Heritage Bank, we are genuinely neighbors serving neighbors. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
I'm meteorologist Ray Miller with your News Talk KRMS Weatherology Forecast. Isolated showers and storms this afternoon with cloudy skies and a high of 70 degrees. Tonight, showers and thunderstorms with a low of 61. Scattered showers and storms Thursday, high of 81 degrees. Friday, chance of showers and storms with a high temperature around 80 degrees. Current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 77 degrees. And at the studios, right now, it's 68.
I'm Bill Pollock. A statue that stood in the U.S. Capitol for years has come home to Missouri. The odd history of the Thomas Hart Benton statue. 5 government assistant programs to help college students. We'll tell you about those. Missouri State University President Cliff Smart will retire next summer. Anthony Morabith starts us off as we look back on his tenure. Welcome, President Smart. Why this summer?
Well, I would say, I've been doing this a long time. I'm in year 13 of being president of Missouri State, and just turned 63, and as the longest-serving public university president in Missouri, there's a life expectancy to these jobs, and we've accomplished much of the agenda that the board set for me when I was hired 12-plus years ago. We're in a 2-year transformation plan where we're realigning our academics for the current world and success moving forward. And so both personally and professionally and where the university was, it seemed like this was a good time to wrap up. And by announcing my retirement this early, the board's able to search for my replacement while I'm still here, so we don't lose a year with an interim president and can go right from my tenure to the next president's.
And for those just tuning in, be sure to listen to the entire conversation with President Cliff Smart of Missouri State University by searching Show Me Today, wherever it is you get your podcasts. So, President Smart, you've served as the 11th president since July 2011. Could you jog through your memory, talk about some of your highlights, what you remember most about your time as president at Missouri State?
You know, 3 or 4 things come to the top. We were able to be recognized as a doctoral granting university by the state of Missouri as well as the Higher Learning Commission. That's a big deal. It allowed us, for example, to roll out a clinical psychology program this fall. Our first cohort is here. We were able to plus up our state appropriations through the really good work of Senator Huff. We had fallen behind in terms of funding at the state level because of significant enrollment growth. We've become a leader in economic development in Southwest Missouri with the creation of our incubator, accelerator, research park, all a part of Idea Commons. We've set enrollment and retention and graduation records. And the last thing I would highlight is that we've really rebuilt the campus facilities in terms of renovating current building, adding healthcare buildings, arts buildings, to really make our facilities up to date. We're about to we have just started a renovation of all of our science facilities, thanks to the really good work of Senator Blunt and Governor Parson there. And so those would be things at the top of the list.
So you obviously are retiring. Let's talk a little bit about that. Are we talking fully retired? What are our plans? Do you plan to go on vacation, tour the world, learn a new language, even run for office?
Do not plan to run for any partisan office. I have no interest in that. My wife Gail thinks something good will come my way. We'll see. But right now, as I sit here, the plan is to be fully retired, to continue to do board and public service in Springfield, to travel, spend time with family, read, engage in volunteer activities, and not be on call 24 hours a day.
I completely understand that as a member of the media. Being on call 24/7 is something you just got to get used to. And I got to tell you, just for those tuning in, congratulations on your retirement, by the way. It is well-deserved. And if you are just tuning in, we're talking with President Cliff Smart of Missouri State University and following up on the news that he will retire in summer 2024. So, President Smart, what do you want your legacy to be at Missouri State University after your replacement is hired?
You know, I've not been one to focus on legacy. You know, my focus has been on our team and building a great university. You know, I took over, I guess, 6 years after the name changed, and we've really, in the 12-plus years I've been here, really grown into a statewide university, a major university. We've doubled our doctoral programs. As I said, we've expanded and renovated and upgraded all of our facilities. But really, we've become a place for Missouri students. 84% of our students are from Missouri, and we've gone really from a third-choice school to a first-choice school for kids coming out of high school or community college in Missouri. And I'm really proud of that, but kind of all the work we've done has been as a team to really set the university up for success for many years to come.
Regarding your team, I think your leadership is obviously worth commemorating and remembering, especially considering you helped lead the university through arguably a very difficult and tumultuous time COVID-19 immediately comes to mind?
Probably the hardest 6 months of the presidency, where literally that was the thing we were focused on all of the time. You know, I've spent much of my presidency doing external work. So whether that's advocacy or policy making in D.C. or Jeff City or friend building or economic development or being a community leader in Springfield, all of that came to a halt, and we really focused on how are we going to make it through the pandemic. I'm proud of how we did and our team. We were able to reopen the university in August of 20, 5 months after the pandemic began. We had students living on campus. We adjusted things. We changed how we delivered some classes, and we took precautions, of course. But it was really important that we be open. If we had not been open, if we had just said we're going to be an online university for the next year, so many of our students who come from working class and middle class families would have stopped out, wouldn't have had the ability to continue to study, and their lives would have been changed forever. And I was really pleased with how we managed through that, kind of carving a middle course. What we did was important. We thought our faculty and staff needed to be back on campus because our students needed that experience. And it is, you know, never thought one of the top 100 things I'd be doing would be managing the university through a pandemic, and we were making it up as we went. But I think our team did a really good job to keep things going, while at the same time looking out for the safety of everyone who is here.
Something else I wanted to mention is the fact that during your tenure, the university set new enrollment records, added degree programs, renovated several major campus facilities, and under your leadership, reduced the number of hours required to graduate by, I believe, 6 credit hours. And that's a lot to be proud of, I think.
You know, and I'll focus on that affordability piece, right? I said earlier that most of our students come from working class and middle class backgrounds. That means the price they pay for college is important. How much debt they have to take out to attend here is an important factor for them. And so over the 13 years that we've made budgets under our leadership here, we've raised the price of tuition by less than inflation over that period of time. Really proud of that. We are by far the least expensive big college option, not just in Missouri, but in our area. And that's a big piece of why we've continued to set enrollment records, why we have a big freshman class again this fall, because affordability of education has been one of the things our board has focused on since they hired me 12 and a half years ago.
Missouri State University President Cliff Smart joins us on Show Me today. He announced recently that he's going to retire as of summer 2024. Any closing comments you wanted to leave our listeners?
You know, I would just say it has been the best 12 and a half years of my life. It is a job I have loved almost every day, maybe except that pandemic time we were talking about. And my plan is to finish strong and turn this over to the 12th president of Missouri State University, with the university in great shape and ready to continue to move forward.
And if you're just tuning in late or want to hear more, subscribe to Show Me Today, wherever it is you get your podcasts, so you could listen to full-length episodes and this entire interview. This is Show Me Today, the voice of Missouri.
The Missouri Veterans Home is a long-term skilled care facility. We are definitely different than most long-term care facilities.
The nurses and the help that we have here, they're just such wonderful people. And I really appreciate the kindness and natural people that they are.
Missouri's veterans homes are now accepting admissions. Visit mvc.dps.mo.gov.
If I could be you,
and you could be me, for just 1 hour.
If you could find a way
to get inside each other's mind.
Walk a mile in my shoes. Walk a mile in my shoes.
Walk a mile in my shoes.
We've all felt left out, and for some, that feeling lasts more than a moment. We can change that. Learn how at belongingbeginswithus.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
Walk a mile in my shoes.
Do you know what to do if you're stuck on the railroad crossing? Get out of your vehicle. If a train is not approaching, find the blue and white emergency notification system sign on the traffic signs at the crossing. For help, call the number on the sign and give them the crossing number so they know your location and can alert train traffic. Remember, find the blue and white to save your life. For more information, visit oli.org.
Having enough food is a concern for many Missouri families, and it isn't restricted to rural or urban areas. As many as 1 in 8 Missourians face food insecurity every day. Among children, the numbers are even higher. To ensure Missouri children have the food they need to thrive, Missouri's agricultural community launched Drive to Feed Kids 6 years ago. Visit mofarmerscare.com/drive to learn more and join the efforts.
You don't have to live in Britain to get what the New York Times calls the best of British telly. Stream the UK's most brilliant series only on BritBox. Unlock acclaimed favourites including Vera and Stonehouse, starring Succession's Matthew McFadden. Plus, don't miss upcoming original dramas like Archie, the story of Hollywood's greatest leading man, Cary Grant. Lose yourself in Britain's best entertainment, only on BritBox. Start a free trial at BritBox.com.
As a roofer, I'm always on the go, so I need to be able to get things done from anywhere. That's why I partner with Beacon. With the Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like CertainTeed Landmark Pro, right at my fingertips. It's like having my Beacon rep in my pocket 24/7. I rely on Beacon because I never stop building, and neither do they. Now through November, purchase CertainTeed through Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $750. Beacon, always building.
Today, the voice of Missouri, there was a statue of one of Missouri's early senators, Thomas Hart Benton, that was in the U.S. Capitol from 1899 to 2022. And now it's back here in the state, in Columbia. And to tell us about the statue, the history, and kind of the funny stories around it is the editor-in-chief of Missouri Life magazine, Sandy Selby. Hi, Sandy. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you, Bill?
Yeah, I'm doing well. How and why did a statue of Thomas Hart Benton end up in the U.S. Capitol?
Well, at one point, they decided to reconfigure the Capitol building. And so they had this space, and this was 1800s. And so they decided to create a statuary hall, and they invited all the states to contribute 2 statues to Statuary Hall. And Missouri contributed a statue of Senator Thomas Hart Benton, and then Senator Blair, Francis Blair. So those were the 2 kind of influential senators that Missouri wanted to recognize in Statuary Hall. So that's how it happened.
Yeah, and how were they selected? Was there a committee or a public vote?
Well, there was a committee, and that committee also chose the artist that would be doing this work, and so that was a pretty big deal. A lot of Missouri artists wanted this commission, of course. Ultimately, it went to a New York sculptor. His name is Alexander Doyle. He had some family history in Missouri, so I guess that was close enough. But he first was chosen to do the Blair statue, but then also was selected to do the Benton statue.
Sandy Selby is the editor-in-chief for Missouri Life magazine, and Benton was the first senator to serve 6 terms. I saw that in your article. That's an interesting bit of trivia.
It was, yeah. So that's a long time, and he did. He was a very influential guy. Living large, was a large man, and with a large presence and a large legacy.
123 years is a long time to be in D.C. Why did it leave? Why did the Benton statue leave?
Well, that really started in 1999, and a group of Missourians thought, well, rather than these 2 guys, maybe one of them should be replaced with a statue of Harry Truman. which makes sense,
Sure.
of course.
Yeah.
So that movement gained ground, and it was decided that Francis Blair, as the lesser known of the two, would go. But some, congressional Republicans said, that's not really fair. Blair was a Republican and Benton was a Democrat. Truman's a Democrat. Let's make it a little more bipartisan. Let's keep Blair there and move Benton out. So that was really how the decision came about, was just to make it even.
The statue is 7.5 feet tall. You talked about Thomas Hart Benton being a big guy. Obviously, he wasn't 7.5 feet tall, but this thing is made of marble. I would not be the one to be responsible getting that from D.C. to Columbia. How do they do that?
No, it was no small job.
Yeah. Any close calls?
I think there was a tiny bit of damage that occurred during the move, but they've got these art conservators who are masterful. And so when I went over there and saw the statue myself, Joan Stack, who's the curator of the museum over there, showed me where the damage was and how it had been repaired. And you would never know unless you were looking right at that anything had ever happened. But it is just a magnificent piece of art. We talked about he's a big guy, but there was a complaint amongst the committee that reviewed his work that he wasn't big enough, that they didn't make him kind of rotund enough to represent the real guy. But they said they got his essence, and that was good enough.
Yeah. And there was some confusion as the years went by as to which Thomas Hart Benton this actually was. Isn't that right?
Yes. So we all know around here Thomas Hart Benton, the artist. And that's actually the senator's great-grandnephew. So they are related, but rather distantly.
Yeah.
But when the time came to actually make a resolution and that the governor had to sign that this statue was going to be moved, they had the wrong Thomas Hart Benton on the form. So Governor Parson had to veto that, and they had to run it back through to get Senator Thomas Hart Benton, not artist Thomas Hart Benton, the statue brought to Columbia.
Oh my! What a calamity of events this was.
It was no easy task. Moving the statue, of course, is very difficult. It weighs 5,500 pounds. So just transporting it and getting it here in as good a shape as it was really a feat.
So as far as the senator, Thomas Hart Benton, is concerned, it mentioned that he served 6 terms, the first senator to do that. But what were some of his accomplishments, and what was he known for back around the statehood?
Well, he was really known as, his name was Old Bullion. That was what they called him. He was really in favor of, tying our currency to actual gold and silver. So that may be what he is known for best, but he really just was kind of the guy that led Missouri politics for, decades.
Yeah. What to go back to the museum, the State Historical Society? What should people look for there? What should they what's the big takeaway from that when they leave there?
Well, the whole facility is just spectacular. They opened up. It's been probably 5 or 6 years ago that they built this new building, and so there's a research center and just a wonderful open sort of facility with conference rooms and everything. But my favorite part is the gallery. And this art gallery is world-class. They have a lot of art by Missouri artists, including George Caleb Bingham, and these are original works by the artist Thomas Hart Benton. And now you have the Benton statue that is kind of, he is looking at a statue of his great-grandnephew. It's really fun the way they've set it up. And then there's a gallery of Thomas Hart Benton, the artist, his work that is nearby.
You said they were distant. Did they know of each other? Had they ever met?
Well, great-grandnephew, I don't think they were contemporaries, so probably not.
So, I mean, we're talking pretty big distance in age then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would have been.
Yeah. Interesting stuff. All right, and where is it located in Columbia? I know it's near the Mizzou campus.
It is. So it's real near the Mizzou campus. I don't remember the street that it's on, but if you know where Shakespeare's Pizza is, Peace Park, all that area, it's very convenient. You can go have lunch at Flat Branch. I mean, it's just a great location to go. There's easy parking, which can't always be said of places, and so you can go, you can park, you can enjoy the museum, grab some lunch downtown. It's a real fun day.
Well, it's a fun magazine to peruse. You can go online, MissouriLife.com. Sandy Selby, always interesting stories that you guys find and dig up and share. This was really an interesting one to read. A lot of funny little side parts to this.
There are. It is quite a story. It's something I never realized had happened in our history.
Yeah. Sandy, it's always great visiting. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Show Me Today, the voice of Missouri.
So your wife is telling you all about a new pair of red shoes she wants, and you're like, okay, whatever. But the next day, you're online looking for a new deer stand, and everywhere you go online, you're seeing ads for those red shoes, and you're like, how do they do that? Better yet, how do I do that for my business? Well, that's what we do. We are Titan Digital. Websites, Google Ads, better reviews, increasing your sales at the lake. Titan Digital. See examples of our work at TitanDigitalMO.com. TitanDigitalMO.com.
When severe weather threatens our area, get the information you need from News Talk KRMS. We utilize the latest technology to analyze impending weather as it approaches our area. Our meteorologists prepare you for anything from ice and snow to severe thunderstorms or worse. Our severe weather coverage is sponsored by California Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in California. Visit CaliforniaChrysler.com to see their new and used inventory. Listen for severe weather updates from News Talk KRMS.
No pressure, low prices.
Hi, this is Jason at Hewlett Chevrolet Buick GMC in Canton. Hewlett has been serving the Lake area for over 54 years, and we're proud to offer the lowest prices combined with a friendly, no-pressure environment. We are proud to offer our price match guarantee. You can buy locally without all the hassles and pressures of a big dealer, but still be confident you're getting the lowest prices on your purchase. I invite you to come experience the Hewlett difference today.
Bulletin. Right now, 2023 Silverado light-duty trucks are available for qualified buyers at 5.9% for 72 months.
Fitz and the Tantrums are coming to the lake. Join us Friday, September 22nd at Ozarks Amphitheater for Goo Goo Dolls and Fitz and the Tantrums. Welcomed by Lake Ozark Real Estate, Jonathan Hartenstein, Broker Associates.
Don't come back anytime. I've already had your kind. Resent your payback. Money grab, but don't come.
Tickets at ozarksamp.com.
Portions of our programming are pre-recorded. When the winter chill hits, the question isn't whether you've got a cozy blanket, hot cocoa, or a roaring fire. No, the real question is, does your winter plan include a sun-drenched beach? As you know, this year we sold our first Beat the Winter Blues trip in 3 weeks to Punta Cana, but we still had a number of people that wanted to go with us. They wanted to go to an all-adult luxury resort that was very safe, an exclusive place that was easy to get to at a great price. So we put together a Beat the Winter Blues trip to Costa Mujeres, January 13th through the 20th at the Rio Latino. Now this resort is less than 1 year old. It's north of Cancun in a very uncrowded, exclusive area. We only have a few seats left. This all-adult paradise, 5-star, all-inclusive resort has 4 gourmet restaurants, many pools, super soft beach, and your ticket includes airfare, room, airport transfers, top-shelf drinks, gourmet food, even your tips are all part of our package, all for just $17.99 per person. We'll leave nonstop out of St. Louis on Frontier. Check it out on the radio station website and click on Beat the Winter Blues for details and to sign up. You only have a short time to book at this price. Call Kim at Direct Travel in the Outlet Mall, 309-205-5749. And let's beat the winter blues January 13th through the 20th at the Rio Latino in Costa Mujeres with your friends from the lake. Presented by KRMS Radio and TV.
What would you give for a child you loved? To make their wish come true? To help them fight a critical illness? Just imagine what you'd do. You see, wishes are so powerful, and you can make them real. They can give a child back their childhood, even change the way they feel. Every single one of us can make the stars align, because when we come together, hope and joy will shine. Wishes need stars like you. Visit makeawish@wish.org.
We're back on Show Me Today. Between trying to balance school, jobs, family, some college students struggle to afford their basic needs. Elisa Nelson is with Missouri Family Support Division Director Kim Evans, who talks about 5 government assistance programs that these students should check out.
Walk me through some of the things that they could qualify for.
Great, and I'm really happy to be able to talk to this today because I believe there's supportive services that we have available or programs available that college students are not aware of. And, you know, we have families that have parents that are going to school. They may have children that are in school. So I just sort of want to run through some of the main programs that we have that may be able to help individuals as they are continuing their education. You know, the one program that we have is the Missouri Health, our Mo Health Debt Expansion Medicaid. So that's 19 to 64 year olds. They do not have to be disabled. That is the newest Medicaid category that we approved back in July of 2021. Individuals have to meet a federal guideline. The federal poverty level is $19,391. So that's the income cap. You have to live in Missouri. So, you know, to think of as a college student, they probably are thinking back about residency, you know, and out-of-state tuition and how that works with the school. For this program, you just have to be living in Missouri. This Medicaid program is based around tax filing households. So how you file your taxes, are you the tax filing primary tax filer, or are you a dependent of someone else? So if you are a tax filing household primary, we're going to ask you who else is in your home and who's a dependent, and we're going to count their as them being a person in your household. We could actually make you more eligible. So instead of having one person in the household, you may have 2 children that are your dependents, so we count your household as 3. Mm-hmm. Now, if you are a student and you are a tax filing dependent of your parents, we will have to have your parents' tax information. It doesn't mean that you're not going to be eligible. It just means that we have to include them because you're part of their tax filing household. And this Medicaid coverage helps cover like doctor's office visits, urgent care, emergency, and then also hospital stays. So, you know, it helps with the kids getting their vaccinations. There's also a program in there for pregnant women. So you just need, if you're on Medicaid and you become pregnant, or you're pregnant and apply, you just need to indicate to us that you're pregnant. And then we will be able to look and see if you meet the income guidelines to be eligible for that program. And for pregnant women, we cover all of the prenatal and the maternity care through the pregnancy. And then our General Assembly just approved for us to extend the postpartum care from 60 days to 12 months. So for the 12 months after the baby is born, you will have Medicaid, and then at the end of that, we will make it a redetermination. Now, the baby that's born to a mother that's on Medicaid for pregnant women is automatic for 12 months. Mm-hmm. So the baby will be covered, the mom will be covered. So there's a variety of Medicaid categories that we can look at. We also have categories for those who are disabled. Maybe you're receiving SSI or SSDI. You have a disability. We can look at providing Medicaid for you also. So there's just, my suggestion if you're needing medical care is apply with us. You can go online to our mydss.mo.gov and you can apply there.
I also think about things like other necessities like food stamps or SNAP. Mm-hmm. Is that another thing that they could qualify for?
It is. The benefits go onto a card, sort of like a debit card. We call it it's electronic benefit transactions. It's an EBT card. And what it is it supplements a food budget. So it's not there to provide all of your food needs, but to supplement you in additional food that you need. In this program, it also provides access to the Skill Up program that is a workforce training. So there is a training component to this. As of July 1st of this year, the work requirements for SNAP went back into effect. They have been in pause during the COVID epidemic, and so they've been reinstated by the federal government again. And so the work requirements can be fulfilled by going to school, being in training, working, and there are some exemptions around caretakers and things like that. So if you have smaller children in the home, we do have some exemptions there. Now, on this program, not only will you have to meet an income guideline, but you also have to meet a resource limit also.
What might be the average that a college student might be able to qualify for?
On this program, there's a gross and a net that you have to meet. So your gross income is $17,676, and the net is $13,596. Now, that goes up, but the more people that you have in the household, and this is based on a one-person household, is the information I just gave you. For the SNAP program, we look at housing expenses, we look at child care deductions, we look at medical deductions that you may have. So that reduces your income, which may make you eligible for some benefits.
Is that how it goes with any of these that we're talking about today?
So every program is different of what deductions we can take, but most of our programs do have some type of deduction where you're not just taking gross income. We allow deductions off of that, but it just depends on the program. And those usually are set by our federal government. Our federal partners set those deductions since they run these programs. But, if you're in question, I would say apply, because we can always reject it, and you would know where you are, but if you never apply, you'll never know.
How long does it take to kind of get through the application process? For the average person, how long before they start to hear back from you?
So for Medicaid, we have 45 days to process the application. So from the day that we receive the application in our office until we approve that, we have 45-day time frame. We're processing quicker than that, but that is the processing time frame for that. For SNAP, it's a 30-day.
We have Kim Evans, the director of Missouri's Family Support Division, joining Show Me today to talk about different benefit programs that are available to college students if they qualify. We're talking about Medicaid coverage, food stamps. Another one is child care.
Right. So, child care can be a big problem for a student. Trying to go to school and juggling schedules and maybe even work and going to school. So, child care program that we have can help cover some of the cost when you're working or looking for work or attending school, or maybe you're doing a combination. On this, there is the guidelines on this is $20,385 for for the family. It's 150% of the federal poverty level. Again, those fees, those can change. You can go out and look on the website for those. But you have to live in Missouri. You have to have children in need, and so this could be from a newborn, and I believe it's up to 12 or 13. I would have to look at that. But we will cover like before school care, after school care, summer, or full-time care. It is based on your schedule. So then you may have to pay a sliding fee depending on your income. So usually the sliding fees are not very much at all. But we also have day and nighttime care. And so what you'll need to know when you apply for the child care program is start to have a provider in mind that accepts the child care payment from the state. And then we will pay the provider directly.
There is such a shortage of child care in Missouri. Does this cover child care assistance for like some private child care providers, say in-home type ones?
So there are requirements that if an individual wants to be paid by the state of Missouri to be a child care provider, they would have to work with the Department of Education on that. What we call DESE are the ones who license, and so there's information through, they can contact DESE to see what they would need to do to become a provider.
there is a cash assistance program. Let's talk about that a little bit. What does that provide?
So this provides limited cash assistance to, very low income families. It also gives you access to our workforce assistance program that can help with job training, and maybe you need to learn some skills on interviewing or how to look for a job, things like that. It does come with that. This is based on the parents' participation. Your resources have to be under $1,000. So when we're talking about resources, we're talking about checking, savings accounts. If you have any other type of savings or trusts or anything like that, we look at that information to see, do you have money available to you that you could access? And then $1,632 a year is the annual income. So, it is very low. It's very low income when we're talking about this. However, there are supportive services. It is a very small cash grant that you would get every month, and the parent is required to meet requirements as far as attending school, working. There are some exemptions.
And then energy water assistance, I could see that being a biggie as well.
Right. There is a program that is administered through the agency, and it's a 60% of the state median income, which is $2,370 a month. There is an application for that. And you can go also to mydss.mo.gov to find out more information and to apply for that program also.
All right, Kim Evans with Missouri's Family Support Division on Show Me Today. This is Show Me Today, the voice of Missouri.
United States Deputy Sheriff's Association is a national nonprofit and America's largest non-governmental provider of services to law enforcement. USDSA assists city, county, state, and federal law enforcement agencies through our many varied programs, including free safety equipment donations, free officer survival training, cash donations, and condolence letters to the family of law enforcement officers who perished in the line of duty. USDSA also provides a citizen awareness program and thank you cards to law enforcement. These are just some of the ways United States Deputy Sheriff's Association assists America's law enforcement and the citizens they serve. For more information about United States Deputy Sheriff's Association or to see how you can help, please visit usdeputy.org. United States Deputy Sheriff's Association, taking training to the next level because lives are on the line.
Connecting Missouri means affordable internet and endless opportunities, jobs, education, healthcare, and family connections. Join the Affordable Connectivity Program for up to a $30 monthly discount on home internet. Check eligibility at connectmissouri.org or call 877-384-2575. That's 877-384-2575. Funding provided by FCC, empowering Missouri through connectivity.
As many as 1 in 8 Missourians face food insecurity every day, and among children, the numbers are even higher. The Drive to Feed Kids Hogs for Hunger program gives Missouri pig farmers and 4-H and FFA swine exhibitors the opportunity to address hunger in their communities by committing pigs locally or at the Missouri State Fair. One pig can feed more than 500 Missourians in need. Learn how you can participate at mofarmerscare.com/drive.
Fitz and the Tantrums are coming to the lake. Join us Friday, September 22nd at Ozarks Amphitheater for Goo Goo Dolls and Fitz and the Tantrums. Welcomed by Lake Ozark Real Estate, Jonathan Hartenstein, Broker Associate.
Ooh, crazy's what they think about me. Ain't gonna stop 'cause they tell me so. 'Cause 99 miles per hour, baby, is how fast that I'd like to go.
Tickets at ozarksamp.com.
Welcome back to Show Me Today, the voice of Missouri. If you're looking for a great winery off the beaten path, I may suggest Wenwood Farm Winery. And I've got Tom Kalb with me and he'll explain where they are in a minute. Right between Herman and St. James, which are one of the first two places that may pop up in your head when you think of Missouri wine. But Tom, how long have you been making wine?
I personally am in my 45th year of the wine industry. I started when I was 14, just celebrating my 45th year this year.
Now, how does a teenager get involved in wine?
Merely by total fluke. There was a new winery that opened in my hometown, and we had just moved there recently, and my parents went with some friends to go visit the winery, and the owners happened to be people that went to the same high school with my parents way up in Minnesota, and they said, hey, you got kids, we need help. And here I am 45 years later still doing it.
Yeah, and you're hooked. Well, it would be easy for people to find you. I recommend go to their website, wenwoodfarmwinery.com. It's WEN, woodfarmwinery.com, and you can get directions. But you're kind of in the middle of nowhere, kind of north of Bland. How far of a drive are you from, say, Jeff City or Herman?
We're about 35 minutes east of Jeff City, about 35 minutes south of Herman, and about 35 miles north of St. James. So we're kind of in a little triangle. We're 5 miles off of Highway 50, which is the easiest way to access the winery.
All right, here's a review I read on Google about Wenwood. This place is outstanding. Hole in the wall down a mile-long driveway. Owner incredibly inclusive and welcomed us in right away. The tasting was extensive, and we tried a huge variety of amazing wines. He had an amazing story about each wine. Would visit again. How important, Tom, is it to share those stories and have people connect with a wine if there's a good backstory to it?
Well, I think it's extremely important because it makes the person and the people that you're serving wine to have a full experience. They become part of the winery, they understand the winery, and then they feel that as if they're a part of the winery because they have an understanding. And every wine to me is personal, so there is a story behind every wine.
Tom Kalb is one of the owners of Wenwood Farm Winery in Bland. Tell me about one of your sweet wines called Silver Dick.
Yes. We are 9 miles from Bland, Missouri. However, our address is Bland, Missouri, because this farm is my business partner's family farm, and they are the original settlers on the land back in the early 1800s. So our address is a Bland address, which means by law I'm required to put my address on every bottle of wine. So no matter how good my wine is, it's always going to have the word Bland on it. So that being, we decided we had to make the only wine that would be bold enough to call itself Bland. And Bland was named after a congressman from the late 1890s, back when money was based on gold and silver. And when they dropped the silver standard, the silver industry crashed, and Congressman Richard P. Bland co-sponsored a bill that required the government to use silver in coins, and thus saved the silver industry, earning him the affectionate nickname Silver Dick. So that is our wine. That's the only wine bold enough to call itself Bland.
Do you agree with that review, a hole in the wall down a mile-long driveway?
Well, I don't know that we're a hole in the wall.
Yeah,
but
it doesn't look like it.
Get the understanding. Like I said, this has been in Laura's family since the early 1800s. So we kind of did the Field of Dreams, build it and they will come. It was a dairy farm, so we just incorporated the buildings we had and made them work for us. We ended up with an amazing pavilion with great acoustics off a 1940 wood silo barn. But yes, we are definitely off the beaten path. I got that impression the first time I came to the property. When you don't know roads and they're curvy and some of them are gravel, it seems like it takes forever. But once people find us, they come back.
I'm talking with Tom Kalb. He is one of the owners at Wenwood Farm Winery, just outside of Bland. You have some new releases, one that came out this spring, and again, I was looking at those reviews, and a lot of people were talking about it. Happy Camper with honey. Do you find many wines that have honey involved with them?
We do it a little bit different than the traditional mead, where you're fermenting the honey. I use a little bit of honey to give a little bit of back sweetness to the wine, to add a little creaminess to the mouthfeel, and give you kind of that experience. And I've found that as a person growing up thought that he didn't like honey, had never tried raw honey. And once I tried raw honey, I was a whole new world opened up. So we use Missouri raw honey, and that is one of our seasonal wines. I like to do wines that only have a short exposure, and then they come back every year. So I get people to get that experience of, I can't wait for spring. I can't wait for spring so I can have a happy camper, or I can't wait for fall so they can have my fall offering. And that's just, again, one of the fun experiences of our winery.
Yeah, in about a week, your pumpkin pie wine is coming out. And then in November, I can't even pronounce it, Tom, but you say it's great chilled or warmed with a cinnamon stick.
We'll go with that one first. It's called Frolic wine, or Frohlich wine, depending on your German, like frolicking around. That is based off a German tradition of making a spiced wine for the winter months that you heat up and drink warm like you would a cider.
Mm-hmm.
They call it a Glühwein. I do it a little different. I add some raspberry, cranberry, and apple to it. It has cinnamon, nutmeg, ginger, and clove. And you heat it up and drink it warm on those cold winter nights. That comes out in November. Now, the wine we're releasing next weekend is probably my most popular and fastest-selling wine, and we call it Pumpkin Pie. And recently I've had to make sure I make a very firm distinction between pumpkin pie and pumpkin spice. When we started doing this wine about 15 years ago, places weren't making pumpkin lattes and pumpkin cookies and pumpkin cereal. And now pumpkin spice kind of has a little bit of a negative connotation. But our wine is a wine. I do incorporate pumpkin in it. That doesn't add much flavor, but it does give creaminess to the wine. And there is fresh cinnamon, nutmeg, and ginger, but very delicately. So the wine has the aroma of pumpkin pie. It drinks like a normal wine, but it finishes like you just had a piece of pumpkin pie.
Mm.
And the key is whenever I do any additions to wine, the wine must remain the star and the general focus, and everything else just slightly complements that wine. So I make the distinction between pumpkin spice. I always say pumpkin spice is a candle, not a wine.
I like that. WhenwoodFarmWinery.com is their website. But you also are available in retail stores all over the state. And I even see you're at Obby's here in Jeff City. Boy, I need to browse. But when can people come out to your farm to sample?
We are open Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday year-round from 11 to 5.
Tom Kalb is one of the owners of Whenwood Farm Winery in Bland. Pick a weekend, Friday night, head to Whenwood. Let me give you their website again, WhenwoodFarmWinery.com. And Wen is W-E-N. Don't put an H in there. Cheers, Tom, and thank you so much for your time.
You bet, Bill. Thank you.
This is Show Me Today, the voice of Missouri.
The Missouri Veterans Home is a long-term skilled care facility. We are definitely different than most long-term care facilities.
The nurses and the help that we have here, they're just such wonderful people. And I really appreciate the kindness and natural people that they are.
Missouri's veterans homes are now accepting admissions. Visit mvc.dps.mo.gov.
Having enough food is a concern for many Missouri families, and it isn't restricted to rural or urban areas. Missouri Farmers' Care Drive to Feed Kids opens the door for every Missourian to make a difference in the fight against hunger in our state. All proceeds are dedicating to feeding Missouri's network food banks who work daily to alleviate hunger. Visit mofarmerscare.com/drive to learn more and join the effort.
Girls and boys in poverty around the world are dreaming of a better life, filled with dance, art, music, and knowledge. They dream of a brighter future with enough nutritious food to eat, a chance to learn and grow, to get an education, escape poverty, and do incredible things. Today, thanks to Children International and friends like you, such dreams are coming true. Together, we give children a chance to set their sights high and succeed in school and in life by ensuring that they have access to healthcare, education, life skills, and so much more so they can grow, thrive, and believe in themselves. Learn more about Children International and join us in our life-changing work at children.org today. Together, we can help end poverty for good.
Connecting Missouri means affordable internet and endless opportunities, jobs, education, healthcare, and family connections. Join the Affordable Connectivity Program for up to a $30 monthly discount on home internet. Check eligibility at connectmissouri.org or call 877-384-2575. That's 877-384-2575. Funding provided by FCC, empowering Missouri through connectivity.
1 in 7 Missouri children is food insecure, not knowing where their next meal may come from. Drive to Feed Kids is a year-round effort of Missouri farmers, agribusiness, and farm groups to address food insecurity in our state. Through meal packing events, gifted food products, hog processing, and monetary donations, the ag community provides support to the agencies serving our most vulnerable citizens. Visit mofarmerscare.com/drive to learn more. That's mofarmerscare.com/drive.
Show me today.
Join Paul Hannigan and Bob Rankin this Saturday morning for the Outdoor Show at 8 and the Sweet Spot Golf Show at 9. Both shows will feature live guests with tips from local pros, the word on local and national tournaments, and giveaways. 2 shows about what we do best of the lake, hunting, fishing, and golf. It's Paul Hannigan and Bob Rankin with the Outdoor Show and the Sweet Spot Golf Show this Saturday morning from 8 until 10 on News Talk KRMS.
Attention all authors. Page Publishing is looking for authors. Have you written a book and want to get it published? Page Publishing will get your book into bookstores and for sale online at Amazon, Apple iTunes, and other outlets. They handle all aspects of the publishing process for you. Printing, cover art, publicity, copyright, and editing. Call 800-506-3573 now for your free author submission kit. That's 800-506-3573 for your free author submission kit. Again, 800-506-3573.
At your service since 1951, News Talk KRMS Osage Beach and KRMS FM HD3 Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Monica Ricks in New York.
We on strike! 2250!
Auto workers are still protesting outside the Big Three today, including Ford in Michigan.
We got to reach this deal one way or another. We've given up so much over the years in the last few contracts. This is the only way we're going to get it back. We got to do what we got to do.
Workers are also outside Stellantis in Ohio, which just announced layoffs today.
A lot of people would like to see nothing over the 40 hours mandatory, have it be more optional. And then we're also trying to get some of the record profits back in our pockets from the CEOs up top who are taking it all for themselves.
The unions promised to expand strikes if there's no deal still by Friday. In Hollywood, writers are back at the bargaining table with major studios. KCAL TV's Tina Patel has the latest.
The Writers Guild has been on strike for more than 140 days now, and there have not been a lot of productive talks with the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers during that time. Writers are hoping the fact that the studios have agreed to return to the table means that they recognize the cost of the strike is too great and that this needs to come to an end.
Writers agree, but plan to hold that line until they get a fair deal. The Federal Reserve skipped an interest rate hike today. CBS's Jill Schlesinger.
The economy continues to grow. Interest rates will stay higher for longer. Really great news if you're a saver, really rotten news if you're a borrower. But overall, this economy has performed extraordinarily well throughout the pandemic and post-pandemic.
COVID cases are rising again, and next week, CBS's Matt Piper tells us you can request more home test kits.
The Biden administration says it will spend more than $600 million to buy tests from a dozen manufacturers. COVIDtests.gov is where to go starting Monday, and households will be able to receive 4 tests.
12 years after repealing Don't Ask, Don't Tell, the Pentagon's working to restore benefits to thousands of LGBTQ service members. CBS's Jim Axelrod.
They are being told today by the Secretary of Defense, we acknowledge, we see you, we hear you. You have been treated in a manner that's unjust, and the Pentagon is going to take steps to rectify that situation.
Only a fraction of those forced out of the military have successfully changed their discharge records. Public libraries are now targets of a conservative book banning effort. Here's CBS's Allison Keyes.
At the American Library Association, President Emily Drabinski says of the nearly 700 challenges to library materials and services so far this year,
challenges to books in public libraries accounted for 49%.
Conservative lawmakers and some parents have been banning books across the nation, many of them involving race, and saying some are inappropriate for young people.
On Wall Street, the Dow lost 76 points today. This is CBS News.
You need to hire fast and hire right? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates efficiently. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Lake News Now.
I'm John Roger, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. What was initially reported as a residential fire Monday night in the Kaiser area was quickly determined to have been a commercial structure fire instead. Osage Beach Fire Chief Paul Berardi says updated information while en route reported the building was over 5,000 square feet in size with a wall actively burning. Crews arrived on the scene within 6 minutes and were able to get water flowing and the fire contained. Mutual aid companies were also summoned but canceled before arriving. No injuries were reported. The cause of the blaze is under investigation. A motion filed by the state seeking a mental examination of a Jefferson City man charged with first-degree murder has been shot down in Camden County. Chad Tariq Brewer, who's being held without bond, appeared in court on Tuesday when the motion requesting a mental exam was denied by Circuit Judge Matthew Philip Hamner. A motion filed earlier by Brewer to represent himself was also denied, and the public defender's office was ordered to represent him. Brewer is charged with the murder along with delivery of a controlled substance and possession of paraphernalia dating back to Memorial Day weekend 2021 when he allegedly gunned down Vonza Watson at Lazy Gators. Next up is a pretrial hearing followed by the scheduled start to a jury trial on January 8th. And several Lake area fire districts plus the Lake West EMS will converge this week to take part in some of that training they hope will not have to be put to use anytime soon, but more than likely is inevitable to happen. Sunrise Beach Chief Joseph LaPlante says the annual hazards, materials, and mass casualty drill allows participating districts to meet required training and, more importantly, be prepared for long-term cooperation in the event of a larger real-life incident. Fire districts participating in the drill include Sunrise Beach, Mid-County, Gravois, and Lake Ozark. Get a look at more national, local news and sports at krmsradio.com. That's your Lake News Now. I'm John Roger.
The news is sponsored by Jennings Insurance Group. Visit JenningsInsuranceGroup.com.
Medicare health insurance plans are making some changes this year in Central Missouri. In some cases, significant changes. Jennings Insurance Group has helped thousands of your Lake area neighbors understand their coverage choices over the past 13 years. If you want an experienced agent to help you, call us today. We have several trained, licensed agents ready to serve you. Jennings Insurance Group, we want you to have the best possible coverage and the knowledge to use it. Call or stop by today, 573-693-9443.
More changes coming for the Kansas City Royals in a year that has seen 100 losses pile up once again. And those changes are coming in the front office. Brian Bridges will arrive to direct the scouting department in Kansas City. Bridges, formerly with the Atlanta Braves. We've seen connections between these two franchises before. He was in Atlanta from 2015 through 2019. He has most recently been scouting for the San Francisco Giants. Royals back at it again tonight, hosting the Guardians. Kansas City 50 wins, 102 losses on the year. Zach Greinke 1-15 takes the ball tonight. Cardinals and Brewers tonight as well. St. Louis going through their own struggles. They won't lose 100 games this year, but they could still lose around 90, and that's unsightly for this team. It will be Zach Thompson going up against Adrian Hauser tonight at Busch. We told you about Brady Cook's injury yesterday, keeping him out of practice for the Mizzou football team. Linebacker Chad Bailey had been out the first couple of games of the year, played a little bit Saturday against Kansas State. Coach Eli Drinkwitz projects his snap count to go up this week. From the KRMS Sports Desk, I'm Bernard Matthews.
I'm meteorologist Ray Miller with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Cloudy tonight with a couple of isolated showers and thunderstorms, a low temperature of 61 degrees. Thursday, showers and storms late in the day, otherwise sunny, high of 82. Friday, scattered storms with a high of 80. Saturday, scattered showers and storms with a high temperature of 82. Current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 77 degrees. And at the studios, right now, it's 68.
Fitz and the Tantrums are coming to the lake. Join us Friday, September 22nd at Ozarks Amphitheater for Goo Goo Dolls and Fitz and the Tantrums. Welcomed by Lake Ozark Real Estate, Jonathan Hartenstein, Broker Associate.
Ooh, crazy's what they think about me. Ain't gonna stop 'cause they tell me so. 'Cause 99 miles per hour, baby, is how fast that I like to go.
Tickets at ozarksamp.com.
Hello, Americans. I'm Todd Starr. Stand by for news and commentary next.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute, does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GPS for a $5 bonus on your first tank. That's code GPS for a $5 bonus.
From DeSoto County, Mississippi, comes a wild story about a pornographic homework assignment. Tambry Wells tells me her daughter came home from school the other day with an assignment to read a disgusting book. I can't even mention the subject matter on the radio. It's that bad. Mrs. Wells contacted the school, and they took immediate action. It turns out the book had been removed from the curriculum. The school profusely apologized and said the teacher's actions were inexcusable. Now, this is a story about a lot of good people doing the right thing. Tambry's daughter did the right thing by alerting her mom. Tambry did the right thing by alerting the school district. And the school district did the right thing by giving that rogue teacher the heave-ho. I like a story with a happy ending. The lesson here, America, is to be diligent. And be sure to read my book, Culture Jihad. It's available at toddstearns.com.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
It's the Ozarks Today on News Talk KRMS.
And good afternoon, 410 on News Talk 1150 KRMS 97.5 103.3. We are broadcasting from the Mid-Missouri Radio TV Center. We are KRMS Radio and TV. Welcome to the program today, hour number one of the Ozarks Today for this Wednesday afternoon. It is a hump day here at the Lake of the Ozarks and beyond. Hour number one of the Ozarks Today, another full program for you. Coming up on the program, among other things, we will be talking over this hour about prostate cancer. It is Prostate Cancer Awareness Month. Talking over with Dr. Michael Severance from the Lake Regional Health System. In the 5 o'clock hour, Laura Ingram on Fox News. Democrats versus reality. We'll have that talking about the border, and also Matt Kostelnick of the Eldon Chamber of Commerce. That Turkey Festival is pretty much right around the corner. And in between, we'll be tossing in different things. Have the phone line open as well. 573-302-7000 will be the number to call when we need to fill in the cracks. So that is what we have as far as the program is concerned for today. It is Wednesday, September the 20th. Right now, the in-studio Doppler radar, the Radar Lab HD. No rain showing up anywhere around the lake area. Camden, Miller, Morgan, and/or Benton had some last night and into the early morning hours. Nothing that I saw that was that major or that too concerning. Right now, we're at 71 degrees. It is National Pepperoni Pizza Day, National Gibberish Day. I'm pretty good at that. National Fried Rice Day and National String Cheese Day. Those are the recognitions for you. Let's get to the calendar. Things that happen on this date in history, the 20th day of September. We go back to 1973, 50 years ago today. Billie Jean King defeating Bobby Riggs in straight sets at the Houston Astrodome. The tennis match billed as the Battle of the Sexes. When it was over, Riggs hoped that they would be able to play again.
It was a one-sided victory, no question about it. I feel I can do better. I think that I would like a return match.
Yeah, but as far as Billie Jean King was concerned, she was pretty clear about those chances.
I really don't care because I wish Margaret hadn't played him in the first place.
Talking about Margaret, I believe it was Cortland or something like that, who played Bobby Riggs the first time. And again, Battle of the Sexes. Wow, 50 years ago today. 1988, 35 years ago today, a day after hitting his head on the board, American Greg Louganis won the gold medal for springboard diving at the Summer Olympics in Seoul. Afterwards, he told reporters what he was feeling.
Relief. I was so relieved. I'm like...
Relief after I hit my head on the board. Louganis revealed several years later what else was on his mind at the time, that he was HIV positive. He was worried about that infecting other divers and having his status revealed. Back to 2011 we go, 12 years ago today, repeal of the U.S. military 18-year-old Don't Ask, Don't Tell compromise took effect, allowing gay and lesbian service members to serve openly. Navy Lieutenant Gary Ross married his longtime partner right after the new policy took effect at midnight.
For the first time in my career, I won't have to come up with white lies when I'm asked, what did you do this weekend? Who's Dan?
2017, 6 years ago today, Hurricane Maria striking Puerto Rico, causing an island-wide blackout that contributed to the deaths of almost 3,000 people. CBS News correspondent David Begnaud described the scene in San Juan.
The winds are ferocious right now, gusting above 120 miles per hour, severing the tops of the palm trees and ripping off the boarding that's on buildings.
And one more for you. It is not a birthday cup, but more an anniversary cup. 50 years ago today, 1973, singer-songwriter Jim Croce dying in a plane crash in Louisiana. He was 30 years old at the time. At the time, the song Time in a Bottle became even more poignant after his death.
Treasure and then again I would spend them with you. But there never seems to be enough time to do the things you want to do.
Just to look at a few of the things that happened on this date in history, September the 20th. Right now, here at the lake, 71 degrees, not much sun at all out there, but no rain as far as what we are looking at right now on the radar. More from Ray Miller coming up on the other side of our break number one. The Ozarks Today, right here on KRMS Radio and TV.
At Stonebridge Senior Living, we understand there are times and moments people hold sacred. The times they enjoy their coffee or play their daily game of checkers. These are the moments that matter to our residents. And at Stonebridge, they matter to us, too. Stonebridge Senior Living in mid-Missouri delivers assisted living care by offering all the comforts of those familiar routines. The comforts of home and the little things that make us us. Learn more about assisted living at stonebridgeseniorliving.com.
Make this the year you experience the Inclusive Collection, part of Hyatt Hotels and Resorts. Hi, this is Tim Davis from Direct Travel. Whether it's a dream vacation, a fairy tale honeymoon, or a destination wedding, let Direct Travel help you make it happen. Imagine the beautiful beaches of Secrets Divine Cancun or Secrets Moxie Playa del Carmen. Relax at a wellness spa like Zoetree Marigold Bay St. Lucia. Find entertainment and recreation at the breathless Cancun Soul Resort and Spa, all with amazing amenities you'll never forget. Book an air and hotel package before October 6th for travel before June 11th of 2024 and receive our Direct Travel exclusive discount. For more information, call Direct Travel today at 348-3166 or stop by our office in the First Bank Center at the Outlet Mall at Osage Beach. You can see us online at directtravelci.com. And remember, Direct Travel is Central Missouri's vacation authority.
Hot, hot, hot. AOK RVs has American Landmaster utility vehicles in stock and ready to go. These workhorse utility vehicles are built in the USA and are designed to haul, tow, and transport everything you need to get the job done. Choose from 2, 4, and 6 seaters with power steering, 4-wheel drive, winches, dump beds, and more. American Landmaster. It's better when it's American made. Get yours today at AOK RVs in Laurie.
At the Lake of the Ozarks. AOKRVs.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
If you have a smartphone, Alexa, Google Play, or a computer, you have a radio. Now you can listen to KRMS anywhere in the world. Just download the KRMS app for your phone. Enable the skill for your smart speaker or go to KRMSradio.com. Live internet streaming is sponsored by Capricorn Insurance. Visit CapricornInsurance.net. Now you can listen to all your favorite local programs anywhere in the world. We're at your service. We're KRMS.
Why would you wander around a warehouse store looking for paint when you could just swing by your local Porter's Ace? Kent Porter here, and in addition to my great staff, we have top-rated paint brands like Benjamin Moore and Magnolia. Plus, our color matching technology allows us to match any color. So stop wondering and start painting. Head to your local Porter's Ace today. Porter's Ace Building Centers in Laurie. Porter's, we're here to help. See acehardware.com for details.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
This is the Ozarks this afternoon with Mike Anthony on News Talk KRMS.
.420 on the Ozarks today. Couple quick reminders for you before we get to Ray Miller or the phone lines, whichever comes first. Lake Regional Health Center putting on Lake Regional Cares for Kids Festival. That'll be 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Saturday, October 21st at the main parking lot. Free hot dog lunch will be served from 11 to 1. All kinds of different activities to go on during that event. Pumpkin painting, games, crafts, a clown or clowns, straw maze, an obstacle course, and more. Again, October 21st, 11 to 1 over at Lake Regional. And the 2023 Patriot Dinner and Auction. Camdenton Community Christian Church, Saturday, October 7th. Doors open at 5, dinner at 6. Various candidates will be on hand. For more information, you can call 573-286-5395. 573-286-5395. Good afternoon, caller. You are on the Ozarks today.
Hey, I was just calling in to let everybody know that if anybody's trying to take Highway 5 south, there's a standstill. I'm not really sure what's going on down there, but you might want to avoid that by taking the old Highway 5.
Okay, so you're talking between like Camdenton and Greenview.
Between Camdenton and Lebanon.
Okay. So the Highway 5 right there where the gas station is and the subway, and then down to that other Lebanon exit.
Yep, that's it. And then all the way down past Decaturville. It's a complete standstill down through there. So if you take the old Highway 5, that outer road, you'll be able to avoid all that mess.
Are you stuck in it right now?
We just went around it.
Okay, so you didn't see anything that you could tell us right offhand?
I couldn't see it. We took the outer road, Highway 5, the old Highway 5, and we could not see, but we could see it backed up on the side where we took out, and then we could see it backed up coming the other way from the other side when we came out the other end at Decaturville.
Okay.
But it was a standstill for quite some time before we finally decided to take the detour.
Sounds good. Thanks for the heads up, and definitely you just passed it along on the air, and I have a message already sent in to the Mid-County Fire District, so we will see what kind of reply we get.
All right, thanks.
Thank you. So there you go. Highway 5 south between the Camdenton 54 exit and then the old 5. Apparently it is backed up for quite a bit because of unknown circumstance right now. I would say probably a wreck, but no certainty for it. And I do have a message again, like I said, into Mid-County Fire District, and I will try to post something up on social media as well. A lot of different eyes are out there on social media, and we'll see if we're able to come up with an answer to what is going on during one of the breaks. Waiting on Ray Miller from the Weatherology office to chime in with his look at the forecast. In the meantime, pulled up something this morning from WalletHub.com, the personal finance website. And they had something that was kind of interesting when I saw it at first. With Hispanic Heritage Month in full swing and women holding more than 10% of Fortune 500 CEO positions for the first time, the personal finance website, WalletHub.com, released its report on 2023's most and least diverse states in America. 6 key categories: socioeconomic, cultural, economic, household, religious, and political diversity were the categories or the metrics used. The least diverse states in the country, plus D.C., West Virginia, Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, Montana, Kentucky, Iowa, Wyoming, Utah, and North Dakota. Those are numbers 50 down to 41. The most diverse states, starting at number 10, Arizona, Maryland, New York, Nevada, New Mexico, Florida, New Jersey, Hawaii, Texas, and California. As far as Missouri is concerned, we came in at number 36. From Breitbart, smacked down. Temporary restraining order issued against New Mexico governor's concealed carry ban. Gun Owners of America, GOA, secured a temporary restraining order on Wednesday against New Mexico Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham, a Democrat, surprise, surprise, on her ban on concealed carry. A statement from GOA, quote, "This is a win for all gun owners in New Mexico and sends a clear message to all anti-gun states shall not be infringed," end of quote. So there you go. Checking on social media. Let's see, where's all the emergency vehicles headed at in Camdenton? Hope everything is okay. Click on some comments up there, and let's see. Apparently an accident because they're asking what kind of vehicle was involved, and I know we do not like to try to pass along vehicle information because you don't want to find out about it on the air or on social media if it was somebody you know or related to. So apparently a traffic accident on Highway 5, again, between 54 and Business Route 5, and we'll try to get more information as we go on throughout the program. Right now, Ray Miller in the weatherology office with a look at our forecast. Ray?
First round of rain has moved out of the area, and we should stay quiet through at least the early evening, but later on tonight, a chance for some additional showers and storms developing with a low temperature of 61 degrees. Tomorrow, sunny for most of the day, but some isolated afternoon thunderstorms, a high of 82. Friday, scattered showers and storms are likely with a high around 80. Saturday, showers and storms, high of 82 degrees. And for Sunday, showers and storms once again, with a high around 74. I'm meteorologist Ray Miller in the Weatherology Weather Center.
Thank you, Ray Miller. We'll do it again in about an hour. Right now in studio Doppler radar, the Radar Lab HD showing no rain in the lake area, Camden, Miller, Morgan, and or Benton. But as you heard Ray said, that was just round one that we had last night and overnight. Right now, 73 degrees here at the Lake of the Ozarks. The lake level, 657.83. River level below Bagnell Dam, 551.88. Truman coming in at 704.29. Surface water temp, 2 mile mark, 77.9. Average high and low for the day here in the lake area, 79 and 55. Record high 100, record low 35. Sunset tonight, 7:13 p.m. officially. Sunrise in the morning will be just a little bit before 7 o'clock. Again, no rain right now and 73 degrees. A little more information as far as the traffic accident is concerned between 54 and Business 5 over in the Camdenton area. Apparently, from what I am reading, a bad accident, 4-car accident or 4-vehicle accident, and no other information as of this time. So, we will, again, try to get more information and pass it along to you as we go on throughout the program. Let's see, seen a Lake Regional Emergency helicopters so far, heard a bunch of sirens, 3-car accident, one says 4-car accident, so don't know yet, and I'm sure we will get official information sometime either during the program or sometime tonight and pass it along to you. If you have any updates, if you're out there in your vehicle and you're stuck in that traffic or you know for sure what happened, give me a call on the air, 573-302-7000, 573-302-7000. But apparently if you're headed southbound from 54 in Camdenton on 5, you're either going to have to wait a while or put up with a delay, don't know how long, or you can try to go down the business route and go around that way down to Decaturville and then get back on the highway and clear whatever is happening that way. So that's what we are looking at right now. Did you hear about the Amazon driver in Florida? You talk about a bum deal. Amazon driver in serious condition after she was bitten by a rattlesnake on a delivery. Ouch! That does not even sound like it would feel good, obviously. I'm such the master of the obvious. Back to the phone lines we go. Caller, you have an update on that wreck?
Yeah, that was 3 vehicles. It was a bad wreck. They had 2 helicopters come and I guess take people off. I don't know how many. But the traffic's open now. They've got it to the side of the road. One went off into a pretty big ditch.
Okay, do you know about how far down between 54 and Business 5?
Well, it was on Highway 5, and it was down right before Decatur.
Okay, so pretty much all the way down by the business exit.
Yeah, it was after that. It was where there's a little subdivision out that way. I don't know, it was maybe 5 miles from the first Camden exit.
Okay. But it is clear now, at least they're moving as fast as they can go without the rubbernecking.
It's cleared, yeah. I was sitting there for a half an hour or better, and they got it cleared, and traffic's moving now.
Probably a little bit of rubbernecking still.
I would imagine. It was a bad 2 of the cars were really, there was a car that had the motor out of it, so it was a bad wreck.
Well, we appreciate the call, and be safe getting home.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Have a good one.
Thank you. So there you go. The traffic is moving again between Camdenton and south down towards Decaturville, maybe just a little bit after the Business 5 exit from what the caller just said. But a bad accident. I'm sure Highway Patrol will have a report, and we'll have that for you a little bit later on, at least on our website. Talking about that driver, the Amazon driver bitten by a rattlesnake, delivering the package. The snake was coiled up by the front door, struck and bit her behind her knee. The eastern diamondback rattlesnake, super common in that area. Experts say if you are bitten, don't put a tourniquet on it. Don't try to suck out the venom. Those are just kind of movie things. Just call 911 and let them do their thing. And would you like to own your own dinosaur? A very well-preserved dino skeleton named Barry will be sold at an auction in Paris. The Camptosaurus dates back to the late Jurassic period, 150 million years ago. The dude who discovered it in Wyoming, a paleontologist named Barry. Barry. And he named the dinosaur after himself, Barry. It's expected to fetch up to $1.5 million when it goes to sale on October 20th. Man, that's a lot of beer that could be bought for a dinosaur skeleton. 4:32 on KRMS. To the break we go.
And so they would like for things to slow down a little bit more.
The goal is to get inflation down to 2%. The Fed meets again next month. And climate change, the focus today at the United Nations. Femi Naomi Matafa is the Prime Minister of Samoa.
The pursuit of profit over the well-being of humanity is not right.
A total of 23 climate disasters have already cost the U.S. more than $1 billion in damages this year alone. CBS News Brief. I'm Monica Ricks.
Lake News Now.
I'm John Roger, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. Several lake area fire districts plus the Lake West EMS will converge this week to take part in some of that training they hope will not have to be put to use anytime soon, but more than likely is inevitable to happen. Sunrise Beach Chief Joseph LaPlante says the annual hazards, materials, and mass casualty drill allows participating districts to meet required training and, more importantly, be prepared for long-term cooperation in the event of a larger real-life incident. Fire districts participating in the drill include Sunrise Beach, Mid-County, Gravois, and Lake Ozark. A motion filed by the state seeking a mental examination of a Jefferson City man charged with first-degree murder has been shot down in Camden County. Chad Tariq Brewer, who's being held without bond, appeared in court on Tuesday when the motion requesting a mental exam was denied by Circuit Judge Matthew Philip Hamner. A motion filed earlier by Brewer to represent himself was also denied, and the public defender's office was ordered to represent him. Brewer is charged with the murder along with delivery of a controlled substance and possession of paraphernalia dating back to Memorial Day weekend 2021 when he allegedly gunned down Vonza Watson at Lazy Gators. Next up is a pretrial hearing followed by the scheduled start to a jury trial on January 8th. And a 69-year-old from Stover is seriously hurt in a one-vehicle accident early Tuesday afternoon on Missouri 52, 1/2 mile east of Calico Road in Morgan County. The Highway Patrol says an SUV driven by Danny Cook traveled off the roadway and struck a utility pole. It's unknown if Cook was wearing a seatbelt at the time. The accident caused power outages throughout portions of the area. He suffered serious injuries and was flown to University Hospital in Columbia. For breaking news anytime, follow us on social media at KRMS Radio, on X at KRMS News, on Facebook. That's your Lake News Now. I'm John Roger.
The news is sponsored by Heritage Bank of the Ozarks. Visit heritagebankozarks.com.
I'm Jennifer Webster from Heritage Bank of the Ozarks in Camdenton, where you will find everything you need in a bank. Mobile and ATM deposits, person-to-person transfer, and instant issue debit cards. Plus, your dollars stay local. When you bank locally, your local dollars are invested in our local communities with local lenders and local decisions. At Heritage Bank, we are genuinely neighbors serving neighbors. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
More changes coming for the Kansas City Royals in a year that has seen 100 losses pile up once again. And those changes are coming in the front office. Brian Bridges will arrive to direct the scouting department in Kansas City. Bridges, formerly with the Atlanta Braves. We've seen connections between these two franchises before. He was in Atlanta from 2015 through 2019. He has most recently been scouting for the San Francisco Giants. Royals back at it again tonight, hosting the Guardians. Kansas City 50 wins, 102 losses on the year. Zach Greinke 1-15 takes the ball tonight. Cardinals and Brewers tonight as well. St. Louis going through their own struggles. They won't lose 100 games this year, but they could still lose around 90, and that's unsightly for this team. It will be Zach Thompson going up against Adrian Hauser tonight at Busch. We told you about Brady Cook's injury yesterday, keeping him out of practice for the Mizzou football team. Linebacker Chad Bailey had been out the first couple of games of the year, played a little bit Saturday against Kansas State. Coach Eli Drinkwitz projects his snap count to go up this week. From the KRMS Sports Desk, I'm Bernard Matthews.
The Camden County Republican Club invites you to the 2023 Patriot Dinner and Auction, Saturday, October 7th at the Community Christian Church in Camdenton. The doors open at 5 p.m. A buffet dinner is at 6. Meet candidates running for state offices. Advance tickets are $45 or $50 at the door. RSVP by September 27th. Purchase tickets online at ccrclub.com or call Jerry at 573-286-5395.
I'm meteorologist Ray Miller with your News Talk KRMS Weatherology forecast. Cloudy tonight with a couple of isolated showers and thunderstorms. A low temperature of 61 degrees. Thursday, showers and storms late in the day. Otherwise sunny, high of 82. Friday, scattered storms with a high of 80. Saturday, scattered showers and storms with a high temperature of 82. Current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 77 degrees. And at the studios, right now, it's 68.
You'd be pretty hard-pressed to find someone who doesn't rave about the food served at RJ's Family Restaurant. Repeat and new customers savor the menu items. From skillet creations, eggs Benedict, lunch specials, enough sides to make it hard to decide, and the menu goes on and on. Try RJ's for their great desserts. Open Tuesday through Sunday till 2 p.m. Located on Highway 54 West in Camdenton with plenty of convenient parking. RJ's Family Restaurant. Close to home, yet far from ordinary.
What do France's idyllic chateau, Budapest's breathtaking architecture, and Holland's iconic windmills all have in common? You can experience them all with Alma Waterways and Direct Travel while saving 20% on select 2023 and 2024 Europe or Mekong River cruises. Hi, this is Tim Davis. Book your Alma Waterways River Cruise by September 30th and experience a locally sourced cuisine, a variety of enriching shore excursions, a daily sip and sail cocktail hour, complimentary Wi-Fi, and much, much more. In addition, take advantage of transatlantic flights at fixed rates on select 2023 and 2024 European sailings, with rates per person starting at $8.99. For complete details, call Direct Travel today at 348-3166 or stop by our office in the First Bank Center at the Outlet Mall at Osage Beach. You can see us online at directtravelci.com. And remember, Direct Travel is Central Missouri's vacation authority.
KRMS TV joins 93.5 Rocks the Lake as your official homes for Camdenton Laker football.
And then the ball pops out and the Lakers are going to have it.
Watch every exciting play, home and road, in crystal clear high definition on KRMS TV 32.11.
Jabari Stewart ripping that ball out.
You can watch the Lakers on our KRMS TV YouTube channel.
Connects with Borbet to the pylon.
Find the KRMS TV app on your Roku device.
Touchdown Lakers! 19 yards!
Or watch in the palm of your hand on the LOZ app. Just tap the KRMS icon.
Got a wide open receiver in the end zone. It is caught on a diving grab. Touchdown Lakers!
Live radio coverage begins at 6 o'clock with the Summit Natural Gas pregame show on 93.5 Rocks the Lake.
And it's Durnin to Durnin for the first time this year.
We got a good one for you this Friday as the Lakers welcome the Zizzers from West Plains on 93.5 Rocks the Lake and KRMS TV.
News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks this afternoon with Mike Anthony. News Talk KRMS.
441 on KRMS Radio and TV. Just a moment, we'll talk it over with Dr. Michael Severance from the Lake Regional Health System about Prostate Cancer Awareness Month. Right now here in the lake area, no rain showing up, 71 degrees here at the Lake of the Ozarks. Dr. Severance, thank you for taking the time today. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. It's
a wonderful day today.
Yes, it is. And anytime we wake up, we're walking, we're talking, we're squawking, it's a good day.
That is absolutely correct. And we had some rain, and then it kind of blew over, so things are good.
Yes, it is. We're talking about Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, and as far as you are concerned, what is your title, what is your expertise in the field, and how long have you been doing it?
All right. Well, to start with, thanks for having me on. It's an honor to speak with you. I'm Dr. Michael Severance. I'm a urologist at the Lake Regional Urology Clinic. I've been doing urology. Really, I started training in 88, and I completed my training in 94, and then I practiced for about 28 years or so in Jefferson City, and basically I wanted to start seeing a little less intense practice, and so I saw that Dr. McQuarrie had a need for an assistant, so I decided to join him at the lake, and it's wonderful.
How prevalent is prostate cancer? I picked up a few stats from online, and you can tell me if they're like pretty much in line with what you know and stuff like that. But I read something where in 2022, and of course we're 2023 now, 1 in 41 men dying from prostate cancer, 270,000 new cases. Is that? I mean, I know we have so many people, but
those numbers are pretty close. The dying and the getting, there's a big difference. And with prostate cancer, what it amounts to is there's a certain group of patients that if they don't get treatment from it, they will die a slow, painful, miserable death. There's also a group of patients who can have a prostate cancer that is really low grade, and they die with it and not of it. Okay? And the thing about it is, through the years, the field of the practice of urology has gotten better and better at differentiating those patients who are going to have a little bit of prostate cancer that doesn't amount to much, and those that'll have something that's very, very significant and is just bad news. The key is to find those patients and separate the two and treat the ones that need it and not the ones that don't.
Not to pull you into a different discussion, and we're not going to go there, but I just feel the need to say something like this. But you said, those who will die with it but not from it, it just kind of sounds like a COVID statement. But anyway, we'll go on from there. And I couldn't resist. If you knew me better, you would understand. But I guess, as far as this is concerned, the older you are, probably the better chance of being diagnosed.
If you, and I'm to try to answer that, if you look at everybody who died of a car accident when they're 85, all the men, and then you took a biopsy or a piece of their prostate tissue and analyzed it, probably a third of the men would have a little bit of low-grade prostate cancer in that tissue. Okay? And these are people that it's a low-grade cancer, takes 15 years to spread and cause trouble, and they got it when they're 80, and if they make it to 95, they might have serious trouble, but otherwise they're not. So it's pretty prevalent at that age.
I assume with almost any serious illness, especially something like cancer, mortality rates are very much different or dependent on early detection?
Yes and yes. If you have an aggressive prostate cancer and you find it before it has spread outside of the prostate, the treatment options are much better and have a much higher success rate. Once it's outside of the prostate and spread, there's a lot more things we can do to treat it now than we could 20 years ago, but it's also more difficult to treat, and there's more side effects of the treatment.
I know a couple months ago I had somebody I'd become friends with for the past 5 or 6 years, and he came down with the prostate cancer, or at least they told him he was beginning to show signs or whatever a couple of years ago, and he only had 6 months for this and 6 months for that. And then those 6 months came, and then he had another 6 months, and finally when he did come down with it, and it was too late, and I don't know if it's because maybe he did not go pursue the full treatments, but I know he did go through chemo and stuff. I mean, when it got to the final stages for him, man, it went quick.
And the first thing I noticed you said there is they said he had 6 months, and then that came and went, and then he had another 6 months, and that came and went. It is so hard to predict how long somebody's going to live because some people have a lot more heart and determination, and they are healthier. It's really hard to predict how these things go. But end-stage prostate cancer can be a slow, painful thing, or it can be a really quick thing. So it varies.
Yeah, I guess, for him, he was probably blessed with it being a pretty quick thing at the end.
Yeah, it's better that than cannot urinate, peeing blood, back pain, bone pain, weight loss, throwing up, wasting away, but having horrible bone pain. These are things that nobody should go through.
Are there certain rates of prostate cancer, maybe higher in different geographical areas of the country or more populous areas of the country, or is it just something where you're at its mercy and where it strikes?
There's a genetic component that we see, and sometimes it runs stronger in the families than others, but geographically it doesn't matter. And in the United States, people move around so much that any geographic tendency would be obliterated.
How can we lessen, I'm assuming, like a lot of different things, diet, exercise, maybe not necessarily exercise, but are there ways to lessen the chances of coming down with it, or you already kind of alluded to it as a person pretty much screwed based on genetics and hereditary factors?
That's a tough question. You're looking at whether environmental things can impact it, and just so you know, a healthy diet that's not just too much fat and exercise seem to help everything. Things that help bone health seem to help. I'll see a study every once in a while. It'll come out. There'll be a study that says that there's some compound in tomatoes that's healthy, but then when you do 3 more studies of that, it doesn't really hold up in the long haul. So I can't really say that there's anything dietary that you can do to prevent it, but except for have a healthy diet and maintain good exercise, and those things contribute to everything being better.
What's all involved in the screening?
That's a good question. The test that we use primarily is a blood test called a PSA, and before somebody gets a PSA, and PSA stands for prostate-specific antigen. It's a test. It measures something. They draw it from your blood, and it doesn't take too long to run, maybe a day. It's not super expensive. Doesn't hurt to have it done. And basically, it measures a material produced exclusively by the prostate that's in the blood. And what they found is that there's more of this material present in the blood generally if somebody has prostate cancer. The problem is that the blood test isn't perfect. So you can see somebody who has an elevated PSA blood test and they don't necessarily have prostate cancer. It requires a lot. It requires a lot more thought and an in-depth approach to it. What we found that there are other things that can falsely raise the PSA, like inflammation or infection in the prostate, or just having a really big prostate. But the main first step is to have the blood test done. It used to be that everybody would get a finger in the bottom kind of test, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
And some organizations are backing off from that. My experience is that it's still helpful and relevant, but a screening PSA is probably the best first step.
Have you ever watched Impractical Jokers?
Have I ever watched Impractical Jokers? No.
Yeah. when he said the finger up the behind, it just reminded me of a segment where Murr had it done a couple times, and it was just one of them things where you had to watch it if you. Never mind. Let's go on.
Oh, that's all right. There's a lot of fear and anxiety over that finger in the backside type of thing.
Well, it's not all comfortable.
No, but hopefully whoever's doing it is doing it in a kinder, gentler way, so to speak.
Well, if anything, a segment like that on a show like that brought up some type of awareness as well. But, what is the recommended frequency and, I guess start at what type of age?
Okay, so this is another thing that's really important. People who are 25 years old don't need a PSA. Prostate cancer, really screening is recommended at age 50 unless you have a higher risk. For example, if your dad died of prostate cancer, then you do it at 45. Now, I have seen people who died of prostate cancer at 41, and their male children, I've recommended getting PSAs and finger waves, so to speak, earlier than that. But for the general population, if nobody in your family's had prostate cancer, then I would start at age 50. And it's a debate how often you should get a PSA. If your PSA is unremarkable and low, then it's reasonable to do it every other year. But if there's a little something wrong with your prostate exam, or if your PSA is maybe a hair higher than you might normally think, or if there's any other mitigating circumstances, then you could do it more frequently.
Go on.
Go ahead.
Go on.
I was going to say, and then the other concern is when do you stop doing it? At what age do you stop screening it? And this is a real controversy. The take-home message to me, and different studies support different things, and different organizations, the World Health Organization, the American Urologic Association, all these organizations don't always agree. But the main thing is if you have a reasonable, healthy life expectancy of at least 10 to 15 years, then you should check it. When I see somebody who's had 3 heart attacks and they can't, walk to the mailbox and everything's not great, there's not really a big point in checking a PSA, because getting a PSA, if it's elevated, then the next step is to proceed with the further investigation, and that can involve a biopsy. And then when you do all this and it comes back that there is prostate cancer, but you have someone who would, even if they had the worst prostate cancer, wouldn't survive any treatment and wouldn't want any treatment because they have other problems that are going to get them in a year or two, then it's not worth doing.
Just a couple minutes left in this segment, but are there any, nowadays, somebody doesn't feel good, it's like, oh, it's the cold, it's the virus, it's this or that or whatever. Any symptoms that somebody should be on the lookout for to say, hey, this might be something?
Well, two ways of looking at that. First of all, sometimes there are no symptoms at all, so that's why you need to have the screening, okay? You could have no symptoms at all, and so you should get a PSA, a baseline PSA, and at least every other year you should get a PSA. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, if you wait until you have symptoms, sometimes that's on the late side, and if you have trouble urinating or you have blood in the urine, that kind of thing, it can sometimes be related to prostate cancer. When it's really further along is when you start having back pain or bone pain because it's spread there, and that's the cat's out of the bag, but you should still seek treatment.
Okay. Are these screenings, are they expensive or?
Oh, it's a blood test, and it depends on where you have it drawn, but generally it shouldn't be more than $50.
And probably insurances would cover it?
Oh, yeah. Insurance would definitely cover it. Now, if some insurance company saw you were drawing it on a 25-year-old, they'd question why you did that. But if you're somebody who's 50 or 60, whatever, they would cover it.
And I guess one of the most important things you could think of, other than the early detection, if you do get diagnosed with it, there are plenty of support groups out there.
Yes, and the other thing is there's tons of support groups. There's also, everybody I know, and I'm sure everybody knows somebody that's had prostate cancer, and the treatment has evolved through the years. So if you had a great-grandfather who had prostate cancer and had treatment and it was not the best treatment, things are better now. So don't despair. Don't say, well, I remember Grandpa Earl had something. It was horrible. I'll never get that done. That kind of thing. It's better now.
Anything else you want to add before we let you go?
No, just thanks for having me on, and I hope people who need the screening get it done.
Thank you, Dr. Michael Severance from Lake Regional. We appreciate it, and we'll talk to you again sometime.
You're welcome. You take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you. 4:56 on KRMS. It is Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, and we appreciate Dr. Michael Severance taking the time to talk to us today on the Ozarks Today. We need to break away. Quick break. We'll come back and have just a couple seconds left in the hour.
10 years ago, Papo's set out to make a better pizza with fresher ingredients and fewer additives.
At Papo's, we keep it real and we keep it fresh.
Huge congratulations to Papo's. 10 years.
A lot has changed in the last decade, but not our pizza. From our first restaurant in Springfield to our newest in Lee Summit and stores 10 and 11, coming soon to Branson and Camdenton, we're still here to keep it real and keep it fresh. So cheers to you, our amazing customers, and here's to another 10 years.
So your wife is telling you all about a new pair of red shoes she wants, and you're like, okay, whatever. But the next day, you're online looking for a new deer stand, and everywhere you go online, you're seeing ads for those red shoes, and you're like, how do they do that? Better yet, how do I do that for my business? Well, that's what we do. We are Titan Digital. Websites, Google Ads, better reviews, increasing your sales at the lake. Titan Digital. See examples of our work at TitanDigitalMO.com. TitanDigitalMO.com.
Can the county outlaw puppies and then turn around and fine you if Fido actually has a few? What if they single out your particular breed of dog or cat for special restrictions? Can you stop them? I'm Curtis Howard. Together we'll explore these and other actual court cases and the decisions handed down by the judges. See if you agree.
Point of Law, weekday mornings at 7:35. Sponsored by the Law Office of Christopher Rohr on Osage Beach Parkway next to Golden Corral.
When severe weather threatens our area, get the information you need from News Talk KRMS. We utilize the latest technology to analyze impending weather as it approaches our area. Our meteorologists prepare you for anything from ice and snow to severe thunderstorms or worse. Our severe weather coverage is sponsored by California Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in California. Visit CaliforniaChrysler.com to see their new and used inventory. Listen for severe weather updates from News Talk KRMS.
This is the Ozarks This Afternoon with Mike Anthony on News Talk KRMS.
And that is just about going to do it for hour number one of the Ozarks Today for this Wednesday afternoon. Dr. Michael Severance from Lake Regional talking about Prostate Cancer Awareness Month. Coming up in the next hour, Laura Ingram talking about Democrats versus reality. Also, we'll hear from Matt Kostelnick from the Eldon Chamber of Commerce, a little event going on over in Eldon, something called the Turkey Festival is right around the corner. We'll hear from Matt about that, so stick around. Right now, no rain here in the lake area and 72 degrees. Hour number two of the Ozarks Today coming up.
Call him something, I think I'll just call it a day. Pour me something tall and strong, make it a hurricane before I go insane. It's only 12:30, but I don't care. It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
At your service since 1951, News Talk KRMS Osage Beach and KRMS FM HD3 Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Monica Ricks in New York. A border town in Texas had declared a state of emergency as migrant crossings top 8,000 a day. CBS's Manuel Bajorquez is in El Paso.
We are inside a migrant support center run by the county of El Paso, and they're getting about 600 people on average coming through here every day, a reflection of the spike in numbers at the border. The majority of the people here, I'm being told, are from Venezuela, and what they do here is they're released from federal custody with an asylum appointment, and then they're trying to figure out how to get potentially to a relative or to their next destination on a bus or on an airplane.
More than 110,000 asylum seekers have been sent to sanctuary cities across the country since last spring. Auto worker strikes are still going strong outside plants in Ohio, Missouri, and Michigan.
I just know as Ford employees,
We work really hard and we just trying to get what we deserve.
We just want a fair deal and something that will take care of our families, not just today, but in the future. This used to be the choice job. It used to be the job that you had, that you wanted to have, one of the big three. You were set for life. And now you can't live.
Stellantis announced today it's cutting hundreds of workers in 2 states during strikes. GM idled a plant in Kansas. No change today on the federal interest rate. Fed Chair Jerome Powell.
We've covered a lot of ground, and the full effects of our tightening have yet to be felt.
It follows nearly a dozen increases. CBS's Jason Brooks.
The Fed is content to leave the federal funds rate at a range of 5.25% to 5.5% for the next 2 months, as it takes time to assess the impact of high rates on inflation and the economy. Worries over high inflation persist at the central bank, and it's still forecasting the possibility of one more quarter-point rate hike before the end of the year.
You can request more test kits ahead of an expected COVID surge this fall. Reporter Alexander Tin.
The Biden administration says it is planning to reopen covidtest.gov for another round of 4 free rapid tests for each household. Americans will be able to request the test starting Monday, September 25.
It has been 12 years now since the military repealed Don't Ask, Don't Tell, but there's a new effort now to correct wrongful discharges. CBS's Cammie McCormick.
Many veterans say they have been wrongly denied benefits over the years. Deputy Secretary of Defense Kathleen Hicks.
We are announcing that DoD will, for the first time, begin proactively reviewing the military records of veterans discharged because of their sexual orientation.
And if your kid plays Fortnite, you could get a refund. Epic Games has to pay $37 million in penalties for violating children's privacy. This is CBS News.
When you think of hiring, think of Indeed. Their end-to-end hiring system helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all in the same place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Lake News Now.
I'm John Roger, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. A court date has now been set for the Huntington Beach, California man accused of being drunk while operating a boat, which then ran aground, hit a house, and overturned, ejecting himself and 7 others in Camden County. Courthouse records now indicate that 47-year-old Adam Ramirez posted a $100,000 bond a week ago and is scheduled to be arraigned on October 16th. A motion has also been filed requesting that Ramirez be allowed to appear virtually for the arraignment based on continuing health conditions, diminishing his ability to travel from California despite also having a home in Sunrise Beach in Morgan County. The accident happened at the 1.3-mile mark of the Osage Arm during the late night hours on July 22nd. Don't look now, but history and tradition return to the lake area in about a week and a half with the 37th annual Eldon Turkey Festival.
It's one of my goals, and I think our board's goals, is to make this an iconic event. I mean, we've been here for 37 years, and, we just want to make it bigger and stronger and have more people come and enjoy it.
Eldon Chamber Executive Director Matt Kostelnik says the all-day event is set for Saturday, September 30th in downtown, highlighted by some crowded favorite activities and good grub.
We have a parade that will start at 10, and turkey legs will be at the Eldon Chamber booth. We'll sell those and turkey tenders from 9 to 4.
Also part of the Turkey Fest will be a carnival, Young Eagles flights at the airport, and the MU Flight for Life helicopter on display. And what was initially reported as a residential fire Monday night in the Kaiser area was quickly determined to have been a commercial structure fire. Osage Beach Fire Chief Paul Berardi says updated information while en route reported the building was over 5,000 square feet in size with a wall that was actively burning. Crews arrived on the scene within 6 minutes and were able to get water flowing and the fire contained. No injuries were reported. The cause of the blaze is under investigation. That's your Lake News Now. I'm John Roger.
This news sponsored by the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. Repeat customer Ron visits Driftwood Spa every month.
Today I came for a haircut. Haley cut my hair, and then we went for massage. And Melissa did a fantastic job, like she always does. It's just an excellent place just to come and relax. You leave totally refreshed, invigorated.
Hi, this is Shelley from the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. We are located in the Driftwood building next to the indoor pool, and our new salon is directly across the street. Come drift away with us.
More changes coming for the Kansas City Royals in a year that has seen 100 losses pile up once again. And those changes are coming in the front office. Brian Bridges will arrive to direct the scouting department in Kansas City. Bridges, formerly with the Atlanta Braves. We've seen connections between these two franchises before. He was in Atlanta from 2015 through 2019. He has most recently been scouting for the San Francisco Giants. Royals back at it again tonight, hosting the Guardians. Kansas City 50 wins, 102 losses on the year. Zach Greinke 1-15 takes the ball tonight. Cardinals and Brewers tonight as well. St. Louis going through their own struggles. They won't lose 100 games this year, but they could still lose around 90, and that's unsightly for this team. It will be Zach Thompson going up against Adrian Hauser tonight at Busch. We told you about Brady Cook's injury yesterday, keeping him out of practice for the Mizzou football team. Linebacker Chad Bailey had been out the first couple of games of the year, played a little bit Saturday against Kansas State. Coach Eli Drinkwitz projects his snap count to go up this week. From the KRMS Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Matthews.
There's no better feeling than grilling out, and there's no better place than Porter's Ace to get the best grill for your family. We stock brands from Weber, Traeger, Big Green Egg, Blackstone Griddles, and Uni Pizza Ovens. You won't find these premium brands and service at a warehouse store, only at Porter's Ace, the people who know their grills. Porter's Ace and Lori. Porter's, we're here to help. See acehardware.com for details.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
I'm meteorologist Ray Miller with your News Talk KRMS Weatherology forecast. Cloudy tonight with a couple of isolated showers and thunderstorms, a low temperature of 61 degrees. Thursday, showers and storms late in the day, otherwise sunny, high of 82. Friday, scattered storms with a high of 80. Saturday, scattered showers and storms with a high temperature of 82. Current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 77 degrees. And at the studios, right now, it's 68.
Do you need quality where it counts? Evers & Company CPAs in Osage Beach and Jefferson City will provide a quality experience with accuracy and integrity. Visit everscpas.com for assistance with tax, accounting, business, consultation, and auditing needs. Call Evers & Company CPAs 573-348-4141. Remember, 573-348-4141. Evers & Company. Quality where it counts.
Make this the year you experience the Inclusive Collection, part of Hyatt Hotels and Resorts. Hi, this is Tim Davis from Direct Travel. Whether it's a dream vacation, a fairy tale honeymoon, or a destination wedding, let Direct Travel help you make it happen. Imagine the beautiful beaches of Impression, Isla Mujeres by Secrets, or Secrets Mochi Playa del Carmen. Relax at a wellness spa like the Secret St. James Montego Bay. Find entertainment and recreation at the Breathless Cancun Soul Resort and Spa, all with amazing amenities you'll never forget. Book an air and hotel package before October 6th for travel before June 11th of 2024 and receive our Direct Travel exclusive discount. For more information, call Direct Travel today at 348-3166 or stop by our office in the First Bank Center at the Outlet Mall in Osage Beach. You can see us online at directtravelci.com. And remember, Direct Travel is Central Missouri's vacation authority.
Hot, hot, hot.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, call SelectQuote at 1-800-330-1991. That's 1-800-330-1991. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-330-1991. SelectQuote. We shop, you save. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
number one.
Since my job is and has been for 19 years protection of the public and the visitors of the district, I feel the public needs to be aware.
We think that there's plenty of ignorance to go around.
Trust me on that. 34 years I've made a career out of pursuing public officials who misbehave.
We're going to have to put an iron fist on some of this stuff.
The aircraft departed approximately 10 minutes prior to the event.
Some of the best experts in the United States and world put this together.
In the perfect sense of the word, there'll be no out-of-pocket expense other than our labor, but time will tell that, of course.
You can't force people to come on the radio and talk.
A bigger commitment to news.
I expect them to continue to do the great job they always did. I don't have any doubts that they will.
50% of it is mental.
Since 1951, a trusted source for daily local news. The Ozarks Today.
5:11, we'll call it 5:12 on News Talk 1150 KRMS 97.5 103.3. We are broadcasting from the Radio Television Center in mid-Missouri. We are KRMS Radio and TV. It is a Wednesday afternoon, September the 20th. Right now, 72 degrees here in the lake area and no rain showing up on the in-studio Doppler radar, the Radar Lab, HD, Camden, Miller, Morgan, and or Benton counties here at the Lake of the Ozarks. Again, appreciate Dr. Michael Severance, urologist from Lake Regional, talking to us in that first hour about Prostate Cancer Awareness Month coming up this hour. Matt Kostelnick from the Eldon Chamber of Commerce, he had a chance to talk it over with Guy Wayman about that thing called the Turkey Festival, which is right around the corner. We're going to play that back for you at about 5:45. Right now, Laura Ingraham on Fox News Live. She does her little segment, and she did a report talking about what Democrats say versus the reality at the border, because the difference is well, you can imagine.
Oh, for how many years has the Biden administration been telling us that the border, it's closed? But really?
I want to be clear to folks in this region who are thinking about making that dangerous trek to the United States-Mexico border. Do not come.
The message is very clear. The border is not open.
The president has done more to secure the border and to deal with this issue of immigration than anybody else. He really has.
They went rushing into the water and crossed illegally right into Eagle Pass. Over 2,500 of them, according to our sources. These migrants continue to have no fear of consequences.
My message is this: do not just show up at the border.
It's no problem if I go to Chicago. Either you want. Thank you.
That's impeachable conduct. Okay, joining us now, Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick. Dan, we hear about all this is impeachable, that's impeachable. What has happened to our country over the past 3 years of Joe Biden? In my mind, there is nothing more damaging to the future of this country, not even what happened with Hunter, the money flow and all that, than what we've been seeing over the last, 2 3/4 years. Your reaction tonight?
Laura, I was thinking during the break that I've been on with you countless times over the last 2.5 years since Biden became president. They've been lying to us the entire time. They think the American public is just stupid. And what I look at it is there's nothing more dangerous than a politician who lies, but what is really worse, when they know you know they're lying and they don't care what you think. They don't care what the American people think. Everybody knows they're lying. Everybody knows the border's wide open. Since he came into office, we've had about 6.5 million people apprehended. Another 1 million gotaways. That's 7. He has another 1.5 years to go left. And that means there'll be another 2 million. That's about 8-9 million. And that doesn't count, Laura, the people that we don't catch. We don't catch them all. So you're talking about 10, 11, 12 to 15 million people that have come here. This is his agenda to destroy this country. And he lies to us every day and he doesn't care because the means are the end, and that's to destroy this country, and that's what he's doing. And we got to get him out of office in 24.
Well, the media are complicit, are they not,
Absolutely.
Mr. Lieutenant Governor, because they know what's happening, and there'll be sporadic reports here and there, but it's not. I mean, if this was something they really wanted to shut down from a media perspective, put the pressure on the White House, they could do it, right? But never before in the history of this country have we seen scenes like this. Never before in the history of America. This is a slow-rolling invasion meant to completely change the nature of this country. Has nothing to do with race, has nothing to do with ethnicity, it has everything to do with politics, because everybody else is on to the Democrats, or they're coming around to the Democrats.
Yeah, and Laura, we're now, by the end of the Biden administration, somewhere between 12 and 15% of the entire population will be here illegally. And the media is complicit because they're part of the propaganda machine that's allowing it to happen. When a Republican takes office in 2024, and I believe they will, this border will be shut down in a week. You just turn it over to Texas, we'll get it done for you. Just give us the job. We know how to do it.
Well, Biden wants to keep
we have to stop this, Laura, because we're losing the country.
Biden wants to keep the migrants in Texas because remain in Mexico. We couldn't do that. Heaven forbid we actually keep people in Mexico. But he's happy to say, oh, no, we'll keep them in Texas to protect the precious New York City and Boston and Chicago and Oakland. So what about that?
We have lots of buses, Laura. Laura, we have lots more buses to send. We're not going to let them stay here in Texas. And when I say that it's 10 to 15% of the population, that's what people are seeing all over the country. These illegal immigrants are everywhere. They're everywhere, and everyone is seeing it. Biden doesn't care what Democrats think in blue states, what red states think, of course. And he's just a pawn of the people behind them, the Marxist socialist left that want to destroy this country. These people are coming here in bad health. They're not highly educated. They don't know our history. They're just coming here because Biden says, don't come. Don't come. Yeah. Don't come. Don't get in the river. Don't jump in the river. You might drown. Come on. That's what he's doing. And we all see through it. That's why he's going to be out of office on his rear end in 2024.
But Dan, are these people ever going to be deported? Because 90% of them or more should be deported. They were going to deport 10 million people, so now it's like 30 million people in the country illegally.
And see, and that's what they know, Laura. They know how hard that will be. And it will be hard. But we're going to have to face up, and we're going to have our country border secured. We're going to have to take back our country, and we're going to have to work through all these people who are here. You know, think about it, Laura. They're just dumping them on the streets. I mean, what kind of policy, you know, where 2,000 people a day are crossing in certain parts of the border? They just dump them on the streets. What happens to these people? Who feeds them? Who employs them? What Social Security number do they
taxpayers.
have? What are they?
U.S.
They
taxpayers.
can't get a job.
Yeah, we pay for it.
We're footing the bill.
Yeah, but Martha's Vineyard couldn't keep 50 of them, Dan. They got to get rid of those Martha's Vineyard migrants, send them to Boston. All right, Dan, great to see you. Thank you.
Hi, this is Tim Davis. Direct Travel and Abercrombie & Kent have your exclusive opportunity to visit one of the world's most interesting destinations, East Africa and Tanzania. Participate in an amazing safari and witness the migration of hundreds of thousands of wildebeest and predators crossing the plains of the Serengeti. Direct Travel and Abercrombie & Kent have planned the perfect African safari where nature reigns supreme and every day is an inspiring adventure. We will be departing from Central Illinois in September of 2024. We'll enjoy a 12-day adventure through Kenya and Tanzania with private guided tours and daily views of Africa's amazing wildlife. This departure is limited to only 20 participants. So if you're interested in an amazing safari, call Direct Travel today at 348-3166 or stop by our office at 4458 Osage Beach Parkway. You can see us online at directtravelci.com. And remember, Direct Travel is Central Missouri's vacation authority.
Show Me Taxi welcomes you to the lake. Professional people, tourists like Show Me Taxi. 573-280-5511. Need a ride to dinner, grocery store, pick up your boat or a car? We are here. Ride the wave at the lake as you enjoy the beautiful scenery and fun at the lake. Call Show Me Taxi 573-280-5511. Show Me Taxi 573-280-5511. Thanks, Cindy Lou. Be safe.
News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks this afternoon with Mike Anthony. News Talk KRMS.
5:21 on the Ozarks today for this Wednesday afternoon, which means the KRMS West Side Social is underway. Hi to everybody over at Red's Barbecue, Highway 5 at the north end of Laurie. Social just began about 21 minutes ago. Complimentary appetizers, the Lake's Best networking. You can still be part of it. Head on over to Red's Barbecue. The social today sponsored by Jody Hendricks, Realtor, Next Home Gadwood Group. Everybody welcome. Meet great people. Get some new business. No dues to pay. The social today presented by News Talk KRMS 93.5 Rocks, along with Classic Country 104.9, 98.7 The Cove, and KRMS TV 32. And then 1 week from today, we have the East Side Social. That'll take place at Lake Billiard Sports Bar and Grill in Osage Beach. Again, it'll start at 5 o'clock, the social next week, sponsored by LOZ App. And you can have a chance, or it'll be your chance, to win a one-year featured listing valued at $2,000. Several 90-day smart listings as well. And again, the East Side Social is brought to you by News Talk KRMS, along with 93.5 Rocks, Classic Country 104.9, 98.7 The Cove, and also KRMS TV 32. Ray Miller standing by in the weatherology office with a look at our forecast. Ray, a little bit of rain right on the target yesterday and overnight. What about tonight?
We do have a chance for showers and storms developing again a little bit later tonight. Right now, the rain off to our east, but some redevelopment mainly in the overnight hours. I think we'll get through the early evening without seeing any precipitation. Temperatures fall back to around 61 degrees with east winds at 5 to 10. Sunny for most of the day Thursday, but showers and storms develop in the afternoon with a high temperature around 82 degrees. Friday, scattered showers and storms off and on throughout the day with a high around 80. On Saturday, we'll see a chance of showers, high of 82. Sunday, showers and storms with a high of 77. In the Weatherology Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Ray Miller.
Thank you, Ray Miller. We'll do it again tomorrow. One more report from you coming up here in about 12 minutes. No rain showing up on the radar right now. Camden, Miller, Morgan, Benton, as Ray said, probably later on tonight into the overnight hours. Otherwise, 72 degrees here at the lake. It is 5:24 on KRMS. Good afternoon, caller. Never mind. We'll go down here. Caller, you're on the line.
Hey, Michael.
Hi.
Hey, the Republicans are missing the boat on this immigration issue.
You don't say.
All the businesses need help. Those people down there want to work. If the Republicans would come up with a plan for legal immigration for these people, they would win the votes of the people that come in. They would win the votes of the people that can employ them and staff their businesses sufficiently. It would be a good deal for them as long as there is some benefit or welfare reform included in it. But imagine running on the platform of, supplying workers for your business. And bringing people into the country. It's like, I don't see the problem with it.
Supply and demand for the workforce.
Well, that's true. I know everybody needs help. And there's plenty of willing workers down south. Those people, if the Republicans champion them, there's Republican voters right there.
Well, I mean, you tell me if I'm wrong, but isn't there already a way to legally immigrate into the country?
There is. It takes years, from what I hear. But the Republicans could come up with a plan. They could about this before on the air, a new Ellis Island on the southern border to bring these people in, register them, check them a little bit, and then send them out to a workforce that needs them. So they could have jobs already lined up for them from around the country of people that need help. And, so-and-so, you guys are going to, Kansas. You guys are going to Texas. You guys are going to Missouri. And it could be such a good benefit for the employers, and it could also be a benefit in voters for the Republicans. I don't know why they're doing what they're doing. I think they're missing the boat.
Okay, what kind of a let's just say you're elected 2024, you are the judge and the jury. You're able, whatever you say is going to happen. What kind of a time frame are you looking at? Are you thinking that this can all happen to where these people can be deemed legally in the country and then be distributed, for lack of a better term, to the different areas to work and stuff like that?
I'm not in that business, that political business, but why couldn't it take a year to get the program in effect that would allow businesses to sign up and say the pizza place down the road needs 4 people, the grocery store needs 20 people, and they all get lined up. Then those are kind of their sponsors in effect, and then they set up the program down on the border where everybody wants to work. Come on in, register for jobs, and we're in an area you want to live in, possibly, and we'll process you. You don't get citizenship. You don't get any welfare benefits until a certain amount of time. But, why couldn't it take a year to set that up?
I think it could be done sooner than that. I don't see why it would have to take a year. And I think you definitely have one hell of an idea there. I mean, there's work visas and green cards, temporary green cards, whatever, so you can come over and work. And, maybe in the process of it, assuming you're not like breaking laws and robbing banks or stuff or murdering people, whatever, in the process of that, then you go through the registering to maybe make it more permanent. I mean, there are programs out there right now, but do it, or don't be crossing the river for it. Go across the regular border the way we normally do it. Go through the administration offices for it, and do a little bit of vetting first. And you may be turned away at first, but gotta stand in line. Like a lot of us do anyway.
Sure. Then work for a while and earn your welfare benefits as you spend more time in the country and you pay your taxes. And even earn citizenship at some point. I just think the Democrats or the Republicans they could be the guys that are patting the immigrants on the back and saying, "I got you the job. Look at this. We're supplying workforce people. Business owners would love them. Workers would vote for the Republicans." Republicans are missing the boat.
Just no voting until you are a citizen.
Well, once they become a citizen, you're exactly right.
Yeah.
But once they earn their citizenship, hell, it's the Republicans that got them there. Come on, who are they going to vote for?
Well, you know what? Like I said, it's a great idea. And I'm surprised, like, some of the Republicans aren't getting with some of the Democrats saying, you know what, we can make this work. But we're talking about American politics. They don't work together for the greater good. Unless they got, it has to benefit them more than us and vice versa. And, it'd be a great idea if it could happen and if they could put aside their petty differences and get on with what they are elected to do, and that is to serve this country.
Exactly. That's exactly right. They'd be serving their businessmen by doing that.
Great call. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. See ya.
529, call at 5:30 on KRMS. Good afternoon, caller. You're up. Yep, call back if you want. I mean, that is a really good idea. But I mean, yeah, it could be done sooner than a year, but not just the stuff where you jump over the river or over the river through the woods we come type of deal, and expect to be treated royally or treated in the same regard as what we're talking about now. Go through the proper steps. Don't be climbing over the wall, under the wall, whatever the case may be. And, the caller has a point there, and that is a really good point there, that if this is done the correct way, to where they're not just invading us, to where we know there are good intentions, not bringing over the fentanyl, not bringing over the drugs, not bringing over the cartels or the terrorists. How many terrorists have they caught at the wall already? I read an article yesterday on it. I forget what the number is, but I know it was not a very small number. Anyway, appreciate that call. Remember the non-human things that were presented to Mexico's Congress last week? Doctors were allowed to perform tests on them. The results are in. They found out most of their DNA was unknown. Ooh. One of them was actually pregnant. They also say they weren't part of a UFO crash. Instead, they were alien beings that were fossilized in algae mines. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Elon Musk start charging you to use X. So there you go. X. Elon Musk might start charging you a monthly fee pretty soon. Hi, caller. You're up next.
Yeah, that's a terrible idea. The last thing we need to do is encourage more people to flood into the country. I mean, we have enough problems as it is with the people that we already have that we don't know what to do with.
But
it should be difficult. It should be difficult to get into this country because we really only want or need the best of the best to come to this country, not everybody from all over the world just flooding in and, oh, yeah, we'll give you a job at McDonald's or whatever. That's just not going to help anything.
But
you
it's
don't want
the
to encourage more people to come.
But it's the people that would do it the correct way instead of the open border way.
Well, yeah, but that's a slow process. And if they could maybe, I don't know, but encouraging people, I agree with kind of what he's saying, is that we need to do something with the people that are already here, in a sense. But I don't know about another amnesty thing, but you don't want to set up another program where it just makes it easier to get in the country, because then they'll really be flooding in. I mean, we had, 4,000 people cross the border today alone?
Yeah, but how many of them were willing to, if you're willing to go through the steps, of those 4,000, probably 3,990 don't want to do it the right way.
Well, like I said, it's a mess. We need to close the border, and then maybe in about 5 years when we get everybody that's already here cleaned up and moving forward, then we can open it up a little bit more. But right now we need to shut it down. It's an invasion.
Yeah, I don't think we gave a time frame as to immediately starting it. I mean, he was mentioning 1 year, and I don't know if that was get it going in the next year. Get it ironed out to where it could work, and then put it into place. But same thing like you said too. We need to shut it down first and then consider other options.
Yep. Oh, well, that's just my 2 cents.
Well, thank you for your 2 cents. 5:33 on KRMS. We need to get to news right now. Coming up, we'll be talking about the Turkey Festival going on over in Eldon.
Wow, that was a great band.
I agree. Glad we came out tonight, but now I'm hungry, and it's almost 11.
We can go to Lake Billiards and Sports Bar. Their kitchen's open till 11:30 on weeknights and 12:30 on weekends. We've got plenty of time.
Oh, yeah, I saw them featured on the Damn Food Tour. The food looks great. Siri, where's Lake Billiards and Sports Bar?
Lake Billiards and Sports Bar, located at 4344 Osage Beach Parkway.
Lake Billiards Sports Bar, serving lunch, dinner, and late-night dining 7 days a week.
It's Bob's No Wake Zone Boating Radio Show, making radio waves. If you're not boating, you're thinking about it. Riding the waves until the sun goes down. Learn it all here, all the boats and gear. And Tipsy shares to stay safe out there. It's time for Captain Bob. It's Bob's No Wake Zone Boating Radio Show, making radio waves.
Saturday mornings at 10:06.
CBS News Brief. Cities along the southern border have declared a migrant crisis as crossings top 8,000 a day. CBS's Manuel Bajorquez.
Could be due to the weather. The summer months are dwindling down, but also that people are looking to come up before the winter temperatures will begin to set in.
Auto strikes could expand later this week if the big three don't deliver on union demands and come up with new contracts. This worker's outside Ford in Wayne, Michigan.
It's just our time for us to finally get what we deserve. And I think what better way to go about it than this? I mean, this is going to change the whole dynamics of our future for the positive. So I'm all for it.
Free COVID tests are up for grabs again from the government.
The Biden administration says it will reopen orders through covidtest.gov starting on Monday, September 25, to request 4 free tests per household.
That's reporter Alexander Tin. You can start making those requests online again next week. CBS News Brief. I'm Monica Ricks.
Lake News Now.
I'm John Roger, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. What was initially reported as a residential fire Monday night in the Kaiser area was quickly determined to have been a commercial structure fire instead. Osage Beach Fire Chief Paul Berardi says updated information while en route reported the building was over 5,000 square feet in size with a wall actively burning. Crews arrived on the scene within 6 minutes and were able to get water flowing and the fire contained. Mutual aid companies were also summoned but canceled before arriving. No injuries were reported. The cause of the blaze is under investigation. A motion filed by the state seeking a mental examination of a Jefferson City man charged with first-degree murder has been shot down in Camden County. Chad Tariq Brewer, who's being held without bond, appeared in court on Tuesday when the motion requesting a mental exam was denied by Circuit Judge Matthew Philip Hamner. A motion filed earlier by Brewer to represent himself was also denied, and the public defender's office was ordered to represent him. Brewer is charged with the murder along with delivery of a controlled substance and possession of paraphernalia dating back to Memorial Day weekend 2021 when he allegedly gunned down Vonza Watson at Lazy Gators. Next up is a pretrial hearing followed by the scheduled start to a jury trial on January 8th. And several Lake area fire districts plus the Lake West EMS will converge this week to take part in some of that training they hope will not have to be put to use anytime soon, but more than likely is inevitable to happen. Sunrise Beach Chief Joseph LaPlante says the annual hazards, materials, and mass casualty drill allows participating districts to meet required training and, more importantly, be prepared for long-term cooperation in the event of a larger real-life incident. Fire districts participating in the drill include Sunrise Beach, Mid-County, Gravois, and Lake Ozark. Get a look at more national, local news and sports at krmsradio.com. That's your Lake News Now. I'm John Roger. The news is sponsored by Heritage Bank of the Ozarks. Visit heritagebankozarks.com.
I'm Jennifer Webster from Heritage Bank of the Ozarks in Camdenton, where you will find everything you need in a bank. Mobile and ATM deposits, person-to-person transfer, and instant issue debit cards. Plus, your dollars stay local. When you bank locally, your local dollars are invested in our local communities with local lenders and local decisions. At Heritage Bank, we are genuinely neighbors serving neighbors. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
More changes coming for the Kansas City Royals in a year that has seen 100 losses pile up once again. And those changes are coming in the front office. Brian Bridges will arrive to direct the scouting department in Kansas City. Bridges, formerly with the Atlanta Braves. We've seen connections between these two franchises before. He was in Atlanta from 2015 through 2019. He has most recently been scouting for the San Francisco Giants. Royals back at it again tonight, hosting the Guardians. Kansas City 50 wins, 102 losses on the year. Zach Greinke 1-15 takes the ball tonight. Cardinals and Brewers tonight as well. St. Louis going through their own struggles. They won't lose 100 games this year, but they could still lose around 90, and that's unsightly for this team. It will be Zach Thompson going up against Adrian Hauser tonight at Busch. We told you about Brady Cook's injury yesterday, keeping him out of practice for the Mizzou football team. Linebacker Chad Bailey had been out the first couple of games of the year, played a little bit Saturday against Kansas State. Coach Eli Drinkwitz projects his snap count to go up this week. From the KRMS Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Matthews.
10 years ago, Papo's set out to make a better pizza with fresher ingredients and fewer additives.
At Papo's, we keep it real and we keep it fresh.
Huge congratulations to Papo's. 10 years.
A lot has changed in the last decade, but not our pizza. From our first restaurant in Springfield to our newest in Lee Summit and stores 10 and 11 coming soon to Branson and Camdenton, we're still here to keep it real and keep it fresh. So cheers to you, our amazing customers, and here's to another 10 years.
I'm meteorologist Ray Miller with your News Talk KRMS Weatherology Forecast. Cloudy tonight with a couple of isolated showers and thunderstorms, a low temperature of 61 degrees. Thursday, showers and storms late in the day, otherwise sunny, high of 82. Friday, scattered storms with a high of 80. Saturday, scattered showers and storms with a high temperature of 82. Current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 77 degrees. And at the studios, right now, it's 68.
Do you need quality where it counts? Evers & Company CPAs in Osage Beach and Jefferson City will provide a quality experience with accuracy and integrity. Visit everscpas.com for assistance with tax, accounting, business, consultation, and auditing needs. Call Evers & Company CPAs 573-348-4141. Remember, 573-348-4141. Evers & Company. Quality where it counts.
There's no better feeling than grilling out, and there's no better place than Porter's Ace to get the best grill for your family. We stock brands from Weber, Traeger, Big Green Egg, Blackstone Griddles, and Uni Pizza Ovens. You won't find these premium brands and service at a warehouse store, only at Porter's Ace, the people who know their grills. Porter's Ace and Lori. Porter's, we're here to help. See acehardware.com for details.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
I'm Peter Greenberg, and this is today's Eye on Travel Minute. Authorities have been threatening to do this for a while, but now it's official. The threat of over-tourism has prompted city officials in Venice to implement a €5 fee to enter the city next year to visitors who are not planning to stay the night. The fee will apply to all travelers over the age of 14. The Venetians are trying to discourage the massive number of day trippers to the city. So if you don't have a hotel reservation that you can show officials, be prepared to pay. Of course, this doesn't apply to other day trippers like cruise ship passengers who technically already have their own floating hotel. For more information, visit petergreenberg.com. I'm Peter Greenberg, and this is today's Eye on Travel Minute.
When it comes to hiring, you don't need to be doing all the searching, screening, and interviewing yourself. What you need is Indeed, the end-to-end solution that makes it easy to attract, interview, and hire quality candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credits.
This is the Ozarks This Afternoon with Mike Anthony on News Talk KRMS.
I've never won an Academy Award. Can't act worth a damn. Can't sing, can't dance, can't do much of anything.
And you don't know how to walk up the steps. 5:43 on KRMS Radio and TV. We already knew this, but a new study reminding people not to get your medical advice from social media. How many people have gotten medical advice from social media, Google, YouTube, you name it? New study finding that more than 70% of information shared on TikTok for gynecological cancers is wrong. As of last summer, the top 5 hashtags added up to almost 500 million views. Probably best to call your doctor instead of the hashtag searching anyway. Stressed out at work? Well, it could be bad for your heart, especially for men. A new study finding that men with stressful jobs who don't feel adequately rewarded, like a bigger paycheck, face twice the risk of heart disease compared to guys not working under the conditions. So it is true, work really can kill you. And here's one too good to pass up. I should have had my pig sound effects ready for this one, but I do not. Police in Kentucky found a pig wandering on the appropriately named Bacon Creek Road. The Corbin Police Department now looking for the owner of the stray swine. The pig even got a ride in the back of a patrol car. Quote, seriously, if you own this pig, he is in custody at the Corbin Police Department. According to the department's social media, it reads, please hurry before the Corbin Fire Department gets hungry. That story coming from the UPI, but the lost pig being found on Bacon Creek Road. Everybody loves bacon. How you doing, caller?
Oh, I'm doing good. I can't believe the argument about these people wanting to work in America. I mean, really, they need to work with these people. I worked with them for years. They will not comprende unless you make them. I mean, you have to be pretty much physical and assaulting. And, well, they hate, Mexican, Cubans, and Guatemalans all hate each other. And it's a terrible environment to be around. They all know the difference between each other. And they want you to learn the difference, which I refuse to learn. And it's just, they don't realize what they're getting into, saying, oh, well, we'll just get workers because we don't want to do it, and we just want basically slaves. I mean, the government has enough slaves. The IRS has enough slaves. Pelosi, they are all slave owners. We pay them to kill us, is what basically it boils down to. The IRS kills so many people with stress every day, they can't even report how many they kill. The justice system, how many people are killed in the justice system every single day? They've tried to kill me so many times, the police don't even come out here. They say it's legal for my neighbors to kill me the way they do. I mean, America is not what it was 30 years ago, but 30 years ago, if people weren't so stupid, they could have seen what was going on. I'm stupid, and I figured it out. I'm like the stupidest little white girl ever born, and I seen it 30 years ago. And now people are saying, oh, let's get them jobs. Come on. All right, you get them a job. Then what are you going to do when you got a Mexican, a Guatemalan walks by, and then you got to fight, and then you got dead people, and then what? Oh, just replace them because they're dead. Oh, let's call up St. Pat's and have a funeral. You know, I mean, it's a vicious cycle, and everybody is wanting to give and give, but yet here I am. I can't even have water, even though I used to be a plumber, and I help other people get water. I mean, I've done roofs, and now I can't even get a tarp on my roof because I can't get anybody just to spot me so that I can put a tarp on so I don't have a wet house again this winter. And we're worried about getting jobs for people who just hate other nationalities so much. When 9/11 happened, that hurt my dad more than anything. It's the only time I seen him take a shower in the morning. Because I told him, I said, Dad, we're at war. And then he turned the TV on, he seen the second one hit, and he went straight in the shower. It was so heartbreaking for him to see 9/11. A few days later, my daddy said, it's the worst thing to ever happen. I said, no, Daddy. I said, that was good. I said, did you see what happened? I said, you can go on the backside of Churchill's Downs now. The jocks can come off the road. They don't have to, or off the track. They don't have to yell or anything because nobody's fighting and everybody can hear them. And it was so nice because all the Mexican, Cubans, and Guatemalans were so scared because they didn't know who had done it yet. And people that want these I'm sorry. I mean,
well,
people...
You got them riled up. Let me move on to the next caller. Appreciate your call. Great call. Good afternoon, caller. You're up next. Hello. It's you.
Hello. Hi. I just have a kind of an announcement, if that's possible.
Okay.
Senator Bill Eigel was scheduled to come into the Tea Party tomorrow, the 21st, he was still in the exploratory position of running for governor. Well, he declared yesterday, and so we're going to have a gubernatorial candidate at the Lee County Library. The doors open at 5. There's going to be a meet and greet 6 to 7:15. It's going to be our program, and we have to be out of the building by 8. So my name's Karen Nixon. I'm coordinating it, and it's being hosted by the Lebanon Tea Party. So
very cool.
I just wanted to let you know, and a lot of people I've talked to are going like, oh, I haven't heard it yet. I hadn't heard it yet. So.
Well, we appreciate you letting us know.
All right. Well, you take care. Bye-bye.
You have a great night. It is 5:50 on KRMS. We are so far behind for this final break, and then when we come back, we'll do some talking about the Turkey Festival here on KRMS.
Have you tried the deep dish pizza at Lake Billiards? It's incredible. So are the wings, sandwiches, and baskets. I bet you thought it was just a pool hall. Lake Billiards does have the best tables at the lake and an 8-ball tournament every Wednesday night with cash prizes. But I'll tell you, the food is great and they serve it late. It's probably the last kitchen open in town every night. I bet you didn't know Lake Billiards offers free pool from 11 to 2 when you stop in for lunch, or that you can find a full menu and order online for pickup or delivery at lakebilliards.com. Come by and find out what else you don't know about Lake Billiards at 4344 Osage Beach Parkway.
What do France's idyllic chateau, Budapest's breathtaking architecture, and Holland's iconic windmills all have in common? You can experience them all with Alma Waterways and Direct Travel while saving 20% on select 2023 and 2024 Europe or Mekong River cruises. Hi, this is Tim Davis. Book your Alma Waterways River Cruise by September 30th and experience a locally sourced cuisine, a variety of enriching shore excursions, a daily sip and sail cocktail hour, complimentary Wi-Fi, and much, much more. In addition, take advantage of transatlantic flights at fixed rates on select 2023 and 2024 European sailings, with rates per person starting at $8.99. For complete details, call Direct Travel today at 348-3166 or stop by our office in the First Bank Center at the Outlet Mall at Osage Beach. You can see us online at directtravelci.com. And remember, Direct Travel is Central Missouri's vacation authority.
The community calendar is sponsored by RJ's Family Restaurant in Camdenton. Close to home, yet far from ordinary.
Join the Osage Beach Senior Center for September birthdays on the 21st. Oven fried chicken, mashed potatoes, gravy, green beans, birthday cake, and ice cream will be served. That's today's community calendar.
News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks this afternoon with Mike Anthony. News Talk KRMS.
5:52. I'm going to turn it over to Guy Wayman. Guy Wayman had a chance to talk with Matt Kostelnik from the Eldon Chamber of Commerce. This was actually pre-recorded yesterday, so no phone calls during the conversation for Matt, but talking about that little thing called Turkey Festival coming up in Eldon.
We're here at the Eldon Chamber of Commerce with Matt Kostelnik. How you doing, Matt?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing?
All right. Big days are coming up here, not too long away. It's actually in another week or so. Yeah. We're talking the Turkey Festival.
Yeah, Turkey Fest is really coming along strong. I think I've been working on it ever since I started here. I started here at the Eldon Chamber about 5 months ago. So, I've participated in the Turkey Fest, enjoyed all the festivities as a citizen. Now being on the other side of things, it's quite different, but it's been very fun and enjoyable.
You know what is so neat is that when you're coming from the outside and you walk up and down the street, all the vendors are here, and there are a couple different places that they sell the big turkey legs, and everyone rushes to that first.
Yeah, that has been one of our key points this year. That was like one of my first things I did, here was ordering the turkey legs. Got to make sure those are here first out of everything. But yeah, it's one of my goals, and I think our board's goals is to make this an iconic event. I mean, we've been here for 37 years, and we just want to make it bigger and stronger and have more people come and enjoy it.
You're just a little bit north of Lake of the Ozarks, and Tuscumbia, people say, well, that's the county seat of Miller County, but still Eldon is still that where the Rock Island Railroad went through. There's a lot of history here.
Yeah, there's tons of history. Even here at our facility, there's a lot of stuff that's been donated by family members that have been part of the Rock Island in years past, and it's still known as the gateway to the lake, and it still is. And with the trail coming in, I think that's going to be another one iconic piece that Eldon will have with the lake. And
well, see, the railroad, a lot of people don't know where it came from and where it was going to, but it went right through Eldon.
Yeah, actually, Eldon was the turntable for the Rock Island. So from Chicago all the way to Kansas City, past that, Eldon was kind of that stopping point. And then with the histories like with Petticoat Junction and that kind of stuff, without Eldon, there probably wouldn't be a Petticoat Junction. So.
Now, explain a little bit about that history, because when you mentioned that, there's a lot of old folks out there, and even some young folks that have even watched that TV show, Petticoat Junction. Explain that connection point to Eldon.
So Petticoat Junction kind of happened when Paul Henning and his wife, when he was doing Green Acres and the other shows, his wife actually told stories about her time visiting with her grandparents, who used to own the Burris Hotel, I believe, with my history looking into that kind of stuff. But all the stories that she would tell when they were staying with their grandparents, and the train and the businessmen came, and I guess Paul found a good story behind all that. And, you know, Eldon's no Hooterville, but Eldon does definitely bring a lot of unique interests and experiences and different types of variety of businesses to enjoy.
Well, Henning brought a lot of interesting old-time type of shows to TV. Okay, we've got the Big Turkey Festival coming up, and kind of explain again when that will be exactly.
So Turkey Fest will be September 30th. We'll start at 9 and it ends at 4. We have a parade that will start at 10, and turkey legs will be at the Eldon Chamber booth. We'll sell those and chicken tenders, or not chicken, turkey tenders. There from 9 to 4.
All right. If you've never been to the Turkey Festival, it's something to behold. And every little community around the lake, they have their own little festival. And there's another one coming up in Versailles just down the street in another few weeks.
Yeah.
And that's the Apple Festival, but it's Eldon that kicks it all off.
Yeah, I would definitely say that. And one thing on our plate too is we're already planning for next year, what we can do to make it bigger and better. And I think with our schedule for this year, we've got, like, in our community center parking lot, we have bounce houses, just to be clowning around. The Miller County Sheriff Department's bringing their stuff. We have a student art exhibit. One new thing I think we are bringing this year is a carnival. So that's going to be out in the community center parking lot. Just from looking at some of the pictures and talking to the guy, there's a lot of great things that is coming with that. Also, there's Young Eagle flights out at the airport that people can do, and we also have MU air to flight medical helicopter that's coming by that day as well.
Matt Kostelnik from the Eldon Chamber of Commerce talking it over with Guy Wayman. Just about 2 minutes left in the program. Good afternoon, caller. Thanks for holding on. You're on the air.
Yes, hi, this is Karen Nixon again with the Lebanon Tea Party. I apologize, I forgot to leave a contact number, if that's okay.
Go for it.
417-322-5918, and that's for Bill Eigels, Senator, coming in to talk about his platform as what he would like to do as governor. Okay. And that's tomorrow, the 21st.
Sounds good. 417-322-5918. Caller, you're up next. Never mind. Okay, let's see, 71 degrees. The sun is out. The wind is blowing a little bit. And as far as tonight is concerned, we do have a chance of rain moving into the picture, mainly late hours, if not into the overnight hours. And that chance of rain is going to be probably about 80%. So, well, let's see. I can't get any further on the screen. But anyway, nonetheless, we will have some rain tonight, more than likely. And then for tomorrow, we're looking at still a chance of scattered thunderstorms and a high of 81. Right now, we're at 71 degrees. Coming up tomorrow on the program, among other things, we will have Stacy Pirtle from the Community Foundation of the Lake. We're getting closer to the Champagne campaign. Anyway, she will be on the program tomorrow, and Tony's going to be doing some filling in for me so I can maybe go to high school football if it doesn't get lightninged out. And I know Tony was working on a couple things for today as well. Friday, Lori Rickman from the Experimental Aircraft Association here in the Lake area talking about the Young Eagles flights that are going to be taking place in Camdenton. And we'll also hear part of the public hearing from the Camdenton City Council meeting on the redevelopment Chapter 100 approved this week for a 138-unit apartment complex. That is going to do it. We are back again tomorrow, 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. for the Ozarks Today right here on KRMS Radio and TV. You have a wonderful night. We'll see you tomorrow.
At your service since 1951, News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
Migrant crisis at the southern border.
They're getting about 600 people on average coming through here every day.
Fed hits brakes on raising rates.
We're prepared to raise rates further if appropriate.
Restoring benefits to LGBTQ veterans.
Many veterans say they have been wrongly denied benefits over the years.
This is the CBS World News Roundup Late Edition. I'm Jennifer Kuiper. A state of emergency in effect in Eagle Pass, Texas, as the number of migrants arriving soars and U.S. border officers are closing bridges. The latest from CBS's Manuel Bojorquez in El Paso.
A lot of the questions about this latest spike in numbers is why it's happening now. And some of the theories we've heard here is that it could be due to the weather. The summer months are dwindling down, but also that people are looking to come up before the winter temperatures will begin to set in. But also there's always the misinformation. So we're hearing that cartels are telling people this is the time to come up, but also migrants are sharing stories on WhatsApp about being able to get in, about being processed through centers like this and then sent off to their next destination.
On day 6 of their strike, union auto workers gather in Detroit.
You know, you got to hit them where it hurts, right in their pocketbook. And the more that strike, the better.
The UAW has set a noon Friday deadline for more employees to walk out if progress isn't made with the Big Three. The automakers are choosing to lay off more workers. It was back to the bargaining table today for the striking Hollywood writers in the studios. The strike is in its 4th month. In its fight against inflation, the Federal Reserve leaves its key interest rate unchanged. The Fed's latest decision leaves the benchmark rate at about 5.4%, the result of 11 rate hikes since March 2022. However, Fed Chair Jerome Powell adds,
We're prepared to raise rates further if appropriate, and we intend to hold policy at a restrictive level until we're confident that inflation is moving down sustainably toward our objective.
Hunter Biden's federal arraignment on gun charges is scheduled for next Tuesday, and he'll have to show up in person. A judge has denied his request to appear by video. During testimony before a GOP-controlled House committee looking for answers on the investigations into Hunter Biden, Attorney General Merrick Garland says he runs a non-political department.
Our job is not to do what is politically convenient. Our job is not to take orders from the president, from Congress, or from anyone else about who or what to criminally investigate.
The department is overseeing 2 cases against former President Trump and another against President Biden's son. President Biden has issued an executive order to hold Norfolk Southern accountable over last February's train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio. On Wall Street, the Dow fell 77 points. The Nasdaq closed down 209. Now this.
You need to hire fast and hire right? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates efficiently. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Late news now.
I'm John Roger, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. Several Lake Area fire districts plus the Lake West EMS will converge this week to take part in some specialized training. Sunrise Beach Chief Joseph LaPlante says the annual hazards, materials, and mass casualty drill allows participating districts to meet required training and, more importantly, be prepared for long-term cooperation in the event of a larger real-life incident. Fire districts participating in the drill include Sunrise Beach, Mid-County, Gravois, and Lake Ozark. A motion filed by the state seeking a mental examination of a Jefferson City man charged with first-degree murder has been shot down in Camden County. Chad Tariq Brewer, who's being held without bond, appeared in court on Tuesday when the motion requesting a mental exam was denied by Circuit Judge Matthew Philip Hamner. A motion filed earlier by Brewer to represent himself was also denied, and the public defender's office was ordered to represent him. Brewer is charged with the murder along with delivery of a controlled substance and possession of paraphernalia dating back to Memorial Day weekend 2021 when he allegedly gunned down Vonza Watson at Lazy Gators. Next up is a pretrial hearing followed by the scheduled start to a jury trial on January 8th. And a 69-year-old from Stover is seriously hurt in a one-vehicle accident early Tuesday afternoon on Missouri 52, 1/2 mile east of Calico Road in Morgan County. The Highway Patrol says an SUV driven by Danny Cook traveled off the roadway and struck a utility pole. The accident caused power outages throughout portions of the area. That's your Lake News Now. I'm John Roger.
This news brought to you by Waterfront Brands and the Hydro Hoist Factory Store.
Since 1964, Hydro Hoist Boat Lifts has led the market with award-winning innovation and engineering by providing unrivaled protection for all watercraft. The Ultra Lift, also available in front mount and shallow water, have lifting capacities up to 32,000 pounds with custom-molded high-impact polyethylene tanks and all steel parts above the water in standard installation. The Ultra Lift series is America's #1 boat lift. Hydro Hoist of the Ozarks, located at 448 South Main Street in Laurie, offers factory direct pricing. Call 573-346-7505 or visit boatlift.com.
I'm meteorologist Ray Miller with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Cloudy tonight with a couple of isolated showers and thunderstorms. A low temperature of 61 degrees. Thursday, showers and storms late in the day. Otherwise sunny, high of 82. Friday, scattered storms with a high of 80. Saturday, scattered showers and storms with a high temperature of 82. Current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 77 degrees. And at the studios, right now, it's 72.
He's here. Now, broadcasting from the underground command post, deep in the bowels of a hidden bunker, somewhere under the brick and steel of a nondescript building, we've once again made contact with our leader, Mark Levin.
Hello, America. Mark Levin here. Our number, 877-381-3811. 877-381-3811. I see President Trump endorsed the book today, Mr. Producer. We want to thank President Trump. We'd like all Republican candidates, all Republican leaders to endorse the book. I mean, after all, it's about the Democrat Party, but, you know, some of them seem more like Democrats than Republicans these days, don't they? Certainly do to me. They could benefit by reading the book, I believe, so they know how to respond to questions about race and abortion, the budget, law and order, the Constitution. But hope springs eternal. But I don't have a ton of hope on that. That I can tell you as well. This is important to me. I think it's important to you as well. Former Capitol Police Chief blames Pelosi for January 6 security failures. By Kerry Pickett, the great Kerry Pickett at the Washington Times. Representative Nancy Pelosi was among the key players whom former U.S. Capitol Police Chief Stephen Sund said was responsible for the breakdown in security that led to the riot at the Capitol on January 6, 2021. Mr. Sund testified before the House Administration Oversight Subcommittee Tuesday and told lawmakers that at the time of the attack he learned that then-Speaker Pelosi never wanted the National Guard deployed. According to Mr. Sund, on January 3, 2021, he talked to House Sergeant at Arms Paul Irving and to Senate Sergeant at Arms Michael Stenger about calling in the National Guard. He was told by Mr. Stenger that he should ask Major General William Walker, who was the commander of the D.C. National Guard, how quickly his troops could deploy to the Capitol complex if necessary. Mr. Sund said at the hearing that 4 months after the riot, Mr. Stenger told him Mrs. Pelosi, California Democrat, did not want the Guard on the Capitol grounds that day. I said, Mr. Stenger, you came up with the response fairly quickly for me to call General Walker, and he told me Paul Irving had called him ahead of time and said, Sund came here asking for the National Guard. We've got to come up with another plan. Pelosi will never go for it. I was floored by him saying that. According to Mr. Sund, the day when a pro-Trump mob stormed the Capitol and disrupted Congress' certification of President Biden's win, he contacted Mr. Irving at 12:58 p.m. and requested they call in the National Guard. He was fully aware of just how bad it was outside, and I did not get the approval, he said. Now, Mr. Sund resigned January 16, 2021, after Mrs. Pelosi called for him to step down from his post and blamed him for not securing the Capitol. Think about that. He maintains that he called the National Guard 6 times for 3 days before the attack, but they didn't deploy. They can't deploy unless the Speaker says they should deploy. He maintains that he did so 6 times for 3 days. Republican lawmakers excoriated Ms. Pelosi and Mr. Irving for making Mr. Sund a scapegoat the day the Capitol was breached by pro-Trump protesters. Let's stop here a minute. There's a Sergeant Arms of the House, right, Mr. Producer? There's a Sergeant Arms at the Senate. Does Mitch McConnell not have any role whatsoever in whether the National Guard is accepted as President Trump offered or not? None of this was part of the January 6th Politburo hearing or investigating, none of it. Pelosi gets to play Florence Nightingale, or someone akin to that, pointing fingers elsewhere, particularly Donald Trump. But she was in charge of security. She was offered 10,000 National Guardsmen, armed troops. She didn't want them. The mayor, Democrat of D.C., she didn't want them either. See, this gives the lie to the whole damn thing. Their January 6th committee, including the 2 reprobate Republicans, protected Nancy Pelosi and pretended she didn't have any role. All she had to do is say yes, and none of it would have happened. But it also gives the big lie to the fact that Donald Trump was leading an insurrection and committed sedition when he offered those troops. Right, Mike Pence? Is that right? Mark Short? Nikki Haley? Chris Christie? None of us in this room are saying what happened on January 6th was correct, says Representative Greg Murphy of North Carolina, but I absolutely believe the conditions for that to occur rests at the former Speaker's lap. And those 2 sergeant-at-arms are complicit with other individuals, said Mr. Murphy. It's one thing for something to occur, but it's another thing to create the conditions for that to occur. Of course, he's exactly right. And, of course, Representative Norma Torres of California, the top Democrat on the panel, turned the panel's attention to former President Trump's involvement in spurring the attack. And then they go on with their talking points. But Donald Trump didn't spur the attack. He never used words that spurred the attack. There's not a scintilla of evidence in any phone calls, texts, emails that he spurred any attack. People, some of whom are making pleas and said they wouldn't have done what they did but for the fact of Trump X, Y, Z. But that's nothing. That's not evidence of anything. Did Chuck Schumer spur the would-be assassination of Brett Kavanaugh by the things he said when he turned around and pointed to the Supreme Court building and attacked those justices? How come he's not tied to that? And he really did. He really did threaten those justices. Donald Trump didn't threaten anybody in that building. He didn't threaten an insurrection of any kind, period. We all know it. We all saw it. We all heard it. We know all about it. It didn't happen. This is the long history of the Democrat Party. And they're never Trump or friends. But it's the long history of the Democrat Party to make up history, to rewrite history. And they've done it about January 6th. I'm not even talking about whether you like if Trump acted too soon, too slow, too what. It's not what I'm talking about. It's the insurrection day, January 6th. Does anybody remember the date the White House came under attack? And, of course, the Democrats were very concerned about all the Secret Service personnel who were injured. No, they weren't, and they never said a damn thing. And Donald Trump's hustled off to the nuclear bunker under the White House. And they're trying to breach the gate. And they have to call in police, federal police. They have to call in FBI and others. For which even Bill Barr at the time was excoriated. And yet they needed to do that in order to put down the insurrection that occurred that day. Anybody know what date that was? No. Isn't that circled on our calendar anywhere? No. It was BLM and Antifa, the Democrat Party militia wing. And that's the other thing. It's not like the Republican Party has a regular militia ready to roll at any time, but the Democrat Party does. They do. And so here we have open statement in testimony by the former U.S. Capitol Police Chief under Nancy Pelosi and Mitch McConnell saying it was Pelosi's fault that that building was breached on January 6th. He lays it right at her feet. And so they smear him. She fires him and blames him. And that's good enough for Washington, D.C., so it must be good enough for the country. I'll be right back.
Mark Levin.
Auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year. That's 4 times the rate of inflation. So when you enroll in a car protection plan through CarShield, you can look forward to the following. CarShield offers protection plans starting as low as $100 a month with flexible month-to-month coverage, no long-term contracts, and options to fit everybody's budget. They have repair coverage for up to 5,000 parts, and you have your choice of ASE-certified mechanics. They have a price lock guarantee. This is big, meaning the price will never go up, no matter how many claims you file or even as the mileage on your car increases. That's a big deal. Call CarShield today, 800-898-6155, or go to carshield.com/Levin. That's /Levin to save 20%. That's 800-898-6155. Or go to carshield.com/Levin to save 20%.
Join Hope Lutheran Chapel every Sunday morning at 8:30 for a moment of hope on News Talk KRMS, AM 1150, FM 97.5, and FM 103.3. Reverend Guillaume Williams Sr. guides us through God's Word, inspires us, and delivers hope to our listeners. Set your clock at 8:30 Sunday mornings as Hope Lutheran Chapel presents A Moment of Hope. Hope Lutheran Chapel is located 2 miles west of the Grand Glaze Bridge and 1 mile east of KK and the 5700 block on the Osage Beach Parkway, right next to KRMS Radio.
Do you have a car sitting around you want to get rid of? Then here's a great idea. Donate your car and help veterans and their families. Yes, one fast call to the Veteran Car Donation Program and we'll come and remove your car for free. Fast, free towing, and 24-hour response. You can donate most cars, trucks, or SUVs in most conditions. The proceeds raised goes to help active military, veterans, and their families, and you get a tax deduction. All you need to do is make this free call. Get rid of that old car and help the vets. We make it easy. Make this free call now and book your fast and easy pickup. Call the Veteran Donation Program now. Donate your car and help veterans and their families. Operators are standing by. Here's the number.
800-540-8816. 800-540-8816. 800-540-8816. That's 800-540-8816.
Have you written a book and want to get it published? Then call Page Publishing at 800-506-3573. Immediately. That's 800-506-3573. Page Publishing is looking for authors of all types of books. And unlike most publishers, Page Publishing will take the time to review each and every book submitted to them and give you their feedback. If they like what they read, they'll get your book into bookstores and for sale online at Amazon, the Apple iTunes Store, Barnes & Noble, and other outlets. They handle everything: editing, cover design, copyright protection, printing, publicity, and distribution. So if you've written a novel, children's book, cookbook, inspirational work, poetry, or a biography and want to get it published, then you need to call Page Publishing and do it immediately. Call 800-506-3573 now for your free author submission kit. Again, for your free author submission kit, call 800-506-3573. That's 800-506-3573. Your road to fame and fortune could very well start with this simple phone call. Call Page Publishing at 800-506-3573 for your free author submission kit.
Do you have an idea for an invention, but you don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp. They've been helping inventors for 35 years. InventHelp has helped over 10,000 inventors get patents. You can meet with an InventHelp representative who will keep your idea confidential and explain their invention process step by step. Take action and get the help you need from InventHelp.
Call 1-800-215-7345. That's 1-800-215-7345. Again, 1-800-215-7345.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
The destiny of the whole world is in your hands.
Mark Levin is back on your radio.
Well, Meritless Garland was in Congress today testifying in the House Judiciary Committee. Pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. I speak to you as somebody who was Chief of Staff to a former Attorney General. My Attorney General Meese would never have done this constant rope-a-dope. It's just outrageous, the complete lack of accountability. But let's hear some of this, and then I'll have more to say about it. Here's Jeff Van Drew, Republican, New Jersey. Was a Democrat, switched because he saw how terrible they were, and he's been very solid, to his credit. Cut one, go.
You know, following your confirmation, Americans were promised they were getting a focused, nonpartisan to lead their federal law enforcement. I had my doubts back then. And the last 2 years have more than confirmed in my mind those fears. Never in my life would I have thought that I would see such a politicized DOJ. Never in my life would I have thought I would see such a Department of Justice that didn't obey their own rules. Never in my life did I think I would see the egregious investigations conducted under your watch, or the blatant disregard of the First Amendment by FBI field officers under your watch. And never in my life did I think I would see our great DOJ turn into a politicized weapon to be wielded by an investigation to attack political rivals. I still hold the thousands of hardworking staff with high regard, but unfortunately there are some within the department, in my mind, who have betrayed their oaths. And for that, you must be held accountable. I hold you accountable for the labeling of parents as domestic terrorists standing up for their proper education of their own children. I hold you accountable for the anti-Catholic memo. Imagine sending agents undercover into Roman Catholic churches because they were supposedly domestic terrorists. And I hold you accountable for unleashing a special counsel with a history of botched investigations on our current president's political rival. The department under your leadership, I am sorry to say, has become an enforcement arm of the Democratic National Committee. If there is a perceived threat to the Democratic Party, this DOJ attacks every single time. But when there are actionable threats against conservatives, this DOJ stays put. Violent protesters outside the Supreme Court justice's home, unpunished. Attacks on pro-life centers, unpunished. The two-tiered system of justice is clear, and it's clear to the American public. And the buck stops with the man in charge. That man is you. The actions of the DOJ are on you. The decline of Americans' trust in our federal law enforcement is on you. The political weaponization of the DOJ is on you.
That is fantastic. Now, the guy is a former Democrat. And notice he doesn't draw any attention from the depressed, deface the nation, any of the major networks, because I'm not interested in what a former Democrat, now Republican, has to say about current Democrats. If his name were Adam Kinzinger and he was trashing McCarthy and Trump, obviously they'd be offering him a job on these networks. Or if his name was Liz Cheney, well, she'd be getting awards from the Kennedy's Foundation. But here he is. He flipped from a Democrat to a Republican. And by the way, one of the better Republicans, I might add. And listen to what he says. And they act like he doesn't exist. I know he exists. He represents a beautiful part of New Jersey. And he represents it well. And I just wanted to point this out. This gentleman had been elected as a Democrat to various state offices in New Jersey. He was elected to Congress as a Democrat. And then he said, wait a minute. What the hell am I doing? And he switched parties. He did the unthinkable. And so he gets the scarlet letter rather than in effect, a media ticker tape parade. But he was outstanding. Now, one of the questions I'm getting, I've done maybe already 30 interviews on this book, The Democrat Party Hates America, and I bring up this gentleman, Jeff Van Drew, for a reason. I really believe the more people who really understand what the Democrat Party stands for, including Democrats who aren't, zombies. Democrats who really aren't sure why they're Democrats. I really believe if they read this, they will distance themselves from that party. But one of the questions I'm getting a lot about is the Constitution and slavery. And so I really need to dig into this in the context of what Mr. Van Drew just said.
If you're a business owner with salespeople, how in the world could you say no to this offer? The top 20% of your salespeople close 80% of the business. 80% of all sales are closed after the 5th attempt, and 83% of all salespeople don't even ask for the sale once. Did you know that 90% of all salespeople have never even read one sales book? How many sales are being lost each month simply because your salespeople are not professionally trained how to sell? Hi, this is the world's top sales trainer, Jason Evans. I'm going to give you a free 45-minute video of pure sales training techniques that will increase your company's sales within days, guaranteed. This could double, even triple your company's sales. This video is closing, handling objections, and more. Just call us and leave us a voicemail, their email address, and we'll send you this amazing video for free. Call 800-500-8320. This is how to close from A to Z for any product or service, regardless of industry, whether you sell face-to-face or over the phone. Call 800-500-8320. That's 800-500-8320.
Paid for by Power Sales University. Individual results may...
The genuine
Country Music Association will host its annual Classic Country Jamboree October the 8th at the Lodge of the Four Seasons. The event benefits the Lake of the Ozarks Soccer Association, Wonderland Camp, and State Fair Community College. Join Classic Country 104.9 for our live broadcast from noon until 2 p.m. Sponsored by John Farrell Real Estate, BG Tree Service, Top Deck, The Healing Box Project, and Vicki Lloyd Seal the Deal Team Remax Lake of the Ozarks.
Sometimes life is wonderful, and sometimes it's not. Cherish the good, but always be prepared for life's challenges. At Private Healthcare, we provide the peace of mind you deserve. With Private Healthcare, you'll get the coverage you want and healthcare you need. If your employer doesn't supply healthcare coverage and you don't qualify for Medicare or Medicaid, you need to give us a call right now. Private Healthcare is private health insurance for ages 65 and under with medical, dental, vision, and even prescription coverage. When life comes at you unexpectedly, you need to be ready, and health insurance is your financial safety net. If you're looking for health coverage at the best price and your annual household income is $35,000 or more, give us a call at 800-912-9624. That's 800-912-9624. 800-912-9624.
Is your bathroom looking old and worn out? Want to update it, but you don't know where to start? Then let BCI Bath & Shower show you how to turn that old bath into an aisle of beauty and functionality. Our residential bathroom solutions provide the best value on the market, and our customer service is second to none. Our cost-effective BCI Bath & Shower family of products has what you need.
Remodeling our bathroom was a big decision for us.
They didn't make a mess out of our house at all. And at the end of the day, we had a beautiful new bathroom. And it was a great experience the whole way through.
We have the best monthly payment programs in the industry, with payments as low as $68 per month or no interest, no payments for 18 months. For a limited time, be one of the first 100 callers who schedule a free in-home consultation and receive $500 off. Call 800-721-9985 for a free no-obligation price quote. That's 800-721-9985. Factory-trained and certified installers made in the USA, and discounts for seniors and military. BCI Bath & Shower, the leader in affordable bathroom products. That's 800-721-9985.
Here's important new information from the Diabetes Solutions Center for you, a family member, or a loved one suffering with diabetes. If you have lost your provider, or if you need a provider for diabetic supplies, you may qualify to receive your diabetic testing supplies now with little or no out-of-pocket cost, regardless of your age. All you need is Medicare or private insurance to be potentially eligible. Call the Diabetes Solutions Center right now for details. Just takes a couple of minutes. Our friendly, knowledgeable agents will give you free, no-obligation information, handle all the insurance paperwork, and make sure your supplies are delivered directly to your door for free.
Call U.S. Medical Supply 24 hours a day. 888-303-9136. 888-303-9136. 888-303-9136. Call right now. 888-303-9136.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-426-0557. 800-426-0557. 800-426-0557. That's 800-426-0557.
Listen up. Listen up. The Mark Levin Show is on the air.
I am ready to start the show.
Mark Levin, tough as hell.
That's why I like Mark Levin. And I'm not sure a lot of people like him. He's tough as hell. But I like him. I love him.
Call in now. 877-381-3811.
I want to thank President Trump for very kind words in person, kind words in public, posting the book, linking to it. And I have to tell you, I'm kind of shocked right now. On the Drudge Report, Matt Drudge has prominently posted my book. And correctly so. that we've skyrocketed past the Elon Musk book. And I happen to like Elon Musk, by the way. So credit where credit is due. And he's treated the book, I think, the way it ought to be treated. But it is amazing because he has nothing but contempt for Trump. So there's Trump who's promoting the book, and there's Drudge who's promoting the book. Ladies and gentlemen, honestly, this book is written for you. My hope is it will change things or begin the process of changing things. But the repeated question I kept getting, and so I want to address it nationally to a point, I won't overdo it, is something we talked about several months ago. But look, people come and go and memories fade and you've got other things to do. What is it about this Constitution that the Democrat Party hates so thoroughly? Well, first of all, the Constitution. This Constitution was written to prevent tyranny and totalitarianism of the sort the Democrat Party promotes. And they lie about the Constitution. They lie about it. Former law professor Robert Nadelson, now of the Independent Institute, says, to begin with, the dominant view among the founders was that slavery was absolutely not fine. The prevailing view was that slavery violated natural law, that is, the Declaration, and was doomed to extinction. Indeed, by 1787, several states had begun the journey toward abolition. Nor did the Constitution create or mandate slavery or racial discrimination. These were creations of state law, and they varied from state to state. The founders were forced to accept that situation to prevent America from fracturing into a multitude of nations, constantly at war with each other, as in Europe. Also false is the common claim that slaveholders adopted the Constitution. Of the public that ratified it, some states the public voted, only a small percentage owned slaves. Perhaps as many slaveholders opposed the Constitution as favored it. In at least 5 states, the ratifying electorate included free African Americans. Interesting how many of those who insist that all our history must be taught when promoting the non-historical CRT I write, but refuse to do just that, as they relentlessly smear our country. The perversely named American Constitution Society, whose president is former radical Wisconsin Democrat Senator Russ Feingold, held a conference titled Founding Failures, Reckoning with Our Constitution's Generational Impacts on Health and Well-Being, which opened with this assertion, quote, our Constitution's establishment of a racial caste system left a legacy that can be seen generations later in its impact on the health and well-being of communities of color. Exploitative scientific studies, inferior medical care, and discriminatory designed infrastructure and environmental policy have wreaked havoc on the bodies of black, indigenous, and Latinx Americans. Of course, the party directly responsible for slavery, segregation, and racism and their perpetuation is the Democrat Party, which the American Marxists are aligned with as members and advocates. For example, Bernie Sanders is a so-called Democratic Socialist, yet he caucuses with the Senate Democrats and has run more than once for the Democrat Party presidential nomination, nearly winning it. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is part of a group called Democratic Socialists of America, as are several House Democrats, but she associates with the Democrat Party. Old-time Marxist Francis Fox Piven still plays a major role in recruiting, training, and promoting fellow Marxists who work within the Democrat Party. And it goes on. Democrat Party is developed into the political home of the various American Marxist movements, which they agree and identify with. Hence, they are not so repulsed by America's past, or more accurately, the Democrat Party's past, as to forever condemn the Democrat Party and refuse any association with it. They're members of it. They ignore or downplay its links to the Ku Klux Klan, white supremacist neo-Nazis, lynchings, etc. Instead, they target and blame the entire society and culture and country for the Democrat Party's contemptible past. To underscore the point, the American Marxists are supportive of the Democrat Party's modern-day promotion of economic socialism, cultural Marxism, and anti-Americanism generally. In truth, their contempt for the Constitution, its routine condemnation, not so much because of some of the framers' biographies, but because the Constitution's firewalls remain an impediment to, or at least slow, their revolutionary aims and the speed with which they seek to make them. Indeed, the birth of the Republican Party in 1854 occurred in response and opposition to efforts to expand slavery in the territories by the Democrats. Again, this proves the real intentions of the American Marxists. That is, history is not so much what drives them, or they would either be Republicans today or at least not associate with the Democrat Party. The revolution against Americanism and for economic socialism and cultural Marxism is their real motivation. Still, Marxist hypocrisy aside, there's certainly no excuse for slavery. Quote, everybody did it, which is mostly true, obviously does not make it right. But unfortunately, it's a historical fact. But it's beyond debate that it was not unique to the early days of certain American colonies in the United States. For example, Cornell professor of African history Sandra Green explains that not only was slavery common throughout the world, but in Africa as well. She writes, slavery in the United States ended in 1865, but in West Africa it was not legally ended until 1875. And then it stretched on unofficially until almost World War I in Africa. Slavery continued, she writes, because many people weren't aware that it had ended, similar to what happened in Texas after the U.S. Civil War. She says, while 11 to 12 million people are estimated to have been exported as slaves from West Africa during the years of the slave trade, millions more were retained in Africa. I'm quoting her. It's not something that many West African countries talk about, says Green, who's black herself. It's not exactly a proud moment because everyone now realizes that slavery is not acceptable. The broader point is that all cultures suffer from serious imperfections, I write. Some can acknowledge and effectively address them, reforming along the way, and others do not, or are less successful in doing so. The constant degrading of the American system, including the distortion of history, capitalism, and modern-day race relations, is a purposeful effort by the Democrat Party not to improve society, but to ruin and eradicate it. Like Robert Nadelson, assistant professor at Hillsdale College, Dr. David Azarad makes a good and succinct defense of the framers of the Constitution. He writes, the argument that the Constitution is racist suffers from one fatal flaw. The concept of race does not exist in the Constitution. Nowhere in the Constitution, or in the Declaration of Independence for that matter, he writes, are human beings classified according to race, skin color, ethnicity, sex, religion, or any other of the Democrat Party's favorite groupings. Our founding principles are actually colorblind, although he says our history, regrettably, has not been. The Constitution speaks of people, citizens, persons, other persons. A euphemism for slaves and Indians, not taxed, in which case it is their tax-exempt status and not their skin color that matters. The first reference to race and color occur in the 15th Amendment, and its guarantee of the right to vote, ratified in 1870. Azarad points out that the infamous 3/5 clause, we've talked about this, which more nonsense has been written about than any other clause, doesn't declare that a black person is worth 60% of a white person. It says that for purposes of determining the number of representatives for each state in the House and direct taxes, the government would count only 3/5 of the slaves, and not all of them, as the southern states, who wanted to gain more seats, had insisted. The southern states insisted that although blacks were property, but they should be counted as people for the purpose of assigning House seats, because they wanted more power in Congress. It was the North that said no. No, you only get 3/5. The 60,000 or so free blacks in the North and the South were counted on par with whites. The Constitution defers to the states to determine who shall be eligible to vote. It is a little-known fact of American history that black citizens were voting in perhaps as many as 10 states at the time of the founding. The precise number is unclear, but only Georgia, South Carolina, and Virginia explicitly restricted suffrage to whites. Now, on July 5, 1852, Frederick Douglass, who escaped slavery, came to the North, was not educated in any school, was self-educated, an intellectual, a genius, a leader of the abolition movement, who eventually befriended Lincoln, although initially he was skeptical. Became close friends with Lincoln, who did more to help free the slaves and advance the cause of a colorblind society than any black person alive today who's teaching at any college or university or is on any cable show. On July 5, 1852, before the outbreak of the Civil War, Douglass gave a fierce speech condemning slavery and endorsing abolition. And in that speech, Douglass also strongly defended the Constitution of the United States and those who drafted it. Among other things, Douglass declared that those who replied to him by charging the framers of the Constitution for, quote, precisely what I have now denounced are, in fact, this is him, not me, guaranteed and sanctioned by the Constitution of the United States, that the right to hold and to hunt slaves is part of the Constitution framed by the illustrious fathers of this republic. But I differ from those who charge this baseness on the framers of the Constitution of the United States. It is a slander upon their memory. At least so I believe, fellow citizens. There is no matter in respect to which the people of the North have allowed themselves to be so ruinously imposed upon, and that of the pro-slavery character of the Constitution. In that instrument, I hold there is neither warrant, license, nor sanction of the hateful thing that is slavery. But interpret it as it ought to be interpreted, the Constitution is a glorious liberty document. Read its preamble. Consider its purposes. Is slavery among them? Is it at the gateway, or is it in the temple? It is neither. While I do not intend to argue this question on the present occasion, let me ask, if it be not somewhat singular that if the Constitution were intended to be by its framers and adopters a slaveholding document, why neither slavery, slaveholding, nor slave can anywhere be found in it? What would be thought of an instrument legally drawn up for the purpose of entitling the city of Rochester to a tract of land in which no mention of land was made? Now take the Constitution according to its plain reading, and I defy the presentation of a single pro-slavery clause in it. On the other hand, it'll be found to contain principles and purposes entirely hostile to the existence of slavery. They're pulling more statues down in New York City. One of them is George Washington, who was the president of the Constitutional Convention. And I point out, if Douglass were alive today and made this statement on nearly any media platform or virtually any Democrat Party event, he'd be booed off the platform. In other words, he would be abused and smeared as Clarence Thomas is today. Now, there's much more in the book, but I wanted you to have a little tidbit of it, so at least you have a little general knowledge of how to push back. I'll be right back.
Mark Levin.
Join Paul Hannigan and Bob Rankin this Saturday morning for the Outdoor Show at 8 and the Sweet Spot Golf Show at 9. Both shows will feature live guests with tips from local pros, the word on local and national tournaments, and giveaways. 2 shows about what we do best of the lake, hunting, fishing, and golf. It's Paul Hannigan and Bob Rankin with the Outdoor Show and the Sweet Spot Golf Show this Saturday morning from 8 until 10 on News Talk KRMS.
Hi, this is Pastor Christopher Morris from Christ the King in Lake Ozark. Christ the King exists to share the love of Christ with the entire lake area. So we'd like to invite you to join us this Sunday morning at 8 a.m. on KRMS as we dig into God's Word. Realize again that God really does love people just like us, and then learn to live like that matters. So please join us Sunday morning at 8 a.m. right here on KRMS.
Sponsored by the King's Academy, Christ-centered education preschool through the 8th grade.
Portions of our programming are pre-recorded. When the winter chill hits, the question isn't whether you've got a cozy blanket, hot cocoa, or a roaring fire. No, the real question is, does your winter plan include a sun-drenched beach? As you know, this year we sold our first Beat the Winter Blues trip in 3 weeks to Punta Cana, but we still had a number of people that wanted to go with us. They wanted to go to an all-adult luxury resort that was very safe, an exclusive place that was easy to get to at a great price. So we put together a Beat the Winter Blues trip to Costa Mujeres, January 13th through the 20th at the Rio Latino. Now this resort is less than 1 year old. It's north of Cancun in a very uncrowded, exclusive area. We only have a few seats left. This all-adult paradise 5-star all-inclusive resort has 4 gourmet restaurants, many pools, super soft beach, and your ticket includes airfare, room, airport transfers, top-shelf drinks, gourmet food, even your tips are all part of our package, all for just $17.99 per person. We'll leave nonstop out of St. Louis on Frontier. Check it out on the radio station website and click on Beat the Winter Blues for details and to sign up. You only have a short time to book at this price. Call Kim at Direct Travel in the Outlet Mall, 309-205-5749. And let's beat the winter blues January 13th through the 20th at the Rio Latino and Costa Mujeres with your friends from the lake. Presented by KRMS Radio and TV.
Have you been waiting to buy gold as an investment? Lots of commercials out there, but who can you really trust? I didn't want to make a bad investment, but didn't want to miss the boat either. Sound familiar? Fortunately, I've got great news. If you have an IRA or 401k and want to buy physical gold to diversify your investment, eliminate fear and uncertainty from the process, get the new Gold IRA Company Integrity Checklist. It helps you evaluate and choose the best gold IRA company. To get your free IRA Company Integrity Checklist today, text LEVIN to 68592. That's LEVIN to 68592. Now, I trust Augusta Precious Metals and invested myself. Use this checklist to choose the best gold IRA company for yourself and see if you agree. To get your free Gold IRA Company Integrity Checklist today, text LEVIN to 68592. Again, text LEVIN to 68592. Text date and message rates may apply. Performance varies. Consult your financial professionals before making investment decisions and get risk disclosures at AugustaPreciousMetals.com.
There's a reason liberals line up for a smackdown. Free government cheese from Mark Levin.
I definitely want to get into this hearing today more deeply because we have a rogue Department of Justice under a rogue Attorney General, and he did his rope-a-dope thing. I don't believe he's running that department any more than I believe Biden's running the government. I believe it's Lisa Monaco, the Deputy Attorney General, who truly is a Marxist bomb thrower. And the other senior officials there who are of the Marxist mindset as well. There's simply no question about the extent and the depth of the corruption and the police state abuses of the Department of Justice and their prosecutors. There's simply no question about it. Did you realize that if you have a credit card with a $10,000 balance and you only pay the minimum every month without putting any additional charges on the card, any additional charges, not another penny, it'll take you 8.5 years to pay it off. And that doesn't even include all the compounding interest and the extra fees. So you'll be paying far more than the money you've actually used. I mean a lot more. Now, you can't let that happen. You can't get caught in the debt spiral like this, but where are you going to turn, right? Well, why don't you call our friends at American Financing? They have a way out. And learn how your home equity can help pay that balance and pay it off faster. Potentially saving you $700 a month, maybe more. It really is possible to get those kinds of savings while also getting out of debt faster. And it could even happen in as little as 10 days when you call American Financing. I recommend you act quickly. There's no reason to put this off. At least gather the information. So pick up the phone now. See what they can do for you. There's no upfront or hidden fees. There's no risk. There's no obligations. And if you start soon, you could delay 2 payments. Well, maybe your credit hasn't done so well under Bidenomics. So if your credit isn't perfect, you also need to call. They have a special credit card team that is a credit care team that may be able to help you, and the service is absolutely free. Can't ask for anything better than that, folks, particularly if you're really stuck between a rock and a hard place. So call today, 888-900-1828. They're there right now. Hello, 888-900-1828, 888-900-1828, or go to AmericanFinancing.net.
American Financing, NMLS 182334, www.nmlsconsumeraccess.org.
So we're going to get into this hearing more deeply. I mean, I've got a ton to discuss, but I'm not going to get to all of it. There's always tomorrow and the day after and the day, well, almost always. But the truth is, what Merrick Garland is doing to this country, what the Department of Injustice is doing, I'm seeing now that there's a report out there, of course, leaked by the government, by Jack the Ripper Smith's office, that they now have an individual, they say, who has turned on Trump, the head of IT at Mar-a-Lago, who says he was told, if asked about the boxes, to play dumb, the movement of the boxes. So everybody's out there, including the legal analysts, and including the biggest analyst of them all, Chris Christie. Can you imagine, Mr. Producer? The sperm whale of the candidates, that this is open and shut evidence, witness tampering. Ladies and gentlemen, just because the prosecution leaked something doesn't make it true. Where the hell do we live anymore here? It's just unbelievable. I'll be right back.
With Spectrum Mobile and the new Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Galaxy Z Flip 5, you get faster speeds with Spectrum Speed Boost. Purchase the new Samsung Galaxy Z through Spectrum and get up to $1,000 off, plus the value of your trade-in device. Visit a Spectrum store or SpectrumMobile.com to get the new Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Galaxy Z Flip 5 today. Visit spectrum.com/policies/mobile-terms for details. Restrictions apply. Spectrum Internet required. Auto pay required.
Now's a great time to take the next step in your career. Welcome to LakeJob.com. LakeJob.com is your one-stop shop for finding job openings and long-term rental housing in the Lake area. The best part is it's completely free. These sponsors make LakeJob possible. JDEGC, Jeremy Borgeson Electrical and General Contracting, First State Bank Mortgage Team Lassen, All Phase Heating and Cooling, Keys to the Lake, and Ellerman Roofing, a division of Kimes Corp. LakeJob.com is a service of Newstalk KRMS, 93.5 Rocks, Classic Country 104.9 and 98.7 The Cove. Portions of our programming are pre-recorded.
Greece is cheap.
But the airfare costs a fortune.
Paris?
Not much closer, and again, airfare...
What about Puerto Vallarta?
Let's face it, flying anywhere is just too expensive.
Wait, what's this? Low-cost airlines.
With one call to low-cost airlines, you'll drastically slash your travel costs. We're talking insanely low airline prices to any of your favorite destinations. Where would you like to go? London, Rome, Costa Rica, Australia?
Wow, that's cheap.
So why wait? Call now to learn how crazy cheap it is to fly anywhere in the U.S. or international. Our prices are so low, we can't publish them. The only way to get them is to call to instantly hear the most amazing best deals on airline travel. It's that easy. So call now and start packing.
800-222-0511. 800-222-0511. 800-222-0511. Again, that's 800-222-0511.
At your service since 1951. News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. The number of migrants crossing the U.S. southern border has climbed quickly this week. The latest from CBS's Manuel Bojorquez in El Paso, Texas.
Just this week, tens of thousands of migrants have crossed the U.S. border. Near Eagle Pass, Texas, up to 5,000 have streamed through in the past 24 hours. The influx prompting the mayor to sign an emergency declaration. While in Arizona, hundreds were detained, some in makeshift cages. Don Martin says the shelter he runs in El Paso is beyond capacity.
You are at a crisis level here.
I would say yes. Still, they cross, hoping for asylum.
President Biden has issued an executive order to hold Norfolk Southern accountable for the February train derailment and chemical fire in East Palestine, Ohio. The order requires the railroad to provide resources and address the effects in East Palestine and surrounding communities. The focus was on climate at the UN today. Michael George was at the UN where California's governor, not the Biden administration's climate envoy, was allowed to speak.
This climate crisis is a fossil fuel crisis.
California's Governor Gavin Newsom received applause as he called out oil companies at Wednesday's Climate Ambition Summit at the UN. The gathering comes days after climate activists protested outside the United Nations, demanding more action from world leaders. Newsom touted his state's environmentally friendly initiatives, including a plan to completely transition to zero-emissions vehicles, but acknowledged it comes as California suffers more intense climate-related events. Michael George, CBS News, the United Nations.
Kevin Salazar, charged with murder in the ambush killing of Los Angeles County Sheriff's Deputy Ryan Klinkenbroom in Palmdale Saturday, has pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity. Automakers choose to lay off more workers amid an ongoing strike by UAW employees. WWJ's Jeff Gilbert reports.
No car production means fewer of the parts that go into vehicles. 68 workers on layoff at Toledo Machining. 300 will soon be on layoff at transmission and casting plants in Kokomo, Indiana. We've also seen layoffs at Ford and General Motors and throughout the supply chain.
The union is threatening more strikes by noon Friday if no serious progress is made in negotiations with the Big Three. Striking writers in Hollywood studios resume bargaining today, 4 months into that strike. On the picket lines, they're showing their resolve. This writer has been walking the picket line in Los Angeles.
We're all out here for a fair contract. The studios tried to divide us in the press, on Twitter. That's an old playbook from 2007. It's not going to work this time.
This is CBS News.
When you think of hiring, think of Indeed. Their end-to-end hiring system helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all in the same place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Lake News Now.
I'm John Roger, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. A court date has now been set for the Huntington Beach, California man accused of being drunk while operating a boat, which then ran aground, hit a house, and overturned, ejecting himself and 7 others in Camden County. Courthouse records now indicate that 47-year-old Adam Ramirez posted a $100,000 bond a week ago and is scheduled to be arraigned on October 16th. A motion has also been filed requesting that Ramirez be allowed to appear virtually for the arraignment based on continuing health conditions, diminishing his ability to travel from California. The accident happened at the 1.3-mile mark of the Osage Arm during the late-night hours on July 22nd. Don't look now, but history and tradition return to the lake area in about a week and a half with the 37th annual Eldon Turkey Festival.
It's one of my goals, and I think our board's goals, is to make this an iconic event. I mean, we've been here for 37 years, and, we just want to make it bigger and stronger and have more people come and enjoy it.
Eldon Chamber Executive Director Matt Kostelnik says the all-day event is set for Saturday, September 30th in downtown, highlighted by some crowded favorite activities and good grub.
We have a parade that will start at 10, and turkey legs will be at the Eldon Chamber booth. We'll sell those and turkey tenders from 9 to 4.
Also part of the Turkey Fest will be a carnival, Young Eagles flights at the airport, and the MU Flight for Life helicopter on display. That's your Lake News Now. I'm John Roger.
This news brought to you by Waterfront Brands and the Hydro Hoist Factory Store.
Since 1964, Hydro Hoist Boat Lifts has led the market with award-winning innovation in engineering by providing unrivaled protection for all watercraft. The Ultra Lift, also available in front mount and shallow water, have lifting capacities up to 32,000 pounds with custom molded high-impact polyethylene tanks and all steel parts above the water in standard installation. The Ultra Lift series is America's #1 boat lift. Hydro Hoist of the Ozarks, located at 448 South Main Street in Laurie, offers factory direct pricing. Call 573-346-7505 or visit boatlift.com.
I'm meteorologist Ray Miller with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Cloudy tonight with a couple of isolated showers and thunderstorms, a low temperature of 61 degrees. Thursday, showers and storms late in the day, otherwise sunny, high of 82. Friday, scattered storms with a high of 80. Saturday, scattered showers and storms with a high temperature of 82. Current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 77 degrees. And at the studios, right now, it's 72.
He's here. Now, broadcasting from the underground command post, deep in the bowels of a hidden bunker, somewhere under the brick and steel of a nondescript building, we've once again made contact with our leader, Mark Levin.
Hello, America. Mark Levin here. Our number, 877-381-3811. 877-381-3811. Cut number 5, Mr. Producer. Merrick Garland's asked by Mike Johnson, outstanding member of the House, former head of the Republican, another conservative group of Republicans there. Listen to this. Cut 5, go.
Have you had personal contact with anyone at FBI headquarters about the Hunter Biden investigation?
I don't recollect the answer to that question, but the FBI works for the Justice Department. It's.
I'm sorry. You don't recollect. You don't recollect whether you've talked with anybody at FBI headquarters about an investigation of the president's son?
I don't believe that I did. I promised the Senate when I came before it for confirmation that I would leave Mr. Weiss in place and that I would not interfere with his investigation.
Okay. Did you ever?
I have kept that promise.
All right.
Cut 6, go.
Can you tell us about any briefings or discussions that you personally have had with Mr. Weiss regarding any and all federal investigations of Hunter Biden?
I'm going to say again, I promised the Senate that I would not interfere with Mr. Weiss.
So you have not, I'm just under oath today, your testimony is you have not had any discussions with Mr. Weiss about this matter?
Under oath, my testimony today is that I promised the Senate I would not intrude in his investigation. I do not intend to discuss the internal Justice Department deliberations, whether or not I had them.
Oh, okay. So your testimony today is you're not going to tell us whether you've had discussions with Mr. Weiss.
My testimony today is I told the committee that I would not interfere. I made clear that Mr. Weiss would have the authority to bring cases that he thought were appropriate.
Okay.
Mr. Weiss's letter.
Okay, let me stop you. For a second time, sir, are you aware that FBI officials have come before this committee and they have stated that there was a cumbersome bureaucratic process that Mr. Weiss had to go through to bring charges in another judicial district? You know that?
I'm not aware, but that's not true. There's nothing cumbersome about the process.
So those whistleblowers are lying to us under oath? Those whistleblowers are lying?
I didn't say that. Their description of the process cumbersome is an opinion. It's not a fact question.
So he doesn't know anything, but he does know it's not cumbersome. He knows when he wants to know. And by the way, it is not an intrusion into the investigative process to answer a flat-out question whether you spoke to anybody at the Department of Justice about Hunter Biden and that investigation. That's not about interfering in the investigation by members of the House or anybody else. That is a question that's easily answerable that he doesn't want to answer. That simple. Did you talk to anybody or not? Not that I recollect. And then it goes to, I told the Senate I wouldn't get involved. Then it goes to, I'm not going to discuss an investigation. I promised the Senate I would. What does any of this mean? And so this is all an attempt to sabotage Congress's right to oversee activities at the Department of Justice. That's all it is. That's exactly what it is. And as for this David Weiss, you can thank Bill Barr for David Weiss, despite all of his spin and the rest of the crap. He's a U.S. attorney in Delaware, as I've explained this multiple times. A Trump appointee, they said, as I've said repeatedly, as somebody who understands this process and lived with it. Trump appoints all U.S. attorneys during the course of his presidency. It doesn't mean he's a Trump guy. Everybody damn well knows that all U.S. attorney appointments go through the office of then Senator or Vice President or President Biden. He owns the state. He owns that city. Nobody gets a job without Joe saying so. And so he might be a Trump appointee. He could be a throwaway. Okay, that's not important. U.S. Attorney in Wilmington, who cares? That's what he's thinking. But they have to keep saying that. And yet the man's actions demonstrate. Now, here's the thing. On the one hand, Garland and his troops say, we don't report to Biden. We're America's Department of Justice, not for the Department not for the Democrat Party and not for Biden. And yet the media keeps saying, oh, Weiss was a Trump appointee, as if he's doing Trump's bidding. Just damnable and stupid. And stupid. Thomas Massey, really good, with Merrick Garland. Cut 8, go.
Now, in that video, that was your answer to a question to me 2 years ago. When
This is about Ray Epps, the infamous Ray Epps, who was charged with one misdemeanor, despite the fact that everybody sees him on video, encouraging people to charge into the Capitol building. And for some reason, the same Department of Justice, the same group of judges, that cabal in Washington, D.C., are putting people in prison for a hell of a lot less. A misdemeanor charge for trespass for Mr. Epps. I haven't accused Mr. Epps of a damn thing on this program, but I want to invite him over the airways to come on the program, if he and his lawyers are willing to do so. Come on the program. I mean, Chris Christie won't come on the program because he's a slob who will only go to certain places that slobber all over him. But, Mr. Epps, I haven't said a word about you to anybody. Not on the air. Not off the air. So you have no reason to hide from me, nor do your lawyers. You're slapped with a misdemeanor? Go ahead.
Now, in that video, that was your answer to a question to me 2 years ago. When I said how many agents or assets of the government were present on January 5th and January 6th and agitating in the crowd to go into the Capitol and how many went into the Capitol. Can you answer that now?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Oh, last time, you don't know how many there were or there were none?
I don't know the answer to either of those questions. If there were any, I don't know how many. I don't know whether there are any.
I think you may have just perjured yourself that you don't know that there were any. You want to say that again, that you don't know that there were any?
I have no personal knowledge of this matter. I think what I said the last time.
You've had 2 years to find out. And today, by the way, that was in reference to Ray Epps. And yesterday you indicted him. Isn't that a wonderful coincidence? On a misdemeanor. Meanwhile, you're sending grandmas to prison. You're putting people away for 20 years for merely filming. Some people weren't even there yet. You've got the guy on video. He's saying go into the Capitol. He's directing people to the Capitol before the speech ends. He's at the site of the first breach. You've got all the goods on him, 10 videos, and it's an indictment for a misdemeanor? The American public isn't buying it. I yield the balance of my time to Chairman Jordan.
May I answer the question?
I'm going to ask you one now. We'll let the gentleman.
Yeah.
Go ahead, but
in discovery, in the cases that were filed with respect to January 6, the Justice Department prosecutors provided whatever information they had about the question that you're asking. With respect to Mr. Epps, the FBI has said that he was not an employee or informant of the FBI. Mr. Epps has been charged, and there's a proceeding, I believe, going on today on that subject.
the charge is a joke. I yield to the chairman.
Cut 9, go.
Elon Musk was a Democrat who admittedly supported Biden, but then he became a critic of the administration and exposed the censorship regime. Now, per public reports, the DOJ has opened not one but 2 investigations of Elon Musk. Mark Zuckerberg, on the other hand, spent $400 million in 2020 tilting the elections secretly for Democrats. No investigations whatsoever. To the American public, these look like mafia tactics. You pays your money, we look the other way. You get in our way, we punish you. The American public sees what these tactics are.
100%. Well, it's more the same during the hearing. I'm not going to play any more for you. But it is really quite disgusting. And so I was on the Martha McCallum show this afternoon. I want to thank her. She's a real journalist as far as I'm concerned. A little bit about the book, but she asked me about this testimony of the Attorney General today. And I will tell you, just to sum up and paraphrase, I said I was the Chief of Staff to an Attorney General, and these hearings were robust. That so many of the questions this man would not answer would have been answered by Attorney General Meese. And he had a firm grip on what was going on in his department. And then I went further. So I want to say it again to my friends on the House Judiciary Committee. Obviously, I haven't said it to them in private. I'm saying it to them in public. You need to issue a subpoena for all communications between the Attorney General, the Deputy Attorney General, between and among the Associate Attorney General, the head of the Criminal Division, the head of the Civil Rights Division, as well as others, for all their communications related to these cases and related to Hunter Biden in particular. Emails, text messages, phone logs, schedules. When I was at the Department of Justice, we had fairly extensive schedules. They were put in writing, sent out by email, the subject of the various meetings. Again, when I was at the Department of Justice, we at least had a weekly all-hands-on deck meeting, and that would include all the heads of the different departments and divisions. It's time to go right for the top of the Department of Justice. They will claim that they cannot provide that information. They might even get the President of the United States to assert executive privilege over the communications. And they should raise it to the highest level now, have this constitutional battle, which is absolutely required, duke it out in the courts, and try and get the information. Because they're not going to get it from these hearings with this reprobate and the other reprobates that Biden appointed. They are not going to give the information. They'd rather leak it to the Washington Post and the New York Times, which is what they do. Now, one of the people who used to be a conservative Federalist Society member, used to have an honorable career, is George Conway. Really, his name should be George the Con, not so much Conway. And George has lost his way. George is all in my humble opinion. He's all in the tyranny of the Department of Justice. He eggs them on. He finds this to be perfectly fine. The targeting of a former presidential candidate, with bogus allegations, using the most ridiculous laws. He knows the possibility for convictions on certain counts are very high. because of the cities they're brought in and because of the nature of the juries. He knows this is a Stalinist production, but he doesn't care. He doesn't care. Cut 10, go.
He just doesn't stop.
This is Trump he's talking
That's
about.
why all of this evidence, it all fits together. And you know, when we see count 33 of the indictment and the Mar-a-Lago indictment, which is the conspiracy to obstruct, they listed these things A, B, C, D, E, F, and G, and they didn't put in them all. They've got so much. Yeah. He's dead to rights in all this.
There you go. Guy that wanted a job in the Trump Justice Department, he was turned down, and he's been on a hate mission ever since. Obsessed, unhinged. As far as I'm concerned, not even a very good lawyer. He's muscled his way through over the years. But they love him now on MSNBC and CNN and Airport Radar and Sonograms and wherever else he can show up, because this is the road to fame. And this is George the Conway. Now, of course, there are a number of motions that can be filed in Florida, and I hope they are. A number of good motions that could be filed to address this, but George Conway, the Conway, he will never describe them. He will never discuss them. They have this man dead to rights. Otherwise, they won't invite him back on MSLSD. But dead to rights or not, again, I can tell you as a former chief of staff to Attorney General Meese, that case would never have been brought. There never would have been a criminal case. Period. Ed Meese would not have done this to the country. He would not have ever taken the criminal route for a search warrant, a SWAT team, against anybody, like a Jimmy Carter and so forth. Never would have happened. There were also civil avenues that could have been pursued, but they chose not to. It's a complete setup job. Just like this January 6th case is with this judge. Now, I want to talk about this briefly, too. There's just so much to discuss. Judge Tanya Chutkan, as I pointed out 2 Sundays ago on Life, Liberty, and Levin, the case is overwhelming for her to recuse herself. Julie Kelly really laid out the facts, having gone through thousands of pages of open court comments by the judge, which are as outrageously biased and partisan and political as one can imagine. More than I've ever seen before. And I read out loud during that program what the rules of professional conduct are for federal judges. And she violates them. But she's in charge of whether she steps aside. It can be appealed to a circuit court, but a circuit court in Washington, D.C., the majority there are Democrats. Because they expanded the court in Washington, D.C., and Obama populated it with bomb throwers. But here's what's interesting. I have never seen a case in my life, doesn't mean it's never happened, but it's very rare, where a party says to a judge, you should recuse yourself for all these reasons. They file their motion with their brief supporting it. And then the other side, the Department of Justice, they file a brief opposing the party seeking the recusal of the judge. I've never seen such a thing. I've never even heard of such a thing. So they're defending the judge to the judge against the defendant. Why are they doing that, Mr. Producer? Because they have the judge in their back pocket, and they know it. Ideologically, of course. I'll be right back.
Mark Levin.
Have you Googled yourself lately? Are there negative posts from an ex-employee or from a former client? Maybe an outdated news article or sensitive personal information about your family? Search engines don't always get it right. For right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender by Norton comes in. One of the most trusted names in online reputation repair, Reputation Defender has been fixing people's search results for over 15 years. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, helping you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. Take control with Reputation Defender. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 800-401-6681 to speak to an expert. That's 800-401-6681.
Here's Mark Alford, U.S. Representative from Missouri's 4th District, speaking on the floor of Congress in favor of AM radio.
I love AM radio. You see, AM radio is an essential platform for listeners who rely on crucial updates on weather patterns, market shifts, agricultural news. It's also a vital platform for emergency information. Stations like KRMS. AM radio is there for a reason. It's there to operate in the public interest, and that's exactly what it does. And I want my AM radio.
The Home Service Club sponsors this paid advertisement. Attention homeowners. Broken AC, $4,600. Water heater, $1,500. Fridge on the fritz, $1,000. You need home warranty coverage from the Home Service Club. For around $1 a day, if any of your covered appliances and systems break down, HSC will either do the repair or replace them. HSC has over 15,000 pre-screened, highly rated technicians with the fastest response time in the industry. HSC provides coverage for up to 47 different appliances and systems in your home. Call for a free, no-obligation quote from a trusted HSC service specialist about a home warranty for your entire home, all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. 800-926-1595, plus $75 off your first year. 800-926-1595. 800-926-1595. That's 800-926-1595. 800-926-1595.
Auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year. That's 4 times the rate of inflation. So when you enroll in a car protection plan through CarShield, you can look forward to the following. CarShield offers protection plans starting as low as $100 a month with flexible month-to-month coverage, no long-term contracts, and options to fit everybody's budget. They have repair coverage for up to 5,000 parts, and you have your choice of ASE-certified mechanics. They have a price lock guarantee. This is big, meaning the price will never go up, no matter how many claims you file or even as the mileage on your car increases. That's a big deal. Call CarShield today, 800-898-6155, or go to carshield.com/Levin. That's /LEVIN to save 20%. That's 800-898-6155. Or go to carshield.com/Levin to save 20%.
Charm, smarts. It all adds up to the Mark Levin Radio Show.
Well, before we go to the break, we only have a minute here. Unfortunately, I do need to address this. Ex-Trump aide, what is her name? Cassidy Hutchison, Mr. Producer? Claims Rudy Giuliani groped her on January 6th. January 6th, 2021. 2.5 years ago. Why would you keep that information secret until you launch your book next week? Rudy Giuliani groped you, you claim, and yet you wait until your book comes out 2.5 years later to mention it? I'm sorry, folks. Sorry. I'm not buying it.
When you call Consumer Cellular's customer support to discuss our affordable and flexible phone plans, it's like you're calling the Declaration of Independence or a hot dog at a baseball game. Because Consumer Cellular's customer support is based entirely in the United States. And Consumer Cellular's customer support agents are from where you're from. The same small town that you're from. The one that stretches from California to Maine. Minnesota to Corpus Christi, Texas. The one that cares about its neighbors and lights fireworks, legal ones, in the street. So the next time you want to make a phone call that feels like an American flag waving at an air show at magic hour, give us a call. Even if it's for no reason at all except to exchange barbecue sauce recipes like a couple of Americans. Or make jokes about Canadians. LOL, just kidding. We love Canadians. They're our neighbors. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Now's a great time to take the next step in your career. Welcome to LakeJob.com. LakeJob.com is your one-stop shop for finding job openings and long-term rental housing in the Lake area. The best part is it's completely free. These sponsors make LakeJob possible. JDEGC, Jeremy Borgeson Electrical and General Contracting, First State Bank Mortgage Team Lassen, All Phase Heating and Cooling, Keys to the Lake, and Ellerman Roofing, a division of Kimes Corp. LakeJob.com is a service of Newstalk KRMS, 93.5 Rocks, Classic Country 104.9 and 98.7 The Cove. When the winter chill hits, the question isn't whether you've got a cozy blanket, hot cocoa, or a roaring fire. No, the real question is, does your winter plan include a sun-drenched beach? As you know, this year we sold our first Beat the Winter Blues trip in 3 weeks to Punta Cana, but we still had a number of people that wanted to go with us. They wanted to go to an all-adult luxury resort that was very safe, an exclusive place that was easy to get to at a great price. So we put together a Beat the Winter Blues trip to Costa Mujeres, January 13th through the 20th at the Rio Latino. Now this resort is less than 1 year old. It's north of Cancun in a very uncrowded, exclusive area. We only have a few seats left. This all-adult paradise, 5-star, all-inclusive resort has 4 gourmet restaurants, many pools, super soft beach, and your ticket includes airfare, room, airport transfers, top-shelf drinks, gourmet food, even your tips are all part of our package, all for just $17.99 per person. We'll leave nonstop out of St. Louis on Frontier. Check it out on the radio station website and click on Beat the Winter Blues for details and to sign up. You only have a short time to book at this price. Call Kim at Direct Travel in the Outlet Mall, 309-205-5749. And let's beat the winter blues January 13th through the 20th at the Rio Latino in Costa Mujeres with your friends from the lake. Presented by KRMS Radio and TV.
During this unprecedented time of worldwide economic challenge, it's so important that you keep a close eye on your retirement and be ready to take the steps necessary to protect your money. Having a portion of your IRA or 401k backed by physical gold and silver offers Americans the diversification needed to hedge against economic volatility and potential turmoil. Savvy retirement savers are those with the foresight to safeguard with genuine stores of value, like physical gold and silver, which in the past have soared during periods of misery for the rest of the economy. Diversify your hard-earned savings today by calling Birch Gold Group and get your free information kit to teach you how precious metals can protect your family's financial future. Birch Gold is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau and has thousands of satisfied customers. Call them 800-444-0152. 800-444-0152. 800-444-0152.
Attention! This is a public notice from the Social Security Disability Helpline. If you're one of the millions of Americans who are disabled and unable to work, you may be eligible for disability benefits from Social Security. Receiving benefits is your right. If you suffer from physical or mental disability, whether you're applying for the first time or you've already been denied, we can help. We'll evaluate your situation and deal with Social Security on your behalf. Best of all, there's no fee until you receive your benefits. Remember, we only get paid if you win your case. There are many reasons and conditions that may make you eligible for disability benefits. Many of them you may not be aware of. So if you're disabled and unable to work, call now to get started with your free, no-obligation consultation.
800-466-8813. 800-466-8813. That's 800-466-8813.
He's passionate.
Just pathetic.
He's funny.
Get off the phone, you big dope.
And you always learn something. Mark Levin is on the radio.
Mark Levin, the research arm of conservative media. Call in now, 877-381-3811.
Well, we already know one of the 5 Republican holdouts who opposed an 8% cut in domestic spending, who opposed supporting military and vet spending, and opposed securing the border. The one of the 5, Ken Buck, who's also opposed to an impeachment inquiry into Joe Biden. So these guys basically sold out to Washington. And he's looking for a job at CNN. So that's one of the 5. Now we learned from our friend Byron Donalds that Matt Gaetz is desperately looking to run for governor of Florida. So he's trying to make a stand, get as much attention as he can, because that'll be a very crowded primary, I can tell you that right now, as a resident of Florida. And he wants to be viewed as Mr. Fiscal Responsibility. So he opposed the 8% cut in domestic spending, supporting the military and our vets, and hardening our security on the border, because that's the proposal that Byron Donalds and other conservatives came up with. But there's more. Matt Rosendale, Republican of Montana, and I don't mean this to be rude, but he strikes me as kind of the dumbest of the crowd, maybe. He's plotting to run for statewide office, too. This is all in Politico. Against John Tester. So he's looking to separate himself from other possible Republican opponents. I'm just showing you how all these guys have their personal ambitions. Their personal ambitions, and that is what they're putting in front of everything else. Ralph Norman, Republican of South Carolina. Let's see here. What do they say about? He's mulling a primary challenge to Lindsey Graham. So he's looking for attention to draw attention to himself. So it's not like any of these guys want to hang around in the House of Representatives, by the way. Then we have, what else do we have here? A guy by the name of Bishop out of Virginia. He is floating that he's looking to be an alternative candidate to the Speaker. So he wants to be Speaker of the House. And then we have Andy Biggs, who tried to do a knockout blow to Convention of States in Arizona. These are the 5 that we're supposed to follow down the yellow brick road. These aren't conservatives. You know, I don't know of any speaker in my lifetime, not a Republican speaker, none in my lifetime, who supported a bill that would cut domestic spending by 8%, for God's sakes. And it's just a start. Just a start. Who would support our military, support our veterans, and take affirmative steps to start to support the border and defend it. And keep in mind, Kevin McCarthy's up against Mitch McConnell and these lousy, lazy, good-for-nothing Senate Republicans, with a few exceptions. And so people, I'm going to challenge him. We'll remove it. And replace him with what? And who? I know what's going on here. I know there are conservative think tanks in Washington, D.C. Not all, but some, that want to be the power brokers. This is how they raise their own money. This is how they make themselves, quote unquote, useful. I call out anyone I can see who, in my view, is not supporting constitutional conservatism and is not supporting we the people. But Mark, you support Kevin McCarthy. He's a rhino. He's a moderate. Really? And yet, He only has these 5 reprobates he's dealing with. The Freedom Caucus overwhelmingly backs this effort. Overwhelmingly. Chip Roy, dear friend. Certainly one of those was the gold standard. Byron Donalds, have they suddenly flipped? Are they rhinos now? All these other guys are positioning themselves for other jobs. Of course, the focus should be on Mitch McConnell and the pallbearers he surrounds himself with and the Republicans in the Senate. That's where the focus should be, because they're making it impossible. If we pass a bill, ladies and gentlemen, that cuts spending 25%, that builds a border wall that is bigger, greater, wider than the Great Wall of China. If we do all those things, the Republicans joining the Democrats in the Senate are going to kill it anyway. So what's the point of this? Shouldn't our wrath be focused on the Senate leadership? Let me ask you a question, folks. If you're the Speaker of the House under these circumstances, what would you do? What would you do? In my 21 years behind this microphone and longer, when I served in the Reagan administration, I supported a number of government shutdowns. But Ronald Reagan wouldn't even support this. This has no purpose other than to advance the career of these 5 guys. Where's Scott Perry? Scott Perry, who's a great guy out of Pennsylvania. One of the great leaders of the Freedom Caucus. He isn't thrown in with these 5. Nobody's thrown in with these 5. Oh, they're the true conservatives. No, they're not the true conservatives. They're not the true conservatives. And what's going to happen now is the Democrats are going to grab the ball. They'll get a few of these lousy, liberal, rhino Republicans to join them. Then we'll have a complete budget blowout. That's what's going to come of any government shutdown under these circumstances. I remember the government shutdowns under Reagan. He wanted his Trident missile system. They didn't put any money in there, but he wanted to destroy the Soviet Union. So he said, no, I'm shutting it down. You put that in that bill or you get nothing. That's not what we hear today. We don't hear that today. We got, well, you know, I want the 12 bills have to come out at once, and then we got to... Do you even understand what they're talking about, America? Of course not. It's gibberish. You and I will support a government shutdown. We want these Republicans from time to time to fall on their swords. We got it. But this, and who are they going to replace him with? One of these knuckleheads of the 5, he wants to be Speaker. He's not going to be Speaker. He can't even get the other members of the Freedom Caucus to support him. It's absolutely shocking to me. And then every damn one of them is positioning for something. Now, you and I, we don't trust most politicians. Well, why would you trust these 5? Because they're called the hardliners? The true believers? The real conservatives? No, they're not. They're exploiting the numbers. And the media want the American people to believe that these are the conservatives. These are the 5 true conservatives. And this is what happens when you're a conservative. They're not the conservatives, and this is not what happens when you support conservatives. When you support conservatives, they propose an 8% domestic spending cut. They support the military and they support the veterans. And they support doing something substantive and fast on the southern border. And by the way, Schumer's already said it's dead on arrival. You know why? Because he has Mitch McConnell in his back pocket. Because Mitch McConnell doesn't support it either. So these 5 are effectively doing the dirty work of Mitch McConnell and the Senate Republicans. They don't want this bill coming to the Senate that Byron Donalds has been involved in and other conservatives support. They don't want to see it in the Senate because they agree with blowing off the spending caps that were agreed to last May. These are the Senate Republicans. So McConnell, while he says we're rooting for the Speaker, he is thrilled with these 5. Thrilled. Now, are they the great conservatives? No, I don't think so. Not in the least. You know, a company's looking out for you when they actually upgrade your service and don't charge you for it. Well, this is great news for new and current Pure Talk customers. It's one of the reasons we love Pure Talk. Pure Talk just added data to every plan and is including a mobile hotspot with each one with no price increase whatsoever. It gets even better. Gets even better. If you've considered Pure Talk before but haven't pulled the trigger, pull it now. Just $20 a month. Hello, yellow. $20 a month for unlimited talk, unlimited text, and now 50% more 5G data, plus mobile hotspot. Yes, $20 a month. Can't get that anywhere. This is why we love Pure Talk. It also happens to be veteran-owned, only hires the best customer service team right here in the USA. Most families are saving, ready for this, almost $1,000 a year while enjoying the most dependable 5G network in America. In other words, this is free money. This is found money you get to keep in your pocket. Dial pound 250. That's pound 250. Say Mark Levin to make the switch to Pure Talk right now. What reason why would you wait? Oh, it's such a hassle. There's no hassle. You can get it done in less than 10 minutes. And you can save an additional 50% off your first month if you act now, too. Again, dial pound 250. Say Mark Levin. Make the switch to my cell phone company. It makes sense. You're going to save a lot of money. You're going to have these fantastic benefits. $20 a month? My cell phone company is Pure Talk for a reason. Make your change today. I'll be right back.
Mark Levin.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-466-9625. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-466-9625.
The IRS, the world's most aggressive collection agency. They can seize your property, bank account, and garnish your wages. They cause sleepless nights for millions of Americans. Don't be one of them. If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS or state, get protected today. Call 800-312-9970. Coast One Tax Group, protecting your bank, home, and your sleep since 2008. With hundreds of 5-star reviews and an A+ on the Better Business Bureau. Call Coast One Tax Group, 800-312-9970. Stanley from New York owed $93,000. The IRS placed a levy on his bank account. Coast One released the levy and settled with the IRS for $2,000. Mark in Michigan owed $225,000. After Coast One stepped in, Mark walked away paying less than $1,500. Call Coast One now. A 10-minute call can save you up to 93% on your back taxes. Get your fresh start today. That's 800-312-9970.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-785-9132. That's 800-785-9132. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-785-9132.
Folks, Constitution Day is come and gone, but there's still time to receive your free copy of the Constitution and Declaration of Independence from my friends at Hillsdale College. Grab your free copy at levinforhillsdale.com. You may remember that Hillsdale's goal is to give away 1 million copies to Americans who don't have one. And if you do have one, well, give it to someone who doesn't. Every American, young and old, should read these documents. Why? Because liberty depends on we, the people, knowing the basic principles of free government. Given the state of our nation, it's more critical than ever for citizens to read and understand these documents. So to claim your free copy from Hillsdale College, or one to give away, go to levinforhillsdale.com. All you have to do is fill out a simple form, and you'll receive your booklet by mail without paying shipping and only available while supplies last. But as I mentioned, this offer for my listeners expires in just a few days. Reserve your copy at levinforhillsdale.com. That's levinforhillsdale.com.
Liberal elites crazy with a dose of common sense. This is the Mike Levin Show. The Mike Levin Show.
Hit it! Saudi Arabia, says the inbred prince. My buddy Brett Baer seems very intrigued by this guy. Prince fill in the blank. They said they're going to go nuclear if Iran goes nuclear. And under Biden, Iran may well go nuclear. And you see, this administration is going to leave paths of hell and fury for the future of this country. This is why I despise the George Conways of the world and his ilk. Bill Barr, who was a friend of mine, can't stand him anymore. I understand they hate Trump. I understand their personal reasons, professional reasons, whatever. But it's just like these five guys. Can't put that aside and look at the bigger picture, what's happening to the country? It is mind-boggling to me and to tens of millions of Americans. Mind-boggling. Now, that's not to say that there aren't good people running for president. I can think of one other, the others, sort of. I kind of like Tim Scott as a person. I'm not really sure where he stands on most of the issues. I think Nikki Haley, it's hard for me to take her. I've tried. I really want to like her. I don't mean personally as a candidate. She has a very mixed record as a governor, very milquetoast record as a governor. She earned her spurs as the ambassador to the UN, where she gave these very strong speeches. But Nobody can explain her abortion position. She's all over the map, and she says that's the position we should follow. No, that's okay. I'd rather not. Ron DeSantis is duking it out with Disney, and she jumps in and says, we'll take Disney, come to our state, and spend hundreds of millions of dollars and hire employees, which shows you how unserious she is when it comes to the culture wars. She quotes the great Margaret Thatcher, of which she's not, talking about, men talk, women act. Really? That's part of the problem with Nancy Pelosi, the way she acted. So I don't like that game either. I'm the only woman and I'm younger than everybody. Who cares? I could care less. When decisions are made about our country that have an effect on our kitchen table issues and on our national security and all the rest, I don't care what your genitalia is. I'm not voting for your genitalia. I'm not voting against your genitalia. This isn't about your genitalia. So it sounds as ridiculous as the Democrat. I'm just making a point. She's another one. She trashes DeSantis. DeSantis was the guy in the House of Representatives, all by his lonesome, who was pushing before anybody else to move the U.S. Embassy out of Tel Aviv into Jerusalem. He was the first. I don't remember Nikki Haley supporting that until DeSantis did, and then Trump actually did it. I'm just being honest. Have you been wanting to buy gold as an investment? Lots of commercials out there. Lots of actors, lots of static, but who can you really trust? Well, I didn't want to make a bad investment, but I didn't want to miss the boat either. Sound familiar? Well, I bought gold fairly recently, additional gold from Augusta Precious Metals, but also they're the experts. If you have an IRA or a 401k, they are the experts if you want to buy physical gold and diversify for your IRA or your 401k. Eliminate fear and uncertainty from the process. Get your free gold IRA investing guide free. They want you to look at it. Completely transparent. It helps you evaluate and choose the best gold IRA company. So to get your free gold IRA investing guide today, and obviously this is a very important booklet, and you'll see where Augusta rates. Text Levin, L-E-V-I-N, to 68592, Levin to 68592. I trust Augusta Precious Metals. Visit AugustaPreciousMetals.com. Learn why they're the best gold IRA company. Get a free gold IRA investing guide today, as I said. Text Levin to 68592. That's L-E-V-I-N to 68592. Or you can go to AugustaPreciousMetals.com. That's AugustaPreciousMetals.com. Text data, message rates may apply, performance varies. Consult your financial professionals if you have one. Before making investment decisions, get risk disclosures at AugustaPreciousMetals.com. That's all the required legalese there. Folks, take a good look at it. And then I recommend you seriously consider it. I'll be right back.
Here's Mark Alford, U.S. Representative from Missouri's 4th District, speaking on the floor of Congress in favor of AM radio.
I love AM radio. You see, AM radio is an essential platform for listeners who rely on crucial updates on weather patterns, market shifts, agricultural news. It's also a vital platform for emergency information. Stations like KRMS, AM radio is there for a reason. It's there to operate in the public interest, and that's exactly what it does. And I want my AM radio.
With Spectrum Mobile and the new Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Galaxy Z Flip 5, you get faster speeds with Spectrum Speed Boost. Purchase the new Samsung Galaxy Z through Spectrum and get up to $1,000 off, plus the value of your trade-in device. Visit a Spectrum store or SpectrumMobile.com to get the new Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Galaxy Z Flip 5 today. Visit spectrum.com/policies/mobile-terms for details. Restrictions apply. Spectrum Internet required. Auto pay required.
If you're struggling to keep up with conversations, avoiding restaurants because you can't understand the waiter, if you've got the TV volume way up, then you really need these. These tiny but powerful little hearing aids are the Nano CIC Rechargeable, priced at only $297 for a full pair. And no, these are not simply amplifiers. These are ultra high quality, ultra reliable hearing aids, priced thousands less than other hearing aids. They fit right in your ear, nothing shows on the back of your ear, and at only $297 for a full pair. When you order today, Nano will give you a 45-day money-back guarantee. Order right now and Nano will give you a free portable charging case and even ship them to you for free. Here's the number. Call now.
800-984-7197. 800-984-7197. 800-984-7197. That's 800-984-7197.
At your service since 1951. News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. The Biden administration is granting protection to hundreds of thousands of Venezuelans who are already in the country and making it easier for them to get authorized to work here. It comes amid political pressure from fellow Democrats and as the number of migrants arriving at the southern border rises again. More on that from CBS's Manuel Bojorquez.
El Paso has been here before, but rather than have migrants sleep out on the streets, there has been a concerted effort this time to move them into shelters, hotels, or onto their next destination. But with the numbers continuing to go up, the question is how much more can these border communities handle?
The head of the United Nations says major nations should do more to fight climate change. CBS's Allison Keyes reports.
UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres says human-caused climate change is reaching biblical proportions.
Humanity has opened the gates of hell.
Guterres convened the summit hoping to get world leaders with new concrete actions to address their peers. That didn't happen. Guterres pointed to what he called naked greed from companies making billions from fossil fuels.
We must make up time lost to foot dragging.
President Biden did not attend. Allison Keyes, CBS News.
Hunter Biden's federal arraignment on gun charges is scheduled for next Tuesday, and he'll have to show up in person. The president's son was the topic of testimony on Capitol Hill today as U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland was grilled by a GOP-controlled House committee looking for answers on investigations into Hunter Biden and whether there was special treatment. Garland on what the Justice Department does and who it represents.
We apply the same laws to everyone. There is not one set of laws for the powerful and another for the powerless, one for the rich and another for the poor, one for Democrats and another for Republicans.
The Federal Reserve announces its latest decision in its battle against inflation. CBS News business analyst Jill Schlesinger.
The Fed told us that they would not take any action right now, so interest rates remain at 5.25% to 5.5%. That is a 22-year high.
A Chicago area prosecutor says Illinois' new law ending cash bonds for people accused of crimes is already not working. WBBM's Bernie Tafoya.
The party of unchecked power has succeeded in turning the criminal justice system into a farce.
McHenry County State's Attorney Patrick Keneally says that on the first day of the Pretrial Fairness Act this week, 2 of the 4 people charged with more serious crimes that he believes should have been able to be ordered held in jail pending trial had to be set free because they weren't charged with jailable crimes.
One involves a defendant who was arrested for criminal damage to property after showing up at his ex-girlfriend's house and trying to kick in the door.
Bernie Tafoya for CBS News, Chicago.
Stocks fall on Wall Street. This is CBS News.
You need to hire fast and hire right? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates efficiently. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Lake News Now.
I'm John Roger, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. What was initially reported as a residential fire Monday night in the Kaiser area was quickly determined to have been a commercial structure fire instead. Osage Beach Fire Chief Paul Berardi says updated information while en route reported the building was over 5,000 square feet in size with a wall actively burning. Crews arrived on the scene within 6 minutes and were able to get water flowing and the fire contained. Mutual aid companies were also summoned but canceled before arriving. No injuries were reported. The cause of the blaze is under investigation. A motion filed by the state seeking a mental examination of a Jefferson City man charged with first-degree murder has been shot down in Camden County. Chad Tariq Brewer, who's being held without bond, appeared in court on Tuesday when the motion requesting a mental exam was denied by Circuit Judge Matthew Philip Hamner. A motion filed earlier by Brewer to represent himself was also denied, and the public defender's office was ordered to represent him. Next up is a pretrial hearing, followed by the scheduled start to a jury trial on January 8th. And several Lake area fire districts plus the Lake West EMS will converge this week to take part in some specialized training. Sunrise Beach Chief Joseph LaPlante says the annual hazards, materials, and mass casualty drill allows participating districts to meet required training and, more importantly, be prepared for long-term cooperation in the event of a larger real-life incident. That's your Lake News Now. I'm John Roger.
This news sponsored by the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. Repeat customer Ron visits Driftwood Spa every month.
Today I came for a haircut. Haley cut my hair, and then we went for massage. And Melissa did a fantastic job, like she always does. It's just an excellent place just to come and relax. You leave totally refreshed, invigorated.
Hi, this is Shelley from the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. We are located in the Driftwood building next to the indoor pool, and our new salon is directly across the street. Come drift away with us.
I'm meteorologist Ray Miller with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Cloudy tonight with a couple of isolated showers and thunderstorms, a low temperature of 61 degrees. Thursday, showers and storms late in the day, otherwise sunny, high of 82. Friday, scattered storms with a high of 80. Saturday, scattered showers and storms with a high temperature of 82. Current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 77 degrees. And at the studios, right now, it's 72.
He's here. Now, broadcasting from the underground command post, deep in the bowels of a hidden bunker, somewhere under the brick and steel of a nondescript building, we've once again made contact with our leader, Mark Levin.
Hello, America. Mark Levin here. Our number, 877-381-3811, 877-381-3811. I started talking about this UAW situation a bit ago, and really nobody was willing to talk about it, and they all were slobbering and lining up behind the UAW boss. And yes, I make a distinction between the boss and the members. The bosses are typically political hacks. A lot of these unions have simply made promises to their members that they themselves cannot keep. Their pension funds run dry, which is why they ran to Daddy Biden, who took $36 billion a year money to put into a government pension insurance program. Didn't even get Congress's approval. He just did it. And so what the UAW boss and his ilk do is they then go back the next contract and they demand much more money so they can actually put some of it back into these funds until they run them dry again. None of this is being reported by the media because they stink, the media. Now, we haven't heard from GM's president, but he put some information out there in the public record for the Detroit Free Press that anybody can check, including you. And this is why there will not be a groundswell of Americans who are even sympathetic to unions or even other union members who are going to support the UAW. And we Americans already know that the price of automobiles are through the roof. New cars, used cars, pickup trucks, 18-wheelers, they're almost unaffordable to most people. And to deny that these labor contracts don't have some role in it is to lie. So this is Mark Royce, I guess he pronounces it, Detroit Free Press. You're free to check all of his comments. It was published this morning. Amid the rhetoric of the UAW leadership, the flow of misinformation is not fair to anybody. It can be hugely counterproductive to reaching an agreement that gets the GM team back to work quickly, which should be everyone's goal. The record offer we proposed on September 14 recognizes the many contributions our representative team members make to our company, past, present, and future. And it addresses directly what they've told us matters most: wage growth, job security, and long-term stability. He says, I'd like to take this opportunity to debunk some of the myths being shared out there, in other words, some of the lies by the UAW boss. UAW leadership claims GM pays its team members poverty wages. You also heard this from the Marxist, Bernie Sanders. This is simply not true. In our current proposal, we are offering a 20% wage increase. How many of you are getting that? Including for temporary employees, who make up only 6 to 10% of our workforce. What he's trying to say there is, it's not like we're hiring all these independent contractors and temporary employees to get around the contract. We only have a very small number of our employees who are temporary, and they're getting a huge increase too. He says that means about 85% of current representative employees would earn a base wage of approximately $82,000 a year. Did you know that, Mr. Producer? Is that a poverty wage? In contrast, the average median household income in 9 areas where GM has major assembly plants is $51,821 compared to the $82,000. And total compensation for the 85% of the workforce with overtime and benefits, ready, would be more than $150,000 a year per employee. Their benefits are through the roof. Overtime and all the rest. So the base is $82,000 even before you get the benefits. When you add in the benefits and the overtime, $150,000 a year, over $150,000 a year. Now, can you imagine a 40% increase for a 4-day work week? And even more benefits? That's what they're striking for. In the 2019 contract, wages for hourly workers with less than 1 year of service, earning $17 an hour, had the potential to reach $32.32 an hour over the term of the contract. With our most recent proposal, some entry-level team members will get up to a maximum rate of $39.24 an hour, $40 an hour, at the end of the contract. For some workers, that's a 141% increase. Not good enough, says the UAW boss. We want more. Says the fundamental reality is that the UAW's demands can be described in one word: untenable. We want to ensure our company succeeds, and more importantly, wins for the next 100 years for the benefit of everyone. And they go on with their electric vehicle propaganda, which, of course, is being imposed on the corporation by the Biden administration and the federal government. As for record profits, those profits, he writes, are reinvested in our company and our people. In 2022, GM had net income profits of $9.9 billion. In 2023, our capital spending will be $11 to $12 billion. In other words, their profits, $10 billion, they're pouring that plus another $1 to $2 billion into capital spending in their company. Says that's not an aberration. Over the past 10 years, our net income totaled $65 billion, and the amount we invested back into the company during the same period, $77 billion. He says, I spent 22 years as an AFT union leader. And then they go on. He He says, if we don't continue to invest, we will lose ground quickly. Our competitors across the country and around the world, most of whom are non-union, will waste no time seizing the opportunity we will be handing them. We currently offer 16 to 19 paid holidays per year and have authored the addition of Juneteenth. Paid holidays can vary due to an election year and where the Christmas holiday falls. Roughly 80% of representative team members, with the exception of temporary employees and new hires, receive 3 to 5 weeks of vacation per year based on seniority. You believe that, Mr. Producer? 3 to 5 weeks of vacation per year based on seniority. In other words, whether you get 3 weeks or 5 weeks. And that doesn't include the 16 to 19 paid holidays. New hires, he says, receives 1 week of vacation in their first year and 2 weeks after the first year. GM's offer includes annual wage increases for new employees with progression to the full wage rate within 4 years. We have assembly and manufacturing jobs. We have warehousing jobs. We have supply jobs. And within these distinctly different businesses in our national contract, everyone is paid on the same wage structure. Our representative team receives extremely generous retirement benefits. Our latest offer to the UAW continues our unconditional 6.4% company 401k contribution for employees who are not eligible for pensions. An additional $2,600 contribution each year is provided as an investment toward medical expenses in retirement, a 25% increase over today. Those retirement benefits grow to $1.7 million over a typical 33-year career when combined with our average employee contributions and historical investment returns in our plans. And he goes on. If these 3 automobile companies agree to the demands of the UAW boss, they will go broke. They will go broke. That's how stupid this is. Now, even what the corporations are proposing to the union bosses are going to drive up the cost of an American vehicle to almost unaffordable levels for most Americans who are now struggling to put food on the table, struggling with high interest credit cards. And so when they hear about $150,000 for an employee, base wage of $82,000 plus all these benefits and so forth, let me promise that if you're a so-called populist conservative, if you're afraid to talk about this and the real consequences for the vast majority of America's working class, as the Marxists like to call it, you're blanking up the wrong tree. Whether it's a corporation or a union boss, when you're ripping off the consumers, the vast majority of Americans, when you're using this contract as an opportunity to try and exploit the economy and the circumstances, the waitress down the road at the diner, the plumber, the electrician, the HVAC installer, the landscaper, you're not fooling anybody. Not anybody. And when you're pushing up the costs of steel and aluminum and plastic, you are not fooling other union members either. There's no reason to stand shoulder to shoulder with this. And union bosses who are pushing this. This is destructive, ultimately destructive of the UAW, certainly destructive of Americans from all stripes, backgrounds, all parts of the country who are trying to make ends meet and need vehicles and need repair parts. You're not fooling anybody. There's nothing populist or popular about any of this. This is an old-fashioned shakedown. I don't have any investment in these companies, less through my IRA or something like that, but I certainly have no direct investment or any investment that I know of. But this is an old-fashioned shakedown. You're not shaking down billionaires and millionaires. You're shaking down quote-unquote, the little people. These people who are striking earn more than most of the people who buy these vehicles. They talk about fairness. Is that fair? No, I don't think so. And I don't give a damn what your CEO earns. If you want to put pressure on the shareholders to get rid of your CEO, then go for it. It has nothing to do with the punishment that you intend to mete out against hardworking Americans who hold different jobs, don't earn anything close to what you earn, and then going to make their lives even much more difficult. I'll be right back.
Mark Levin.
Have you Googled yourself lately? Are there negative posts from an ex-employee or from a former client? Maybe an outdated news article or sensitive personal information about your family? Search engines don't always get it right. For right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender by Norton comes in. One of the most trusted names in online reputation repair. Reputation Defender has been fixing people's search results for over 15 years. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff, so that it rises to the top, helping you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. Take control with Reputation Defender. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 800-401-6681 to speak to an expert. That's 800-401-6681.
Join Hope Lutheran Chapel every Sunday morning at 8:30 for a moment of hope on News Talk KRMS, AM 1150, FM 97.5, and FM 103.3. Reverend Guillaume Williams Sr. guides us through God's Word, inspires us, and delivers hope to our listeners. Set your clock at 8:30 Sunday mornings as Hope Lutheran Chapel presents A Moment of Hope. Hope Lutheran Chapel is located 2 miles west of the Grand Glazed Bridge and 1 mile east of KK and the 5700 block on the Osage Beach Parkway, right next to KRMS Radio.
Christian Faith Publishing is looking for Christian authors of all types of books. And unlike most publishers, Christian Faith Publishing reviews each and every book submitted to them, and they give you their feedback. And if they like what they read, they'll get your book into bookstores and for sale online at Amazon, the Apple iTunes Store, Barnes & Noble, and other outlets. They handle everything: editing, cover design, copyright protection, printing, publicity, and distribution. So whether you've written an inspirational work, a novel, a children's book, poetry, or a biography, and want to get it published, you need to call Christian Faith Publishing and do it immediately.
Call 800-615-7736 now for your free author submission kit. That's 800-615-7736. Again, for your free author submission kit, call 800-615-7736. That's 800-615-7736. Work with a publisher who shares your core Christian values of integrity and honesty. Call Christian Faith Publishing at 800-615-7736 for your free author submission kit.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-557-7920. 800-557-7920. That's 800-557-7920. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year. That's 4 times the rate of inflation. So when you enroll in a car protection plan through CarShield, you can look forward to the following. CarShield offers protection plans starting as low as $100 a month with flexible month-to-month coverage, no long-term contracts, and options to fit everybody's budget. They have repair coverage for up to 5,000 parts, and you have your choice of ASE-certified mechanics. And they have a price lock guarantee. This is big, meaning the price will never go up, no matter how many claims you file or even as the mileage on your car increases. That's a big deal. Call CarShield today, 800-898-6155. Or go to carshield.com/Levin. That's /Levin to save 20%. That's 800-898-6155. Or go to carshield.com/Levin to save 20%.
So he can educate you, whether you like it or not. Mark Levin is on the radio.
All right. Do we have any callers there, Mr. Producer? I know we have a full board. Okay, well, give me a couple of names. Give me one name. Let's start in. KBOR, Joseph, Colorado Springs, Colorado. I seem to recall the Air Force hangs around there. How are you, sir?
Hey, I'm doing great, Mark. I'm doing great. Read all your books. Got the new one coming. Because of you, I've been given $25 a month to Convention of States on my credit card, which is paid off every month, by the way, for the last 3 years. I've taken over 10 courses at Hillsdale College. So thank you. Thank you for what you helped me grow up.
Well, you're very, very kind, and I want to thank you for all your support, and I want to thank you for being an activist. So don't hang up. I want to send you a signed copy of The Democrat Party Hates America. Take care, but don't hang up. Next, Mr. Producer. St. Paul, Utah, Sirius Satellite. Woody, how are you?
Hey, Mark, I'm fantastic. How are you doing?
Good. Good, thanks.
Hey, two things really quick. First, I discovered you when I found the first ad about this book.
I'm not getting a good audio here with the gentleman, Mr. Producer. Try again, sir. Say it again. Yep. Running out of time.
There we go. So, two things really quickly. I, for years, have been talking about Marxism and communism in America and the assault that it's had on the United States since essentially the foundation of the United States and the ratification of the Constitution. I first heard about you when I saw an ad for a book called American Marxism, and I thought, holy crap, somebody's actually calling it what it is.
Exactly.
So I want to thank you for that. I want to thank you for all the work that you do. And this new book you've got coming out, The Democratic Party Hates America.
Oh, it's out now.
I got it on order. It's actually in my mailbox. It arrived today, so I can't wait to get home. And
Well, get it out of there before it rains. You know, that'll ruin the book. But you're very, very kind.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. By the way, you got this stuff going on in Utah now. Romney's not running. You have any candidates in mind?
Yeah, Stagg, I think is his name. Sounds really solid.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
We're going to have him back on the program in a few weeks, by the way.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just glad Romney's done. Now he's out there trashing Republicans, he's a nasty human being. I mean, the way he deceived so many of us when he was running for president. The guy is a complete unprincipled chameleon. I wish I knew that earlier. Just like his daddy was when his daddy tried to destroy the campaign of Barry Goldwater, who was running for president at the time. This is how these reprobates are. The George Conways of the world, the Chris Christies, the Chris Sununos, the Bushes, and on and on and on. These are people who put their own, their own feelings and their own beliefs on how the Republican Party should continue to be in a constant state of passivity and defense, I would argue, in front of the best interests of the nation. They just do, and they do it election after election after election. All right, my friend, don't hang up. We will send you a brand new signed copy of The Democrat Party Hates America. Now, look, if you've already purchased some copies and you get through and I give you a signed copy, keep the signed copy. Don't give it away because I can't give you another one. All right, sir. Thank you for your call. One more caller. Go ahead, Mr. Producer. Hoboken, New Jersey. Anthony on the Mark Levin app, which is a good way to listen to the show, by the way. How are you, sir?
Very good. Thanks for taking my call.
Or as we like to say in Philadelphia, Anthony. The H is silent, you know, Anthony.
Andy, see.
Andy.
We spoke many times about the Southern Poverty Law Center. We had a few laughs back then, a few years ago. I'm a true conservative. I was with you with Ted Cruz. I fell into that trap with Trump. I won't vote for him again, and here's why. I believe he's
20 seconds, I hate to tell you. What's that?
Liberals, He's compromised because he wants to pat liberals on the back. He gave us Christopher Wray, Bill Barr, Sessions.
No, he's not perfect. You want to go through what Bush did? You want to go through what Nixon did? You want to go through what those Republicans did? Far superior.
If you're living with diabetes and using insulin, you know the pain of pricking your fingers over and over again. By wearing a small remote device called a continuous glucose monitor, or CGM, you can reduce the pain of pricking your fingers right away. If you're testing your blood sugar 4 or more times per day, injecting insulin 3 or more times per day, or using an insulin pump, call the Diabetic Health Hotline today and learn about the latest CGM technology. A CGM can immediately reduce pain. It's accurate, easy to use, and helps you make better diabetes treatment decisions. And if you have Medicare, you can get a new CGM at little or no out-of-pocket cost. Plus, get free shipping, and we'll bill your insurance company for you. Call now to receive your new continuous glucose monitor at little or no out-of-pocket cost.
Paid for by U.S. Medical Supply.
Call 800-611-6638. That's 800-611-6638. Again, 800-611-6638. That's 800-611-6638.
It's Bob's No Wake Zone Boating Radio Show, making radio waves. If you're not boating, you're thinking about it. Riding the waves until the sun goes down. Learn it all here, all the boats and gear, and tips he shares to stay safe out there. It's time for Captain Bob. It's Bob's No Wake Zone Boating Radio Show, making radio waves.
Saturday mornings at 10:06.
When the winter chill hits, the question isn't whether you've got a cozy blanket, hot cocoa, or a roaring fire. No, the real question is, does your winter plan include a sun-drenched beach? As you know, this year we sold our first Beat the Winter Blues trip in 3 weeks to Punta Cana, but we still had a number of people that wanted to go with us. They wanted to go to an all-adult luxury resort that was very safe, an exclusive place that was easy to get to at a great price. So we put together a Beat the Winter Blues trip to Costa Mujeres, January 13th through the 20th at the Rio Latino. Now this resort is less than 1 year old. It's north of Cancun in a very uncrowded, exclusive area. We only have a few seats left. This all-adult paradise 5-star all-inclusive resort has 4 gourmet restaurants, many pools, super soft beach, and your ticket includes airfare, room, airport transfers, top-shelf drinks, gourmet food, even your tips are all part of our package, all for just $17.99 per person. We'll leave nonstop out of St. Louis on Frontier. Check it out on the radio station website and click on Beat the Winter Blues for details and to sign up. You only have a short time to book at this price. Call Kim at Direct Travel in the Outlet Mall, 309-205-5749. And let's beat the winter blues January 13th through the 20th at the Rio Latino in Costa Mujeres with your friends from the lake. Presented by KRMS Radio and TV.
Do you have an idea for an invention, but you don't know what to do next? How do you get in front of companies or get a patent? Call InventHelp. They've been helping inventors just like you for 35 years.
And thousands of people contact them every month.
With 65 offices, you can meet with an InventHelp representative near you who will keep your idea confidential and explain their invention process step by step. InventHelp has helped over 10,000 inventors get patents. And they offer 3D animations and prototyping services.
Has your heater or air conditioner busted? Appliance broken? Computer crashed? Then you need an ARW home warranty. Home system and appliance repairs and replacements can cause stress and cost you thousands of dollars per year. With an A-plus BBB rating and a top-rated home warranty company on Consumer Affairs and Trustpilot, ARW Home provides superior service, featuring the industry's lowest service call fee. ARW Home has warranty plans that cover your kitchen and laundry appliances, heating and air conditioning systems, electrical and plumbing systems, and much more. Call 800-941-4085 to customize your plan. Plus, ARW has partnered with Azurian to protect your new and used tablets, laptops, TVs, and other home tech from accidental damage and wear and tear. All plans come with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Call 800-941-4085 for your free quote. That's 800-941-4085.
reason why liberals hate this show. But listen anyway. They know they're probably wrong. Mark Levin is on the radio.
Mark Levin, making conservatism great again. Dial in now, 877-381-3811.
Just a reminder, because it's getting late in the week, that on Saturday, I hope to meet so many of you at Bookends in Ridgewood, New Jersey. And we will start at 10 a.m., shaking hands, signing books, having a wonderful time. Those who've come to these events before know how fun they are, know that when they're done in the bookstore, they can go out and get some lunch, because Ridgewood is a fantastic town in New Jersey. So that's 8 a.m. this Saturday. I really hope you'll join us in Ridgewood, New Jersey at Bookends. It's a fantastic independent bookstore. You know, some of these independent bookstores are so left-wing they won't carry my books. Ridgewood does what bookstores are supposed to do. They carry everybody's books, especially mine. So I hope you'll come by Bookends, Ridgewood, New Jersey. Again, 10 a.m. this Saturday morning. Now, the next day, Sunday afternoon. It'll take me a little bit of time and my family to get from New Jersey to Virginia. We're going to go to another haunt that we love, the Barnes & Noble at Tyson's Corner Mall in McLean, Virginia. Easy access to its very large Barnes & Noble. They, too, have wonderful restaurants both in the mall and outside the mall. It's very comfortable. And, again, at both events, people will meet many times for the first time and make lifelong acquaintances. It's just a fantastic thing where people who love the country, believe in the country, are concerned about what's happening in the country, we all get together. These are really our national town hall meetings. Then later in October, the Reagan Library, I'll talk more about that later. Most of that is sold out, but you can still purchase a book to get in line and to say hi and to meet people. And, of course, I'd love to meet you as well. We'll be flying all the way out there later in October. But I just want to focus on this weekend right now. That's it. Those are the 3 signings. There are no more. Certainly no more that I plan to do. And I want to thank you all. I want to thank all of you who, number one, care about the country. Look, I know there's different types of radio hosts. There's different types of radio shows. There's different types of radio stations. But you folks seek me out. Some of you listen on the old AM or FM bands, and my affiliates and I are very grateful for that. We have a massive listenership through a podcast, and our podcast is not a new program, it's the same program. And we have millions and millions of people who listen on the podcast. Then we have streaming, we have the Mark Levin app, the iHeartRadio app, we have millions more who prefer that. So I count at least 7 ways to listen to this program, and all of them are available to you very easily and for free. So when some people say, well, you know, the ratings, I'm the ratings king. Yeah, I got it. You're also nowhere to be found in podcasts or online or anywhere else. I got it. My attitude is this. I want to be on as many platforms as possible. This is a radio program, so we want to be in your cars. We want to be available on AM and FM. Some people swear by podcasts. Some people put a laptop on and they're doing their work and they want to listen to the live stream, or they want to download the app on their cell phones and so forth. I want us to be the most easily accessed program because it's you, the audience. However you're listening, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, it's you that I'm trying to accommodate in every way I possibly can. So we give a little here, we take a little there. When it comes to the numbers, I don't really care. Doesn't matter. But I want to thank you all. That's number one. Number two, I want to thank all of you who participate in Blaze TV, our digital TV network, which was a combination of Conservative Review TV, which I co-founded, and then we made a purchase or an alliance or partnership with Blaze TV and the great Glenn Beck. We combined our resources and our platforms, and we are just doing fabulous, thanks to you. That is purely subscription-based. And, again, we have to serve your interests, not mine and not ours. Otherwise, you'll stop subscribing and the whole platform will collapse. Number three, I want to thank all of you who have set your DVRs to record now for Saturday nights at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Central, and all the other times on Saturday. And, of course, Sunday, same time, same place. The reason Fox expanded the program from just Sunday night to Sunday and Saturday night is because of you. Because you wanted at least 2 more of these programs. Honest to God, I resisted for 3 months. I've got a pretty full plate. But then I relented. I got to thinking, life is short. Careers have a limit. The country's in deep, deep trouble. So if I can contribute to this, I will contribute to this. And so honestly, I relented. I agreed, and now I'm all in. When I agree to do something, I go all in. And so I hope you'll find us on Saturday night. I hope it'll become as familiar to you as Sunday night. It's same place, same time, different days, same format, different guests. Saturday is not the Sunday show. Sunday is not a regurgitation of the Saturday show. I mean, our inaugural show, we had Thomas Sowell and Victor Davis Hanson. It doesn't get any smarter on TV than that. So I want to thank you for that. And then finally, I want to thank you, those of you who acquire these books that I write, and even more, those of you who read them, whether you acquire them personally or not. The Democrat Party hates America. Those of you who've listened to any of these interviews I've done, and there'll be a few more, and that's it. You'll know in the reviews you've read that are online, if you've read them, that this is the most compelling book I've ever written. That's why it's the longest book I've ever written. It's the most involved book that I've ever written. It truly is bulletproof from our critics. They don't know what to do about it, so they're ignoring it as I speak. They pretend it doesn't exist. Thanks to you, we blew past what was the #1 book in the country, written about Elon Musk by Walter Isaacson, who is a left-wing historian who gives advice to Joe Biden. We blew past it, and we won't blow past all of them. Again, these books have a shelf life. There's a number of books coming out next week. They're all gossip books. Another hit job on Fox News and the Murdochs. What's that? Book number 1000? Written by a left-wing so-called journalist by the name of Wolf. Maybe you've heard of him, maybe you haven't. But this is how they make their money with these kind of hit-and-run books, in my humble opinion. And then there's another book coming out by, isn't it that Cassidy Hutchison, Mr. Producer? I believe it's next week, where her allegations are now all over the news because they give them to the news outlets in order to heat up interest in the book, where she's making an allegation against Rudy Giuliani. And so these are the kinds of books that are out there that sell a lot. They're all forgotten about within 2 months. But they're hyped. They're hyped by CNN and MSNBC. They're hyped by the New York Times and the Washington Post. They're hyped by the Sunday shows, Meet the Press and Face the Nation, and I don't remember all their names. And it's a constant hype. They're even hyped in newspapers like our friends at the New York Post, while this book is ignored. Because you and I have a special relationship. We trust each other, and we know why we're doing what we're doing. Other TV and radio hosts, some understand, but most do not. Maybe they've been in sports their whole life. Maybe they've been in 10 different stations. Flashes in the pan. It's okay. I do things differently. I always have. I don't just follow the rest of them. I don't even know what the rest of them are doing. So I want to thank those of you who pre-ordered. I want to thank those of you who ordered yesterday when the book was released. Those of you who are ordering today. I can see the sales. We now have 110,000 hardcover copies of the book sold. Not even counting the other platforms for the book. It's only been out for 2 days. And it's available in all these retail stores, Barnes & Noble, Walmart, Sam's Club, BJ's, Target, yes. Costco has a very significant supply. Our brothers and sisters, our friends at Barnes & Noble. And, of course, Amazon, which has a significant number of copies to send you immediately. So they're available for you. Nobody is hiding them. They're out there. You're just too powerful. You are way too powerful. There's too many of you. And they don't want to tick you off. They don't want to tick you off. And I want to thank all of you, the army of patriots out there. None of this is possible without you. And I want to tell people who keep saying the same thing, these critics, that I do this for the money. I don't write books for money. It takes too much of a toll on my family when I have to spend weekend after weekend, night after night, early morning after morning, and the holidays, researching and writing a book. I'm going to be a fairly wealthy person whether I write another book or not. Whether I do another TV show or not. Whether I do Blaze, whether I do radio. It's not about money. I wish somehow I could get that through the heads of some of these critics, the phony conservatives and the leftists. But I can't, so I'm going to stop trying. I even have one person who's trying to get me to retire. Yes, Mr. Producer. I shall not mention that person's name, but I'm not ready to retire. There's a country for you and me to save. And as long as I'm able to do this, I can't do it forever. I hope we can join together and keep this up, because one day I won't be doing this, by hook or by crook. So now's the time, if we're to do this together. We've entered unprecedented times. People on our side are being politically persecuted on an unbelievable level, like it's some kind of communist regime or banana republic. We all know these Marxists won't give you the truth. They'll lie to your face for the sake of their agendas. And when the Marxists control the corrupt media, you're left with limited resources for your news. Folks, now more than ever, we all need accurate and honest information, because that's what we do on Levin TV and all the other wonderful hosts do on the Blaze TV network. We are dedicated to giving you an alternative. We're growing a platform that competes with the fake news, the corrupt news that feed you propaganda. We bring you the truth week after week. Join us in our mission by subscribing to the Blaze now, Blaze TV. Right now, you can try it for free for 7 days, so you can check it out. No obligation, no risk. And you can get that free 7-day trial by going to levintv.com, LEVINTV.com. I know you're going to love our library of shows, exclusive live chats with Blaze TV hosts, and the unfiltered truth. Please join us. The cost is actually quite de minimis. We haven't raised the annual subscription price in 7 years. Become a subscriber today. Go to levintv.com. That's LEVINTV.com, levintv.com. I'll be right back.
Mark Levin.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems. Listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-466-9625. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-466-9625.
The IRS, the world's most aggressive collection agency. They can seize your property, bank account, and garnish your wages. They cause sleepless nights for millions of Americans. Don't be one of them. If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS or state, get protected today. Call 800-312-9970. Coast One Tax Group, protecting your bank, home, and your sleep since 2008. With hundreds of 5-star reviews and an A+ on the Better Business Bureau. Call Coast One Tax Group, 800-312-9970. Stanley from New York owed $93,000. The IRS placed a levy on his bank account. Coast One released the levy and settled with the IRS for $2,000. Mark in Michigan owed $225,000. After Coast One stepped in, Mark walked away paying less than $1,500. Call Coast One now. A 10-minute call can save you up to 93% on your back taxes. Get your fresh start today. That's 800-312-9970.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems. Listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-785-9132. That's 800-785-9132. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-785-9132.
Now, you know a company's looking out for you when they actually upgrade your service and don't charge you for it? This is great news, and for new and current Pure Talk customers. Pure Talk just added data to every plan and is including a mobile hotspot with each one, with no price increase whatsoever. Now, if you've considered Pure Talk before but haven't pulled the trigger, take a look again. Just $20 a month for unlimited talk, text, and now 50% more 5G data, plus mobile hotspot. Just $20 a month, folks. This is why I love Pure Talk. That also happens to be veteran-owned and only hires the best customer service team right here in America. Most families are saving almost $1,000 a year while enjoying the most dependable 5G network in America. Dial pound 250 and say Mark Levin to make the switch to Pure Talk, and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. Again, dial pound 250, say Mark Levin, and make the switch to my cell phone company, Pure Talk, today.
Bringing the family together every night around the radio.
These children are in need of an education.
The Mark Levin Show.
All right, America, we are back. If inflation is taking a toll on your pocket, with the dollar shrinking daily, it's time to join AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, a fantastic group. With AMAC, you can save from 10 to 65% on products like cell phones and plans, health and wellness products, travel and lodging, vision, dental, and prescription drugs. Go to amac.com amac.us/mark. That's amac.us/mark. The savings alone will more than pay for your subscription. They even have an advisory service for Social Security and Medicare that'll answer any questions you have. So join AMAC today at amac.us/mark. Thinking of or in the middle of retirement? Well, AMAC Financial Planning and Retirement Planners can help you learn more about life insurance, IRA rollovers, and investment advice from its referral partners. AMAC is fantastic. And the yearly subscription is tiny. It's just a tiny bit of money. Head to amac.us/mark. Discover the savings that can help make your dreams come true. Discounts, benefits, professional advice. If you remember the AARP, you should have dropped that like a hot potato a long time ago. They're lobbying against your interests in Washington, D.C. AMAC. That's my organization that I belong to, the Association of Mature American Citizens. They're better for you and they're better for America, and I strongly encourage you to jump in. Oh, isn't that interesting? It looks like California is going to lose in the next round of congressional seats in the distribution through the census up to 5 congressional seats, Mr. Producer. Now, they lost 1 last time, and it's a damn shame. What I think is the most beautiful state in the nation, maybe not today, but it certainly was, and look, I'm not a Californian, I'm just telling you, was some of the most beautiful cities in the nation, like San Francisco. It's been destroyed. You know, they used to say, Brandeis said, that the states are laboratories for experimentation. Well, California is a laboratory for experimentation. Radical Democrat Marxist experimentation, one-party monopoly rule, and it's destroyed. Nobody goes to California to open a business anymore. They leave. Everybody used to want to go to California, the land of opportunity. And this guy, Gavin Newsom, thinks he's presidential material. Why? Because he puts all that grease in his hair? Why? Because he's copied Bill Clinton's motions? Guy's a dunce. He's destroyed California, but now he thinks he's presidential material. And trust me, so do a lot of Democrats. So do some Republicans. That's how imbecilic things have become. So they've lost 5 congressional seats on average. It's about 800,000 citizens per congressional seat. That's 4 million people. Even when you add in all the illegal aliens and aliens that have come into California, they have a net loss of 4 million people, the vast majority of whom, I'm sure, are Republicans or some Democrats who bumped their heads and decided they needed to get out of there. So very, very productive people have left that state and taken billions of dollars in economic wealth with them. That's America if the Democrats take control. We salute our armed forces, police officers, firefighters and emergency personnel, our truckers, freedom fighters in Ukraine, that's right, and Taiwan and all over the world. And I want to thank you folks. God bless each and every one of you. See you tomorrow.
Hi, this is Pastor Christopher Morris from Christ the King in Lake Ozark. Christ the King exists to share the love of Christ with the entire lake area. So we'd like to invite you to join us this Sunday morning at 8 a.m. on KRMS as we dig into God's Word. Realize again that God really does love people just like us, and then learn to live like that matters. So please join us Sunday morning at 8 a.m. right here on KRMS.
Sponsored by the King's Academy, Christ-centered education preschool through the 8th grade.
The following ad contains shocking material. Listener discretion is advised. Is someone in your family playing a dangerous game of Russian roulette? Over 43,000 people die a year from drug overdose. 120 people a day. 5 people every hour. 1 person every 12 minutes. 88,000 people die every year from alcohol abuse. Over 240 people a day. 10 an hour. 1 person every 6 minutes. Somebody you know may be next. Learn how to help someone you love get away from the drugs, alcohol, and bad influences. With the FMLA, people can take a leave of absence from their job and still keep it.
Call Quit Drugs 321 now at 800-338-6906, 800-338-6906, 800-338-6906. That's 800-338-6906.
Discover the power of radio. If you're a business owner looking to grow, you should know that radio sells with intimacy. When you have something important to communicate, which would you prefer? To show them a picture? To write to them? Or would you talk to them using the emotion of the human voice? Radio sells with intimacy. Discover the power of radio.
Put the power of radio to work for your business. Call KRMS and 93.5 Rocks. We can help. Call 348-2772. Your service since 1951. News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. Migrant crossings are again soaring, creating a crisis at the U.S. southern border. And the Biden administration says it's granting hundreds of thousands of Venezuelan migrants legal status. More from our Allison Keyes.
More than 400,000 Venezuelan migrants will have a chance for both legal status and work permits, giving them the ability to live and work in the nation legally. In recent years, more than 7 million have fled authoritarian rule and economic woes, creating the largest refugee crisis ever recorded in the Western Hemisphere.
Talks between the striking writers and Hollywood studios resumed today. Variety chief correspondent Elizabeth Wagmeister says the last round of talks became very heated.
The writer side thought that the studio side was going to come with a deal that they were more happy with, essentially. And they didn't. They just said, here's our old deal. And that really upset the writer's side.
The two sides are divided on pay, the size of writing staff on shows, and the use of artificial intelligence in script creation. 12 years after the repeal of the military's Don't Ask, Don't Tell policy, there's an effort to restore full benefits to LGBTQ veterans forced out. CBS's Jim Axelrod reports the burden now shifts to the military.
The process to get a discharge upgrade to go from less than honorable to honorable, something that would allow you to access those benefits, has been slow. It has been complex. It has been emotionally challenging.
UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres tells world leaders at the UN General Assembly the time is running out to tackle climate change, and he implores them to phase out fossil fuels.
Distraught farmers watching crops carried away by floods, sweltering temperatures spawning disease, and thousands fleeing in fear as historic fires rage.
Fake listings and sky-high cleaning fees have become a major problem for Airbnb clients. The company says it's taking action. CBS's Peter King with more.
The company says it's removed about 59,000 fake listings and blocked 157,000 more from joining the site, something that Airbnb says affects its credibility. The company says since it started taking a closer look at cleaning charges, some 260,000 listings have either displayed lowered prices or have eliminated cleaning fees completely this year.
Travis Bickle, played by actor Robert De Niro in the 1976 movie Taxi Driver, looks at himself in a mirror and asks, "Are you talking to me?" Uber apparently has. The U.S. Sun reports De Niro will revive his taxi driver character as part of a new Uber ad campaign. This is CBS News.
When you think of hiring, think of Indeed. Their end-to-end hiring system helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all in the same place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Lake News now.
I'm John Roger, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. Several Lake area fire districts plus the Lake West EMS will converge this week to take part in some specialized training. Sunrise Beach Chief Joseph LaPlante says the annual hazards, materials, and mass casualty drill allows participating districts to meet required training and, more importantly, be prepared for long-term cooperation in the event of a larger real-life incident. Fire districts participating in the drill include Sunrise Beach, Mid-County, Gravois, and in Lake Ozark. A motion filed by the state seeking a mental examination of a Jefferson City man charged with first-degree murder has been shot down in Camden County. Chad Tariq Brewer, who's being held without bond, appeared in court on Tuesday when the motion requesting a mental exam was denied by Circuit Judge Matthew Philip Hamner. A motion filed earlier by Brewer to represent himself was also denied, and the public defender's office was ordered to represent him. Brewer is charged with the murder along with delivery of a controlled substance and possession of paraphernalia dating back to Memorial Day weekend 2021 when he allegedly gunned down Vonza Watson at Lazy Gators. Next up is a pretrial hearing followed by the scheduled start to a jury trial on January 8th. And a 69-year-old from Stover is seriously hurt in a one-vehicle accident early Tuesday afternoon on Missouri 52, 1/2 mile east of Calico Road in Morgan County. The Highway Patrol says an SUV driven by Danny Cook traveled off the roadway and struck a utility pole. The accident caused power outages throughout portions of the area. That's your Lake News Now. I'm John Roger.
The news is sponsored by Jennings Insurance Group. Visit JenningsInsuranceGroup.com.
Medicare health insurance plans are making some changes this year in Central Missouri. In some cases, significant changes. Jennings Insurance Group has helped thousands of your Lake area neighbors understand their coverage choices over the past 13 years. If you want an experienced agent to help you, call us today. We have several trained, licensed agents ready to serve you. Jennings Insurance Group, we want you to have the best possible coverage and the knowledge to use it. Call or stop by today, 573-693-9443.
I'm meteorologist Ray Miller with your News Talk KRMS Weatherology forecast. Cloudy tonight with a couple of isolated showers and thunderstorms, a low temperature of 61 degrees. Thursday, showers and storms late in the day, otherwise sunny, high of 82. Friday, scattered storms with a high of 80. Saturday, scattered showers and storms with a high temperature of 82. Current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 77 degrees. And at the studios, right now, it's 72.
What would you give for a child you loved? To make their wish come true? To help them fight a critical illness? Just imagine what you'd do. You see, wishes are so powerful, and you can make them real. They can give a child back their childhood, even change the way they feel. Every single one of us can make the stars align, because when we come together, hope and joy will shine. Wishes need stars like you. Visit Make-A-Wish at wish.org.
From the city that never sleeps. 17 miles from Madison Square Garden, New York City. It's America at Night with Rich Valdez. America's favorite late night talk program featuring interesting guests from around the world and calls from across America. And now, here is your host, Rich Valdez.
Hi there, good evening, and what's up, America? I am Rich Valdez, Valdez with an S, at Rich Valdez on all of the social media. Welcome to the program. It's Wednesday night. If you want to join our late night national town hall conversation, feel free. Give us a call, 833-482-5337, 833-4-VALDEZ. You can always get me at Rich Valdez with an S at the end on any of the social media. And a couple of things I want to get into today. President Biden has unveiled a New Deal-style American Climate Corps to spend more taxpayer dollars in the name of climate craziness. We're going to jump into that in a little bit. Also, the Attorney General of the United States, he can't recollect contact with the FBI about the Hunter probe. He can't recollect contact with the FBI about January 6th and undercover agents dressed as Trump supporters. It seems like there's a whole lot of many things that he can't remember. We're also going to jump into the economy because I want to know, is Bidenomics working? From where I stand, it seems like no. And, you know, what's interesting about doing a program like this is that every now and again you get some criticism, and I appreciate the criticism. I give criticism all day. That's what I do here, so I give it and I can take it. But when people call the program and disagree with me and ask me for my opinion on something, I give them my opinion. And this is an opinion show, after all. And I'm always just, you know, disappointed, not surprised, when people say, well, you're a propagandist. Because I didn't agree with you, I'm not a I'm a propagandist because I don't agree with you or because I have a different view of things. I got to tell you, you know, you have the International Criminal Court that says that President Putin is a war criminal, right? And he's wanted. He's a wanted man. Now, again, I don't know how much credence you put in the International Criminal Court. I know I don't. I don't need the International Criminal Court, the ICC, to tell me that Putin is a war criminal and a terrible guy. But that does not mean that I think Volodymyr Zelensky is a great guy. I think you can have two guys that are D-bags. That's just my opinion. And I believe that to be true. And I think that Putin is operated by him and his oligarchs and what he's got to do there. And I believe that Zelensky is operated by the Americans, whether it's the CIA or anybody else, right? We have a tremendous amount of influence there. So it doesn't mean that we're always the good guys. And that's just a fact. That's point blank. That's just how it is. But for anybody to suggest that Ukraine does not have a right to be a sovereign nation, I have to disagree. And again, this wasn't even something I was planning on talking about, but I was scrolling through Twitter on the way here, and one of the callers last night sent me a note on Twitter. I didn't have a chance to respond there, so I'm going to respond here. And I'll say that just because I don't agree with you, because I don't support Vladimir Putin, doesn't mean that I'm a propagandist, right? I just can't see how you make the correlation. The bottom line is I don't believe that Putin is a good guy. Now, just because Putin is an expert at putting out propaganda where he makes his case to the American people through all sorts of websites and news reports and whatever, you know, I mean, that's how propaganda works, right? You get yourself somebody that will spew what you want them to spew, and they do it. I thank God that I'm independent. Nobody tells me what to say. I say what I want and how I want to say it, and I do. Those are my opinions, and if they change, they'll change, and I'll tell you that they've changed. But I'm not going to sit here and say that because I believe that the CIA and the Ukrainians colluded to put bioweapons labs on the border of Ukraine, that somehow that equates to Putin being allowed to go and take not only Crimea, which he took in 2014, but to go and take the Luhansk area that he's overtaken now, and the rest of the parts that he wants to take, not to mention the carnage. So to me, one has nothing to do with the other. And again, I'm not saying that that was the case. I know there were some sort of laboratories there. I don't know that they were bioweapons laboratories. Maybe they were, maybe they weren't. I haven't seen any proof to prove that they were. But even if that were the case, and everybody wants to make this argument, and we've had this discussion time and time again on this program, about, oh, what about the Cuban Missile Crisis when the Russians put the missiles in Cuba? Kennedy was going to go to war. Listen, I can't sit here and go to war if my neighbor buys guns and they're pointed at my house. I just can't, right? I got to get my own guns and be ready. That's just the bottom line. That's just how it works. And then I can't go and say, well, because my neighbor had guns and I thought they were pointed at me, I decided to take his house. It doesn't work that way. At least in my world, it doesn't work that way. So I just wanted to put that out there. Now, Attorney General Merrick Garland, he was on the stand today. He's in the hot seat. He's on Capitol Hill, and he's answering questions because the Congressional Oversight Committee and the Judiciary Committee and a lot of committees, they have a lot of questions for him. They want to know what's going on, what was going on with everything leading into all these investigations. And how is it that you claim that you don't recollect anything or know anything? Well, that's exactly what he does. And this is what lawyers do. And I'm not trashing all lawyers. I'm trashing one in particular, a specific lawyer. Merrick Garland, right? The guy that was nominated for the Supreme Court and didn't make it. Well, he was at a hearing today, and he says, well, we apply the same laws to everyone, and I don't work for Biden. And listen, I want to believe that. I do want to believe that because I think to myself, if I had a job like that, as partisan as I am, would I be fair? And I think I would be as fair as I can be, right? As fair as I know how to be. But I can never abandon what I believe. So I think it comes with a grain of salt when you look at these things. I think Merrick Garland is lying. I think he's not telling the truth, and I don't think that he would do things fairly according to the Constitution under the rule of law. I think he's doing things specifically to advance his own political agenda, which is directly connected to that of Joe El Baboso Biden. But I'm going to play the tape, and you decide. Listen to this.
And our job is to uphold the rule of law. That means we apply the same laws to everyone. There is not one set of laws for the powerful and another for the powerless, one for the rich and another for the poor, one for Democrats and another for Republicans, or different rules depending upon one's race or ethnicity or religion. Our job is to pursue justice without fear or favor. Our job is not to do what is politically convenient. Our job is not to take orders from the president, from Congress, or from anyone else about who or what to criminally investigate. As the president himself has said, and I reaffirm today, I am not the president's lawyer. I will add, I am not Congress's prosecutor. The Justice Department works for the American people. Our job is to follow the facts and the law, and that is what we do.
Well, I would say you're lying, sir, because I believe that that is your job, and I think all Americans believe that is the job of an attorney general. However, it seems that you haven't prosecuted any Democrats. You haven't done anything to anybody. The investigation into Hunter Biden seems to be a very, very whimsical affair. Nobody cares to see that the Oversight Committee is finding all sorts of questionable facts about Joe Biden, and they keep finding more and more information, 20 shell accounts, millions of dollars from all different places, contradicting media reports, all sorts of things. And yet the Department of Justice has zero interest in that. And I'm sure that when Congress makes a criminal referral, he'll say the same thing. We are not the prosecutor for Congress. We know what the job is. The question is, are you doing the job? And Jim Jordan today put him under pressure and asked those very questions. Listen to this.
Have you or are you investigating who leaked the information that appeared in the Washington Post on October 6, 2022 about this investigation, about the Hunter Biden investigation?
You're saying there was an October 2022...
October 6, 2022, Washington Post writes a story about the Hunter Biden investigation. I wonder, have you investigated who leaked that information to the Washington Post?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Has it been referred to the Inspector General? Do you know that?
I don't want my answer to suggest that there is or isn't such an investigation. I know that the Inspector General sent a letter to Congress explaining that he had an ongoing assessment with respect to the whistleblower's charges. I don't know if that's what you're referring to.
Time the gentleman's expired.
So it seems like he doesn't really know anything. It's I don't know, I can't suggest, I don't know. What is it that you know, sir? What is it that you know? We're going to continue to dig into this and play some more audio from that throughout the night. Of course, we welcome your calls, 833-482-5337. But right now, I want to jump into a conversation on Bidenomics, because there's so much to discuss about the American economy and the lack of effort, intelligence, effort, can I say effort again? effort to make this economy even better. And we need it. We need that. And Joe El Baboso Biden is definitely not the guy. So we're going to get into that with former White House economist Steve Moore straight ahead. Don't move a muscle.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez.
The lights are off. Everything is quiet. You're ready to sleep. But your brain isn't. It's going a mile a minute, stressing about every detail of your life. Like that awkward thing you said when you were 13, or whether you chose the right career, or that unanswered text you sent earlier. Sound familiar? Whether they strike before bed or any time throughout the day, racing thoughts are a pain. Therapy can give you a place to work through all those thoughts and come up with solutions so they don't keep you up at night or stop you from enjoying the rest of your day. With BetterHelp, just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist based on your needs and preferences. Connect by phone, video, or chat from wherever you are. Switch therapists anytime and use flexible week-to-week scheduling to book appointments. Get a break from your racing thoughts with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/open today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/open.
A lot of schools talk about training the cybersecurity workforce of the future, but do they really deliver? My Computer Career has been supplying the IT workforce with thousands of skilled, certified pros for 15 years. Train with the experts in support, networking, or cybersecurity and start your career in months, not years. Upskill even faster. On campus or live online. Qualified students may get financial aid, including the GI Bill. My Computer Career. Accredited, acclaimed, effective. Take the free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.edu.
Be more cyber zen. Get NordVPN. With a few simple clicks, NordVPN will block online trackers, secure your devices from malware-infected downloads, and block access to malicious websites. With NordVPN, enjoy internet without trackers, without malicious websites, without malware-ridden files. Be more cyber zen. Take advantage of our special offer now at nordvpn.com.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FUEL for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FUEL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FUEL for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. Fill-up.
I want to listen to you, Rich, all the time.
America at Night with Rich Valdez.
So Merrick Garland doesn't know anything about anything, but here's something that I know. America's national debt has surpassed $33 trillion for the first time in United States history. Crazy, right? The U.S. gross national debt surpassed 33 trillion for the first time in history, as the potential for a government shutdown is nearing. And I got to say, I'll probably throw a little party if we shut down the government. I think things are always better when we shut down the government. That's just me. Maybe I'm a cynic. But somebody who knows the ins and outs of this is somebody who was an economic advisor to President Ronald Reagan, somebody who was in the Trump White House as the chair of the Economic Council. Steve Moore, he's an economist. He's the head of the Committee to Unleash Prosperity. He's with FreedomWorks, and he's here with us now. Steve Moore, welcome back, sir.
Hey, Rich, so good to be with you. By the way, I just wanted to tell you, this last year, the fiscal year ends in 2 weeks. So on October 1st, we start the new fiscal year. And we are going to probably borrow, it looks like, somewhere near $2 trillion for 2023, which is an abysmal number. And when I first came to Washington in 1984, the entire national debt, all of the debt we had borrowed from 1776 through 1984 was only $2 trillion. So can you believe this? We're borrowing more money in 1 year than we did for the first, 120 years of our country. I mean, it's amazing.
Well, Joe Biden would say about Bidenomics, it's working. I think he's crazy. Steve Moore, I mean, putting that in perspective the way you just did, that, when you were there, and again, you're not that old. I mean, you're alive, so it wasn't that long ago. The fact that it was $2 trillion when you moved there not that long ago, and that we are where we are now, just borrowing to get through, is incredible to me. And it makes me think, do my kids have a shot in life?
That's the question. It really is, because we are, the analogy I like to use, Rich, everyone knows this borrowing is completely irresponsible, and everyone knows it. You can't do that in your personal life, right? You can't run up your credit card month after month after month and think that story is going to have a happy ending. And so, I don't care if you're Republican, Democrat, liberal, conservative, libertarian, everyone knows it's wrong. And yet we continue to do it. And by the way, I'm not going to blame any one party because both parties are responsible for this.
Sure.
Now, Biden is the most irresponsible president financially in American history, but nonetheless, we borrowed. And I worked for Donald Trump. I thought he was a great president in so many ways, but he spent way too much money. So it is just, I am stunned that. Let me put it like this, folks. This is a 5-alarm fire. This is a serious thing we're talking about. And if we continue to allow this to happen, and we don't, that's why when you said, I was smiling when you said, if it takes maybe shutting down the government for a few weeks, I'm not in favor of that. But if that's what it takes to get some semblance of a rational budget, then I'm for it.
Steve Moore, this idea that we're at $33 trillion, it's a like you said, it's a 5-alarm fire. I'm definitely alarmed by it because it makes me think we're either headed toward insolvency or, I don't know, hyperinflation, the end of the world, Mad Max scenario. Am I being an alarmist to think that way, or should I temper my expectations? What do you say?
Well, it's so interesting because the numbers have gotten so big right now. I think people have become almost anesthetized to them.
Sure.
Nobody can tell the difference between a million, a billion, a trillion. I mean, these numbers are ungodly large. I mean, if I told you, we were wasting $100,000, you'd say, oh, my God, that's a lot of money. Well, the government had $100 billion of fraud in these COVID programs, and yet the numbers are so big we can't even comprehend them, right? I mean, There's just, when I mentioned a trillion, do you know how many zeros there are in a trillion? Rich, there's 12.
More than 15. Zeros. Oh, 12. Okay, there you go. Look, that's why I do radio, because I don't do math.
And I don't know. I mean, if I sound frustrated right now, I am, because even the difference, if the Republicans pass their budget in the next 10 years, we'll only borrow $7 trillion, not $10 trillion. I mean, so,
right.
What are we talking about here? Now, I happen to think that the Republicans are doing a pretty good job of at least the budget they're putting out in 10 years would make, if we put in place all these reforms, it would make it to a balanced budget. That's a long time from now, by the way, 10 years. It shouldn't take 10 years to do it.
That's what I'm thinking.
Under Biden's budget, we borrow $2 trillion now till forever. What was it, Buzz Lightyear? To infinity and beyond.
Right. Well, Steve Moore, it makes me question, why do we, and I guess it's government speak, but why do we create these plans that are like, we're going to phase this in or phase this out over the next 10 years? And I guess it's more palatable and it seems more political, but why don't we ever deal with the problem that there is? Like, why are we not passing a real balanced budget?
Yeah. So here's the thing, and I bet this is going to shock a lot of your listeners, and I didn't believe it to be true until I looked up the numbers. And this is a number that comes from my friend Rand Paul. Senator Rand Paul is one of my favorite senators. And so he gave a speech on the Senate floor the other day saying, if we really wanted to balance the budget, are you ready for this, Rich? All we would need to do is just go back to spending the amount of money we were spending before COVID. Go back to what we were spending in 2019 before we spent all these trillions of dollars, on the COVID emergency. And I said, that can't possibly be right, but I looked up the numbers and he was right. So let's make this simple, folks. Let's just go back to what we were spending, when the economy was booming under Trump, and go back to spending what we were then 4 years ago, and not have these massive multiplier effects of the budget, and we would be back on a sane course of action. So, this could be done. It can be done, but I don't think there's anybody in Washington who has the will to do it.
It's a sad time in Washington, Steve Moore. Now, the idea, and we have less than a minute to go, so we can carry the conversation over if we need to, but ultimately, I feel that we've gotten, like you said, the way we're anesthetized to these astronomical numbers, I feel like we're also anesthetized to passing a balanced budget. Hasn't happened in forever, and all we do is pass continuing resolutions, and I feel like that should be the exception, not the rule, but it's become the rule.
Yeah, and what we're going to get this year? We're going to get, probably 3 or 4 of these continuing resolutions, which is just like a temporary stopgap to fund the budget for a few weeks. I think this is going to go on at least until Christmas. And so there's going to be some real fireworks going on here. And I'm for whichever, cuts the budget the most. We got to take a chainsaw out of this budget, folks. $6 trillion is a lot of money, and we don't need to be spending $380 billion on a green energy slush fund. How about getting back some of the money that was stolen from all these programs? How about putting a cap on spending? All these things make a lot of sense to me.
Folks, we're on with Steve Moore, former White House economist for Reagan and Trump, and we're going to continue our discussion. We're going to find out what's going on with this late-night deal to pass a continuing resolution, and will we have a government shutdown next week? We're going to find out more straight ahead. Stick with us. 833-482-5337, 833-4-VALDEZ.
Ron had a tax problem he just couldn't handle on his own.
I owed the IRS taxes for over 5 years, but I didn't have any money to pay the taxes.
Those years cost him dearly.
Most of it was fees and interest. It was horrible.
Ron finally called in the pros.
I called Optima Tax Relief, and boy, am I happy I did.
The leading tax resolution firm, Optima, is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. They've resolved over $1 billion for their clients. Ron was overjoyed.
They settled my account with the IRS. I was ecstatic. They are a lifesaver. They are. I am so happy.
Take Ron's advice and call Optima now for a free consultation.
Yeah, don't do like I did and wait. Call Optima Tax Relief. Do it now. You'll be ecstatic like me.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Join Hope Lutheran Chapel every Sunday morning at 8:30 for a moment of hope on News Talk KRMS, AM 1150, FM 97.5, and FM 103.3. Reverend Guillaume Williams Sr. guides us through God's Word, inspires us, and delivers hope to our listeners. Set your clock at 8:30 Sunday mornings as Hope Lutheran Chapel presents A Moment of Hope. Hope Lutheran Chapel is located 2 miles west of the Grand Glazed Bridge and 1 mile east of KK and the 5700 block on the Osage Beach Parkway, right next to KRMS Radio.
Attention business owners, listen carefully to this important message. Are you tired of struggling with monthly bookkeeping or always being behind? Maybe you're fed up with paying your CPA ridiculously high hourly rates for subpar services. At Finance Pal, we know your pain. We're small business owners who understand your tax and accounting needs. At Finance Pal, we take over your books and design a program custom tailored to fit your needs. Whether it's bookkeeping, payroll, bill pay, inventory tracking, or taxes, we have you covered. We handle some or all of these services for one flat, affordable, low monthly fee. Stop worrying about your books and drowning in paperwork. Let us worry while you focus on growing your business. This setup is easy, and we give you the tools and technology to make your monthly finances streamlined and organized.
Call now at 800-509-1764 for a free business assessment. That's 800-509-1764. 800-509-1764.
Finance Pal, the only friend your business needs.
Attention all authors. Page Publishing is looking for authors. Have you written a book and want to get it published? Page Publishing will get your book into bookstores and for sale online at Amazon, Apple iTunes, and other outlets. They handle all aspects of the publishing process for you. Printing, cover art, publicity, copyright, and editing. Call 800-506-3573 now for your free author submission kit. That's 800-506-3573 for your free author submission kit. Again, 800-506-3573.
Me too.
Mr. Call Screener, who is a budding radio star, by the way. Richie Valdez is terrific.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez.
I think we're making some progress. We made some progress last night. Look, it's not September 30th. The game is not over, so we continue to work through it. And I've been at this place many times before, and we're going to solve this problem. Voting against the rule, there's no rationale for that. You're saying the bill can't come forward. This is our armed services. This is our Department of Defense. That number was never going to change. The members are down there working through the different ones, so we'll figure it out.
Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, saying we're going to fix this. We're going to get to the bottom of it. I appreciate his optimism. I wish I shared it. Steve Moore is our guest, former White House economist. He's in charge of the Committee to Unleash Prosperity. You know him from FreedomWorks, and he's here with us now. Steve Moore, when you hear Speaker of the House McCarthy say we're going to get through this and we're going to fix it, meanwhile there's all this infighting that's going on, what's your initial reaction to that?
Well, I can't tell you how many times I've been to this movie before, Rich. You know, as I mentioned, I arrived in Washington in 1984, and I've seen this probably. You know, we over the last 40 years, we've had somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 government shutdowns. So this is not anything too new. It's a lot of theatrics. You know, if we have to have a shutdown, it's only non-essential activities. By the way, why is an institution that's losing $2 trillion a year spending so much money on non-essential services?
Yeah, great question.
I mean, maybe we don't need these non-essential services. You know, a company, you know, that was going bankrupt would start to cut things that it doesn't need, and we never do that in Washington. I wanted to mention something that I forgot to mention in our first segment, which is,
sure.
Do you know what the fastest growing element of the budget is, the line item in the budget that is growing the fastest right now?
I would bet it's not military spending.
It is. That's probably growing the slowest. It's interest payments on the debt.
Wow.
So we're paying more and more and more money every year, not for roads, not for bridges, not for tanks, not for our military, not for schools, but just to pay the interest on the debt we're spending we already did. And
wow.
Rich, think about this. Every time the Fed raises those interest rates, and they've done it 11 times this last 14 months or so, that just makes it more and more and more and more expensive for the government to borrow. Who is the biggest borrower in the world? The United States government is. So these higher interest rates, we're becoming like a tiger trying to chase its tail. We can't, the more the interest rates go up because the more we borrow, then we are spending more and more money just to pay the interest on the debt. Again, folks, this is a five-alarm fire. We have got to do something about this, or we're going to face a real financial crisis in this country.
Presuming we get to the 30th of September and
Yep.
we don't have an agreement and we do shut down the government, right away, I believe the Democrats, I've seen this movie a couple of times too, and they always
Right.
go, there's no more Social Security, the Army, this
Right.
and that,
Right,
and everybody's freaking out. Why does that always work when it's not necessarily true?
Yeah. By the way, Rich, so funny you should bring that up, because just today the White House put out the shameful statement saying, "Oh my gosh, the orphanages are going to have to close, and kittens are going to die, and people aren't going to get their Social Security checks." And of course, it's all just jargon and made up. But look, I don't think this is the best way to deal with this crisis. I don't want to see a shutdown of government activities, but it seems to me that's the only time we ever get a deal that's worth the paper that it's written on, and where we actually are able to, cut some government spending. I mean, remember, the only time in your and my lifetime that we've balanced the budget was when, of all people, you know who the president was? Bill Clinton.
Wow.
And I don't know if you remember what happened, but Newt Gingrich was the speaker, and they
Sure,
had
yeah.
multiple shutdowns of the government. But finally, they reached a deal, and I'll give Clinton and Newt a lot of credit. And we actually ended up balancing the budget because they cut some spending. I don't know if they're capable of doing that today. And the Democratic Party, Bill Clinton wouldn't even be a Democrat today. He did the, welfare reform and other reforms and cut government spending. These Democrats, Rich, have you ever heard of the term modern monetary theory? Have you heard of that?
Oh, yeah. This is quantitative easing and all that crazy.
Yes. It's this dingbat idea that some crazy economists came up with about 10 years ago. We used to all laugh about it, which was basically, and I'm not making this up stuff. These are, professors of economics who said the United States government, because we're the world reserve currency, we can just borrow and borrow and borrow and borrow as much as we want, and it won't have a negative effect. Now, that's a laughable proposition, but that's
Right.
exactly what Biden is doing, isn't it?
Well, yeah, and I think Democrats have done it historically, and some Republicans, of course. And to me, I liken it to a house of cards, and they've built this house of cards. But literally, you can knock down a house of cards with a good sneeze, with an elbow while you're passing in the hallway. And I feel like that's how our economy is. And that's the alarming part for me, where how do you really amass wealth? How do you really fight inflation if they're saying it's coming down a little bit every month while they're raising interest rates? And again, I remember that stuff as a kid, but I didn't live through it as an adult. And all I can think of is, I have a kid that's 18, a kid that's 22, and what is life going to be like for them? How are they going to own property? How are they going to amass wealth? How are they going to move forward in life with people that subscribe to these Keynesian economic ideas like modern monetary theory and all the rest of the crazy that are in charge?
Well, I call what we're doing in Washington today fiscal child abuse, and that's really what it is. Because you and I, Rich, we're not going to pay this debt off. It's not going to be you and me. It's going to be our kids and our grandkids. And what kind of great country does this? We want to continue to be the world. For the last 100 years, the United States has been the only real economic superpower. And I want to make sure for the next 50 or 100 years, the United States continues to be that, world economic leader. But we're not going to do it if we owe all this money to China and all these other countries.
I'm speechless because I think to myself, we're on the cusp of losing. Well, I guess we've lost a lot, but we're on the cusp of losing because we are the world reserve currency. And I feel like, there's days where I speak with people and they tell me, well, no, we're good. The BRICS thing isn't really a real threat. Then there's other days where I think, there's another 20 countries joining the BRICS consortium, and maybe there is a threat to our status as the world reserve currency. What's your thought on that?
Well, the only reason I don't think that's going to happen, because I hate to say that, Rich, but these other countries are even worse than we are. I mean, what you have an explosion of government all over the world. And it's happening in every country from Argentina to China to India, all over. And, freedom and the free enterprise system, which is what creates the wealth and the high living standards in the first place, is very much in jeopardy right now. And you need someone like a Ronald Reagan. I mean, one of the reasons Reagan was one of our greatest presidents was he restored the American economy. And when we got it right in the United States, guess what? The rest of the world started getting it right. But we've got a president now, he doesn't care about the debt. He cares about climate change. Every conversation is about climate change, not doing something about the bankrupting of our country.
It's absolutely crazy to me. Steve Moore, stick with us. I want to continue our conversation and talk about this pause on interest rate hikes for September at least, and what your predictions are on that as we unpack a little bit on what's going on with inflation. Folks, we're on with Steve Moore, former White House economist. He's with the Committee to Unleash Prosperity, and he's with us for another segment, so stick with us. If you have a call, feel free, 833-482-5337, 833-4-VALDEZ.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez. Call now, 833-4-VALDEZ. That's 833-482-5337. 833-4-VALDEZ. That's Valdez with an S.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Get ready to wake up. Let's go! To Sunday morning football, because the NFL is back across the pond with 2 huge matchups.
How do you like that?
We're talking Jags-Bills.
You gotta love this team.
And Ravens-Titans.
This place is on fire. Whoa.
So set your alarm.
Caught for the touchdown.
Then rise, shine, and watch the NFL London Games. October 8th and 15th, only on NFL Network.
I'm Georgios. I'm the co-founder of Nutrafol. My hair started to thin. I took a pharmaceutical drug, but I suffered from sexual dysfunction. Having to choose between my hair and my health was not really a great choice. Nutrafol, the #1 dermatologist-recommended hair growth supplement brand. Keep growing at Nutrafol.com/men. That's Nutrafol.com/men.
These statements and products have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition. Paid for by Nutraceutical Wellness, Inc.
Portions of our programming are pre-recorded.
Do you have an idea for an invention, but you don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp. They've been helping inventors for 35 years. InventHelp has helped over 10,000 inventors get patents. You can meet with an InventHelp representative who will keep your idea confidential and explain their invention process step by step. Take action and get the help you need from InventHelp.
Call 1-800-215-7345. That's 1-800-215-7345. Again, 1-800-215-7345.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-426-0557. 800-426-0557. 800-426-0557. That's 800-426-0557.
America, this is Night. This is Rich Valdez.
The committee decided at today's meeting to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 5.25% to 5.5%. We're prepared to raise rates further if appropriate, and we intend to hold policy at a restrictive level until we're confident that inflation is moving down sustainably toward our objective.
Of course, that somber voice belongs to the chairman of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell, bringing us great news. No interest rate right now, but just wait, there's more. Steve Moore, what do you think?
Well, the Fed has raised interest rates 11 times. The mortgage rate, for example, which is related to these Fed fund rates, it was 2.9% for a mortgage when Trump left office, and now the mortgage rate has risen to 7.2%. So that is a little indication of the negative effects of all of this massive $6 trillion spending binge that was launched by Biden. I think that the Fed, look, I don't think we've won this fight against inflation. I bet most of the people listening to your show would agree with me. When I just had one of your listeners just text me saying, why do you always say inflation is only 4%? I said, well, that's what the official number is. But most people think the real inflation rate that they're, when you go to your grocery store, when you fill up your tank, when you have to pay your mortgage or your rent, when you have to pay your utility bill. I don't know about you, Rich. My wife she dragged me to the grocery store this week and said, Steve, you have no idea what things cost. And I couldn't believe what Rice Krispies cost, what a pound of ground beef costs, what a dozen eggs cost. I mean, these prices are way, way up, in some cases double. And so I think people are feeling a real financial pinch right now, don't you, Rich?
We're in really tough shape, in my opinion. And the fact that, there's been a little bit of upkeep with wages has kind of softened the blow, but not enough. And people, I think, are still reaching for more. Steve Moore, I want to jump onto a call really quick, if you don't mind, from John in St. Cloud, Minnesota, KNSI. He's got a question for you. John, you're on with Steve Moore and Rich Valdez. Go right ahead.
I think I know where John Maynard Keynes went wrong.
Mm-hmm.
He did not focus on goods and services produced and the amount of goods and services as a measure of an economy's health. He fell for the mistake of the amount of financial transactions. And
all right, thank you. Oh, go ahead. I thought we were done. Go ahead.
Inflation very seductive.
All right, thank you, John. Steve Moore?
Well, I think where John Maynard Keynes went wrong, and by the way, for those who are not economists, he was one of the most famous economists who ever lived. And he was the first economist who told politicians, goes back to FDR, you can just go out and spend as much money as you want and you don't have to worry about it. And so there's this, what Keynes believed was that government spending would stimulate the economy. And I could never understand the logic of it. All government spending does, if the government spends another dollar, it has to take $1 from someone, right? I mean, there's no tooth fairy out there passing out free money. And so I think that's where Keynes was wrong. The whole concept of government spending as a stimulus is wrong because the government can only spend $1 if it takes $1.
Thank you, John. And Steve Moore, I think you're right. And I think this is exactly part of why we are where we are, where Biden's had his, fetish of spending fulfilled with the American taxpayers' dollars. There was, again, like you mentioned earlier, there was a lot of spending towards the end of the Trump administration related to COVID. And here we are going to the grocery store and paying more than we've ever paid for anything. Even gas is back up. I filled up my car the other day. Yeah. I normally fill up at $86. I filled up at $102. And I thought, man, that was just a week or something like that. A week, 10 days, something like that. I mean, we're in bad shape, Steve Moore.
Yeah. Now, do you have affiliates in California?
We do.
Well, because you know what the gas price is in California right now?
Bordering $7.
Between $6 and $7 a gallon. So
Insanity.
I shouldn't laugh, but I mean California pays about $1.50 more than the national average. But yeah, this is not a laughing matter. Again, look, I was a Trump guy. When Trump left the presidency, the price of gas was $2.40 now, and now it's closing in on $4.59 a gallon. So I don't think that happened by accident. I think it happened because Joe Biden declared war on American energy, and we're paying a price for it.
And that's so true. And he's got a whole new war today that he's talking about, his climate craziness. It's absolutely insane. Steve Moore, if people want to hear more about what you're doing and how they can keep in touch with you and become as smart as you by listening to you, how do they do it?
Well, I hope you're getting our Committee to Unleash Prosperity hotline.
Every day.
And I want everybody to get it. And there's no inflation in that price because it's free. Just, folks, if you would like to get it, go to committeetounleashprosperity.com and sign up for free, and we'll start sending it to you 5 mornings a week for free.
Outstanding. Now, Steve Moore, were you making a point before and I cut you off? If I did, I want you to be able to finish your thought.
Oh, I was just saying that I think this is a great country, and I still believe in, as I think Reagan once said, that it was divine providence that put America here as a beacon of freedom and free markets for the rest of the world. And we need to, as citizens, because we're the one who elect these people, we have to take back our government and put it on the right track. And I think America can prosper again if we just get government under control. I really believe that, Rich, and I think you do too.
Oh, yeah. Otherwise, I wouldn't show up. Right?
Yeah.
That's ultimately what I believe. Steve Moore, you're a gentleman, a scholar, and a patriot. I thank you for staying up late with us. I appreciate it.
You too. Have a great night.
Talk soon. Folks, we're going to get to your calls and more straight ahead. Again, that number, 833-482-5337, 833-4-VALDEZ.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez. Call now, 833-4-VALDEZ. That's 833-482-5337. 833-4-VALDEZ. That's Valdez with an S.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Be more cyber zen. Get NordVPN. With a few simple clicks, NordVPN will block online trackers, secure your devices from malware-infected downloads, and block access to malicious websites. With NordVPN, enjoy internet without trackers, without malicious websites, without malware-ridden files. Be more cyber zen. Take advantage of our special offer now at nordvpn.com.
Hey everybody, Scott Hansen here from NFL Red Zone. Are you ready for 7 hours of commercial-free football? Join me every Sunday afternoon during the regular season to watch your favorite teams and your favorite players on up to 8 screens at once in the Octobox. See every touchdown from every game every Sunday afternoon. Get it now at NFL.com/redzone. See you soon. I'll bring the touchdowns.
Thinning hair is normal, but it doesn't have to be your fate.
Once I started taking Nutrafol, I could visibly see my hair get thicker.
Nutrafol, the #1 dermatologist-recommended hair growth supplement brand.
Nutrafol has taken me back to the hair I was meant to have.
Join the 1 million people growing at Nutrafol.com. That's Nutrafol.com. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition. Paid for by Nutraceutical Wellness, Inc.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
America at Night with Rich Valdez.
All right, America, welcome back. Let's hit the phones. Go with Alice in Atlanta, Georgia on WGKA. Alice, welcome back. You're on with Rich Valdez. Welcome.
Hey, Rich. I called in because I have never heard President Trump's campaign advertise his background in economics. He has an economics degree from the best business school in the United States, Wharton, which is at the University of Pennsylvania. He understands economics, unlike the Democrats, and I really think people ought to know it.
Yeah, good point. I know that he studied at the Wharton School of Finance, and I think it's evident by his track record in business. But again, I think everything's subjective. You know, I look at Trump, and again, I'm a kid that grew up in Brooklyn and then moved to Jersey. And Trump has been a staple, an icon in local news, national news, as long as I've been alive. You know, before I thought he was running for president, my family and I would get around the TV and we'd watch The Apprentice, and we really enjoyed it. There's very few shows that I could watch with the entire family, with my children and everything. American Idol was one of them, and The Apprentice was another. And it was not because of the content as much, but because there were just few shows that my kids had an interest in. But I was able to do that. And for me, I've always been a fan of Trump's. I think he's great. Of course, they want to slander him every now and again and talk about bankruptcy laws and this and that, and he shortchanged the little guys that were building the casinos in New Jersey. And again, I don't mean to downplay that. I just think the story isn't accurately told all the time. But be that as it may, ultimately, I've seen Trump hit rock bottom when I was a kid, and I remember one of his most famous quotes was, "If you think becoming a billionaire is hard, try doing it twice." And it stuck out to me, and it made me think, man, if this guy could do it twice, I've got to be able to do it at least once. And it was inspiring to me. And again, growing up, I grew up in the golden era of hip-hop in the 90s, and I listened to a lot of rap and hip-hop music. And I can tell you that Trump was a staple, just a staple in so many rap videos and rap songs. He was always there. Everybody was talking about Trump and how successful he was and how good in business he was. So I feel like that's always been a given. Lamentably, the media has done, a very despicable thing to try to dismantle him in every way possible. So it makes perfect sense to me why they would downplay his background in having a degree from Wharton. But good point, Alice. I appreciate your call. Thanks for joining us tonight. from Atlanta, Georgia on WGKA. And straight ahead, I want to get into a little bit more discussion. There's a lot going on out there. President Biden's got this new deal-style climate core that he wants to suck more taxpayer dollars out of. So we're going to talk about that and what's the newest with the climate crazies. Don't go anywhere.
Now's a great time to take the next step in your career. Welcome to LakeJob.com. LakeJob.com is your one-stop shop for finding job openings and long-term rental housing in the Lake area. The best part is it's completely free. These sponsors make LakeJob possible. JDEGC, Jeremy Borgeson Electrical and General Contracting, First State Bank Mortgage, Team Lassen, All Phase Heating and Cooling, Keys to the Lake, and Ellerman Roofing, a division of Kimes Corp. LakeJob.com is a service of News Talk KRMS, 93.5 Rocks, Classic Country 104.9 and 98.7 The Cove.
The following ad contains shocking material. Listener discretion is advised. Is someone in your family playing a dangerous game of Russian roulette? Over 43,000 people die a year from drug overdose. 120 people a day. 5 people every hour. 1 person every 12 minutes. 88,000 people die every year from alcohol abuse. Over 240 people a day, 10 an hour, 1 person every 6 minutes. Somebody you know may be next. Learn how to help someone you love get away from the drugs, alcohol, and bad influences. With the FMLA, people can take a leave of absence from their job and still keep it.
Call Quit Drugs 321 now at 800-338-6906, 800-338-6906, 800-338-6906. That's 800-338-6906.
At your service since 1951, News Talk KRMS Osage Beach and KRMS FM HD3 Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. 4 months into the Hollywood writers' strike, the writers and studios are talking again. They're divided on pay, the size of writing staff, and the use of AI. Variety chief correspondent Elizabeth Wagmeister.
The writers are saying we'll be out here as long as we need to. So time for them actually could be an advantage because while they're out there striking, the studios aren't able to produce anything. And here we are in fall, not having much new content at all. And now we're at the point where the winter season, the new year, is going to be affected if this keeps going on.
The Biden administration says it's granting protection to hundreds of thousands of Venezuelans who are already in the country to help them get access to jobs. This as agents are detaining a rising number of migrants along the U.S. southern border. CBS's Manuel Bojorquez is in El Paso, Texas.
The county-run shelter we were at, where they're seeing about 600 migrants a day right now. They say they're currently exploring the possibility of adding more resources, possibly more employees, having to call up more people to process additional migrants that are coming through. So those are some of the logistics that are at play right now as they wait to see what happens here.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky accuses Russia of criminal and unprovoked aggression that violates UN Charter. Zelensky, through an interpreter, tells the UN Security Council
any participation of the Security Council membership should be suspended for a period of time when such a state resorts to aggression against another nation.
A 96-year-old federal appeals court judge is barred from hearing cases. CBS's Allison Keyes explains why.
A judicial panel says Judge Pauline Newman refused to submit to medical testing, and now she's blocked from hearing cases for a year. Newman has been on the Washington-based U.S. Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit for nearly 40 years and says she remains physically and mentally fit. She accuses her colleagues of trying to push her out because of her age.
President Biden's son was the topic of testimony on Capitol Hill today as U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland was grilled by a GOP-controlled House committee looking for answers on investigations into Hunter Biden and whether there was special treatment. Garland on what the Justice Department does and who represents it.
We apply the same laws to everyone. There is not one set of laws for the powerful and another for the powerless, one for the rich and another for the poor, one for Democrats and another for Republicans.
The Biden administration will start taking orders again for free at-home COVID tests. 4 free tests will be available for each household to request through the government's covidtests.gov portal beginning on Monday. Tests will be shipped through the U.S. Postal Service starting October 2nd. This is CBS News.
You need to hire fast and hire right? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates efficiently. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Lake News Now.
I'm John Roger, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. A court date has now been set for the Huntington Beach, California man accused of being drunk while operating a boat, which then ran aground, hit a house, and overturned, ejecting himself and 7 others in Camden County. Courthouse records now indicate that 47-year-old Adam Ramirez posted a $100,000 bond a week ago and is scheduled to be arraigned on October 16th. A motion has also been filed requesting that Ramirez be allowed to appear virtually for the arraignment based on continuing health conditions, diminishing his ability to travel from California. The accident happened at the 1.3-mile mark of the Osage Arm during the late night hours on July 22nd. Don't look now, but history and tradition return to the lake area in about a week and a half with the 37th annual Eldon Turkey Festival.
It's one of my goals, and I think our board's goals, is to make this an iconic event. I mean, we've been here for 37 years, and, we just want to make it bigger and stronger and have more people come and enjoy it.
Eldon Chamber Executive Director Matt Kostelnik says the all-day event is set for Saturday, September 30th in downtown, highlighted by some crowded favorite activities and good grub.
We have a parade that will start at 10, and turkey legs will be at the Eldon Chamber booth. We'll sell those and turkey tenders from 9 to 4.
Also part of the Turkey Fest will be a carnival, Young Eagles flights at the airport, and the MU Flight for Life helicopter on display. That's your Lake News Now. I'm John Roger.
This news brought to you by Waterfront Brands and the Hydro Hoist Factory Store.
Since 1964, Hydro Hoist Boat Lifts has led the market with award-winning innovation in engineering by providing unrivaled protection for all watercraft. The Ultra Lift, also available in front mount and shallow water, have lifting capacities up to 32,000 pounds with custom molded high-impact polyethylene tanks and all steel parts above the water in standard installation. The Ultra Lift series is America's #1 boat lift. Hydro Hoist of the Ozarks, located at 448 South Main Street in Laurie, offers factory direct pricing. Call 573-346-7505 or visit boatlift.com.
I'm meteorologist Ray Miller with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Cloudy tonight with a couple of isolated showers and thunderstorms, a low temperature of 61 degrees. Thursday, showers and storms late in the day, otherwise sunny, high of 82. Friday, scattered storms with a high of 80. Saturday, scattered showers and storms with a high temperature of 82. Current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 77 degrees. And at the studios, right now, it's 72.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-557-7920. 800-557-7920. That's 800-557-7920. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Live from the city that never sleeps. 17 miles from Madison Square Garden, New York City. It's America at Night with Rich Valdez. America's favorite late night talk program featuring interesting guests from around the world and calls from across America. And now, here is your host, Rich Valdez.
Hi there, good evening, and what's up, America? I am Rich Valdez, Valdez with an S, at Rich Valdez on all of the social media. And I want to jump into a couple of things. I promised you I would get back to the hearing today with Merrick Garland. I'm going to do that. I also want to mention that we're going to break apart this climate New Deal styled agenda that Biden's put forth, and we're going to do that momentarily. But earlier today, when Merrick Garland was in the hot seat, and he was questioned by many members of Congress. And one of them was Representative Mike Johnson. And he wanted to know what was going on with the FBI and all of the funny business with the Hunter Biden investigation. Merrick Garland definitely responded with a profound answer, the one he usually gives. Listen to this.
Have you had personal contact with anyone at FBI headquarters about the Hunter Biden investigation?
I don't recollect the answer to that question, but the FBI works for the Justice Department. It's.
I'm sorry. You don't recollect. You don't recollect whether you've talked with anybody at FBI headquarters about an investigation of the president's son?
I don't believe that I did. I promised the Senate when I came before it for confirmation that I would leave Mr. Weiss in place and that I would not interfere with his investigation.
Okay. Did you ever?
I have kept that promise.
All right.
Sounds to me like Merrick Garland is lying, and he's trying to use legalese in order to protect himself. Oh, I don't recollect. I can't remember if I did that or not. I think if we put a 6-year-old kid in front of a TV and had them watch that and say, is he lying or telling the truth? They're going to say, sounds like he's fibbing, right? How can you be the Attorney General of the United States with an investigation into a member of the first family and you're not going to know who's doing what, where, and how? You've got to be kidding me. Either he's lying or he's grossly incompetent. I would venture to say both, but he's way too slick and slimy in order to say he's grossly incompetent. But it goes on. Mike Johnson continues his questioning of Attorney General Merrick Garland. And again, he won't say if he spoke with David Weiss. He said, I agreed to keep on Weiss. Well, guess what? Weiss is there. Some say Weiss. David Weiss was the U.S. attorney for Delaware, and now he's special counsel. And Garland still doesn't know anything. Listen to this.
Can you tell us about any briefings or discussions that you personally have had with Mr. Weiss regarding any and all federal investigations of Hunter Biden?
I'm going to say again, I promised the Senate that I would not interfere with Mr. Weiss.
So you have not, I'm just under oath today, your testimony is you have not had any discussions with Mr. Weiss about this matter?
Under oath, my testimony today is that I promised the Senate I would not intrude in his investigation. I do not intend to discuss the internal Justice Department deliberations, whether or not I had them.
Oh, okay. So your testimony today is you're not going to tell us whether you've had discussions with Mr. Weiss.
My testimony today is I told the committee that I would not interfere. I made clear that Mr. Weiss would have the authority to bring cases that he thought were appropriate.
Okay.
Mr. Weiss's letter.
Okay, let me stop you. For a second time, sir. Are you aware that FBI officials have come before this committee and they have stated that there was a cumbersome bureaucratic process that Mr. Weiss had to go through to bring charges in another judicial district? You know that?
I'm not aware, but that's not true. There's nothing cumbersome about the process.
So those whistleblowers are lying to us under oath? Those whistleblowers are lying?
I didn't say that. Their description of the process is cumbersome is an opinion. It's not a fact question.
There he goes, being slimy and sneaky and shady. Attorney General Merrick Garland. Let me tell you, I wouldn't trust this guy with anything. With my enemies, I wouldn't trust him. This is one shady dude. So the Attorney General Merrick Garland says he can't recall whether he spoke with anyone at the FBI headquarters about the criminal investigation into Hunter Biden, who just so happens to be the son of the president. And again, this is according to thedailywire.com. Mike Johnson, congressman from Louisiana, he continues to press him on this, and he doesn't get anywhere. Now, I don't know. I want to know what you think about this, because I think this is just wrong, right? And somebody should do something about it, but what can we do? I mean, can we hold an attorney general in contempt of Congress? Yes, we can. We did it to Attorney General Eric Holder. And what happened to him? Absolutely nothing. Nada, nada, nada. Not a damn thing. So what are we to do when the government just stands in your face and just, shakes their head saying, yeah, complain all you want. We're going to do what we want anyway. All you can do is vote. That's really the only thing that's left, because, again, his quote here, I don't recollect the answer to that question, but the FBI works for the Department of Justice. I'm sorry, Johnson says. You don't recollect whether you talked to anyone at the FBI headquarters about an investigation into the president's son? I don't believe that I did. How do you really expect any American to believe what this man is saying? He had lots of time to prepare for this hearing. He knew he was going to appear before Congress. He has his statements rehearsed because he's under oath. And there he is, stonewalling, saying absolutely nothing. Now, this went on, and there was some discussion into radical traditional Catholics, which have been called rad-trad. And this is an area that I feel is very, 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 very touchy, because Americans are believed to have freedom of religion. And the idea that people that are Catholic or that attend Latin Mass are somehow radical traditionalists that could potentially become violent extremists and potentially aligned with Donald Trump's MAGA movement, so they have to be investigated by the Department of Justice, is crazy. But Representative Jeff Van Drew, congressman from New Jersey, who was a Democrat and became a Republican because he saw the horror show of what they were doing to Trump, he had some questions for Merrick Garland today. And this is a little lengthy, but I want you to hear it because I think it's worth your time. Listen to Representative Jeff Van Drew at the hearing today. Check this out.
Attorney General, I need a simple yes or no to the following. Just yes or no, because we don't have much time. Do you agree that traditional Catholics are violent extremists? Yes or no?
Let me answer what you've said in that long list of statements, and I'll be happy to answer all of those.
Attorney General, I control the time. I'm going to ask you to answer the questions I asked.
You controlled time by asking me a substantial number of things. And
I didn't ask you those things. I made a statement. Attorney General, through the chair, I ask you, do you agree that traditional Catholics are violent extremists?
I have no idea what the traditional means here.
Catholics that go to church.
May I answer your question?
Yes or no?
The idea that someone with my family background.
So someone with family background. Again, he didn't recollect. He didn't recollect. I don't believe that I did. I don't know what traditional means. What is going on in Washington? How is it that people stand for officials like this? This guy's not some low-level lawyer. This is the man that Obama put up for the Supreme Court. Thank God he's not on the bench. And this is the man that was handpicked by Joe Biden to lead the Department of Justice. And this man can't answer a simple question like, are radical traditional Catholics considered violent extremists? Yes or no? Yes or no? Not even, yeah, I agree, but no, or no. Just simple yes or no. He can't answer it. Let's continue.
Would discriminate against any religion is so outrageous, so absurd.
Mr. Attorney General, it was your FBI that did this. It was your FBI that was sending, and we have the memos, we have the emails, we're sending undercover agents into Catholic churches.
Both I and the director of the FBI have said that we were appalled. Have said that we were appalled by that memo.
So then you agree that they're not extremists?
We were appalled by that memo.
Are they extremists or not, Attorney General?
I think that...
Are they extremists or not, Attorney General?
Everything in that memo is
Are they
appalling.
extremists or not? I'm asking a simple question. Say no if you think that was wrong.
Catholics are not extremists. No.
Was anyone fired for drafting and circulating the anti-Catholic memo?
You have in front of you the inspection division's investigation.
Just tell me yes or no, please.
I don't know.
We have no time.
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. Do you agree that parents attending school board meetings should be categorized? Should parents that go to school board meetings and are very vocal about their kids' education, should they be classified as domestic terrorists?
Of course not. And my memo made clear that vigorous objections to policies in schools are protected
so it's no.
by the First Amendment.
The president this week accused you, not the president himself, his staff, and it was in the Wall Street Journal, and it was leaked out, of mismanaging the Hunter Biden probe. Do you agree? Yes or no? It was in the Wall Street Journal article. I'm not saying that.
I'm sorry. Do I agree with the Wall Street Journal?
Yes. And that the information they released that said you botched this probe.
Yeah, I think I've dealt with the Hunter Biden investigation in the way I've told this.
Mr. Chairman, I yield my remaining time to you.
Do you think you screwed it up, sir? I think I've dealt with it the way I've explained it. What an answer. Unbelievable. This guy is not sorry when they said, hey, it was your FBI that was spying on Catholics inside of churches. He says, oh, yeah, both the director of the FBI and I were appalled at this behavior. Listen, the only thing that this guy is sorry about is about getting caught spying on Catholics, not the fact that they did it. He's a disgrace. Folks, more to come straight ahead. Biden's got a lot of climate craziness up his sleeve, and we're going to find out all about it. Don't move a muscle.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez. Call now, 833-4-VALDEZ. That's 833-482-5337. 833-4-VALDEZ. That's Valdez with an S.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FUEL for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FUEL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FUEL for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
I've been taking Nutrafol 4.5 years.
My hair was thinning.
I was under a lot of stress.
I like Nutrafol because it's drug-free and the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement.
My hair feels thicker,
stronger.
Nutrafol has taken me back to the hair I was meant to have.
Join the 1 million people growing at Nutrafol.com. That's Nutrafol.com. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition. Paid for by Nutraceutical Wellness, Inc.
Football is back, and NFL Plus has you covered. Get NFL Plus, and you'll never miss a moment of live football action this season. With live, local, and primetime games on mobile, NFL Network, NFL Red Zone, live game audio, and more, all in one place. That's right. This season, get NFL Red Zone and NFL Plus Premium so you never miss a touchdown. That's every touchdown from every game, every Sunday during the regular season, across devices. Sign up today at plus.nfl.com. Terms and conditions apply.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Free.
America at Night with Rich Valdez.
But we also stand ready to work together with China on issues where progress hinges on our common efforts. Nowhere is that more critical than accelerating the climate crisis, than the accelerating climate crisis. We see it everywhere. Record-breaking heat waves in the United States and China, wildfires ravaging North America and Southern Europe, a 5th year of drought in the Horn of Africa, tragic flooding in Libya. My heart goes out to the people of Libya. That's killed thousands of people. Together, these snapshots tell an urgent story of what awaits us if we fail to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels and begin to climate-proof the world. For one day, my administration, the United States, has treated this crisis as an existential threat from the moment we took office, not only for us, but for all of humanity.
So that's President Joe El Baboso Biden at the UN yesterday, talking about how he wants to accelerate the climate crisis. And today he's unveiled a massive government work program to fight global warming. It's called Biden's Climate Corps. He's going to hire a very diverse generation of 20,000 Americans to tackle climate change. No work experience required. This is a piece in Fox News. And the executive order to establish a federal workforce training and service initiative as part of his administration's effort to fight climate change called American Climate Corps. And according to the White House, it's going to mobilize a new diverse generation of more than 20,000 Americans who will be trained and put to work on conservation, clean energy, and environmental justice projects. The ultimate goal of the program is to pave the way for members of the Corps to find jobs in the public and private sector. So he's going to hire them, a year from Election Day, probably the biggest and most influential climate activists out there, put them on government payroll working for the White House to help him get over the top on this issue and make sure this issue is top of mind. Just imagine if you could do that as a president. Any other president would have done something where they pick an issue, a hot button issue, and then hire 20,000 people with no experience, get them on TV, get them out in the streets, get them at rallies. He's literally campaigning from the White House. I think they call this incumbency protection. But this is where we're at. Now, listen, I'm not going to say that we shouldn't pay attention to the environment at all. I think we should. We should pay attention to the environment. I am going to say I don't think we need to hire 20,000 people at taxpayer expense to promote his agenda, to promote his campaign. So I want to get to the bottom of that with our guest. He's the president of Heartland Institute. His name is James Taylor, and he's with us right now. James Taylor, welcome to the program, sir.
Thank you for having me on, Rich.
You bet. So I want to spend a little time with you, and we have a couple of segments to work through this and a couple of other issues on climate. So I want to get your take. When you hear that the president has now unleashed this executive order to hire 20,000 climate activists, what's your initial reaction to that?
Well, the primary goal is not to combat climate change. The primary goal is to make another 20,000 people dependent on the government payroll and dependent on the perpetuation of the myth of a climate crisis for their income. So this is something where you're going to make sure that you get another 20,000 people who are going to do everything possible to parrot your climate change talking points. And by the way, what's really interesting, if you go on the webpage that the government has set up where they tout this program, they list the things that the climate change core people will do. Prominently listed, two things really jumped out at me. One, they say they're going to clear paths through forests. And two, they say they're going to install solar panels. Okay, the first one. Climate activists have long fought the establishment of roads through forests or paths through forests that people can use to fight wildfires. They say everything has to be left in its natural source. So now here's this 180 about face where they want to clear our paths. Well, that would be great. Just make sure you pave them so that we can fight the wildfires that do occur. Secondly, installing solar panels, he's going to get a lot of pushback from the labor unions when you have these people that are hired, these fresh out of college kids with no skills. One, it's going to be dangerous to have them installing solar panels. Two, what's going to happen to the workers right now who are already being subsidized and dependent on the government for their jobs? He's just setting himself up for disaster.
Yeah, I can't say I disagree with you because I really do agree. I think you're right on track here. And I feel like not only are they going to end up being activists in the media promoting this agenda and creating more alarmism, but they're also going to have support from another arm of the Democrat Party, the left within the media. And I feel like the media plays such an interesting role in this because they're not really objective bystanders, just as much as I'm not objective, right? I disagree with this. I'm on the record saying I disagree with this, but they come across as impartial journalists, bringing you the truth, bringing you the news, and yet they're really in the tank for this agenda. Do you agree?
Oh, absolutely. So you have organizations like Reuters and the Associated Press and many others, that are receiving literally tens of millions of dollars to promote climate alarmism. They get this from leftist think tanks who are giving this money specifically for, quote, climate change coverage. And when you give them that money for climate change coverage and you're a leftist think tank, you know what that means. If you want to keep the free money rolling in at Associated Press and Reuters and others, you better be drumming up a climate crisis. So, no, this is not the objective media of our parents' days. This is 2023, and it's propaganda first.
All right, folks. James Taylor is our guest. He's with us for another segment or two, and I want to definitely jump into this and a lot more. Check them out at heartland.org. Heartland.org is the website. We're coming right back with your calls and more. If you have a question, feel free to chime in anytime. 833-482-5337, 833-4Valdez. Don't move a muscle. We'll be right back.
You don't have to live in Britain to get what the New York Times calls the best of British telly. Stream the UK's most brilliant series only on BritBox. Unlock acclaimed favourites including Vera and Stonehouse, starring Succession's Matthew McFadden. Plus, don't miss upcoming original dramas like Archie, the story of Hollywood's greatest leading man, Cary Grant. Lose yourself in Britain's best entertainment, only on BritBox. Start a free trial at BritBox.com.
This cardboard order, is it up to date?
Camila's Recyclable Coffee Cup Factory can no longer be considered a grande.
Redesign, it's at the printer.
She needs more designers to jump the business to a triple shot.
Client wants to see several more design options. The logo's gotta be bigger.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our hiring platform instantly connects you with quality candidates, and you can schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from the Indeed dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hi, this is Pastor Christopher Morris from Christ the King in Lake Ozark. Christ the King exists to share the love of Christ with the entire lake area. So we'd like to invite you to join us this Sunday morning at 8 a.m. on KRMS as we dig into God's Word. Realize again that God really does love people just like us, and then learn to live like that matters. So please join us Sunday morning at 8 a.m. right here on KRMS.
Sponsored by the King's Academy, Christ-centered education preschool through the 8th grade.
Save big money in your next project with 11% off everything now at Menards. Aluminum soffit is low maintenance, corrosion resistant, durable, and installs easily. White, brown, and black options are available in our store to complement multiple styles of siding and accentuate your home's exterior. Right now, all aluminum soffit systems are 11% off. Good through September 24th. Savings are mail-in rebate. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Save big money at Menards.
The following ad contains shocking material. Listener discretion is advised. Is someone in your family playing a dangerous game of Russian roulette? Over 43,000 people die a year from drug overdose. 120 people a day. 5 people every hour. 1 person every 12 minutes. 88,000 people die every year from alcohol abuse. Over 240 people a day, 10 an hour. 1 person every 6 minutes. Somebody you know may be next. Learn how to help someone you love get away from the drugs, alcohol, and bad influences. With the FMLA, people can take a leave of absence from their job and still keep it. Call Quit Drugs 321 now at 800-338-6906. 800-338-6906. 800-338-6906. That's 800-338-6906.
America at Night with Rich Valdez.
I've heard young leaders talk with me about a term they've coined called climate anxiety. right? Which is fear of the future and the unknown, of whether it makes sense for you to even think about having children, whether it makes sense for you to think about aspiring to buy a home, because what will this climate be?
Of course, that is the Vice President of the United States, who I like to call Kamala Harris. That's Spanish for how bad she is. And Vice President Kamala Harris is suggesting that there is climate anxiety, and some people are considering whether they should procreate. Should I even have kids because there's global warming or global cooling? I got to tell you, the only anxiety that I have is Biden anxiety. James Taylor, what say you?
Well, I think that Kamala Harris needs to look in the mirror, because here are the facts. First of all, for most of the time period that human civilization has existed, human civilization sprang up about 6,500 years ago in Samaria. Basically, you have had, for the vast majority of that time, temperatures have been significantly warmer than today. It's not disputed. It's in the United Nations climate reports. So how can you have a climate crisis caused by global warming when temperatures are unusually cool? Moreover, when you look at extreme weather events, whether it's hurricanes, tornadoes, droughts, floods, yeah, they still occur. Climate change won't make them go away. But we have objective data from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration and others showing that in each and every one of these extreme weather events, plus whatever else they throw out there, there is either no change in recent decades or there has been a lessening of the frequency and severity. So if people are getting themselves all worked up, not wanting to have children, having climate anxiety, the cause isn't climate change. The cause is climate hucksters like Kamala Harris.
I agree with that 100%. And I think, while there's a lot of demagoguery that goes into politics, this one I think is very egregious because it's so innocuous to so many people that you could see this starting as early as kindergarten, first grade, where they're you got to take care of the planet. It's Earth Day. It's this day. It's that, whatever day. And before you know it, by the time they're in sixth grade, you've got an army of climate activists that believe everything they're being told, that think they're not going to have children anymore. You couple that with some of the other woke craziness that we have with regards to gender, and you're literally changing the fabric of the American generation, of the American future for generations to come, James Taylor.
Right, and I'll give you an example here just in this past week when Hurricane Lee, I believe it was turning off the east coast of the United States, came nowhere near New England. Nevertheless, you had the Associated Press, USA Today, and many others in the media publishing articles with titles such as New England hurricanes have been rare, but that's changing with climate change. And they point to Lee, which didn't even hit New England. But I went to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's webpage where they document, track, and chart all the hurricanes going back to 1851 when we started tracking them. And looking at New England, what we see by NOAA's own data is that hurricanes used to be far more frequent and far more severe 50, 100, 150 years ago. So a hurricane comes near New England, and by the way, we're in the second longest period in recorded history without a New England hurricane strike. When one comes near New England, they make it sound like climate change is to blame, when in fact we can thank climate change for the fact that hurricanes are becoming less frequent and severe in New England and across the globe. And that's largely because with warming temperatures, you get more upper atmosphere wind shear, which tears hurricanes apart. We know that for a scientific fact.
Now, we see so much of the data that comes out that refutes so much of what we hear from those in the climate change movement. And again, I'm not saying that climate doesn't change. Obviously, it gets cooler and it gets warmer. But what they're talking about, that, you have ocean temperatures that are rising or levels that are decreasing or whatever it may be, this stuff isn't a catastrophe waiting to happen. Yet they push that agenda and they fund the scientific research to get the results that they want. Why is it that the actual information like you're citing from, why does that get drowned out as much as it does?
Well, it gets drowned out because there's plenty of people in this debate who have a financial stake in the outcome. If you work for the federal government, whether you're a scientist or not, if you work for the federal government and your job is dependent upon the perpetuation of a climate crisis, well, then you're going to make those claims. When the climate crisis goes away, 90% of the people in the federal government who get their money off of climate change, their jobs will disappear. So what you have is spokespersons for NOAA or NASA, rather than citing actual data, actual facts to back up their claims like I just did, instead they make conclusory statements, or they'll take one anecdote, because hurricanes still will occur, even with climate change, even if they're becoming less frequent and severe. When one pops up, you highlight it, you emphasize it, you sensationalize it, and you don't have a media that's calling them out on the topic. Back 20 years ago, when I first started working for the Heartland Institute, we would have the media that would ask us, okay, well, what's your perspective? And they'd quote it. And what happened is the climate activists lost their mind. How dare you act like there's an equal level playing field of voices on this topic? So now the mainstream media won't even fact check or ask anybody else what's going on for the actual facts.
Folks, we're on with James Taylor. He's president of the Heartland Institute. Heartland.org is the website. Give them a check it out when you get a chance. And straight ahead, I want to get into the latest coming out of California, where they're saying, we've got to sue this one, we've got to sue that one, and they're pointing fingers. It's the oil companies. It's their fault, and this is why we're suing them, because they knew. Anyway, we're going to get into that and more straight ahead. Plus your calls, 833-482-5337, 833-4-VALDEZ.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez. Call now, 833-4-VALDEZ. That's 833-482-5337. 833-4-VALDEZ. That's Valdez with an S.
The lights are off. Everything is quiet. You're ready to sleep. But your brain isn't. It's going a mile a minute, stressing about every detail of your life. Like that awkward thing you said when you were 13, or whether you chose the right career, or that unanswered text you sent earlier. Sound familiar? Whether they strike before bed or any time throughout the day, racing thoughts are a pain. Therapy can give you a place to work through all those thoughts and come up with solutions so they don't keep you up at night or stop you from enjoying the rest of your day. With BetterHelp, just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist based on your needs and preferences. Connect by phone, video, or chat from wherever you are. Switch therapists anytime and use flexible week-to-week scheduling to book appointments. Get a break from your racing thoughts with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/open today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/open.
It's time to gear up for the NFL season.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, where?
Head over to NFLshop.com today for the largest collection of officially licensed gear from all your favorite brands. NFL Shop is your ultimate destination for jerseys, t-shirts, headwear, and more. Kick off the new season in the best selection of NFL gear anywhere. Show off your team pride with styles fit for the whole family. To shop now, go to NFLshop.com.
I'm Georgios. I'm the co-founder of Nutrafol. My hair started to thin. I took a pharmaceutical drug, but I suffered from sexual dysfunction. Having to choose between my hair and my health was not really a great choice. Nutrafol, the #1 dermatologist-recommended hair growth supplement brand. Keep growing at Nutrafol.com/men. That's Nutrafol.com/men.
These statements and products have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition. Paid for by Nutraceutical Wellness, Inc.
Here's Mark Alford, U.S. Representative from Missouri's 4th District, speaking on the floor of Congress in favor of AM radio.
I love AM radio. You see, AM radio is an essential platform for listeners who rely on crucial updates, on weather patterns, market shifts, agricultural news. It's also a vital platform for emergency information. Stations like KRMS, AM radio is there for a reason. It's there to operate in the public interest, and that's exactly what it does. And I want my AM radio.
America at Night with Rich Valdez. Call now, 833-4-VALDEZ. That's 833-482-5337. 5337 833 4-VALDES. That's Valdez with an S.
So, Mr. Attorney General, help us understand your most powerful piece of evidence that you believe will show in court that company executives specifically knew that they were doing things that would cause this damage and that they suppressed it.
50, 60, 70 years ago, we have internal memos, internal speeches, industry commissioned studies, notes on memos, their words, not mine, take their own words for it, where they say, yeah, they're talking internally, privately. They're acknowledging climate change. They're acknowledging the damage to the environment. They're acknowledging the extreme weather that will come. They predicted with terrifying certainty exactly where we are today, and they hid it, and they lied to the people. The people shouldn't be lied to.
That is the Attorney General of the state of California, Rob Bonta. He was on with Poppy Harlow on CNN saying, look, these oil companies knew that what they were doing was going to cause climate change, and we're suing them because they lied to us about it. Oh, my goodness. Our guest is the president of the Heartland Institute, James Taylor. What are your thoughts on this one?
Well, I think that Mr. Bonta ought to sue himself and his own government. The NASA satellites have been measuring the amount of lands burned by wildfires globally since 1998. What they report on their own webpage is that wildfires have declined by 24%. That's a substantial amount in that time period. California is about the only place in the world where you have more wildfires than in the past. And the reason is government owns half the land in California, and they have shut down and dug up the roads that firefighters used to use to get to wildfires to put them out. They've stopped actively managing their forests like private individuals do with their own lands. And here you have the reason why California is essentially the only place in the world with an increase in wildfires. It's not because Mother Nature is conspiring against California, nor the oil companies. It's because of your own failed management policies. Look in the mirror and sue yourself.
Good point. And, I think it's crazy, and I don't know where this goes in court. I'm not an expert in legal analysis, but it seems really out there that they're going to be able to prove that that Chevron, ConocoPhillips, ExxonMobil, Shell, and BP were somehow complicit in a conspiracy to create climate change, or willingly knew that this would cause these atmospheric changes and whatnot. I don't see how it happens, but I could see them finding scientists to back up his claims. And do you think this case goes anywhere?
Well, not if we have an objective, justice is blind case here. In the 1950s, that's before my time. But what we do know is that we have not seen an increase. In fact, we've seen a decrease in extreme weather events. And now if you look at, I don't know, name whatever your oil company, Chevron, Exxon, whatever, you've got thousands and thousands of employees. I don't know, they might be able to dig up one or two people, who knows, maybe even a handful of people that believe in some climate crisis. That doesn't mean, therefore, the entire company knew it, was convinced of it, thought it was right. And if they did think it was right, well, then they were wrong, because the data says just the opposite. Again, we can look at California and wildfires as an example.
Now, James Taylor, the work that you guys do at the Heartland Institute is very important because people need options, right? I think I'm a big believer in disagreeing, and I think if people want to disagree with me, that's great. I'll tell you where I get my facts, you tell me where you get yours, and we can compare notes. And I feel like the media has a monopoly on the information that they put out on climate change. But your organization does a lot of important work. Tell us about some of the work that you're working on.
Well, we advocate for freedom on all issues across the political spectrum, but we're most known for fighting the notion of a climate crisis. So you can go to heartland.org and see our work. And specific to climate change, you can go to two websites that are very good that we publish. One is climateataglance.com. There you get concise, compelling summaries of the 30 most important topics that people talk about. It could be hurricanes, it can be droughts, it can be coral reefs. You get a concise summary of the science with links to the science telling you the truth. And the other one is climaterealism.com. At climaterealism.com, we have a daily debunking of whatever the media climate story of the day is. So, for example, I mentioned earlier the hurricanes in New England. Hurricanes in New England have become less frequent, less severe. So we published, when the media started publishing their stories claiming the opposite, we showed the science from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. We do this every day so you can get the truth from what you hear on CNN or ABC News or whatever else.
Outstanding work at the Heartland Institute. Check them out at heartland.org. James Taylor, let everybody know how they could follow you on social media.
Well, on social media, we're active on Facebook. We're active on Twitter.